In her previous life, Wen Ning was abused by her entire family, living a life worse than a stray dog. In pursuit of freedom, she willingly took the blame for her twin sister, only to be murdered by a hired assassin in prison the day before her release. Before her death, the assassin mercifully revealed the harsh truth to her. It turned out that her whole life had been stolen from her identity, her family, even her destiny had been usurped. She was born with a noble fate but, due to the greed of evildoers, her life was swapped to serve as a life force nurturing the illegitimate daughter of those very villains, ensuring their prosperity and wealth while harming her true loved ones. Fortunately, even in death, her noble destiny brought about an extraordinary turn of events, allowing her to be reborn. Upon returning, she is determined to reclaim her destiny, save her loved ones, and let those who dared steal from her taste the bitterness of retribution. However, she finds herself in dire poverty, thus before enacting her revenge, she decides to utilize her skills to earn some money, for vengeance too requires capital. Yet, who would have thought that inadvertently, she became an internet sensation overnight? Chapter 1, Perished on the Eve of Freedom. Tenacious little thing, aren't you? In a surveillance blind spot within the prison, a robust woman gazed upon the prostrate, bleeding Wen Ning, a macabre smile of exhilaration playing on her lips. Wen Ning desperately clawed at the ground, striving to reach the area within the camera's view, clinging to the hope of survival. Just as she neared her goal, a heavy foot descended upon her back, slamming her face into the unforgiving concrete. The woman chuckled mockingly. How amusing. Thinking you can escape me, sensing her dwindling chances of survival, Wen Ning strained to turn her head towards her assailant, her voice a mere rasp as she questioned, why? They had no animosity, no prior conflict. Why was she being murdered? The woman cackled maliciously. You wish to know? Very well. It so happens that I am in a generous mood today, so I shall enlighten you. Did you know? Rumor has it that you possess an auspicious destiny, a harbinger of fortune for your parents and kin. Anyone who associates with you is said to bask in the glow of your good luck. Anticipating her imminent demise, Wen Ning found an unexpected calm, the woman's words striking her as absurd. How could she possibly possess such a blessed fate? If she were indeed so fortunate, how could she have been reduced to a state of parental neglect, sibling oppression, and ultimately forced to bear the burden of her sister's crimes in exchange for a semblance of freedom? Seeing her disbelief, the woman seized Wen Ning's hair. You doubt my words? The severed artery in Wen Ning's neck gushed forth an even greater torrent of blood due to the woman's violent action. The woman laughed heartily. It's quite understandable that you find it hard to believe. I was equally astonished when I first heard about such matters. Do you comprehend why your life has been so wretched from childhood to adulthood? It is all due to the calamity summoned by your fate. Are you aware of the fate that befalls one who possesses immense treasures yet lacks the means to protect themselves? You are precisely that. Unbeknownst to you, you could be whisked away from your biological parents, treated as a vessel for fate. It is said that the more miserable your life, the more splendid the life of the person who exchanges destinies with you. Perhaps, during the years you endured suffering in the Wen household, the one who has taken your place has been pampered by your biological parents and brothers? Now, you have fulfilled most of your role as a donor. Only one final step remains. Once you perish, that individual who has exchanged destinies with you will entirely claim your fate. Listening to the woman's words, Wen Ning felt a tumult of shock, accompanied by another thought. It turned out she truly was not the biological daughter of the Wen family. Over the years, she had questioned her lineage more than once, yet had no means to verify it. Little did she expect to learn the truth on the brink of death. A fierce sense of injustice surged within her. Since her earliest memories, she had been fostered by relatives, enduring hunger and neglect. After finally being taken back to the Wen family, she found herself living in conditions worse than a servant. The entire family treated her with disdain and violence, rendering her existence less valued than that of the family's pet dog. After all, that dog had attended a training school, while she had never even had the opportunity to step foot in one. No, she is not merely unqualified to attend school, she is entirely unfit to venture out alone. Every action she undertakes is meticulously monitored and controlled by her family. They publicly assert that she suffers from a mental illness, rendering her incapable of interacting with others without the risk of becoming dangerous. At one point, she even believed she might genuinely be afflicted with a mental disorder. It was only when they coerced her into taking the blame for her sister, Wen Xian, that the truth began to dawn upon her. In that moment, she realized that she was not ill at all. Their claims were mere fabrications designed to manipulate and dominate her. She found herself unable to refuse their demand to bear the guilt, for they promised that should she comply, she would be granted freedom and even a sum of money upon her release. Though she suspected they might be deceiving her, her desperation to escape that wretched existence compelled her to acquiesce, leading her to prison where she languished for over 2 years. Just when she believed liberation was within reach, they returned to demand her life. How dare they? These individuals have stolen her life, her destiny, and her family. Now they audaciously seek to claim her very existence. She cannot perish after enduring such torment for so long. Freedom is tantalizingly close. How can she allow herself to die here? She must survive, endure until her release, and uncover the truth to reclaim her rightful destiny. Why must they treat her so cruelly? She is determined to live, to ensure that these people pay dearly for their transgressions. The unyielding spirit within Wen Ning surged forth in a moment of desperation, as she found herself in a precarious situation, teetering on the brink of death. Her fingers grazed a stone on the ground, and despite her vision failing her, she clutched the stone tightly, propelled by her defiance, and hurled it at her assailant. The assailant, taken aback by her tenacity in such dire straits, felt a surge of malice at the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from afar. Seizing the opportunity, they snatched the stone from her grasp and dealt a brutal blow to Wen Ning's temple. By the time the prison guards arrived, Wen Ning's bloodied hands lay lifelessly on the ground. The assailant, having achieved their nefarious aim, feigned madness with alacrity. In no time, the guards subdued the perpetrator and promptly summoned the on-duty physician to render aid to Wen Ning. After a brief examination, the physician regretfully shook his head and uttered, "Notify the inmate's family." However, when the responsible guard attempted to contact the Wen family, a chilling tone of a disconnected line echoed on the other end. As the guard contemplated further investigation into Wen Ning's familial details, a figure resembling a minor official hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "A celebrity's family will be arriving shortly. Expedite the removal of that inmate's body to the morgue to avoid any unfortunate encounters." With a heavy heart, the guard lamented how tragic she was set to be released tomorrow, yet fell victim to a lunatic. With a shake of his head, he turned to arrange for the morgue to collect the body. As Wen Ning's lifeless form was transported away in a hearse, a pair of middle-aged individuals, modestly dressed, entered the facility under the guidance of two prison officials. The middle-aged woman, as if sensing something, turned her head to look, inquiring, "What's happening over there?" The prison warden chuckled, "Just a minor incident." A scuffle broke out between two inmates, and one party unfortunately acted in excessive self-defense, resulting in a fatality. "This way, please. If the person you're seeking is indeed within our custody, I assure you we'll facilitate a meeting as swiftly as possible." The woman nodded, pivoting to follow him inside, though she couldn't shake the feeling that the coroner's van had just carried away someone of profound significance. From the ether, a playful voice, imperceptible to ordinary ears, echoed, "TSK, to think a being of such illustrious destiny could be subjected to such a fate, with even a reunion with her kin marred by such cruel irony. Truly tragic, yet utterly captivating. I dare say, I find myself quite eager to witness how the lass will defy fate and reclaim her destiny should she be reborn." Chapter 2, Rebirth, Retaliation. Wen Ning felt a sharp kick to her posterior, her spectral form lurching uncontrollably forward before colliding with something solid. Before she could gather her wits, darkness enveloped her vision, followed by derisive laughter. "Hey, imbecile, wash my clothes." A nauseating stench of perspiration assaulted her nostrils. Though still blindfolded, Wen Ning was ecstatic. She had returned. After a decade of death, she had been reborn on the very day of her demise. Her master had not deceived her. After her death, she had not entered the cycle of reincarnation but encountered a peculiar being, neither fully ghost nor immortal. This woman had taken Wen Ning as her apprentice. Though the relationship resembled servitude more than discipleship, the sole distinction was the considerable skills she had acquired under her tutelage. Now, with her training complete, her master had assisted her in returning to the moment before her death, eager to witness the spectacle she would create. Suppressing her elation, Wen Ning tore the garment from her head, casting a glance at the jeering female inmates. In a single sweep, she noticed that those among them who had committed murder were each shadowed by a dark figure, the specters of their victims. In her previous life, these women had subjected her to relentless torment, which she had endured to survive. Now, she no longer needed to suffer their abuse. She could even exact retribution before her release. Consequently, she cast the garment to the floor, grinding it beneath her heel. The inmates' derisive laughter ceased abruptly as she moved, replaced by expressions of astonishment. This Wen Ning, had she lost her senses? To dare trample the leader's garment underfoot in their very presence? A stout, squat female prisoner rose to her feet, exclaiming, "You contemptible harlot, have you grown weary of life? Just because your release is imminent, you presume to act with impunity? I swear, I shall break a leg for you today." This particular inmate had once been the undisputed leader within the prison walls, convicted of intentional homicide, yet fortunate enough to receive a suspended death sentence. Having resided here for over a decade, scarcely anyone within the prison had escaped her beatings. However, the arrival of Shering had disrupted this hierarchy. Shering, the woman procured to assassinate her by the one who had stolen her destiny. Upon entering the prison, this woman had relentlessly sought to ingratiate herself with her, proclaiming her protection after subduing these very inmates. Consequently, they harbored intense animosity toward her, ambushing her in corners on numerous occasions. Recalling these instances, resentment surged within Wen Ning's eyes. Observing that Wen Ning did not exhibit her usual fear, but rather a predatory demeanor, the squad inmate was incensed. She surmised that Wen Ning's newfound audacity stemmed from having a benefactor. The repressed fury of recent times surged to the forefront, and she raised her fist to strike Wen Ning's face, intending to teach her a lesson. Her movements were swift. Yet to Wen Ning, they seemed as if played out in slow motion, like scenes from a languid film. As the fist was about to strike Wen Ning's face, the other female prisoners revealed expressions of anticipation. Suddenly, a large hand intercepted the blow, and the stocky prisoner cried out in agony. "My hand! My hand! It hurts! I was wrong, boss, I was really wrong." Shering, the owner of the large hand, said in a deep voice, "I said, anyone who dares to bully my girl Wen Ning will suffer the consequences. Are you disregarding my words?" The stocky prisoner repeatedly begged for mercy, but Shering nonchalantly replied, "What's the point of begging me? The person you bullied is my girl Wen." The stocky prisoner quickly turned to Wen Ning and pleaded, "Girl Wen, I'm sorry. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me, okay?" Wen Ning smiled faintly. "What if I insist on holding it against you?" Everyone present was astonished, including Shering. Was this still the same docile Wen Ning? Seeing the confusion in Shering's eyes, Wen Ning asked with a playful smile, "Sister Shi, didn't you say you would protect me? She's bullying me so blatantly, aren't you going to teach her a lesson?" Shering narrowed her eyes, sensing that something was different about Wen Ning. However, she was unconcerned, as there was no need to care about someone who was about to die. She swiftly reacted, grabbing the stocky prisoner's hand and expertly executing a shoulder throw. The prisoner writhed and groaned on the ground in pain, and Shering stepped on her stomach, warning, "If you dare to make things difficult for my girl again, I'll skin you alive." The prisoner repeatedly begged for forgiveness, and Shering finally snorted coldly and withdrew her foot, pulling Wen Ning away. "As your release looms on the horizon tomorrow, I avail myself of this fleeting moment of open-air respite to present you with a token of remembrance." Wen Ning cast a sidelong glance at the towering figure of Shering, her lips curling into a sardonic smile as her gaze lingered upon the twin shadows adorning Shering's back. Just as in the bygone days, Shering, cloaked in the same pretext, inveigled her into the secluded recess beyond the reach of surveillance. Upon their arrival, Shering's visage metamorphosed into one of menacing intent. With the constraints of the limited outdoor interlude weighing heavily upon her, she was compelled to expedite the dispatch of Wen Ning, subsequently feigning insanity in accordance with the meticulously laid-out scheme. Subsequently, prearranged individuals would escort her to undergo psychiatric evaluation, thereby procuring a mental assessment report that would facilitate her seamless escape. Thereafter, she would abscond abroad, laden with a substantial sum tendered by her benefactor. The blueprint was impeccably conceived, provided the execution remained unblemished, no soul would discern any flaw. Without delay, she retrieved from her pocket a shard of porcelain, honed to an unnerving keenness, and lunged towards Wen Ning's carotid artery. Contrary to expectations, the infallible maneuver faltered at the precipice of consummation, as Wen Ning's grasp abruptly seized her wrist. In the ensuing instant, an acute surge of agony coursed through her appendage, causing the porcelain fragment to plummet to the earth, where Wen Ning promptly dispatched it with a decisive kick. Shering's riposte was instantaneous, as she brandished her alternate fist in a vehement assault upon Wen Ning. The proximity between the two combatants was negligible, and her onslaught was characterized by both ferocity and velocity, rendering evasion improbable even for seasoned pugilists. Yet, Wen Ning defied expectations, eluding the strike and capitalizing on the fleeting fraction of a second of Shering's bewilderment to execute a swift over-the-shoulder throw. As Shering reeled from the sensation of her internal organs being displaced by the impact, Wen Ning's foot descended upon her sternum. Such a posture was deeply offensive to Quartz, so she disregarded the physical pain and immediately attempted to rise and subdue Wen Ning. Yet, strangely, no matter how she struggled, She could neither dislodge the foot from her chest, nor ignore the increasing pressure that left her breathless. Wen Ning, too, was surprised by her newfound strength. It seemed her efforts as a spectre had not been in vain. Quartz could not fathom how someone so seemingly delicate could suddenly possess such formidable power. Wen Ning, observing Quartz's desperate struggles beneath her foot, smirked and inquired, "Who sent you to kill me?" Quartz recoiled, her eyes wide with horror. What are you talking about? I don't understand." Wen Ning chuckled coldly, "Don't understand? No matter, you soon will." With that, she gestured towards the two shadowy figures that had been trailing Quartz. Instantly, the temperature in the blind spot plummeted, and the two apparitions revealed their true forms. Chapter 3, The Murderer's Confession. As Quartz beheld the true visages of the two specters, her pupils contracted, and her face drained of color. One was a girl of 15 or 16, her limbs grotesquely contorted, her skull fractured, a gruesome mask of red and white. The other was a woman in her 20s. Drenched in blood, cradling a bloody mass that, upon closer inspection, resembled a newly formed fetus. Both had perished because of Quartz. The maiden, scarcely 16, reached out and grasped her throat, clinging to her like a vine. "Shering," she hissed, "you orchestrated a vile campaign of online harassment against me, driving me to leap from the 5th story to prove my innocence. I swore with my dying breath that I would haunt you for eternity, and today, my chance has arrived." Simultaneously, the spectral figure cradling her unborn child emitted a chilling lament. "Shering, you condemned us both to a tragic fate. Did you truly believe your actions, concealed from surveillance, would remain forever undetected? Today, you shall atone for your sins in blood." Shering, hardened by a life of malevolence, remained remarkably composed in the face of the supernatural. Mustering her courage, she swung her fists wildly at the apparitions. However, her blows proved utterly futile against their ethereal forms, serving only to enrage the already vengeful spirits. Their untimely deaths had imbued them with immense resentment, and her assault only intensified their fury. Yet, they refrained from immediate retaliation, instead unleashing a chorus of wrathful screams. Wen Ning, with a swift gesture, traced arcane symbols in the air, conjuring an invisible sigil. "Let vengeance be exacted, debts be repaid," she intoned. "Then, find solace in reincarnation." With these words, Wen Ning cast the charm upon the specters. They offered her gazes of profound gratitude before descending upon Shering, who lay pinned to the ground. A cacophony of agonizing screams erupted from the corner. "Release me! Begone! Save me, please!" Shering felt her body betray her, her own hands constricting her throat with ever-increasing force. She felt suffocated, yearning to withdraw her hand, yet the two apparitions held her grip firmly. In a desperate bid to liberate herself, she rolled frantically on the ground. When Ning observed Ying's anguished expression, her gaze chillingly indifferent. In truth, she harbored a desire to personally resolve the situation with Ying, but deemed it unworthy of her time. After all, she had far more pressing matters to attend to, and wasting time on someone like Ying was simply not worth it. Moreover, Ying was not yet destined to perish. Ying's anguished screams swiftly attracted the attention of the prison guards. Several of them, wielding electric batons, rushed toward the scene, issuing a stern warning to Wen Ning, who had retreated to the sidelines to watch. "Place your hands on your head and squat down." Obediently, Wen Ning complied. One guard advanced to restrain her, while two others assessed Ying's condition. They discovered that Ying was, quite disturbingly, inflicting harm upon herself, and attempted to pry her hands away. Yet, perplexingly, no matter how forcefully they tugged, Ying's grip remained unyielding. As Ying began to lose consciousness, her eyes rolling back, the guards resolved to render her unconscious. However, in the next instant, Ying sprang to her feet, shoving aside the two guards who sought to assist her, and dashed away. The guards, baffled by her actions, promptly pursued her. What unfolded next left them utterly astounded. Ying raced to the base of the tallest building, astonishingly scaling the prison walls with her bare hands, her agility surpassing even that of a monkey. The prisoners enjoying their free time stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. The building stood 5 stories tall, and in a mere 2 minutes, Ying ascended to the rooftop. There, she stood, her voice hoarse from desperation, crying out, "Zhang Xiaojing, I was wrong. I should not have tarnished your reputation in my quest for vengeance on behalf of my cousin, nor should I have employed online trolls to harass you, forcing you to contemplate suicide. Qin, I apologize, I should not have driven under the influence. After I struck you, I panicked at the thought of you remembering my license plate and intentionally ran you over. I was unaware of your pregnancy, I simply wished to avoid further complications. The crowd below was taken aback by her revelations. It was astonishing to realize that Shering, who had entered for a brawl, was burdened with not one, but 3 lives on her conscience. Wen Ning observed Shering's confession from the rooftop and gestured to the 2 female spirits, urging them to intensify their efforts to extract the reasons behind Shering's intent to harm her. Yet, just as the spirits pressed harder, Shering leapt from the edge, plunging from the 5th floor. Blood splattered upon impact, she was dead beyond any doubt. Many prisoners screamed in terror. As Wen Ning witnessed Shiying's spirit departing her body, she prepared to seize it, but before she could act, Shiying's essence vanished from her sight. The entire sequence from Shiying's fall to the disappearance of her soul transpired with astonishing swiftness. Wen Ning narrowed her eyes and glanced up at the rooftop where Shiying had stood moments before. The prison guards were momentarily stunned before regaining their composure, hastily managing the scene. A few rushed to assess Shiying's condition while others began to usher the prisoners back to their cells. Wen Ning too was escorted back to her cell. The female inmate, previously hurled to the ground by Quartz, approached her with malicious intent, while the others secured the door. "Insolent wretch," she sneered, "now that your protector lies incapacitated, I wonder who will come to your aid." With that, she raised her hand to strike Wen Ning's face. However, the blow never landed. Wen Ning seized her wrist, forcibly directing the slap onto her own cheek. Wen Ning, gripping her wrist, inquired with a chilling smile, "Do you derive a sense of superiority from bullying the vulnerable?" The squat, stout inmate attempted to retract her hand, only to find herself powerless. Sensing a shift in Wen Ning's demeanor, she urgently called out to her accomplices, "What are you waiting for? Get over here and thrash this little bitch." Several inmates immediately surrounded them, poised to inflict harm upon Wen Ning. Wen Ning responded with a sardonic grin, perfect timing. Before the others could comprehend the situation, Wen Ning moved with sudden swiftness, a blur of motion before their eyes. The cell erupted in cacophonous howls of agony. The guards, preoccupied with Quartz, remained oblivious to the commotion. After a time, Wen Ning stooped down, lifting the stout inmate's chin. "You tormented me for 2.5 years, she stated. "How shall we settle this debt?" The stout inmate, writhing on the floor in pain, trembled and hastily replied, "I'll strike myself, would that suffice?" Wen Ning arched an eyebrow. "Since you are so sincere," she conceded, "I shall grant your request." The stout inmate scrambled to her knees and began to strike her own face. Scanning the other female inmates, Wen Ning elicited a collective shudder, and they hastily began to slap their own faces. A cacophony of smacks echoed through the prison cell. They were utterly perplexed as to how Wen Ning had suddenly become so formidable, capable of overpowering 7 of them with such ease. Furthermore, despite the excruciating pain they felt, there was not a single visible mark on their bodies. Such skill was not that of an ordinary person. They were even more baffled as to why Wen Ning, with such prowess, had endured their bullying in silence for so long. Had they known of her capabilities, not even with the courage of 10 men would they have dared to mistreat her. Wen Ning disregarded the cowardly inmates and returned to her bunk, pulling back the covers to lie down. Chapter 4, An unforeseen encounter. The instant Wen Ning reclined, 2 figures materialized before her eyes. They were the 2 female spirits seeking vengeance on Shering. The 2 specters appeared particularly abashed as they faced Wen Ning. "Esteemed little celestial master, we apologize for our failure to fulfill your instructions. We did not anticipate that Shering would be so easily frightened as to actually jump from the building." Wen Ning inquired, "While you were on the roof with her, did you sense anything unusual?" The 2 female ghosts exchanged puzzled glances. "Unusual?" Wen Ning nodded. "You were clinging to Shering at the time. Ordinarily, she would have been unable to control her own body. Yet, she abruptly leaped off the building. I recall something now. Zhang Xiaojing mentioned that in the penultimate instant before she was to jump, she felt as though she was restrained by something. But the action occurred so rapidly that she dismissed it as a figment of her imagination." Upon hearing this, Qin also recalled the incident. "Young celestial master. What could this be? Apart from Shering, there was no one else on the rooftop at the time. How could such a phenomenon occur? Could it be intervention from the netherworld?" Both female spirits displayed expressions of trepidation. Wen Ning offered them a reassuring smile and said, "Do not fret yourselves with unfounded worries. It was neither the netherworld nor was it directed at you. Rather, it was intended for her." She had detected a fluctuation of energy at the moment Shi Ying's soul dissipated, but the fluctuation was so fleeting that she almost overlooked it. Had it not been for the disappearance of Shi Ying's soul, she might not have noticed it at all. It seemed that the individual who had instigated Shi Ying to assassinate her had been monitoring the situation within the prison. This would explain how they were able to intervene promptly and eliminate Shi Ying when she attempted to compel Shi Ying to speak. Indeed, the adversary is formidable. Wen Ning suppressed her inner thoughts and addressed the two female spirits. "Shi Ying is deceased, and she has divulged the truth behind your demise. Your blood debt has been repaid. Now, it is time for you to report to the netherworld. Allow me to perform a requiem for you." The two female spirits bowed deeply towards Wen Ning. Wen Ning arose and assumed a meditative posture on the bed, chanting the rebirth mantra while forming a mudra in the air. Soon, a fissure materialized out of thin air, and the two female spirits, hand in hand, entered the fissure, bowing once more to Wen Ning in gratitude. As the rebirth mantra concluded, the fissure closed, and the two female spirits departed from this world entirely. Meanwhile, two beams of virtuous light descended from the heavens, merging into Wen Ning's brow. After absorbing the virtue, Wen Ning reclined once more, propping her feet up as she listened to the sound of the female prisoners slapping each other. Though no one was watching, the moment someone struck too lightly, she could instantly call out that person's name to remind her to refrain from such antics. Just as the female prisoners began to question their existence through their self-inflicted torment, a guard knocked on the door, inquiring about the situation. Who had locked the door? "Open up." Tears shimmered in the eyes of the female prisoners. At last, the guards had arrived. If they delayed any longer, the prisoners might well induce concussions upon themselves. However, Wen Ning did not intervene. Instead, she rose to open the door herself. As the door swung open, the guards were taken aback by the scene within. "What on earth are you doing?" Wen Ning smiled sweetly and replied, "They are repenting for all the misdeeds of their past, using this method to remind themselves to reform and become better individuals." Turning to glance at the female prisoners, she cheerfully asked, "Am I correct?" The prisoners gritted their teeth in agreement. The guards, though aware of the true nature of the situation, chose not to say much. The female prisoners in this cell were known troublemakers. As long as their antics did not spill over into the outside world and harm others, the guards found some amusement in their mutual torment. After all, once they were exhausted from fighting among themselves, they had little energy left to stir up trouble elsewhere. Remembering the purpose of her visit, the guard softened her expression and smiled at Wen Ning. "Someone has come to see you, please accompany me." Wen Ning was somewhat surprised. Someone was here to visit her? Such an occurrence was indeed rare. After enduring 2.5 years of incarceration, she had received no visitors. Indeed, apart from the Wen family, she possessed no companions. However, Wen Ning refrained from further inquiry and followed the corrections officer out of the cell. The female inmates rejoiced inwardly, only for Wen Ning to turn back and say with a smile, "You must repent diligently, or your sincerity will be insufficient." The female inmates were taken aback. They had assumed the corrections officer would escort her to the visitation room where inmates typically met with family members, but instead, she was led to a rather peculiar chamber. This room contained only a table and 4 chairs, with a potted plant in the corner. Its distinctive feature was an entire wall of opaque black glass. Wen Ning expressed her bewilderment. "Have we perhaps taken a wrong turn?" The female corrections officer responded with a cordial smile. "This is what the superiors have arranged. Today is the final day of your sentence, so there's no need to be as strict as before." Wen Ning nodded, glanced at the glass wall, and quietly took a seat. Gazing at the glass, Wen Ning speculated inwardly, wondering who might be visiting her. On the other side of the black glass, a middle-aged couple with graying hair watched Wen Ning with bated breath, accompanied by a beautiful woman adorned in a complete chancel ensemble and large sunglasses. It's her. I can't be mistaken, I'm certain she's my daughter. Donglin, quickly, let's go see her." Wen Xinhua, visibly moved and elated, turned to meet Wen Ning. However, she had barely taken a few steps when her body stiffened, and she began to fall to the ground. Hastening to her aid, Gu Donglin extended a hand to steady her. The woman with sunglasses rushed forward, exclaiming, "My mother has fainted. We must get her to a hospital at once." Observing the situation, the prison warden promptly arranged for transportation. With utmost care, the assembled individuals lifted Wen Xinhua into the vehicle. The warden inquired, Miss Gu Xian. What shall we do about the visit? Shall we proceed? Without so much as a backward glance, Gu Xian retorted, escort her home. My mother's condition takes precedence over all else. Swiftly, the Gu family of 3 departed for the hospital in the prison vehicle. In the visitation room, Wen Ning awaited news. Until the same prison guard who had summoned her earlier returned, offering an apologetic smile. You may return to your cell, today's visit has been temporarily suspended. Wen Ning could not help but inquire, might I ask who was here to see me? And why was the visit abruptly cancelled? She recalled that in her previous life, when Shering had murdered her, he had mentioned that her biological parents were searching for her. Could it be that her visitors were her true parents? Yet, if they were, why would they refuse to see her, having come this far? Could it be the person who had directed Shering? That seemed improbable. Considering her capabilities in her past life, Shering would have encountered no obstacles in assassinating her. The prison guard responded with a regretful expression. I am unable to divulge that information. It was not that she was unwilling to share, but rather that she was genuinely unaware. As she was merely responsible for relaying messages. Comprehending her meaning, Wen Ning ceased her inquiries. Very well, since the individual had sought her out, they would inevitably meet again. The prison guard escorted her back to her cell door, where the sound of slaps persisted. Prompted by the situation, she offered. Would you like me to arrange for a transfer to another cell? She was apprehensive that Wen Ning might be confronted by those troublemakers that night. Sensing her goodwill, Wen Ning smiled at her, there's no need for concern. They are all my fellow inmates, and on this last night, I find it hard to part from them. The prison guard, seeing her resolve, chose not to press further and turned to leave. Wait a moment, Wen Ning called after her. Miss, when you head home tonight, do not take your usual route, remember this well. Chapter 5, Release. The guard looked at her quizzically, why? Wen Ning smiled again, no need for questions. Just heed my words. Also, miss, your boyfriend may pose a problem, do be vigilant and refrain from rushing into marriage, for he is not your suitable match. With that, Wen Ning retreated into her cell. The guard, feeling somewhat bewildered by Wen Ning's cryptic remarks, shook her head and departed. By now, it was already 6 in the evening. The guard, Zhang Tingting, clocked out as usual and mounted her motorcycle, preparing to return home. Her residence was accessible by 2 routes, one taking approximately 30 minutes and the other nearly 40. Typically, she opted for the shorter route. As she approached the fork in the road, Wen Ning's words suddenly resurfaced in her mind. However, she dismissed them, after all. She had traversed this path for over 2 years and could navigate it with her eyes closed, so what could possibly go wrong? With a twist of the throttle, she surged forward. Halfway through the journey, everything continued smoothly, and Zhang Tingting chuckled at herself for almost letting a young inmate's words sway her. She then proceeded to twist the throttle, intending to hasten home with utmost speed, oblivious to the ebony luxury vehicle rapidly closing in on her. Sir, the vehicle's braking system is compromised. Within the opulent car, the chauffeur, visibly disconcerted, endeavored to regulate the velocity, yet the braking mechanism proved entirely unresponsive. In the rear seat, Fu Xiuan's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. How many times had this transpired? In recent years, the incidents surrounding him had proliferated. This vehicular collision marking the 3rd of its kind. Initially, he posited the notion of sabotage, yet subsequent to the preceding 2 mishaps, neither the authorities nor his own investigations could unearth any evidence of malicious tampering. Beyond the car crashes, a litany of other incidents, both major and minor, occurred with near-monthly frequency. While a solitary occurrence might be dismissed, their sheer number compelled him to delve deeper, questioning whether these were mere coincidences or strokes of fate. After this matter was resolved, he would have to devise a method to address it thoroughly. Evade pedestrians and vehicles, then seek an opportune location for a forced stop. Fu Xiuan calmly instructed the driver. However, as it was the height of rush hour, the thoroughfare teemed with an increasing number of vehicles and pedestrians. Beads of perspiration dotted the driver's forehead as he maintained acute focus, activating the hazard lights and blaring the horn while weaving through the vehicular flow. Many drivers, recognizing the anomaly, promptly veered aside. Fu Xiuan glanced through the window and noticed an auto repair shop ahead, with a stack of discarded tires lining the roadside. He promptly declared, "Impact those tires." Upon receiving the directive, the chauffeur, a long-serving and trusted employee, acted without hesitation, steering the vehicle directly into the stack of tires. The resulting cataclysmic impact sent the car spiraling through the air before it crashed back to earth with a resounding thud. Smoke billowed from the mangled hood, transforming the once imposing luxury vehicle into a heap of twisted metal. The calamitous collision startled onlookers, bringing traffic to an abrupt and screeching halt. Vehicles swerved wildly in a desperate attempt to avoid the wreckage, resulting in a series of secondary impacts. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Tingting was weaving through traffic when the sudden stop ahead forced her to swerve. An instant later, she was struck from behind. With remarkable presence of mind, she abandoned her vehicle and leaped to safety just as a cacophony of crashes erupted around her. Pale with fright, Zhang Tingting watched as a chain reaction of rear-end collisions unfolded, her motorcycle sandwiched between the wreckage. Had she hesitated, she might have met a ghastly end. As she steadied herself, the words of Wen Ning echoed in her mind, prompting her to wonder if the young inmate's pronouncements were more than mere ramblings. A passerby, noticing her distress, rushed to her side, inquiring, "Are you all right, miss? Are you hurt?" Zhang Tingting shook her head, admitting only to being shaken. "Then please," the stranger urged, "call the authorities. The rest of us will try to extract those trapped in the vehicles." Turning back, Zhang Tingting observed a growing crowd converging on the epicenter of the carnage. Overwhelmed by a surge of fervor, they disregarded their trepidation and promptly dialed the authorities before rushing to provide assistance. Veritably, luxury vehicles lived up to their reputation, despite the severity of the collision. The vehicle's frame remained largely intact, facilitating the swift extraction of its occupants. Alas, both the chauffeur and Fu Xiuan had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the impact. Following their rescue, they were relocated to a secure area. After a brief interlude, Fu Xiuan regained consciousness. A rescuer inquired, "Young man, how are you feeling? Are you injured?" Fu Xiuan furrowed his brow and responded, "I suspect I have fractured a rib, and I am experiencing severe dizziness, likely indicative of a concussion." Abruptly, something fell to the ground. He glanced down and noticed two pieces of lackluster, fragmented jade scattered upon the earth. He touched his chest and realized that something was missing. He retrieved the shattered jade, clutched it in his hand, and adopted a grave countenance. These two jade fragments were protective talismans that his grandfather had procured at great expense. He had carried them since childhood, as they were said to be capable of averting a fatal calamity. Therefore, was it the case that this incident would have claimed his life? He turned his gaze toward the driver beside him. Observing that the driver was covered in blood and teetering precariously on the brink of expiration, he swiftly located his cellular device and contacted his assistant, urging them to dispatch a helicopter with haste. Given the current traffic congestion, the driver might not survive until an ambulance arrived. Ere long, the helicopter materialized, and Fu Xiuan and the driver were hoisted aboard. His assistant remained behind to manage the aftermath of the vehicular mishap. By the time Zhang Tingting returned home, the night had already deepened into complete darkness. The owner of the luxury car was indeed quite responsible. All those involved in the collision were promptly taken to the hospital for a thorough examination, and she even compensated them. She received a sum as well, which prompted her to pick up a new vehicle upon her return. Just as she parked and was about to ascend to her home, she suddenly recalled Wen Ning's words. Her boyfriend. If she had previously dismissed Wen Ning's comments with skepticism, she now found herself grappling with doubt. Could it be that her fiancé, with whom she had been in a relationship since high school, truly had issues? Although she was reluctant to question the integrity of her longtime partner, the uncanny coincidence she had just experienced made it difficult for Zhang Tingting to dismiss her thoughts. After much contemplation, she took out her phone and called her boyfriend. The phone rang for quite some time before it was finally answered. Upon learning that he was busy with work and could not break away, Zhang Tingting hopped on her bike and made her way to his workplace. Throughout the journey, she sought to rationalize her actions, insisting that her skepticism was not rooted in distrust but rather in her need for comfort after the accident. However, upon arrival, she discovered that his office had already closed for the day. A wave of despair washed over her. He had deceived her. Chapter 6, Debunking. In the live broadcast room at Engshi Hospital, when Xinhua finally regained consciousness after a series of emergency treatments. "Darling, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort?" Gu Donglin was the first to notice his wife had come to, as their children rushed to the bedside. Their adopted daughter, Gu Xian, spoke with a tremor in her voice. Mom, you scared me half to death, did you know that? Warm-hearted Wen Xian Hua offered her an apologetic smile. Mother is quite alright, do not fret. You are perpetually occupied, what brings you here? I trust it does not impede your professional endeavors? Gu Xian dabbed at the corner of her eyes and responded, how could I possibly concentrate on work with you in such a state? Mother, you must endeavor to recover. Otherwise, elder sister's spirit in the heavens will undoubtedly be aggrieved. Upon hearing mention of her eldest daughter, a profound sorrow filled Wen Xian Hua's eyes. Gu Xian hastily apologized. Mother, forgive me, I misspoke. However, I am genuinely concerned about your well-being. Observing the redness in her eyes, Wen Xian Hua promptly suppressed the anguish within her heart and smiled at her. I am quite all right. You are always so solicitous, there is no need for such caution. I am not as fragile as you presume. Despite her words, an acute pain continued to constrict her heart. She had borne 3 sons and 2 daughters. Her youngest daughter was abducted shortly after birth. Her eldest daughter, exceptionally accomplished and beautiful, gained admission to a prestigious university and subsequently entered the entertainment industry, securing the title of the youngest best actress after her inaugural film role. With millions of ardent followers, her fame reached its zenith. However, 3 years prior, this remarkable daughter inexplicably vanished during a film shoot, leaving no trace. The mere thought of this filled Wen Xian Hua's eyes with tears. Observing the scene, Gu Jia's eldest son, Gu Jin, swiftly diverted the conversation. Mother, have you had the opportunity to see our youngest sister today? Wen Xian Hua blinked away the tears and replied, I saw her through the glass, but alas, my health is too frail to allow your youngest sister to meet us as well. The third son, Gu Yan, promptly offered solace, it is of no consequence. Fortunately, second brother will arrive early tomorrow morning. We shall then collectively bring our youngest sister home. Gu Xian remarked, indeed, let us go together to welcome our little sister home. When Xinhua expressed her disapproval, saying, Xian, you need not attend. You are now a prominent star, should those pesky reporters catch a glimpse of you, they might concoct some unfavorable tales that could tarnish your reputation. Gu Xian shook her head dismissively, I am unperturbed, mother. Tomorrow marks a significant occasion for our family's reunion, how could I possibly be absent? Mother, although I am not your biological child, you and father have treated me as your own. From my childhood, you have shown the same affection towards me as you have for my sister. In my heart, you are my true parents, and my little sister is indeed my dear sister. Once she returns home, I shall keep her close, ensuring that no one dares to belittle or mistreat her. When Xinhua, touched by her words, felt tears welling in her eyes, very well, we shall go together. Xian, you are truly considerate. Gu Donglin and Gu Jin were equally moved, and even Gu Yan, who often had a contentious relationship with Gu Xian, found her much more agreeable. As the heavy steel gate swung open, Wen Ning emerged, carrying a small bag of belongings. Standing at the prison entrance, she gazed up at the azure sky and the newly risen sun, inhaling deeply, a smile blossoming on her lips. How wonderful this is the essence of freedom. The sound of brakes screeched to a halt. Wen Ning turned her head to see the young prison officer approaching. Zhang Tingting excitedly dismounted her motorcycle and hurried over to her, exclaiming, how splendid. Wen Xian, I am so relieved I have not arrived too late. Wen Ning smiled and corrected her, allow me to clarify, my name is Wen Ning. Zhang Tingting was filled with confusion, what? Aren't you called Wen Xian? Although they had been addressing the prisoners by their numbers for over 2 years, she was well aware of Wen Ning's name. Wen Ning smiled faintly, indeed. Her file bore the name Wen Xian. This was because she had taken the place of her twin sister in prison, thus adopting her sister's name. The story behind this is lengthy, but all you need to remember is that my name is Wen Ning. Zhang Tingting did not dwell on the matter. Responding with a smile, hello, Wen Ning, let us get reacquainted. I am Zhang Tingting. Wen Ning greeted her back with a smile, is your injury not too serious? Zhang Tingting felt a bit embarrassed at her inquiry, replying, it hurts a little, but it's bearable. Wen Ning, you can tell fortunes, right? Wen Ning smiled and replied, I suppose you could say that. Zhang Tingting bit her lip and asked, could you perhaps help me? I want to know if there is something wrong with my boyfriend. Wen Ning chuckled, for specifics, you must uncover the truth yourself. After all, some matters cannot be resolved unless witnessed firsthand. However, I can tell you one thing, he is detrimental to you. Being with him will lead to misfortune in your career, troubles in marriage, and obstacles in wealth. Zhang Tingting's eyes widened in shock, and she immediately felt compelled to take out her phone to break up with her boyfriend. Wen Ning laughed softly. Patting her motorcycle and mounting it effortlessly, let us not rush, come, take me to a place. Zhang Tingting snapped back to reality, alright, hold on tight, let's set off. Early in the morning, the entire Gu family rose early and descended together, preparing to embark on a journey to the prison to welcome someone home. However, as soon as they stepped out of the hotel, they were swiftly encircled by a throng of journalists and reporters wielding cameras and microphones. A few reporters at the forefront thrust their recording devices toward Gu Xian, inquiring, I have heard that you are visiting the prison today to retrieve your sister. Could you enlighten us on the nature of her crime? What are your thoughts on her actions? Do you believe your sister has truly turned over a new leaf? It has come to our attention that she was recently reunited with you. Will her past actions tarnish your reputation? A multitude of reporters relentlessly snapped photos of the Gu family, their questions growing increasingly piercing. The family's expressions darkened, yet they refrained from rebuking the journalists. Fully aware of their penchant for sensationalism and their tendency to exploit any potential misstep in conversation. The Gu family had suffered considerably from such media tactics in the past. Moreover, the reporters were focused on Gu Xian, wishing to shield him from any adverse effects, and thus, they bore the scrutiny in silence. Gu Xian paused, removed his sunglasses, and offered a radiant smile to the cameras. Thank you all for your concern, I shall now address your queries. My sister has not committed any grave offense. I believe her intrinsic nature is kind-hearted. I trust she will not disappoint me or our family, nor will she let society down. Furthermore, my sister is merely an ordinary person, and I kindly ask that you afford her some time and space, allowing her to adjust without undue disturbance. When the opportunity arises. May I introduce her to everyone? This statement resonated through the live broadcast, swiftly spreading across the internet, eliciting a flurry of praise from Gu Xian's admirers. My dear E is truly kind-hearted. Xianer is not only beautiful but also possesses a benevolent spirit. I hope her oblivious sister can become more considerate and refrain from causing Xianer any trouble in the future. With such beauty and kindness, being her sister must be a blessing. Although Gu Xian could not see the comments on the live stream, she could perceive the emotions reflected in the reporters' faces. Assured that her words had touched them, she smiled and clasped her hands together, addressing the crowd, could everyone please make way? We need to pick up my sister from prison, and time is of the essence. I kindly ask for your cooperation. However, the reporters were not so compliant. Remaining clustered around her, intent on following her to capture the first-hand experience at the prison. Chapter 7, The Foreboding of Bloodshed. Gu Xian cast a glance back at the interview vehicles trailing behind them, a flicker of satisfaction dancing in her eyes. These individuals had been summoned at her behest, their purpose clear, to juxtapose the infamous image of the reformed criminal, Wen Ning, against her own portrayal of purity and kindness. When Xinhua glanced at her watch, unable to suppress her impatience as she urged the driver, Gu Jin, could we possibly go any faster? I fear we might arrive too late and miss Wen Ning's release. Gu Jin, somewhat hesitant, replied, Mother, it's rush hour, the traffic is heavy. Please remain calm. We will certainly make it in time. Gu Xin promptly began to reproach herself, lamenting, it's all my fault. Had I known so many reporters were waiting downstairs, I would have had you descend first. If this causes a delay, her eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. When Xinhua quickly interjected, it's all right, it's all right. How could this be your fault? You couldn't have foreseen such an event. Gu Xin managed a smile through her tears. When they finally arrived at the prison gates, having rushed as quickly as possible, it was already past 10 o'clock. The reporters swiftly set up their equipment, preparing to film, while the broadcasters enthusiastically narrated the progress to their viewers. The commotion created by so many people drew the ire of the prison guard at the entrance, who sternly ordered, do not congregate here. Please disperse immediately. Gu Xin quickly stepped forward and said in a gentle tone, Hello, I am Gu Xin. We're here to pick up my sister upon her release. May I inquire when my sister, Wen Xian, will be released? The prison guard scrutinized her for a moment before replying coldly, I don't recognize any Gu Xin or Gu Xiu. Wen Xian completed the procedures and departed an hour ago. I remind you once more, loitering is not permitted here. Please leave immediately. The situation became incredibly awkward, and Gu Xin struggled to maintain her composure. Her fans in the live broadcast were displeased. What does this gatekeeper mean? How dare she speak to our goddess like that? Which prison is this? Let's investigate. Find her and make her apologize to our Xin. A passerby, unable to bear the scene, cautioned, "You fans ought to remain composed. This is a government establishment. And you cannot act recklessly here." Consequently, the fans turned their ire upon the passerby, who was so frightened that they promptly exited the livestream, deleting their account in haste. The livestream quickly descended into chaos, and the Gu family was also thrown into disarray. When Xinhua was on the verge of tears, Gu Donglin, in a flurry, suggested, "Let us search for her records and investigate her family's residence." Yes, let us hurry and look." Wen Ning directed Zhang Tingting to pull over the motorcycle, dismounting from the rear seat to gaze at the grand villa before her. At that moment, the villa was hosting a lavish banquet, with numerous luxury cars parked outside and melodious music drifting through the air. Zhang Tingting, astonished, exclaimed, "Is this your home?" Wen Ning remained silent, striding purposefully toward the entrance of the villa. Zhang Tingting felt somewhat uneasy and said, "Well, I'll leave you here, you can go and buy yourself. I must take my leave." Then, she quickly retrieved a pen and sticky note from her bag, scribbling down her phone number. "This is my number. Should you require any assistance, feel free to call me." However, as she glanced at the opulent villa, she suddenly felt her words were superfluous. After removing her work attire, she was just an ordinary citizen, while Wen Ning's home radiated affluence, leaving little need for her assistance. Consequently, she reconsidered and attempted to retract the sticky note. As a result, Wen Ning swiftly took the paper before her, glanced at it, and then tucked it into her pocket. Grasping her wrist with determination, she said, "Since I've come all this way, it would be utterly discourteous of me to leave without sharing a meal." With that, she forcefully kicked open the opulent door of the villa. The resounding crash startled everyone in the garden, causing them to turn in unison to see what had transpired. Upon recognizing the face at the entrance, the members of the Wen family were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Wen Ning, adjusting her short hair, greeted them with a smile and a wave. "Family, I'm back. I see you didn't come to fetch me because you were preparing a welcome party at home? How delightful. I truly appreciate it." The guests exchanged bewildered glances at Wen Ning, who wore a faded outfit with noticeable wear and tear. "Who is this?" they wondered. Releasing Zhang Tingting's hand, Wen Ning stepped onto the small stage in the garden, took the microphone, and beamed as she introduced herself. "Greetings to all the guests attending my release ceremony. My name is Wen Ning, the third daughter of the Wen family, just returned from serving time for my sister, Wen Xian." Her brief statement left a multitude of guests wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss as to which aspect to focus on. Meanwhile, the Wen family collectively donned grim expressions. And when Tianqing hastily addressed the guests, "My apologies for the spectacle. This is my reclusive third daughter, who has struggled with her mental health since childhood and often speaks nonsensically. Please do not be alarmed, I shall have her escorted away at once." As he spoke, he turned to his son, Wen Qi, and gave him a knowing glance, indicating that his third sister had lost her mind again, urging him to take her down swiftly. Without hesitation, Wen Qi leaped onto the stage, rushing towards Wen Ning. With a slight smile playing on her lips, Wen Ning swiftly brought Wen Qi down to the ground, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Though they all witnessed the spectacle, none could comprehend how Wen Ning had managed to incapacitate Wen Qi in an instant, especially considering he was a trained martial arts enthusiast. Wen Qi felt utterly humiliated as he struggled to rise, but no amount of effort could free him. It was as if Wen Ning's leg bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, preventing him from even gaining an inch of elevation from the ground. Curious guests approached Wen Tianqing, inquiring, "Mr. Wen, is this truly your third daughter? Is what she claims accurate?" Wen Tianqing promptly denied it, asserting, "Of course not. My daughter Xian has always been gentle and kind, how could she possibly commit a crime, let alone let someone else take the blame?" Meanwhile, Wen Xian covered her face, sobbing softly, appearing deeply affected by the false accusations. Wen Mu, Zhang Xueru, was beside herself with rage, exclaiming, "This wretched girl has been rebellious and wayward since childhood, causing countless troubles. It is a common occurrence for her to tarnish Xian's name. I wish I had never brought such a scourge into this world." Wen Ning, still standing on the stage with a smile, taunted, "Then perhaps you could explain why my prison records list all of Wen Xian's personal information?" Surely the police couldn't have been so careless as to make such a significant error during their investigation? This is no trifling matter. Perhaps we should initiate legal proceedings against the officers who originally handled the case, compelling them to exonerate my second sister. Chapter 8, An unforeseen tactic. The Wen family was consumed with rage and anxiety, harboring a desire to eliminate her. However, given the multitude of witnesses, they dared not act rashly. With a playful smile, Wen Ning remarked, "Do not be so agitated. We are, after all, a family, bound by the principle of shared prosperity and shared adversity. However, ensure that the promises made when you requested me to take the blame are fulfilled. I shall not interrupt your revelry any further. Come, let the music continue, and may everyone enjoy the feast. Kindly provide 2 meals for us. Officer Zhang has traveled a great distance to escort me back, and it would be impolite to allow him to return home on an empty stomach." Having spoken, Wen Ning casually placed the microphone back on its stand and leaped off the stage, stepping on Wen Qi in the process. Wen Qi emitted a pained cry, prompting Zhang Xueru to rush forward to assess his condition. As Wen Ning swaggered into the villa with Zhang Tingting, the guests surrounded Wen Tiancheng, eager to glean scandalous details about the affluent family. Wen Tiancheng, wearing an expression of profound grief, offered explanations to the guests. "Presumably, you have all heard that our family has a third daughter who is mentally unstable. She is not perpetually deranged, but rather experiences intermittent episodes. She alone is responsible for the trouble she has stirred, and forensic analysis has determined that she was of sound mind when she inflicted the injuries. Since childhood, she has harbored jealousy towards Shanner for her superior qualities, which is why she is prone to fabricating stories and tarnishing Shanner's reputation. As for the matter concerning her identity within the archives, she initially pressured us fiercely to exchange her identity information with Su NRS. Moreover, she demanded a sum of money upon her release, threatening to return and target Su NR if we refused. We found ourselves in an impossible situation. Su NR is innocent, and we did not wish for her to suffer harm, thus we acquiesced to her unreasonable demands. We had hoped that our concessions would evoke a sense of gratitude within her, yet we were met with disappointment." Meanwhile, Wen Suen stood nearby, softly weeping. "Father, please stop. My sister has been in poor health since childhood, and her capriciousness is of little consequence to me. I am fine." WNM. Zheng Suar looked at her with a pained expression. "You need not always be so tender-hearted and understanding. If these words were to leak out, how would others perceive you? What would become of your career?" Wen Suen replied through tears, "It matters not, mother, please do not blame my sister. Those who believe in me will naturally trust me, and those who do not, why should I concern myself with their opinions? As for my career..." At this point, Wen Suen turned and collapsed into Zheng Suar's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, her heartache evident. The sorrow on Wen Tiancheng's face was palpable as he sighed. "Su NR, do not worry, your father will handle this matter appropriately. Besides, with so many guests present, the truth and falsehoods are clear to all. If any unfavorable rumors arise..." He then turned to the guests, addressing them. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the spectacle this incident has caused. I am not particularly concerned about my old visage, rather, it is Shanner whose fervent passion for her artistic career I hold dear. As you are aware, the entertainment industry is fraught with volatility, where even the slightest incident can incite chaos. To safeguard Shanner's development, I earnestly beseech everyone to treat today's occurrence as if it never happened." Wen Tiancheng appeared utterly distressed for his daughter, and despite the myriad thoughts swirling in their minds, the guests feigned smiles and offered their agreeable remarks. At long last, the guests were graciously escorted away. Once the last of them departed, Wen Xian discarded her earlier demeanor of tears and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Father, mother, did you not assert that that wretched girl would never return? Why has she reappeared, particularly on such a significant day? If my adversaries catch wind of her words, what shall we do? Her career had only just begun to flourish, and her public persona was barely established. Should a scandal arise that could implicate her in wrongdoing, her future would be irrevocably shattered." Zhang Xueru, equally anxious, urged her husband, "You must devise a plan to send her away. If she remains in our home, she will undoubtedly bring us immense trouble." Wen Tiancheng harbored a growing sense of foreboding. How could someone destined to remain behind prison bars return unscathed? And in such a transformed state? He was genuinely startled when she effortlessly incapacitated Wen Qi moments ago. He was all too aware of the hardships Wen Ning had endured during her 2+ years in prison. He could not fathom from where she had acquired such alarming prowess. The more he pondered, the more peculiar the situation appeared. With a sense of urgency, Wen Tiancheng retrieved his phone, retreated to a corner, and dialed a series of numbers that bore no identifying labels. Without surprise, the line emitted the sound of a disconnected number. He scrolled through the list again, discovering another set of unannotated numbers, only to find the same disheartening result. After dialing several such numbers, all yielded empty signals. Zhang Xueru leaned in and inquired, "What's the matter? Can you reach them?" Wen Tiancheng, somewhat irked, retorted sharply, "Do you not have eyes?" Typically, it was them who were contacted by the other party. And each time, it was through an internet call, rendering him unable to establish any connection. Over the years, he remained oblivious to the true identity of the other party. Yet, he understood that losing his temper would not resolve the predicament. Wen Qi, rubbing the bruises from his recent fall, glared with fierce intensity, suggesting, "If all else fails, we shall find a way to deal with her." Wen Tiancheng shot him a warning glance, "Behave yourself. That wretched girl has already revealed herself in front of outsiders today and said quite a lot. If anything were to happen to her, our family would be the first under suspicion. What then? Shall we just allow her to continue as she is? I can't shake the feeling that this insufferable girl is up to something sinister." The more Zhang Xueru spoke, the stronger her conviction grew. Wen Ning was entirely different now from 2 years ago. Once timid and easily intimidated, she now carried herself with an air that clearly dismissed their family. This drastic transformation left her profoundly unsettled. Wen Tiancheng narrowed his eyes, proposing, "Let us first keep her calm and lower her guard. Then we can confine her in the basement." Wen Xian's eyes lit up with realization, "Indeed. We could lock her away before, and we can do so again. Once she is confined to the cellar, that wretched girl will never witness the light of day again." Zhang Tingting sat in the lavishly decorated villa, partaking of a sumptuous meal, yet unable to discern any flavor. Wen Ning remarked with a smile, "What's the matter? Does it not suit your palate?" Zhang Tingting, observing her composed demeanor, inquired with some bewilderment, "Why do you appear so unconcerned? Your family members seem rather formidable. Are you not apprehensive about your own predicament?" Wen Ning lifted her beverage and took a sip, replying, "It is they who should be concerned." As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards the approaching family of 4, raising her glass in a gesture towards them. "My dearest family, it appears that your lives have flourished even more in the 2 years of my absence. These are indeed prosperous days built upon my very flesh and blood." Chapter 9, Old Neighbors. Wen Tiancheng glanced at Zhang Tingting, stating, "Officer, I presume you have duties to attend to. If you have finished your meal, I shall have the driver escort you back." Zhang Tingting, feeling a sense of unease, mustered her courage and responded, "I am not particularly occupied at the moment. Are you planning to converse? By all means, proceed as if I were not present. I assure you, I shall not intrude." With that, she lowered her head, feigning a diligent focus on her meal so as not to disturb them. Wen Tiancheng's countenance darkened considerably, and he turned to Wen Ning, suggesting, "Let us speak in my study." Wen Ning set down her cutlery, reached for a napkin to cleanse her fingers, and replied, "There is no need. Let us speak here, so that Officer Zhang may bear witness." Zhang Tingting immediately raised her head, fixing the Wen family with a solemn gaze. Despite the displeasure festering within him, Wen Tiancheng suppressed his rising anger and inquired, "Speak your mind. What is it that you desire?" Wen Ning responded with a smile, "Directness is appreciated. I have but 3 requests, 10 million, a residence, and the same access to the entertainment industry as Wen Xian, with resources equivalent to hers." "On what grounds?" Wen Xian vehemently protested, her eyes wide with indignation. "Who do you think you are to even consider entering the entertainment industry? What do you take it for? Someone with your past daring to entertain such notions is utterly preposterous." Wen Ning chuckled softly, resting her chin in her hand. "My dear second sister, surely you haven't forgotten the circumstances that led to my imprisonment? If someone like you can thrive in that world, why should I be excluded?" Wen Tiancheng also demurred, adopting a more conciliatory tone. "Xiao Ning, I am amenable to your first 2 requests, but I fear the entertainment industry is out of the question. It's far too intricate and unsuitable for you. How about this? I'll provide you with 20 million and acquire a more substantial house for you, with your parents present. There's no need for you to toil so arduously. You've endured hardship these past years, henceforth, you need only reside peacefully as the third daughter of the Wen family, entrusting all other matters to us." Wen Ning smiled, unsurprised by their reluctance to grant such an outlandish request. She extended a hand and countered, "In that case, 50 million. Coupled with a villa, would suffice." This was her true intention all along. Approaching them directly for 50 million would have undoubtedly met with resistance. However, by prefacing it with an exorbitant demand, her subsequent request appeared more palatable. When she was infuriated, "How dare you ask for such an amount? Do you have any idea how much 50 million is? Selling your flesh 100 times wouldn't amount to such a sum. The wealth of the Wen family will ultimately belong to him, and now, with Wen Ning demanding so much, it feels akin to having a piece of his flesh severed." Even if he understands this is merely a stalling tactic, it remains difficult for him to accept. Wen Ning offered a faint smile. "If you can't bear to part with it, then so be it. Officer Zhang, have you had your fill? Would you be so kind as to take me out for a drive? I wish to stroll near the television station." Zhang Tingting immediately acquiesced, "Of course." The two feigned rising to depart. Wen Tianqing shot a glare at Wen Qi and declared, "Fine, 50 million, plus a villa." With that, he instructed Zhang Xueru to retrieve the bank card. Wen Ning interjected, "There's no need for the bank card, a direct transfer would suffice." She wasn't a mere child to be easily deceived. If they handed her a card, they could freeze it afterwards, rendering it useless. Zhang Xueru, her face darkened, retorted, "But you don't have an account to transfer to. Besides, doesn't TA transfer incur fees?" Wen Ning replied with a bright smile, "I may lack an account, but Officer Zhang does." Zhang Tingting instinctively nodded, only to widen her eyes in realization. "Into her account? That amounts to 50 million. Wen Ning continued to smile at her, "Officer Zhang, I trust your integrity, you would never abscond with my 50 million, would you?" Zhang Tingting longed to confess her potential inability to withstand such a trial, yet upon gazing at the beaming Wen Ning, she resolutely nodded in agreement. Wen Ning's plight was palpable, even to an outsider like her. The malice emanating from her family was unmistakable. Were she to withhold assistance, Wen Ning would undoubtedly be subjected to their relentless torment. Prompted by this realization, she swiftly retrieved her bank card and extended it to Wen Ning. Zhang Xueru and Wen Qi glared at Zhang Tingting with unconcealed animosity. With a serene smile, Wen Ning redirected the card towards Wen Tianqing, suggesting a transfer of funds. Despite the evident sting, Wen Tianqing promptly made a call. Moments later, Zhang Tingting received confirmation of a successful transfer of 50 million. Upon verification, Wen Ning's smile radiated with renewed brilliance. She expressed her preference for a villa in the scenic Tianlan Lake area. This pronouncement elicited visible consternation, even from Wen Tianqing. Wen Xian erupted in indignation, questioning her audacity to reside in such an esteemed locale. Tianlan Lake, situated in Engxi's most prestigious district, was reserved for individuals of considerable stature. The Wen family had recently acquired a villa there, meticulously selecting an auspicious date for their relocation. Wen Ning maintained her composure, asserting that her worthiness was immaterial. Her desire was paramount. She challenged their sincerity, questioning whether they lacked the requisite commitment. Wen Tianqing, gritting his teeth, reluctantly conceded to relinquishing the villa. This decision was met with vehement opposition from Zhang Xueru and her offspring, who lamented the prospective loss of a property acquired at a significant cost. Even with the possibility of reclaiming it after dealing with Wen Ning, they were averse to any alteration in its ownership. Wen Tianqing displayed remarkable decisiveness, swiftly arranging for the transfer of ownership. The affluent enjoy unparalleled convenience. Within an hour, his assistant delivered the pristine property certificate. Wen Ning opened the certificate, verifying her identity and the details of the property. Wen Xian, with a disdainful sneer, remarked, "Are you merely putting on an act? Can you even read?" Wen Ning dismissed her with indifference. After confirming the authenticity of the certificate, she stood and addressed Officer Zhang Tingting, saying, "Thank you for your assistance today. I shall treat you to a meal another day." Zhang Tingting understood this as a signal to depart, yet her apprehension lingered. With Wen Ning acquiring such a substantial asset from the Wen family, would they resort to underhanded tactics against her? Wen Ning flashed a reassuring smile, "Rest assured. This is my home. What harm could befall me here?" Zhang Tingting remained uneasy, stating, "You have my number, feel free to call me anytime." She then handed her bank card to Wen Ning, adding, "I will periodically check on you with my colleagues. Should anyone dare to threaten you, we shall ensure they face the consequences. Her words were deliberately intended to intimidate the Wen family. Although they regarded Zhang Tingting with contempt, their expressions grew increasingly grim. After bidding farewell to Zhang Tingting, Wen Ning confidently ascended to the second floor, casually selecting a guest room as her temporary abode. Chapter 10, Witnessing Miracles. Closing the door. Wen Ning surveyed the room. The guest quarters were modest, spanning around 20 square meters, yet they were arranged quite comfortably. Drawing the curtains, Wen Ning collapsed onto the bed, propping her head up with one hand while extracting a jade pendant from her bosom with the other. She cradled the pendant in her palm, gently caressing it as she quietly contemplated the situation of the Wen family. At first glance, Wen Tianqing's visage bore a semblance of affluence, however. This superficial prosperity was not genuinely his but rather usurped. Yet, this fortune did not belong to her either, for it was another who had lent Wen Tianqing their fortune. Both father and son bore ominous features, their countenances marked by a hint of malevolence, suggesting a history of bloodshed. Yet, curiously, their surroundings remained untainted, including this villa, which exuded an unsettling cleanliness devoid of any spectral presence. Wen Tianqing lacked understanding of such arcane arts, thus it was another who alleviated his troubles. The individual lurking behind Wen Tianqing, possibly even further back, was the one she truly sought. However, unearthing this person would not be a simple endeavor. She was uncertain of the extent of their power. Even her master had remarked on their extraordinary abilities, making the prospect of overcoming them to reclaim her justice a formidable challenge. Not even during the relentless decade she spent as a ghost, tirelessly striving, had she stood a chance against them. Therefore, seeking vengeance alone was futile. She required assistance. But where would such aid be found? Wen Ning retrieved her small bag and rummaged through it, producing a brand new mobile phone. This was the device she had acquired on the way back, having borrowed money from Zhang Tingting and simultaneously utilized her ID to obtain a phone card. Upon activation, various applications were downloaded, and the most popular short video platform of the moment was launched. An account was registered, and a fortune-telling livestream with considerable traction was casually sought out and observed. The presenter was a middle-aged man garbed as a Taoist priest, at whom Wen Ning could not help but sneer. Could not these contemporary charlatans exert a modicum of effort in their deceptions? The Taoist robe was not even worn correctly. Furthermore, a miasma of dark energy lingered behind this faux Taoist priest, evidently having accompanied him for quite some time. At that moment, the Taoist priest was engaged in a video call with a fan who had gifted a virtual carnival. As soon as the video connected, the fan exclaimed excitedly, "Reverend Xianyi, your luck-enhancing and wealth-attracting talismans are remarkably efficacious. Since purchasing these 2 talismans from your livestream a few days ago, my fortunes have indeed taken a turn for the better. Not only did my company grant me a raise, but I also won the lottery. 5 million. After taxes. That's still 4 million. My life has ascended to its zenith. Reverend, I am eternally grateful." The livestream room erupted in a frenzy, with numerous fans bombarding the screen, questioning the veracity of the claim. The fan on the video call thumped his chest and declared, "Of course, it's genuine, more genuine than pure gold. If I were to fabricate this, may I be struck by a vehicle upon stepping outside. The purpose of my visit is twofold: first, to express my gratitude to the Reverend, and second, to procure additional talismans. After all, who would begrudge more wealth? Reverend, are there any luck-enhancing and wealth-attracting talismans remaining? I shall acquire them all." Upon hearing this, the fans in the livestream room became agitated. Acquire them all? How avaricious can one be? I, too, wish to purchase some. Reserve some for me. Prayers for the Taoist's benevolence to extend to all. As the ambience reached its zenith, the Taoist priest slowly intoned, "Esteemed patrons, I implore you to exercise patience. The creation of talismans is no simple feat, hence my inventory is rather limited. While these mystical inscriptions possess efficacy, they merely serve as ancillary instruments, and their resultant influence varies according to the individual. Therefore, I beseech you not to engage in impulsive acquisitions." Paradoxically, his pronouncements only intensified the ardor of his devotees, who clamored for him to release the link. The fan connected via livestream urgently inquired, "Revered Taoist, if my memory serves me correctly, you once mentioned that these talismans could be employed in conjunction to amplify their potency. Is this indeed the case?" The Taoist priest stroked his beard and responded, theoretically, such a proposition holds merit. However, the precise ramifications remain unverified by this humble Taoist. Verily, as one who dwells beyond the pale of worldly affairs, I harbor no great concern for such temporal trinkets. Upon hearing these words, his followers were driven into a frenzy, beseeching him to unveil the coveted link. At long last, after much anticipation, the Taoist priest deigned to list the talismans on the e-commerce platform. Within mere seconds, exultant cries of triumph reverberated through the comment section as fortunate patrons boasted of their swift fingers and successful acquisitions. With a wry smile, Wen Ning observed that the individual who had engaged with the Taoist priest via livestream possessed a countenance marred by malevolence, indicating a current streak of ill fortune and impending financial ruin. How could such a person expect to stumble upon unexpected riches? Even the divine presence of the god of wealth himself would be unable to salvage their plight. It was evident that this individual was in cahoots with the spurious Taoist, engaging in a collaborative charade to deceive unsuspecting victims, their performance remarkably synchronized. Witnessing the growing number of netizens falling prey to this deception, Wen Ning reached for his mobile device and began to compose a commentary. In her previous life, she had never attended school, nor had she ever encountered electronic devices. However, during the 10 years spent under her master's guidance, she had mastered all the necessary skills, thus operating electronic equipment came to her with remarkable ease. Everyone, do not be deceived. This fraudulent Taoist priest, Xianyi, is a charlatan, and that person connecting with him is merely his accomplice. You must trust in science and guard against being swindled. Yet, her words were soon overshadowed by the enthusiastic responses of other fans. Undeterred, she continued to post her messages. After several attempts, someone finally noticed her comments, but she was promptly expelled from the livestream. After being ejected, Wen Ning paused for a brief moment, then searched for the fake Taoist's livestream again, only to discover that she could no longer find it. Blocked me? She mused, raising an eyebrow with a disdainful smile. With a tap on her phone, the livestream of the fraudulent Xianyi reappeared on her screen. At that moment, Xianyi was addressing the camera, saying, though the previous speaker spoke with reckless abandon, he did utter a truth: one must believe in science, avoid blind faith, and refrain from impulsive spending, always maintain rationality. How audacious! This deceitful swindler not only slandered her but also sought to undermine her words to perpetuate his scams. Determined to expose his true nature to his followers, she swiftly recharged her account and sent a generous gift to the charlatan's livestream. Upon noticing the gift, Xianyi immediately smiled and initiated a connection. Wen Ning promptly accepted. In the livestream, Xianyi beamed benevolently, asking, "Dear benefactor, have you come to consult me for divination or fortune-telling?" Wen Ning chuckled, "Neither. I've come to caution you, Taoist, iniquity will inevitably lead to self-destruction. Have you not considered the repercussions of your blatant deception on the livestream?" Xianyi's countenance shifted, but he swiftly regained composure. "What do you mean by such accusations, benefactor?" Wen Ning smiled, "If you weren't a charlatan, why did you summarily eject and blacklist me from the livestream?" Xianyi faltered momentarily, then gestured furtively to his accomplices to flood the screen with comments. Simultaneously, he addressed Wen Ning with a disarming smile. "Ah, so it was you, benefactor, inundating the stream with comments. I mistook you for a troublemaker. A misunderstanding." "Indeed," Wen Ning responded with a smile, "a misunderstanding?" Chapter 11, A Wager of Imminent Calamity Indeed. You are quite benevolent, benefactor, but I merely employ my knowledge to assist others in altering their destinies. How can you accuse me of deception?" Xianyi assumed an air of noble integrity. His cohorts began inundating the comments section, decrying Wen Ning as a deliberate troublemaker and asserting their unwavering loyalty to Xianyi, vowing not to be swayed by her words. Wen Ning smiled. "Verbal disputes are futile. Let us propose a wager. I possess a modicum of knowledge in metaphysics. To avoid unjustly accusing you, Taoist, let us engage in a contest. Should I be defeated, I shall prostrate myself in apology and bestow upon you 100 carnivals. Should you be defeated, you shall concede your fraudulent nature, admit the futility of your talismans, and refund my gifts and all of today's orders. What do you say?" Xianyi's expression hardened. "So, you are a fellow practitioner, esteemed cultivator, although we share no prior acquaintance or affiliation. I am perplexed as to the cause of your intrusion. However," interrupting him, Wen Ning interjected, "Revered Taoist, Spare me the superfluous rhetoric and address the crux of the matter. Will you partake in this wager? Refusal shall be construed as an admission of fraudulent practices. The Taoist priest's countenance betrayed his displeasure. Young cultivator, he inquired, to which sect do you belong? I shall seek discourse with your elders. Wen Ning chuckled softly. Revered Taoist. Refrain from digressing. Will you accept this wager or decline? Naturally, the Taoist priest was averse to accepting the bet, for the young woman's intentions remained inscrutable. He feared the potential exposure of his deceptions. Thus, he sought to terminate the connection. Wen Ning leisurely remarked, to sever the line is to betray a guilty conscience. Tantamount to confessing your deceit. O Taoist, if your heart is free from sin, engage in this wager with me. It shall be brief, lasting but a few moments. The spectators in the comments section, reveling in the spectacle, joined in the clamor. O Taoist, accept her challenge. Indeed, O Taoist, we have faith in you. Surely. The Taoist is not harboring a guilty secret? O Taoist, 100 carnivals. What sum does that entail? I am struggling to calculate it. The Taoist priest, under duress, reluctantly conceded, very well, I shall indulge your whims for a moment. State the terms of the wager. Wen Ning, with a smile, snapped her fingers. Let us wager upon whether you shall suffer a sanguinary misfortune within the next minute. The Taoist priest erupted in laughter. Very well, I shall partake in this wager. However, I must forewarn you, cultivator, that as you initiated this contest, you are cognizant that we, the practitioners of the esoteric arts, are bound by our words. He scoffed. Presuming she intended to wager arcane arts with him, a domain in which, were he proficient, he wouldn't be reduced to such charlatanry. To his astonishment, the young woman foretold his impending doom. The notion struck him as utterly ludicrous, ensconced within his live stream, surrounded by his own acolytes, where could such peril possibly arise? With a smile, Wen Ning affirmed, assuredly, should I be defeated, 100 carnivals, of unadulterated value, shall be yours. Master Xianyi was elated, scarcely believing his fortune. He had stumbled upon a wealthy simpleton. A single carnival was worth 3,000, 100 amounted to 30,000. After the platform's cut, he would pocket 15,000. This eclipsed his earnings from a month's peddling of counterfeit talismans. Once he secured this fool's largesse, he would reinvent his persona and resume his deceptions. After all, traversing the same nocturnal path repeatedly was bound to invite trouble. This time, it was a gullible soul, next time, it might be different. Should the netizens discover his talisman's utter inefficacy and report him, dire consequences would ensue. Master Xianyi reveled in his scheming, while the fans in the comments section were beside themselves with excitement, initiating a countdown. Swiftly, the countdown dwindled to the final 10 seconds. 10, 9. 3, 2, 1. Precisely as the countdown concluded, the screen behind Master Xianyi unexpectedly collapsed, striking him squarely on the head. Blood gushed forth, cascading down his forehead. The comments section erupted in pandemonium. Heavens, the young woman's prophecy has come to pass. Incredible. It has truly been fulfilled. Venerable Taoist, considering your reputed aptitude for divination, how did you fail to foresee your own impending misfortune? Did the young woman prevail? Does this, therefore, expose the Venerable Taoist as a charlatan? The Venerable Taoist was left reeling from the impact. His 3 accomplices hastened to assess his condition. At that moment, an astute netizen exclaimed in the comments section, look. It's the person from the earlier broadcast. He's right there with the Taoist. They are indeed imposters. Upon closer inspection, other netizens concurred. The sudden turn of events caught the Taoist's cohorts off guard, prompting them to rush to his aid, oblivious to the ongoing live stream. The Venerable Taoist, however, was quick to regain his composure, bellowing, quickly, terminate the broadcast. His accomplices scrambled to comply, only to discover that the termination button was unresponsive. Retorted with a smile. Spare yourselves the effort. Without my consent, you cannot end it. I have won the wager. Return my monetary gifts forthwith, or face the consequences. The comments section erupted with demands from disgruntled followers for the Venerable Taoist to issue refunds. The Taoist and his band, being inveterate swindlers, were loath to relinquish their ill-gotten gains. They decided to abandon the account rather than terminate the broadcast. Their immediate priority was to convey the Venerable Taoist to a medical facility. How could such a flimsy screen inflict such a substantial blow? shook her head with a confident smile, asserting, "You will not leave this room." The venerable Taoist and his associates scoffed at this notion, rushing to unlock the door. However, their efforts to manipulate the lock proved futile. Soon, in the now deserted live broadcast room, sounds of knocking and kicking at the door echoed. The comment section was inundated with a flood of uniform messages. "My goodness, this is truly a master. Master, please allow me to bow before you. Master, I confess that I cannot produce ivory from a dog's mouth. Please do not hold my shortcomings against me." Many netizens in the comment section began to spam apologies. The Taoist priests from Xianing were flustered. They had never encountered such a situation, some even attempted to kick the door open, but to no avail. Wen Ning chuckled lightly. "There's no need to waste your efforts. If you wish to exit, refund my donation first." The netizens hurriedly chimed in, "And my money? I have already requested a refund. Please approve it swiftly." After a considerable commotion in the live room, once they confirmed they truly could not escape, they returned to the camera, flustered and disheveled. The Taoist priest from Xianing, clutching his head in pain, awkwardly smiled at Wen Ning. No, master, I shall refund you immediately." Before long, the back-end notified of a transaction received. Wen Ning checked the notification and saw it was from the account of the Taoist priest from Xianing. "What about the other orders?" The priest nodded eagerly. "It's being processed, all refunds, every single one." Indeed, many in the comment section reported receiving their refunds. Satisfied, Wen Ning nodded, "Well, the matter is settled, please open the door." The personnel on the Xianing side hurried to unlock the door, and indeed, the door that had previously resisted their every kick now opened with a gentle push. Had they not experienced it firsthand, Master Xianyi and his companions would never have believed such a bizarre occurrence possible. Master Xianyi and the others scrambled to depart the chamber, only to be halted by Wen Ning. "Hold a moment." Chapter 12, Livestreaming Inspector Master Xianyi, maintaining a respectful demeanor, inquired, "Master, is there something amiss? Is there anything else?" Wen Ning's countenance shifted from amusement to grave seriousness as he questioned, "Over half a year ago, did you, acting as a medical tout, deceive the mother of a terminally ill child, leading to the child's demise and the mother's subsequent suicide due to her inability to cope with the tragedy? Does this ring a bell?" The comment section erupted in a frenzy of astonished remarks. Master Xianyi's eyes darted about as he vehemently denied, "No. Nothing of the sort has ever transpired." Wen Ning chuckled derisively, "Is that so? Perhaps you should reflect more carefully." Master Xianyi remained steadfast in his denial, "Truly, nothing of the kind." Wen Ning's lips curled into a smirk. "In that case, it's of no consequence. You may proceed to tend to your wounds." Master Xianyi breathed a sigh of relief and turned to flee. However, just as he was about to escape the room, the lights in the live-streaming studio began to flicker wildly. Abruptly, the previously open door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and a violent gust of wind swept through the chamber, toppling various objects within. "Good heavens, what's happening? How can there be such a powerful wind? I'm in close proximity to this fraudulent streamer, and I just checked the window, there's absolutely no wind outside. Am I the only one who noticed that the room's windows are sealed shut?" The comment section was filled with expressions of astonishment. At that moment, the Taoist priest Xianyi was so frightened that he soiled himself. Just as the door to the room closed, a woman, drenched in blood with her brain matter smeared across her face, suddenly appeared before him. She extended her bloodied, mangled hands towards him, exclaiming, "Liar! You caused my daughter's death. Today, you shall pay in blood for your transgressions." Xianyi desperately waved his hands, shrieking, "Go away, don't come closer, help." Yet, his frantic gestures did nothing to deter her. Soon, her icy hands gripped his neck tightly, leaving him gasping for breath. He clawed at his throat, attempting to pry her hands away, but his efforts were in vain. Each desperate tug only inflicted pain upon himself. The woman's eyes glowed a sinister red as she watched Xianyi roll his eyes back in terror, emitting a series of chilling laughs. The lights in the room flickered ominously with the resonance of her laughter. The comment section erupted, "Oh my god, what is happening? What is wrong with that fraud? It feels like someone is choking him. You're not alone. Please, don't say that. I'm home alone and terrified." As Xianyi began to lose consciousness, his eyes rolling back, Wen Ning finally intervened, pointing at the camera. The ghostly figure was suddenly flung aside by an unseen force, allowing Xianyi to breathe once more. With a cold expression, Wen Ning inquired, "Are you now willing to speak the truth? My patience is limited, should you continue to conceal anything. I shall no longer involve myself in this matter." The Taoist priest Xian Yi, overcome with terror, wet himself and prostrated himself on the ground. Weeping bitterly, he confessed, "Master, I was wrong. I confess that I used to be a medical tout, deceiving many people. I recognize this woman, she sought me out after her daughter's demise. At the time, I had some individuals assault her, fearing subsequent complications, so I altered my profession. I was genuinely unaware she would become so desperate. In truth, her daughter was terminally ill, even without my involvement, she would not have survived." Upon hearing his words, the female spectre was instantly consumed by a surge of malevolence. She lunged forward, seizing his throat, her visage contorted with rage. "I demand retribution for my daughter's life. Perish." Xianyi was hoisted into the air, his neck in her grasp. As the camera could not capture the ghost, the livestream depicted only Xianyi, his eyes rolling back as he levitated. The viewers in the comments section were petrified, with many faint-hearted individuals fleeing the livestream. However, numerous others, emboldened by curiosity, remained to witness the spectacle. A multitude of daring netizens flooded the comments section, imploring, "Master, intervene swiftly, or this charlatan will truly be strangled to death by the ghost. Should we notify the authorities?" Wen Ning, naturally, would not squander this opportunity to accumulate merit. For those in their line of work, the greater the merit, the higher the magical power and the stronger the defensive capabilities. If she desired vengeance, she had to augment her strength. Therefore, even though the charlatan deserved his fate, she once again intervened to restrain the female ghost. "Madam, do not act rashly." The female ghost, thwarted twice, felt her already distorted visage twist even further in rage. Suddenly, she cast aside her restraint and lunged ferociously toward the camera, demanding fiercely of Wen Ning, "Why do you prevent me? Why? I once aided you. And now you choose to assist this deceiver. Why do you side with the wicked? Are you in league with him?" The large, ghastly face pressed against the screen was indeed somewhat frightening, particularly as it was directed toward a single individual. Wen Ning leaned back slightly, then extended her finger in a pushing gesture, compelling the ghostly figure to retreat a short distance. "My dear," she began. "While this deceiver is undeniably guilty and deserving of his fate, he must not perish by your hand under my watch. Should you take his life, you shall be barred from reincarnation." The ghost stubbornly shouted, "I care not. I merely wish to avenge my daughter's death." Wen Ning sighed. "But if you proceed in this manner, your daughter will be heartbroken. She has awaited your return at the Bridge of Oblivion for so long. Do you truly wish for her to remain there, unable to cross into the next life because of your actions?" The ghost froze momentarily, her expression shifting. "What did you say?" "My daughter, she is waiting for me?" Wen Ning nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, she has been waiting for you. When you leaped, her spirit followed closely, even attempting to stop you, but to no avail. Knowing that you are tormented by guilt over her death, she has been unable to find peace. Her nature mirrors yours, which is why she stubbornly refuses to cross the Bridge of Oblivion, insisting on waiting for your return. You see, in her situation, if she continues to remain on this side of the bridge, the prolonged delay will severely impact her spirit, potentially affecting her reincarnation." Upon hearing this, the female ghost broke down in tears, lamenting, "My dear, my precious child, I am so sorry." Wen Ning felt a surge of sympathy for the mother and daughter, and patiently reassured her, "Sister, leave this fraud to me, he will receive the punishment he deserves." The ghost, no longer resisting, sobbed and withdrew to the side. Wen Ning then turned to the Taoist priest, who was cowering in the corner, and inquired, "How much did you deceive her out of?" At this moment, the priest dared not conceal the truth any longer and confessed, "A total of over 111,000, Master. I assure you, I will return every penny, please, I beg you to save me." With that, he knelt on the ground, his head knocking against the floor. Chapter 13, Are They Her Kin? Wen Ning requested the ghost to provide a bank account number, instructing the Taoist priest to promptly transfer the funds into it. The priest complied without hesitation, swiftly executing the transaction before retreating once more into the corner, feigning death. Wen Ning addressed the ghost, "The money has been returned. I will also hand this fraud over to the authorities, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He is destined to spend the next 20 years in prison." A netizen jested, "Master, what if something unexpected occurs?" Wen Ning smiled and replied, "If that happens, he simply won't live to see the day he steps out of prison." The Taoist priest trembled in fear. The malevolent aura surrounding the ghost dissipated considerably. And Wen Ning said to her, "Allow me to escort you, do not keep your daughter waiting too long." The female ghost knelt before Wen Ning, bowing her head in gratitude. "Thank you, little celestial master." Wen Ning closed his eyes and began to recite the rebirth incantation. The fissure connecting to the yellow springs once again materialized, and the ghost stepped inside. As the crack sealed shut, a radiant light of virtue descended from the heavens, embedding itself into the center of Wen Ning's brow. The moment the ghost departed, Master Xianyi felt an immediate rise in temperature around him. It suddenly dawned on him that the chill he had been experiencing for the past 6 months had now been explained. In that instant, Master Xianyi's already pale face grew even paler. Trembling, he inquired, "Master, may I now tend to my wounds?" Wen Ning, maintaining a stern expression, replied with a curt affirmation. Without hesitation, Master Xianyi dashed towards the exit. The comments section erupted with discontent. "How could you let that fraud escape? Master, why did you allow him to flee? He has deceived so many, he must not go unpunished." Wen Ning remained composed as he took out his phone and swiftly dialed the police. "Hello, officer. I wish to report a crime. There is a group of swindlers, led by a man disguised as a Taoist priest, who have defrauded numerous individuals online, with substantial sums involved. They will be at Wutong Road Health Clinic in 10 minutes. Please ensure their apprehension." The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly impressed by her actions. "The master is truly remarkable," one commenter praised. Another remarked, "Wutong Road Health Clinic? That's very close to me, I will head there right away to broadcast the arrest live." Even more astute viewers chimed in, "Master, I have followed you. May I add you as a friend? Master, with your profound abilities, have you considered initiating a live broadcast to offer insights and divinations? Master, I am adrift in uncertainty and implore you to illuminate my path. I beseech you to commence broadcasting." The comments section was inundated with entreaties for Wen Ning to begin broadcasting. Wen Ning responded with a genial smile, "Esteemed netizens, bear in mind that should you encounter charlatans or other unscrupulous individuals, it is imperative to promptly notify the authorities. Furthermore, I intend to conduct live-streamed fortune-telling on odd-numbered days of each month, selecting one fortunate viewer per day. The honorarium for this service will be the equivalent of a carnival gift." "Ah? Such a steep price? Master, could you perhaps offer a more economical rate? It is rather exorbitant, and I may be unable to afford it." Wen Ning responded with a smile and a shake of his head, "The price is immutable. It is only when one confronts an intractable predicament that the true value of this service becomes apparent. Should you find yourselves with leisure, I invite you to grace my live broadcast with your presence and partake in the spectacle. Give a follow, and you shall not lose your way. Should you encounter an impasse, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. I am adept at physiognomy, divination, feng shui, spiritual cleansing, exorcism, and the apprehension of malevolent entities." The comments section erupted in mirth, finding the youthful master to be quite amusing. "Master, if you only accept one case per day. What if we have an urgent matter and are not selected?" Wen Ning offered a cryptic smile, "Rest assured. Those I select will invariably be those most in need of assistance. If you are not chosen, it simply signifies that your predicament has not yet reached that critical juncture. Alright, that concludes our session for today. Until we meet again in 2 days." With that, Wen Ning disconnected from the interface. Upon exiting, she noticed a backlog of 99 unread messages in the background, undoubtedly from the netizens who had followed her earlier. Just as she was about to exit the application, she inadvertently tapped the refresh button, and a video immediately surfaced. Igrogu Xian spotted retrieving sister from City Penitentiary. Wen Ning's finger paused. The comely actress on the screen seemed vaguely familiar. The individuals beside her, however, were all blurred, rendering their features indiscernible. City Penitentiary, released today. Could that be her? Therefore, were those blurred figures in the video her kin? Could they have been the ones who visited her in prison yesterday? Did they also seek her out before Shering extinguished her life in her previous existence? Wen Ning's hands clenched tightly. The individuals in the video were clad in modest attire, indicative of humble circumstances. She had been deliberately ensnared and incarcerated. It must have taken them a monumental effort to locate N City Penitentiary. The mere thought that she and her family were within a hair's breadth of reunion in her past life, only to be forcibly separated by fate, filled Wen Ning with gnawing resentment. Just then, a knock echoed at the chamber door. Wen Ning suppressed the burgeoning tears in her eyes, deactivated her phone, and rose to answer the summons. Outside, the housekeeper, Mrs. Li, with a somewhat strained smile, began, "Miss Wen, dinner is prepared. Please, come down to dine." Wen Ning casually shut the door behind her and followed Mrs. Li downstairs. With the Wen family assembled, Wen Xian cast a disdainful glance and remarked, "After a 2-year stint in prison, you're putting on airs, expecting to be treated. It's just a meal." Wen Ning disregarded her words as mere barking and nonchalantly took a vacant seat. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. Wen Tianqing smiled warmly and said, "Xiaoning, today marks your joyous release from prison. I've been so preoccupied lately that I overlooked this significant occasion. I hope you can forgive your father and mother. These past 2 years have been difficult for you. Therefore, your father specifically instructed the chef to prepare these dishes you relish. Be sure to indulge yourself. You've become too gaunt and need to replenish your strength." As he spoke, Wen Tianqing enthusiastically placed a morsel of food on Wen Ning's plate, saying, "Good child. Have a taste." Wen Ning surveyed the table and couldn't help but chuckle. "Dad, it seems your memory has deteriorated in the past 2 years. You claim these are all dishes I adore? In this household, I hardly have the privilege to express preferences." Prior to her incarceration, she lived a life worse than a dog's in the Wen household. Despite the family's affluence, they never provided her with a proper meal, deliberately letting leftovers spoil before offering them to her. Wen Tianqing appeared somewhat embarrassed and cleared his throat. "Xiaoning, your parents may have neglected you in the past. Your father apologizes here and assures you that such incidents will never recur. Our entire family will strive to compensate you in the future. Now, please eat. The dishes will lose their flavor if they become cold." Zhang Xueru chimed in, urging her to eat as well. "Yes, Xiaoning, please eat and have plenty." Wen Ning did not touch her chopsticks, she was no fool. This family would love nothing more than to see her perish. And it was unlikely they would treat her with kindness. These dishes were likely laden with dubious ingredients. Noticing her continued reluctance to eat, Wen Xian let out a sarcastic snort, "Enough of this nonsense. Do you truly believe you have accomplished something great? Eat if you wish, but if not, hurry back to your room and don't spoil my appetite." Though Wen Qi remained silent, his expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Wen Ning observed her family and found it somewhat amusing. Their arrangements were meticulous, with both the angry and the appeasing present. If she refused to eat, it would be a waste of their efforts. Thus, she lifted her bowl and began to eat under the watchful eyes of the Wen family. Upon seeing her finally partake, smiles spread across their faces, and Zhang Xueru eagerly served more food into Wen Ning's bowl, urging her to eat more. As Wen Ning ate, her pace gradually slowed. She reached up to touch her forehead, a faint expression of discomfort crossing her face. Zhang Xueru quickly inquired, "Xiaoning, what's wrong? Why have you stopped eating?" Wen Ning turned to face her, opening her mouth to respond, but suddenly, the bowl slipped from her grasp and clattered onto the table as she slumped down. Chapter 14, The Secrets of the Wen family's basement. In that instant, laughter erupted from the others at the table. Zhang Xueru, taken aback, remarked, "Is the effect of the drug this potent? That wretched girl only had a few bites, and in the span of just 2 or 3 minutes, she has collapsed. I can hardly believe it." Wen Qi waved his hand dismissively, "It's nothing serious. There are those who merely need to inhale it to be at the mercy of others. However, such substances are generally difficult for the average person to handle. Which is why I brought this back." Zhang Xueru furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Where did you obtain this? Have you been associating with dubious individuals behind our backs?" Wen Qi impatiently interrupted her, "Mom, is this really the time for such discussions? Besides, I'm 26, not 6, I know what is appropriate and what is not. Rest assured, I acquired this from someone at my bar." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xueru felt somewhat reassured, yet she cautioned, "Regardless, these substances are harmful. You must stay away from them." "Alright, Mom, let us deal with this wretched girl first," Wen Qi said, rising to drag the unconscious Wen Ning. Wen Tianqing followed suit. And together, father and son escorted her to the indoor elevator, descending to the basement level 2. This was a restricted area, forbidding entry to anyone other than Wen Tiancheng. As the elevator doors opened, they revealed a cramped space of merely 4 or 5 square meters, opposite to which loomed a heavy steel door. Accessible only through a password or fingerprint. Wen Tiancheng took the unconscious girl from Wen Qi, coldly commanding, "All right, you go back up for now." Curious. Wen Qi peered toward the imposing door, asking, "Dad, may I see inside?" Wen Tiancheng shot him a fierce glare, insisting, "Get back upstairs." Wen Qi recoiled slightly, obediently retreating into the elevator. He could not comprehend the mystery surrounding the basement level, a place even his mother was prohibited from entering. However, he dared not pry into matters privately, for the consequences of his father's wrath were burdens too heavy for him to bear. Only after Wen Qi departed did Wen Tiancheng unlock the door with his fingerprint. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an eerie yellow talisman, towering over a meter in height. The talisman exuded an unsettling aura, and prolonged gazing upon it would induce dizziness. Before the talisman stood an offering table adorned with 9 offerings and 2 lamps. Aside from these, the room contained no other furnishings. On either side of the room's walls, there were doors. Wen Tiancheng half-dragged, half-supported Wen Ning as he pushed open the door on the left. The chamber was modest in size, merely around 10 square meters. Furnished only with a bed, devoid of any additional items. He carelessly tossed Wen Ning onto the bed and turned to exit. Wen Ning lay motionless on the edge of the bed, her posture unchanging, listening to the fading footsteps and the sound of the door closing. After approximately 10 minutes, a mocking voice echoed, "I thought you had truly improved. It seems all you learned in those 2 years in confinement was how to fight. With such meager skills, you dare to return and challenge me?" Following this, footsteps resonated once more as the door was pulled open and then shut. This time, Wen Ning opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and composed. Rising to sit on the empty bed, Wen Ning disdainfully curled her lips into a smirk. She had long been aware of the ill intentions harbored by the Wen family. She had not consumed those dishes at all, merely a ruse to deceive them. She surmised that Wen Tiancheng had not truly left. His inherently suspicious and cautious nature would not allow him to rest easy, even after witnessing her partake in the meal. So, she feigned immobility, and as anticipated, he merely pretended to depart, only to observe her from beside the doorway. Wen Ning arose and approached the door, emitting a scornful laugh towards it. It was a one-way, switch-operated steel door, devoid of a handle on the interior side of the room, a place designed specifically for confinement. Though unfamiliar with the location, she recognized the door instantly. In her previous life, her room had been similarly furnished. When Wen Tiancheng tested her earlier, he had preemptively controlled the latch from the outside. However, to presume that such a door could imprison her was laughable. Wen Ning reached into her pocket and swiftly retrieved a set of construction workers' tools. Selecting a hammer, she spat on her hands, rubbed them together, and then, raising the hammer, she forcefully struck the lock, shouting, 80, 80. With just a few blows, the seemingly robust steel door buckled and sprang open. Wen Ning returned the sledgehammer to her pocket, pushing the door open. Wen Ning stepped out, immediately noticing the large yellow talisman. It became clear that the key to the Wen family's tranquility lay here. This talisman was designed to devour all manner of ghostly and malevolent energies while simultaneously possessing the effect of pacifying the house and gathering luck. Authentic talismans for pacifying a house and gathering luck are imbued with righteous energy, but this one was exceptionally sinister. Undoubtedly, this talisman was the handiwork of the person behind the scenes. Without hesitation, Wen Ning reached into her pocket once more, this time producing a bottle. The bottle was transparent, filled with black dog blood. She uncapped it and poured the entire contents onto the yellow talisman. Instantly, a plume of dark smoke emanated from the yellow talisman, rendering it dim and lifeless. The talisman was ruined. Wen Ning felt a surge of elation, never anticipating that upon her return to the Wen household, she would undermine their fortune. In retrospect, she owed a debt to Wen Tiancheng for bringing her here. Presumably, they feared that her former chamber could not contain her, lest she escape, and thus conceived of this infallible place. However, they likely never imagined that what they deemed utterly secure could be dismantled with such ease. With this thought, Wen Ning patted her pocket. This was a precious artifact bestowed upon her by her master, a treasure passed down through her lineage for over a millennium. As she was now the sole surviving disciple, the artifact was naturally bequeathed to her. Undoubtedly, this treasure was exceptionally useful. Containing an array of items amassed by generations of predecessors, there was nothing she could not procure from it. After ruining the yellow talisman, Wen Ning did not hasten to depart. She retrieved a piece of yellow cloth, similar in size to the talisman, from her pocket, along with cinnabar and a wolf hair brush. Spreading the cloth on the ground, she prepared to create a new talisman for the Wen family. This was her inaugural endeavor in crafting such a large talisman. To ensure success, she meditated quietly for a moment, then inhaled deeply, dipped the brush in cinnabar, and began to wield it swiftly across the cloth. Drawing a talisman required uninterrupted execution, any pause would render it useless. Wen Ning's expression was solemn, yet her hand movements were nonchalant. As if the oversized wolf hair brush was dancing playfully, with no apparent order. With a flourish, Wen Ning capped her pen after a mere 2 minutes. A contented smile gracing her lips as she beheld the newly inscribed talisman. Success, she murmured, indeed, master was right, I am a prodigy. Leaping onto the altar, she reached out to remove the discarded, ineffective talisman, replacing it with her own creation. After hopping down and admiring her handiwork, a mischievous grin spread across Wen Ning's face. This was a bespoke gift, tailor-made for the Wen family, and she hoped they would find it to their liking. Chapter 15, A delightful surprise. Zhang Xueru instructed the domestic staff to replace the dishes on the table. Upon seeing Wen Tianqing ascend in the elevator, she inquired. Is she properly confined? That wretched girl hasn't awakened, has she? When Tianqing responded, the dosage was substantial, she likely won't regain consciousness for a full day and night. Let us dine, I haven't had a morsel all day, preoccupied with this matter. Following dinner, Wen Tianqing retreated to his study, securing the door behind him. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a sequence of numbers. The call was swiftly answered, a voice tinged with impatience emanating from the other end. Why are you calling me again? Haven't I told you to refrain from contacting me unless absolutely necessary? Wen Tianqing's tone was laced with appeasement. I understand, please. Don't be vexed. Allow me to explain. The voice on the other end retorted with exasperation, make it brief. What is it? Wen Tianqing promptly inquired. Have you received any communication from that individual in the past few days? The impatience in the voice waned, replaced by a note of seriousness. No, has something occurred? Wen Tianqing chuckled. Nothing of consequence, I was merely curious. Do you, by any chance, possess that individual's contact information? If you do not have it, how could I possibly possess it? Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up, I must prepare to take the stage. Wen Tianqing busily replied, nothing else. Take care of yourself, and don't overexert. The other party, uninterested in his words, abruptly ended the call. Wen Tianqing tossed his phone onto the table, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. It was perplexing that Wen Ning, who was supposed to have perished in prison, had returned unscathed. This indicated a significant flaw in their plans. The individual's prowess was formidable, dealing with a mere incarcerated girl should have been trivial, yet somehow, they had failed. Strangely, Wen Ning returned not only unharmed but transformed in demeanor, which felt decidedly amiss. He was engulfed in uncertainty. Upon seeing Wen Ning for the first time, he had contemplated discreetly eliminating her. However, to his astonishment, she had returned with a police officer, rendering him hesitant to act rashly for fear of implicating himself. Thus, he fervently hoped to establish contact with his associates to expedite Wen Ning's removal. Once she fell into their hands, survival would be impossible for her. Additionally, he could extricate himself flawlessly, avoiding any incrimination. After all, he had successfully orchestrated such maneuvers several times before. Yet, despite his urgency, he could not locate their contact information. Nevertheless, given the plan's deviation, he anticipated that they would soon reach out to him. After all, that person had meticulously strategized for many years. Having finally approached the culmination of their efforts, they would surely not abandon it all. Thus, he resolved to wait patiently, perhaps his associates would indeed contact him shortly. With this thought, Wen Tianqing's brow unfurled, and he turned to attend to the company's documents in his study. As he busied himself, he noticed the room's temperature plummeting, causing goosebumps to erupt across his skin. He reached for the remote, intending to elevate the temperature, only to find it already set at his preferred 28 degrees Celsius, a comfortable, moderate setting. Yet, the room felt as frigid as 16 degrees, an unsettling discrepancy. What could be amiss? Had the air conditioning malfunctioned? rubbing his arms. Wen Tiancheng rose to return to his study and resume his work. However, upon exiting, he found his wife and children fleeing their rooms. How peculiar. Why is it so cold? Dad, has our air conditioning broken down? We should summon the property management to repair it, Zhang Xueru stated, displeased. This central air system cost me over 10,000 yuan, and it's already failing after a few years of use. Wen Tiancheng inquired. Has it failed in your rooms as well? Wen Xian sneezed, it's as cold as an icebox, I'm tempted to dig out my down jacket. Wen Qi yawned. Perhaps we should spend the night at a hotel, it's impossible to sleep in this cold. It seems we have no choice, Wen Tiancheng conceded. Instructing Wen Qi to retrieve the car while he returned to his study for his documents. However, as he braved the chill to gather his belongings, a blood-curdling scream echoed from downstairs, "Ah, a ghost! What's happening?" Wen Tiancheng hastened out of the study, leading Zhang Xueru and Wen Xian downstairs. As they reached the stairwell, the villa's lights flickered ominously before plunging them into darkness. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and Wen Xian nearly missed a step. She steadied herself by clutching the banister. As she lifted her gaze, a face abruptly materialized at the bottom of the staircase. A ghost! Wen Xian shrieked, causing Zhang Shui to recoil in fright. What is it? Tears streamed down Wen Xian's face as she desperately clung to Zhang Shui's embrace. There's a ghost down there, a ghost. Nonsense. Wen Tiancheng rebuked. Ghosts may exist elsewhere, but certainly not in our home. You've likely been burning the midnight oil too much and are seeing things. He spoke with conviction. For the yellow talisman on the second basement level was no ordinary object, and no specter could dare approach their villa. However, Wen Xian remained unconvinced. For she had seen it clearly and was certain it was no illusion. Zhang Shui patted her back reassuringly. Don't be afraid, you're just seeing things. Our home is free from such unclean entities. Come, let's go downstairs and see your brother. Wen Xian vehemently refused, shaking her head repeatedly. No, I won't go down. Mom. I'm scared. I want to go back to my room. She was so terrified that she was trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Shui, deeply fond of her daughter, turned to Wen Tiancheng and said, You go down and check on Xiaoqi first, I'll take Shanner back to her room. Wen Tiancheng, concerned for Wen Qi, nodded and activated the flashlight on his phone, illuminating his descent. He moved swiftly, but as he continued, he abruptly halted. Something was amiss. His staircase comprised a mere 20-odd steps, yet he had been walking for at least a minute, and still, he was confronted with more steps. He held his phone aloft, illuminating the path ahead, yet the light only reached 3 or 4 steps forward, beyond that lay an abyss of darkness. Instinctively, he glanced back to check if his wife and daughter were still there, but upon turning, he was met with the same enveloping blackness, devoid of any sound. Just moments ago, he seemed to have not heard their departing footsteps. Something felt amiss. This was not right. A sense of dread began to creep into Wen Tiancheng's heart. While the world is filled with materialists, he, Wen Tiancheng, was decidedly not one of them. In fact, he was acutely aware that ghosts truly exist. Yet, such entities could not possibly inhabit his home. He understood the potency of the talisman he had received. For years, his household had enjoyed peace and stability, all thanks to that very talisman. With this thought, a sense of reassurance washed over him. He cleared his throat twice and called out, Wife, Shanner, come downstairs quickly. We need to head to the hotel for the night. There's a fault in the home's electrical circuit. Silence enveloped him, not a single sound in response. Suddenly, he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. Turning around, he was confronted by a ghastly pale face, so close that it nearly touched his nose. Terrified, he instinctively recoiled, forgetting that he was standing on the stairs. In his retreat, he misstepped, and with a lurch, he tumbled down the staircase. Chapter 16, frightened to the point of peeing his pants on the staircase. Zhang Xueru had initially intended to wait for Wen Tiancheng to descend before inquiring about Wen Qi's condition. However, Wen Xian, thoroughly terrified, persistently urged her to return to their room. Reluctantly, Zhang Xueru guided Wen Xian back toward their chamber. The entire villa was shrouded in an eerie darkness, so profound that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. She took out her phone, intending to illuminate the surroundings with its flashlight. But despite pressing the buttons multiple times, it remained unresponsive. Xianer, my phone has run out of battery. Please use yours for light. Wen Xian retrieved her phone. But after several attempts, it too showed no signs of life. Ah! Wen Xian screamed, hurling her phone away in fright. Zhang Shuer, startled, inquired, what happened? With a quiver in her voice, Wen Xian replied, Mom, I charged my phone just before the power went out. How could it be dead? It must be under the influence of a ghost. Zhang Shuer felt a chill run down her spine. Her own phone had also been charged prior to the blackout. Nevertheless, she forced a smile, saying, You must have accidentally pressed the power button, dear. Come on, let us pick up your phone. However, Wen Xian adamantly refused to retrieve her device, overwhelmed by fear. Unable to persuade her, Zhang Shuer conceded, All right then, let us carefully navigate our way back to the room. Wen Xian buried her face in her mother's embrace, their bodies closely entwined as they cautiously made their way toward the room. In what should have been a mere 10-meter distance, it took them several minutes to finally reach the door. Zhang Shuer let out a sigh of relief. Smiling as she said, We've arrived, see, nothing happened? I told you, you were just imagining things. As she reached out to grasp the doorknob, an unsettling sensation coursed through her. Instinctively, she glanced down, only to behold a pale, ghostly hand, emitting a faint luminescence, clasping her own. This eerie hand seemed to be emerging from the very door itself. Frozen in place by terror, Zhang Shue's body became rigid. A film of perspiration instantly forming on her brow. She desperately attempted to retract her hand, but her efforts proved futile. Impatient from the delay, Wen Xian, nestled in her embrace, prompted, Mother, have you not yet located the handle? Zhang Shuer opened her mouth, intending to urge her daughter to flee, but despite repeated attempts, she found herself incapable of uttering a single sound. Growing increasingly impatient, as maintaining the bent posture was proving tiresome, Wen Xian straightened up, finally noticing her mother's distress. Mother. What is amiss? She inquired. Despite her questionable character, Zhang Shuer harbored genuine affection for her child. Even in the throes of her own terror, she refused to expose her daughter to danger. Summoning a surge of strength, she forcibly shook off the phosphorescent hand, seized Wen Xian, and spun around, fleeing in the opposite direction. Let us descend and seek your father and brother, she stated, reluctant to reveal the truth to Wen Xian. I am concerned for their well-being. Inherently selfish and timid, Wen Xian resisted the idea of going downstairs, attempting to wrench her hand from Zhang Shue's grasp and retreat to her room. Already consumed by fear and walking on unsteady legs, Zhang Shuer relied solely on maternal instinct to persevere. Wen Xian's abrupt movement caused the already stiffened Zhang Shuer to lose her balance, resulting in her colliding headfirst with the wall. Zhang Shuer collapsed to the ground. Startled, Wen Xian exclaimed, Mother, what has happened? She bent down to assess Zhang Shue's condition, but a sudden noise behind her disrupted her efforts. It was an indescribable sound, akin to a hard object scraping against the floor. As Wen Xian glanced back, she beheld a dark figure wriggling on the ground, advancing towards her. Overcome by terror, she let out a piercing scream, momentarily forgetting about Zhang Shueru, and scrambled forward in a frantic dash. In her haste, she tripped over Zhang Shueru, who was left unconscious, only to have her own daughter inadvertently step upon her face. With screams echoing in her ears, Wen Xian fled, quickly reaching the staircase. Dreadful of descending, she felt the monstrous entity closing in, threatening to overtake her. Cornered against the wall, she cried out in desperation, Help! Help! Is anyone there to save me? The creature drew nearer, its claw, adorned with sharp nails, reaching for her feet. In a frenzy of panic, Wen Xian kicked and shouted, Get away! Don't come near me! Just as she teetered on the brink of madness, the lights in the villa suddenly flickered to life with a loud pop, followed by the insistent ringing of the doorbell. A voice called out, Mr. Wen, Mrs. Wen, are you home? We are from the property management. We have heard unusual noises coming from your residence. Could you please open the door? Wen Xian, her voice hoarse from terror, cried, Help! Please, come save me! Upon hearing her cries for help, the property management attempted to force the door open. After several futile attempts, they realized the door would not budge, and thus, they moved to the window, shattering the glass and climbing inside. Upon entering, the property staff and security personnel were taken aback, discovering Wen Tiancheng prostrate near the staircase, having lost a considerable amount of blood. From upstairs, Wen Xian cried out, Save me first. Prioritize my rescue. The property manager initially directed personnel to assess Wen Tianqing's condition, simultaneously contacting emergency services and descending to attend to Wen Xian. Overwhelmed with relief upon seeing others, Wen Xian scrambled forth, grasping the manager's leg and pleading, "Help me. Get me out of here. There's a ghost in my home." Observing Wen Xian clinging to his leg, the property manager harbored a moment of schadenfreude. Wen Xian had always been haughty, treating the property staff with disdain. Although they generally disregarded it, witnessing her current disarray provided him with a certain satisfaction. He bent down, assisted her to her feet, and thoughtfully suggested, "Miss Wen, might you wish to change your attire first?" Perplexed by his remark, Wen Xian, in her terror, had no inclination to change. The manager gestured toward her person. Impatiently glancing down, Wen Xian's countenance turned ashen with disgust. She recoiled from the manager and darted toward her room. The manager chuckled, casting a glance at the corner where Wen Xian had been, noting a puddle of indistinct moisture. After Wen Xian reappeared, having changed, the property manager had summoned additional personnel who were in the process of carrying Zhang Xueru downstairs. An ambulance had also arrived. Wen Tianqing was lifted onto the ambulance, and at that moment, Zhang Xueru had already regained consciousness. Weakly, she addressed the property manager, saying, "My son, Wen Qi, is in the garage, could you kindly check on his condition?" Startled, the property manager promptly dispatched someone to locate Wen Qi. Before long, Wen Qi was carried out by 2 security guards. Upon seeing her son, Zhang Xueru, disregarding her own injuries, lunged forward and cried out, "My child. How could this happen to you?" Chapter 17, Police Assistance. The entire Wen family was admitted to the hospital, utilizing 2 ambulances in the process. Wen Tianqing had suffered a severe head injury and a fractured femur in his right leg. Wen Qi was bloodied, with both arms broken. Zhang Xueru had sustained a concussion from the accident. Fortunately, Wen Xian was not physically harmed. But she was so frightened that she could not bear to stay alone at home, leading her to seek refuge in the hospital instead. When the family's servants returned to work the following day, they found the Wen villa deserted and in disarray, with the owner's mobile phones left behind. Alarmed, the servants feared a serious incident had occurred and tremulously called the police. Upon their arrival at the villa, the property management hurried to clarify the situation. Upon learning that the entire family had been admitted to the hospital without any imminent danger, the police admonished the servants to ascertain the facts before making unnecessary calls in the future, and prepared to leave. Just as the officers turned to depart, a sudden crashing sound erupted from the elevator below. What was happening? Several police officers immediately halted their steps, turning their attention towards the elevator. Sister Li hurriedly approached with a smile, saying, "It's nothing at all. Our elevator is a bit faulty and often makes such noises." Yesterday, in order to deal with Wen Ning, the Wen family had sent their household staff home early. Having worked for the Wen family for over a decade, Sister Li earned their trust, and thus she stayed behind to assist Zhang Xueru in preparing a lavish meal. Upon noticing Sister Li's somewhat unnatural expression, the officers sensed that something was amiss. Moreover, they had never heard of an elevator malfunctioning in such a manner. The oldest officer, Officer Wang, kindly remarked, "Oh, really? As it happens, I have some knowledge of elevator repairs. Let me help you investigate to avert any safety incidents." With that, he made his way towards the elevator. Sister Li quickly stepped in front of him, forcing a smile as she said, "Officer, I will have the property management contact the elevator company to send over a professional repair person shortly. You are all so busy, it would be an inconvenience for you. Thank you for your kind offer." However, her attempt to block him only heightened the officer's suspicions. Officer Wang chuckled and replied, "Not a bother at all. It is our duty to serve the people. Rest assured, my skills in elevator repair are quite proficient." He gently pushed Sister Li aside and approached the elevator button. Once again, Sister Li rushed forward, positioning herself in front of the elevator controls, insisting, "Officer, there is no need. Our master is not at home, and without their permission, we cannot allow others to tamper with the household items. I hope you understand." As her words trailed off, the thumping from below the elevator intensified, becoming more urgent. It was unmistakably a cry for help from someone trapped below. Wang, the police officer, decided to dispense with further prevarication with Mrs. Li. He signaled to his colleagues to restrain her. Mrs. Li, agitated, spun around, protesting vehemently, "Officers, you've misunderstood. It's our third young lady confined downstairs. She's mentally unstable. And my employers feared she might harm others if she were to roam free. This is a family matter, there's no need for your involvement. That's a blatant lie. A clear, ringing voice cut through the air. Heads turned to see Zhang Tingting burst in, still wearing a helmet. Uneasy about Wen Ning. She had tried to reach her by phone that morning, but her calls went unanswered. Unable to wait until the end of her shift, she had ridden her bicycle directly to the residence. Spotting a police car outside, she knew something was amiss with Wen Ning. Removing her helmet, Zhang Tingting addressed Officer Wang. "Good day, I'm Zhang Tingting from the municipal prison. I can vouch that Wen Ning is of sound mind. She's undoubtedly being held against her will. Please. You must rescue her immediately." Officer Wang's expression turned grave. He insisted on inspecting the lower level. Seeing this, Mrs. Li struggled to break free, attempting to block his path. As the trusted confidant of the family, she was determined to prevent the officers from releasing the third young lady. However, the more she fought, the tighter the officer's grip became. Unable to resist any longer, she resorted to exclaiming, "You cannot barge in here indiscriminately. This is unlawful." Officer Wang presented his police identification, briefly displaying it before her. "We suspect individuals are being held captive within this villa. In accordance with pertinent regulations, we are authorized to conduct a search of this property. Your cooperation is expected. Furthermore, our enforcement procedure is being recorded in its entirety. Should you have any inquiries, you may file a complaint with my superiors." Fortuitously, the elevator doors opened. Officer Wang beckoned two colleagues to join him inside, and Zhang Tingting hastily squeezed in as well. The elevator swiftly descended to the second basement level. Upon exiting, they observed the reinforced steel door vibrating, each tremor accompanied by a resounding thud. Officer Wang promptly approached the portal and rapped upon it. "Is anyone inside?" Zhang Tingting pressed herself against the door and cried out, "Wen Ning, is that you in there?" Wen Ning's voice echoed from within, "It's me. Help. I've been imprisoned here. Save me. Please, someone, rescue me." Officer Wang exchanged a glance with his colleagues and, after examining the formidable barrier, determined that they were unable to breach it. He immediately ascended to contact the fire department for assistance in forcing the door open. Li Sa, fraught with anxiety, stamped her feet, eager to contact Wen Tiancheng. Alas! Their mobile phones had all been left behind within the house. The firefighters arrived expeditiously, equipped with specialized breaching tools. After considerable exertion, they managed to breach the exceptionally sturdy steel door. Due to the urgency of the rescue, the breaching process was executed with considerable force, rendering the door beyond repair. As the door swung open, the crowd beheld Wen Ning, her small face ashen, hair disheveled, and her visage damp, presenting a picture of sheer terror and sorrow. Zhang Tingting rushed forward and supported her, anxiety lacing her voice as she inquired, "Wen Ning, are you all right? Did they hurt you? Are you injured?" Wen Ning offered her a faint, weary smile, then her eyes fluttered shut, and her body went limp. Zhang Tingting was taken aback. Quickly cradling Wen Ning in her arms and calling out to the officers, "Hurry, summon an ambulance, we need to take her to the hospital." Meanwhile, Wen Tiancheng lay in a luxurious hospital room, receiving professional care from the nurses. He planned to call his assistant as soon as they departed. The events of the previous night were exceedingly bizarre. He needed someone to verify the state of the yellow talismans at his residence. Lost in thought, the door to his room swung open, and several officers entered, displaying their badges. "Good day, Mr. Wen Tiancheng. We are from the Municipal Bureau. You are implicated in a case of unlawful detention, and we kindly request that you accompany us." Chapter 18, Cunning and Crafty due to his severe injuries. Wen Tiancheng was not taken to the police station, yet his freedom had been curtailed, with several officers in his hospital room taking his statement. Naturally, he would not concede to the charge of unlawful detention, firmly asserting that Wen Ning was mentally unstable and posed a threat, which prompted him to confine her. Officer Wang, with a grave expression, inquired, "What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim that Wen Ning is mentally unstable and exhibits violent behavior?" Wen Tiancheng sighed with a sense of helplessness and remarked, "Of course, there is. You must have heard, she has just been released from prison. When she was incarcerated, we conducted a psychological evaluation, revealing that she suffers from schizophrenia. When stable, she appears no different from an ordinary person. However, during episodes, she tends to become aggressive towards others. Officer Wang inquired. If she is mentally ill, why was she imprisoned? Mentally ill individuals are not criminally liable for acts of violence. Wen Tiancheng replied, yet during that incident, she was not experiencing an episode. The altercation was trivial, yet she inflicted severe injuries upon the other party. I truly wished she had been in a state of illness at that time. After all, regardless of her actions, she is still my daughter. How could I bear to let her suffer in prison? Nevertheless, authoritative institutions have thoroughly assessed her and concluded she was in a normal state. Officer Wang scrutinized him for a considerable time, yet Wen Tiancheng maintained an expression of calm, revealing no signs of faltering. Wen Ning informed us that after consuming the meal you prepared last night, she lost all awareness and awoke to find herself confined in the basement. She suspects you may have drugged her food, prompting us to conduct a blood test, the results of which have just arrived. We did indeed discover traces of certain substances in Wen Ning's blood. Mr. Wen, how do you explain this? Wen Tiancheng's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief. What substances? How is her health? Where is she? I must see her, he exclaimed, attempting to throw off the covers and rise from the bed. Officer Wang restrained him with a hand. Mr. Wen Ning presents no immediate complications. The crux of the matter lies in elucidating the origin of the pharmaceutical compounds detected in Wen Ning's bloodstream. Wen Tiancheng, with a countenance etched with sorrow, lamented. I am utterly unaware. Our lineage, the Wen family, has maintained an unblemished reputation for generations. Such matters are foreign to us. As if struck by a sudden realization, he added, Officer Wang, I suspect she procured the substance herself. During her 2-year incarceration, she likely encountered disreputable individuals. Officer Wang arched an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that Wen Ning ingested the substance of her own volition and subsequently attempted to frame you? What leads you to this conclusion? Wen Tiancheng wiped his face. Upon her release from prison yesterday, she coerced me for monetary compensation and property, and insisted on entering the entertainment industry. My refusal to accede to her third demand is, I surmise, the impetus behind this. Indeed, a confidant of hers is privy to these events. This acquaintance is affiliated with your public security apparatus, a certain Zhang Tingting, whom you may wish to interrogate. Officer Wang further inquired, do you possess any substantiating evidence that Wen Ning was confined due to a violent episode yesterday? Wen Tiancheng demurred. Regrettably, our residence lacks surveillance equipment, therefore, I possess no corroborating evidence. Officer Wang reiterated the preceding inquiries several times, to which Wen Tiancheng's responses remained consistent. Subsequently, Officer Wang presented the transcribed statement to Wen Tiancheng for verification, secured his signature and fingerprint, and departed from Wen Tiancheng's hospital room. On the other side, Wen Ning was reclining in a hospital bed in the same medical facility, receiving an intravenous drip, with Zhang Tingting at her side. Wen Ning said with a smile, You came all this way to be with me, aren't you concerned about a deduction in your wages? Zhang Tingting, still unnerved, replied, I'm in no state of mind to work now. Heavens, the strife within affluent families is truly terrifying, they dared to drug you. With your extraordinary abilities, how could you have failed to foresee such a malicious scheme against you? Wen Ning responded with a sly grin, care to venture a guess? Zhang Tingting, observing her demeanor, suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, You didn't intentionally provide them with the opportunity, did you? Precisely, Wen Ning affirmed with a smile, indicating that she had been acting deliberately from the outset. Dealing with the Wen family required minimal effort on her part. Aware of their guilty consciences, they would undoubtedly seek to control her by any means necessary. She merely had to feign compliance with their schemes. Thus, she pretended to be drugged, granting her access to the Wen family's forbidden grounds, where she proceeded to destroy the talisman safeguarding their residence. As for the blood test, it was a spontaneous decision. She had employed a sleight of hand with the previous night's meal, refraining from actually consuming it, but she had preserved it. Upon learning of the police's arrival, she ingested a small amount of the medicated food, an insignificant quantity that would not adversely affect her health. Zhang Tingting was bewildered as to why they would treat her in such a manner, compelling her to take the blame for Wen Xian, drugging her, and confining her. This is hardly the treatment befitting a biological daughter, one wouldn't treat an adversary in such a way, she exclaimed. Suddenly, her eyes widened further as she conjectured. Could it be that you're not their biological offspring? Wen Ning chuckled softly, realizing that this little prison guard had quite a sharp mind. Ting Ting, from now on, you should refrain from seeking me out. You ought to attend to your duties without running over here. Zhang Tingting inquired, why? Wen Ning replied. The Wen family possesses considerable influence in city, and I do not wish to involve you in any complications. However, Zhang Tingting, with a resolute expression, stated. You need not worry about me. After all, I am a public servant, and the Wen family would surely not dare to act against me. Wen Ning considered this young woman somewhat naively optimistic. The Wen family was no ordinary adversary. While they may not wield omnipotent tactics in city, they could easily deal with a powerless little prison guard without sullying their own hands. Take today's events as an example. The Wen father and son could extricate themselves from this predicament with little effort. She was determined to protect the only person in her 2 lives who had shown her genuine concern without any ulterior motives. Ting Ting, do you trust my abilities? Without hesitation, Zhang Tingting nodded affirmatively, of course. Wen Ning smiled again, since you have faith in my capabilities, heed my advice, do not involve yourself in this matter. As long as I prevent them from having an opportunity, the Wen family cannot harm me. If you intervene, it may inadvertently jeopardize my safety. You should pay closer attention to your boyfriend, he is about to deceive you. Only then did Zhang Tingting recall her own situation. Wen Ning, Master Wen. Please tell me directly, how exactly is my ex-boyfriend planning to deceive me? I need to be prepared in advance. Wen Ning, this time, did not keep her in suspense. Your financial prospects appear bleak, you are likely to incur a significant loss soon. Zhang Tingting immediately erupted in fury, that scoundrel intends to swindle me out of my money? This is intolerable. It would be one thing for him to deceive me emotionally, but to dare to defraud me financially is beyond comprehension. How much can I earn in my lifetime? The audacity to covet my hard-earned money. I shall make him pay for this. With that, Zhang Tingting rose, ready to leave. Wen Ning quickly grasped her arm and placed a neatly folded talisman in her hand, urging her to take it for protection. Zhang Tingting's expression hardened. Could he truly resort to underhanded tactics against me? Chapter 19, a new ally. Wen Ning cautioned, when the plot thickens, remain vigilant. Do not confront him head-on, it is wiser to employ cunning. In truth, Zhang Tingting's visage revealed more than just a shadow over her financial prospects. Her forehead bore a dark omen, indicating that a significant calamity loomed ahead. However, some fates are inescapable. Thus, all she could do was advise Zhang Tingting to exercise caution and provide her with a protective charm to mitigate the impending turmoil. Zhang Tingting, not lacking in intelligence, understood the gravity of the situation from Wen Ning's words and solemnly accepted the talisman. But are you truly safe on your end? Wen Ning smiled reassuringly. At least for now, the Wen family would not dare to act recklessly. Focus on your own matters, and should I require your assistance, I shall certainly reach out. Zhang Tingting did not linger, hastily departing with the talisman in hand. Once she left, Wen Ning began to chant a few incantations, and in the next moment, a wisp of dark mist filled the room. As the fog dissipated, a young and beautiful female ghost materialized, her attire revealing and provocative. Wen Ning inquired. What is the situation with Wen Tianqing? How has he managed to deceive the police? The female ghost recounted the process of Wen Tianqing's confession in great detail. In the end, she asked, Master, can you truly help me and my sister seek vengeance? Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. What? Do you doubt me? I presumed that destroying the yellow talisman would serve as ample proof. The female ghost sighed. Please do not take offense, Master. It is merely that the forces behind Wen Tianqing are exceedingly formidable. My 10 unfortunate sisters were entirely consumed by the magical artifacts and yellow talismans associated with him, leaving only me to narrowly escape. It is not that I fear your inability to assist us, rather, I do not wish to implicate you in our plight. Wen Ning inquired curiously, Wen Tianqing possesses magical artifacts? How did I fail to perceive this? Furthermore, did you not manage to approach him effortlessly last night? The female ghost replied, he did have them previously, but the artifacts were not with him yesterday and today, which allowed me to draw near him. Wen Ning stroked his chin, finding this peculiar. Typically, protective magical artifacts are not easily abandoned by their owners, yet Wen Tianqing seemed to have removed such crucial items. He noted to investigate further, as it might yield new revelations. Turning back to the female ghost, he reflected on her tragic fate. Named Su Qian. She had perished at the tender age of 18, just as she was coming of age. After her beloved grandmother fell gravely ill, she sought to earn money for her treatment by working as an attendant in an establishment owned by none other than Wen Tianqing. Although Su Qian aspired to make a living, she had only engaged in conversation and drinking with patrons, never partaking in carnal transactions. She was merely a beautiful young woman. A pure maiden who caught the attention of Wen Tiancheng, who intended to offer her to a powerful figure above. Su Qian, unwilling to submit, was forcibly drugged by Wen Tiancheng and delivered to the bed of that influential man. By the time Su Qian regained consciousness, it was already too late. Defiant and unwilling to accept her fate, she cried out to report the powerful man. Only to be met with a tragic end as Wen Tiancheng had someone orchestrate a car accident that claimed her life. Fueled by intense resentment, Su Qian transformed into a vengeful spirit upon her death, seeking retribution against Wen Tiancheng. During her quest for vengeance, she encountered other young women who had also fallen victim to his malevolence. From these spirits, she learned that Wen Tiancheng had caused the demise of many over the years. And those souls who sought vengeance against him met the same fate of being devoured as mere sustenance. Due to her youth, Su Qian was protected by her ghostly sisters, thus escaping the fate of becoming nourishment. This protection ignited an insatiable desire for revenge within her, yet she found herself powerless against the formidable artifacts wielded by Wen Tiancheng. Last night, while she was vigilantly observing the Wen residence, she noticed the power of the yellow talisman had suddenly dissipated. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed into the villa to exact her revenge. However, her abilities proved far too feeble. Aside from frightening the members of the Wen family, she could not claim their lives. Subsequently, the injured were taken away by an ambulance, but Su Qian remained undeterred, planning to intimidate the driver in hopes of causing Wen Tiancheng to meet his end on the road. Instead, she was summoned by Wen Ning. Upon discovering that it was Wen Ning who had destroyed the yellow talisman, Su Qian immediately clung to her for support, offering to assist Wen Ning in surveilling Wen Tiancheng. Seeing the apprehension etched on Su Qian's face, Wen Ning reassured her, "Rest assured, even without your involvement, the feud between Wen Tiancheng and me is irreconcilable. There's no need to fret about implicating me." Her words seemed to alleviate Su Qian's anxiety, and after a moment's contemplation, she cautiously inquired, "Celestial Master, would it be possible for you to assist me in sending a dream to my grandmother? Souls that haven't descended to the Yellow Springs after death lack the ability to autonomously send dreams to their loved ones." It had been over half a year since Su Qian's demise, and during that time, she had frequently witnessed her grandmother's forlorn vigil in their old home, awaiting her return, which caused her profound distress. She had accumulated some savings during her lifetime, insufficient to cure her grandmother's ailment, but enough to afford the elderly woman a slightly improved quality of life. Thus, she desired to convey her final wishes in a dream, imploring her grandmother to cease waiting for her. Moved by her filial piety, Wen Ning nodded in agreement, "I can." Overwhelmed with emotion, Su Qian fought back tears and requested, "Celestial Master, would you be so kind as to provide me with a change of attire? I wouldn't want my grandmother to see me in this state." She gestured self-consciously at the garments she was wearing, which had been provided by Wen Tiancheng's associates. Such a modest request was readily granted by Wen Ning. She reached into her pocket and retrieved a set of paper garments, allowing Su Qian to confirm the style before casting a spell, causing the paper attire to materialize upon her. Su Qian smiled contentedly, expressing her gratitude, "Thank you, Celestial Master." Wen Ning waved her hand dismissively and instructed, "Continue to monitor Wen Tiancheng for me, and observe who he communicates with." She suspected that Wen Tiancheng would seek someone to take the blame, but she was uncertain as to whom he would sacrifice. Su Qian swiftly vanished from the hospital room and made her way to Wen Tiancheng. The liquid in the bottle was nearly depleted, prompting Wen Ning to press the call button for a nurse to remove the four. After the nurse departed, Wen Ning tidied up her belongings, preparing to handle her discharge procedures. With her health in stable condition, she had no desire to squander time in the hospital. Seizing the opportunity while the Wen family remained in the hospital, she decided to return to the family's old abode to conduct a thorough search. Having exchanged her life, she believed there might be some artifacts or formations left behind by the one who orchestrated her fate. She yearned to experiment and see if she could turn these tools against them. With her mind set, Wen Ning efficiently completed the necessary paperwork and was ready to leave. However, upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, she felt an intense surge of malevolent energy that made her turn, her eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 20, The Walking Point of Virtue. Such formidable malevolence. Yet, what surprised Wen Ning was that this aura did not originate from the individual before her but had been acquired from elsewhere. It was not uncommon for individuals to absorb malevolent energy after visiting ill-fated places. Many would inadvertently carry some back with them. Generally, the impact of such energy was minimal. At most, it might induce nightmares or minor misfortunes, dissipating after a few days. However, the stylish young man before her had absorbed malevolence to a perilous extent. What had he encountered? What kind of trouble had he stirred up? Such significant troubles could potentially yield her considerable points of virtue. Thus, Wen Ning immediately approached the young man with a bright smile. A young man adorned with a mask and sunglasses, topped with a black hat, and dressed in an unassuming manner, emanates an aura that is inescapable. Despite his attempts to conceal himself, he appears accustomed to this scrutiny, unfazed by the gazes of others as he strides forward, engaged in a phone call. Assistant Qin. In which ward is my cousin residing? He converses intently on the line when, unexpectedly, a short-haired girl intercepts him. Hey there, I see darkness clouding your brow. A malevolent aura surrounding you. Are you facing impending misfortune? Would you like to exchange WeChat? I can assist in dispelling this negativity. Jiang Yan regards the girl with sparkling eyes, unable to suppress a frown. Is this truly how you engage in conversation these days? So unconventional? Wen Ning raises an eyebrow. Is this considered flirting? Jiang Yan replies earnestly, this is a hospital, and I am here to visit a patient. I have no desire to attract attention or disrupt the order of the institution. Do you understand? Wen Ning appears puzzled, not fully grasping his words. Jiang Yan, exhaling in exasperation, adds, very well, do you wish for an autograph or a photo? Or perhaps both? I am amenable, but please, make your choice swiftly. Wen Ning, taken aback, contemplates, what is he saying? Why can't I comprehend a single word? Noticing her silence, Jiang Yan grows impatient. What exactly do you intend to do? This phrase resonates with her. Wen Ning quickly responds, handsome, I am here to help you dispel this malevolent energy. You are burdened with a significant amount of negativity. And if it remains unresolved, it could lead to grave misfortune. However, today I am pressed for time and cannot assist you with this predicament. Nevertheless, you may add me as a friend, and I shall address it for you tomorrow. Little did she know, before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yan scoffed lightly, remarking on the increasingly creative methods of idol worship among the youth today. Apologies, but I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Idol worship? So this handsome man is a celebrity? No wonder he is so captivating even when hidden away. Wen Ning mused internally, her hands moving decisively as she swiftly reclaimed the charm. Sir, you are mistaken, I do not idolize celebrities, and I do not even know who you are. If you choose not to add me as a friend, so be it, just keep this safe for now. What I just said was no mere jest. You are indeed surrounded by ominous energy. If left unchecked, your fans may be mourning you online by tomorrow. As she spoke fervently, akin to a sizzling pan of beans, she pressed a talisman into Jiang Yan's hand, hastening her words to avoid rejection. Believe it or not, just take this charm, I won't charge you a penny. If you encounter anything amiss tonight, be sure to wear this, it will safeguard you until morning. If my words prove untrue, you may come to my livestream and berate me. By the way, my livestream is called Ensuring Your Safety. Having said this, Wen Ning turned and departed. By the time Jiang Yan regained his composure, she had already distanced herself considerably. What on earth? Is she unwell? Is this the approach that streamers have resorted to these days? What era are we in, still clinging to such superstitions? Jiang Yan cast a glance at the triangular yellow talisman in his hand and then at the nearby trash bin, preparing to discard it. However, before he could take a step forward, someone patted him on the shoulder. Xiao Yan, why are you standing here? Turning around, he saw Assistant Qin. It's nothing, Assistant Qin. What brings you down? Where's my brother? Assistant Qin smiled and replied, the president is worried you might get lost in the hospital, so he sent me to fetch you. Come on, I'll take you upstairs. Jiang Yan awkwardly adjusted his sunglasses. He was notoriously directionally challenged, often losing his way even in his own neighborhood. With Assistant Qin urging him on, he neglected to search for the trash bin and casually tucked the amulet into his pocket instead. Wen Ning emerged from the hospital and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Wen residence. Upon arrival, she found the house bustling with a few servants and workers replacing the glass. After paying the fare, she stepped into the courtyard. Upon seeing her return, Aunt Li immediately frowned. How dare you come back? Do you have any idea how much trouble your reckless words at the police station could cause for your father and mother? Wen Ning deliberately took a few steps back. Scrutinizing the villa, I haven't made a mistake, this is indeed my home. Aunt Li, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Wen Ning smiled and shrugged, I mean. Please be mindful of your tone when speaking, one might presume you have an inappropriate relationship with my father. Aunt Li's face flushed with anger, what nonsense are you spouting? Wen Ning tilted her head and looked at her, is that so? Then why do you speak to me in such a manner? Here stands the house of Wen. And I, their daughter, am akin to your partial benefactor. Laughter erupted from Lisa, as if she had heard the jest of the ages, bending her double. My partial benefactor? By heavens, how audacious you are to adorn yourself so. Have you forgotten your station? Within these walls, you are of less account than a cur. Yet you dare claim to be my employer. A jest most rich. Do you hear, my fellows? This last was directed to the other servants of the Wen household, who appeared somewhat discomfited. Having arrived within the last 2 years, they were unacquainted with the existence of a third daughter until Wen Ning's return. Yet, judging by yesterday's events, this third daughter was no simpleton. Though the family held her in low regard, they evidently held her in trepidation. And whom the masters fear? How could mere servants dare mock? Lisa, finding the situation uproarious, clutched her belly, blocking the entrance as she succumbed to laughter. Wen Ning, with a swift motion, thrust her aside, crossing the threshold of the villa. Lisa swiftly moved to impede her, the master and mistress are not at home, you are forbidden to enter. Wen Ning turned, her gaze piercing, repeat your words. She stood in silent contemplation, her eyes fixed upon Lisa, whose initial arrogance faltered, replaced by an unexpected disquiet. Wen Ning scoffed, even in the shadow of one's master, one must first assess the prevailing winds. In the absence of your lord, it is best to hold your tongue. For I have never been one to spare the rod, regardless of the master's identity. Chapter 21, Foiling his accumulation of wealth. Lisa watched with her own eyes as Wen Ning entered the doorway and ascended to the second floor. Just as Wen Ning was about to open the master bedroom door, Lisa hurriedly rushed over and tightly grasped the doorknob. Young miss, what do you intend to do? This is Mr. and Mrs. S. room, you are not permitted to enter. Wen Ning cast a glance at her. Why can't I enter my parents' room? What qualification do you? A mere servant, possessed to obstruct me? Lisa stubbornly retorted, you simply cannot enter, or else I will summon the authorities. Wen Ning chuckled melodically. Go ahead and report it, I would be interested to see if the constabulary would apprehend me. If the law itself cannot sanction my actions, what business do you? A domestic, have meddling like a busybody? Are you trying to make yourself appear important? Having finished speaking, she reached out and gently tapped Lisa's hand. Lisa clutched her hand and cried out loudly, ah, my hand, my hand. Wen Ning, with a look of speechlessness, stated, Lisa. My parents are not present, there is no need for such an exaggerated performance. I merely tapped you lightly, your colleagues are all watching. Overacting to that degree is rather comical. The servants who had gathered to observe the spectacle all wore expressions of suppressed amusement. They all felt that Lisa's acting was excessive. Even if it was to ingratiate herself with the employer, there should be some moderation. The young miss had only lightly touched the back of her hand, yet she was screaming as if being slaughtered, it was utterly disingenuous. To be fair, the performance of the housekeeper, Mrs. Li, was rather commendable. Observe the prominent veins bulging on her forehead and neck, were it not for their direct observation. One might genuinely believe that the third young lady had inflicted violence upon her. Mrs. Li found herself in a predicament, for her distress was genuine. She was unsure as to why, but her hand was suddenly overcome with excruciating pain, as if the bones were on the verge of fracturing. Yet, to assert that the third young lady had struck her hand seemed somewhat preposterous to her. Wen Ning, observing her bewildered and anguished countenance, was inwardly amused. In actuality, she was the instigator of the mischief. Although she had merely touched Mrs. Li lightly, that gentle touch possessed immense force. Mrs. Li's perception was accurate. The bones in her hand had indeed cracked. However, how could she possibly articulate such a thing? Wen Ning, feigning utter exasperation with Mrs. Li, reached out and opened the door to the master bedroom. The room of Wen Tiancheng and Zhang Xueru was decorated in an opulent yet somewhat vulgar manner. The couple possessed little refinement. In Wen Ning's recollection, the Wen family's affluence began around her 10th year, prior to that, their financial circumstances were not particularly favorable. After she turned 10, Wen Tiancheng seemed to have experienced a sudden stroke of good fortune, with every endeavor proving successful and every investment yielding substantial profits. In a mere few years, he transformed from a social misfit into General Wen. The Wen Group, which he single-handedly established, rapidly gained considerable renown in city. Therefore, Wen Ning surmised that Wen Tiancheng and his wife had not yet earned the trust of those behind the scenes before she turned 10. After she reached the age of 10, Wen Tiancheng passed the test and received assistance from those individuals. Sauntering around the chamber with her hands clasped behind her, Wen Ning was closely trailed by Mrs. Li, who shadowed her every move, determined to keep a vigilant watch. Wen Ning, unperturbed, surveyed the room before her gaze settled upon the pillow on the bed. Approaching it, she lifted the pillow to reveal a Pichot bracelet concealed beneath. The bracelet, having been consecrated, radiated a palpable energy. However, discerning nothing further of note, she tossed the bracelet to Mrs. Li and turned to feign curiosity as she began to handle several decorative ornaments in the room. Mrs. Li, wincing in pain, cautioned, "Do not meddle with the items in this room. Should you damage anything, the master will be most displeased upon his return." Wen Ning, who was at that moment holding a crystal ornament, feigned a startle upon hearing these words. With a dramatic tremor, the ornament slipped from her grasp and shattered into several pieces. Wen Ning patted her chest affectatiously and exclaimed, "Mrs. Li, your words were so alarming that they caused me to lose my grip. Alas, what shall become of me? I have broken such a valuable item. My father will surely be incensed. Oh, I am quite frightened, I cannot remain here." With that, Wen Ning fled in apparent terror. Mrs. Li, relieved at her departure, breathed a sigh of relief. She promptly summoned a servant to clear away the crystal shards and, enduring her discomfort, secured the room, locking the door and pocketing the key. Unbeknownst to her, the absence of the crystal ornament, though seemingly inconsequential, had subtly altered the room's magnetic field. Wen Ning observed as the servant swept the shards of the crystal ornament into the trash bin, unable to suppress a smirk. That ornament was no ordinary item. In Wen Tiancheng's room, it served as the focal point of a wealth-attracting formation. With its destruction, the formation was rendered ineffective, and thus, Wen Tiancheng would incur financial losses. Regrettably, this wealth-attracting formation was not particularly large, so the impact on Wen Tiancheng would be minimal. She was certain that a more substantial wealth-attracting formation resided in his office, and she intended to seek an opportunity to visit it. Sister Li, unable to endure the pain in her hand, noticed Wen Ning had returned to her guest room. She hurriedly instructed her colleagues to keep an eye on Wen Ning, ensuring she did not rummage through other rooms, before hastening to the hospital. Upon her return, she found Wen Ning leisurely enjoying her dinner, while Sister Li's hand was encased in a cast. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. "Sister Li, I am aware that you harbor some disdain for me, but must you be so dramatic? Are you attempting to extort me?" Sister Li remained silent, her gaze upon Wen Ning laced with confusion. She had undergone an X-ray at the hospital, which revealed a fracture in her hand. However, prior to Wen Ning's contact, her hand had shown no signs of injury, not even the slightest bruise. How could it possibly fracture without cause? Yet, Wen Ning's touch had not been forceful at all. Sister Li found herself bewildered. At that moment, an unseen dark mist materialized in the Wen family's living room. Su Qian had arrived. Wen Ning gestured for Su Qian to wait in the room while she finished her dinner at a leisurely pace. Just as she was about to set down her bowl, Sister Li's phone rang. Sister Li answered the phone, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, her eyes brightened. She quickly began to report, "Sir, you and Madam are not home today, and the third miss is being quite excessive." However, she was interrupted from the other end of the line. Hastily, Sister Li moved away from Wen Ning, retreating to the kitchen to continue the call. Wen Ning chuckled and shook her head, realizing that Sister Li's actions were indeed unnecessary. At the very moment the phone rang, Sister Li's expression had dramatically shifted, revealing a demeanor akin to that of a prisoner. Thus, she had already surmised the intent behind Wen Tiancheng's call. As expected, upon returning to her room, Su Qian immediately reported to Wen Ning, "Master, Wen Tiancheng has found a way to extricate himself. He intends to have Sister Li take the blame." Chapter 22, a deceptive maneuver indeed. Upon hearing the news Su Qian brought back, the first thought that crossed Wen Ning's mind was encapsulated in two words: Wen Tiancheng had indeed discovered a way to escape. And it was quite ingeniously devised. Since dinner at the Wen household was prepared by Sister Li, if she firmly asserted that she had poisoned the food, the members of the Wen family could easily evade culpability. Wen Ning let out a cold laugh. Sister Li was remarkably loyal to the Wen family, willing to endure imprisonment for Wen Tiancheng. Yet, Sister Li could never fathom that this prison would not be easily endured. Nor would the wealth of the Wen family be readily accessible. After all, she would not allow it. Sister Li was a relative of Zhang Xueru. And since the Wen family rose to prominence, she had served as a maid, earning the trust of Wen Tiancheng and his wife. In her previous life, under the Wen family's indulgence and tacit approval, Sister Li had subjected her to considerable torment, serving her deliberately spoiled meals. Furthermore, she was subjected to machinations orchestrated by Wen Qi and Wen Xian, who compelled her to undertake a plethora of menial and arduous tasks. In her previous existence, it was none other than Mrs. Li who apprehended and returned her when she attempted to abscond. She harbored suspicions that Mrs. Li was privy to the fact that she was not the biological offspring of the Wen family. Consequently, Mrs. Li, who played the role of an accomplice to malevolence, was also among those she sought to retaliate against. Was Mrs. Li not willing to take the blame for Wen Tiancheng? Then she could not let down Mrs. Li's loyalty. And she had to let her sit in prison. Subsequently, she inquired of Su Qian, "Do you happen to know the whereabouts of the illicit substances concealed within Wen Qi's establishment?" Su Qian responded, "I am not privy to such information, but I can endeavor to ascertain it." Wen Ning, with a smile, stated, "Then I shall be indebted to you. Pray, expedite your efforts, for we must present Mrs. Li with a substantial gift." Su Qian reciprocated with a smile, "The celestial master shall await and observe with anticipation." With those words, Su Qian dematerialized from the chamber. Below, Mrs. Li, upon receiving a telephone call from Wen Tiancheng, evinced a moment of hesitation. After all, taking the blame for Wen Ning's poisoning would mean at least 1 or 2 years in prison. Once in prison, her children for 3 generations would not be able to take the civil service exam. This impact is really great. However, Wen Tiancheng offered an exorbitant sum, 20 million. In addition to facilitating her son's enrollment in a foreign institution of higher learning. This enticement proved to be exceedingly alluring. The aggregate income of her entire family barely amounted to 500,000 per annum. A single year of incarceration equated to several decades' worth of earnings for her entire family. The mere economic compensation alone was sufficient to captivate her. With these funds, she could achieve upward mobility. Subsequently, her offspring would be spared the arduous task of civil service examinations, possessing instead the means to engage in investment and commerce, thereby attaining financial autonomy akin to her employer, Wen Tiancheng, and ascending into the upper echelons of society. Furthermore, the Wen family would facilitate her son's pursuit of higher education abroad. An opportunity far more enticing than seeking government employment. Thus, after a fleeting moment of deliberation, Mrs. Li acquiesced to Wen Tiancheng's proposition. Complying with his instructions, she promptly presented herself to the police station and confessed her transgressions. As per Wen Tiancheng's directive, Mrs. Li assumed full responsibility for her actions. She informed the authorities that she believed Wen Ning's mental illness could manifest unpredictably, potentially leading to harm. Consequently, she had taken it upon herself to introduce medication into the Wen family's meals, intending to induce a tranquil slumber post-consumption, with no intention of causing harm. Regrettably, the situation had escalated beyond her expectations, implicating her employer under suspicion, prompting her to confess. Wen Tiancheng's strategy was meticulously crafted, rendering Mrs. Li's testimony advantageous. Although she had indeed administered medication, her subjective intent was devoid of malice, and no tangible harm had been inflicted. Moreover, her voluntary surrender would warrant leniency in sentencing. To further corroborate her account, Mrs. Li proactively disclosed, "The remaining medication is stored within my wardrobe, you are welcome to retrieve it." Upon learning of the existence of physical evidence, Officer Wang promptly dispatched a team to the Wen family's residence. By this time, it was past 9 in the evening. Wen Ning, as the sole proprietor of the Wen household, emerged to inquire about the unfolding situation. With a gaze imbued with empathy, Officer Wang addressed her. "There has been a recent development concerning the matter of your drugging. Your family's domestic, Li Yan, has just turned herself in. We are here to gather evidence." In truth, based on Officer Wang's extensive experience in law enforcement, he possessed a lucid understanding of the actual state of affairs. It was blatantly apparent that the Wen family had coerced the nanny into assuming culpability. However, with someone stepping forward to confess, accompanied by comprehensive evidence, their hands were tied. Wen Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. It was her? No wonder I consistently felt unwell after consuming the meal she prepared. Officer Wang, who had previously rescued Wen Ning from the basement, promptly inquired, have you experienced similar incidents in the past? Wen Ning scratched her head. A hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. Frequently. I had always attributed it to my delicate constitution. Had the dosage not been so substantial this time, I would have undoubtedly continued to attribute it to my own deficiencies, as I had done before. Officer Wang and his colleagues cast sympathetic glances at Wen Ning. The young woman's plight was truly lamentable. To be deprived of parental affection and care, and to then be subjected to such maltreatment at the hands of her own domestic, was a cruel fate. It was difficult to fathom the nature of her existence prior to this moment. Officer Wang offered words of solace. Now that the truth has been brought to light, no one will dare to treat you in such a manner again. Rest assured. The law will undoubtedly seek justice on your behalf. Wen Ning flashed a radiant smile, revealing her teeth. It's all right. I haven't suffered any significant harm. And now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, it's reassuring to know that my parents were not responsible for drugging me. Her countenance exuded contentment and elation, evoking a profound sense of unease within Officer Wang and his companions. The young woman's circumstances were undeniably tragic. Despite the callous treatment she had endured at the hands of her own family, she still held them in such high regard. It was truly not worth it. Officer Wang felt a pang of sorrow and, unable to bear looking at Wen Ning any longer, led his team to search Lisa's room. This search proved to be quite significant, as Officer Wang discovered a package weighing approximately half a kilogram hidden in the corner of Lisa's wardrobe. Upon opening it, they found a variety of items, including the type used on Wen Ning, as well as several other prohibited substances and narcotics. A junior officer, with a look of elation, exclaimed, "Wow, what a haul. We've really accomplished something here, haven't we?" The others also wore expressions of delight, surprised by this unexpected windfall. Officer Wang's lips twitched slightly. After returning to the police station with the package, Officer Wang went to the interrogation room and placed the package in front of Lisa. "What is this? Do you recognize it?" he asked. Lisa readily nodded. "Yes, I recognize it. It contains the leftover medicine I used." However, she wondered why the package was so large. But she didn't dwell on it. Officer Wang repeated his question, "Are you sure this is yours? Are you absolutely certain?" Lisa sensed something was amiss. But remembering Wen Tianqing's promise, she nodded firmly. "Yes, it's mine. I'm sure of it." Chapter 23, The Secret in the Hand Rope. Officer Wang felt a surge of anger, almost to the point of laughter. "Very well, if you're so sure, then tell me what's inside." Lisa pursed her lips, unsure of what the package contained. "I don't remember," she said. "I just tossed things in there haphazardly." Officer Wang, with a stern expression, remarked, "Very well, since you insist that these belongings are yours, allow me to elaborate. These items were retrieved from your wardrobe. In addition to the medication you previously administered to Wen Ning, there are several other illicit substances present. According to our nation's laws, while possessing these drugs may not warrant the death penalty, they undoubtedly carry the potential for a lengthy prison sentence. Now, are you still certain that these items belong to you?" Sister Li, visibly shaken, turned pale and instinctively replied, "They are not mine, these items do not belong to me." "How could there be so many? I was under the impression there was only a small amount of medication." Officer Wang continued. "Concealing prohibited items is a far graver offense than assuming guilt on behalf of another. You would do well to contemplate your words carefully." Sister Li's mind was in turmoil. If she were to admit that these items were not hers, she would not only face imprisonment for covering for someone else but would also incur the wrath of the Wen family. Regardless of the outcome, it seemed more prudent to shoulder the burden herself. Perhaps the Wen family would reward her loyalty with a greater sum of money. With her resolve renewed, Sister Li declared, "These items are mine, they all belong to me." Officer Wang was left speechless by Sister Li's determination. Despite his clear explanation, she remained steadfast in her intent to shield Wen Tianqing from culpability. It was incomprehensible how much Wen Tianqing must have offered her to elicit such unwavering loyalty. Lisa vehemently asserted ownership of the package, while Wen Tianqing's side completely disavowed any responsibility. Furthermore, no evidence linking Wen Tianqing or any other member of the Wen family to the package could be found. Consequently, the case could only be concluded with Lisa's imprisonment and trial. Wen Ning harbored little concern for Lisa's fate, as she had long anticipated her ultimate decision. Given her understanding of Lisa's character, otherwise, she wouldn't have provided her with such a substantial package. Let the wicked Lisa languish in prison. She would make time to visit her and bring her tidings, such as whether her husband would await her release after receiving such a windfall, or whether the Wen family, preoccupied with their own troubles, would still honor their promise to send her son abroad. She wondered what depths her son, already lacking ambition, would sink to without parental guidance. Indeed, she eagerly anticipated Lisa's reaction. Wen Ning banished the ill-fated Lisa from her thoughts and returned to the room she had occupied before her imprisonment, a mere stairwell. Was it any wonder that she had lived a life worse than a dog in the Wen household? The Wen family had once kept a pet dog that enjoyed a spacious, well-lit room, while she was confined to this cramped stairwell. Upon opening the door, a cardboard box tumbled out. Wen Ning glanced around the small space, barely 5 or 6 square meters, crammed with clutter. After she took Wen Xian's place in prison, it had naturally become a storage room. Wen Ning gestured to the servants, instructing them to remove everything inside. At present, she stands as the sole mistress of the Wen family's villa. With the detention of the housekeeper, the villa's staff members are displaying remarkable obedience. They execute her directives with utmost diligence, betraying no hint of negligence. Expeditiously, the miscellaneous items cluttering the stairwell were relocated to the living room, thereby unveiling the original furnishings of the space. A bed, scarcely a meter in width, constructed from bricks and tiles, along with a table of similar composition, constituted the entirety of what remained of her former chamber. Had these 2 items not been immovably built in, they, too, would likely have been subjected to destruction. Wen Ning entered the stairwell and, with closed eyes, meticulously sensed the surroundings, detecting no fluctuations in energy within the room. Could it be that her conjecture was flawed? Opening her eyes, Wen Ning resolved to personally conduct a thorough search of the room. However, the search was limited to the brick table and brick bed. The table consisted of a simple surface, devoid of any drawers, making its contents immediately apparent. Yet, the bed possessed a feature prone to oversight. Wen Ning crouched beside the bed, illuminating the space beneath with her phone while reaching in with her other hand. A crimson hand rope was retrieved. This hand rope was intimately familiar to Wen Ning. Prior to her departure from the Wen family, it had adorned her wrist. Before her incarceration, she had removed the hand rope and left it in the room. Somehow, it had fallen into an inconspicuous crevice beneath the bed. She had discovered this crevice by chance many years ago. Little did she know that the hand rope would find its way into this hidden space. It seemed that fate was indeed on her side. Emerging from the stairwell, the hand-woven cord clasped within her palm, Wen Ning instructed the domestic staff to reinstate the sundry items to their original positions. Upon returning to her chamber, she dismantled the cord, swiftly revealing its concealed contents, a small tuft of hair encased within a yellow talisman, further safeguarded by a hermetically sealed plastic pouch for waterproofing. As the cord had been absent from her person for nearly 3 years, the talisman's inherent energy had entirely dissipated. With a chilling glint in her eyes, Wen Ning unwrapped the talisman. Her suspicions were confirmed. This object had indeed been leeching her fortune. The lock of hair belonged to the individual who had pilfered her auspicious energy. The talisman siphoned her vital essence, subsequently transferring it, via the hair, to its rightful owner. A truly ingenious stratagem. Wen Ning emitted a scornful chuckle, for they could never have foreseen her eventual retaliation. Reaching into her pocket, she retrieved a blank yellow talisman and vermilion ink pen, whereupon she composed herself and commenced the intricate task of drawing a countercurse. Soon, a retribution talisman was complete. She grasped the lock of hair, meticulously enveloping it within the countercurse, and intoned a series of incantations. Immediately, a faint glimmer emanated from the retribution talisman. Wen Ning snorted derisively, returning the talisman and hair to the waterproof pouch, and then extracted an empty sachet, into which she placed the small bag. She casually hung the sachet upon her person. Did the culprit not revel in the act of purloining her fortune? Very well. She would allow the beneficiary to experience the bitter taste of karmic backlash. In all likelihood, the individual nourished by her vital essence would soon encounter a streak of misfortune. Alas, she remained ignorant of the identity of the person who had acquired her fortune, otherwise, she would have relished witnessing their misfortune firsthand. Moreover, that individual would undoubtedly seek out the mastermind behind it to decipher the situation, potentially even tracing back to the source. A pity indeed. Wen Ning sighed inwardly, yet swiftly dismissed the matter from her thoughts. After all, her current capabilities were not yet formidable enough, nor had she secured any allies. Were she to encounter the mastermind at this juncture, she would only suffer misfortune. Therefore, she must hasten to augment her abilities and seek out assistance, ensuring the swift commencement of her grand live-streaming enterprise. Indeed, she wondered how the handsome gentleman she had encountered in the hospital that day was faring, as she was relying on him to inaugurate her venture with a resounding success. Chapter 24, A Celebrity's Midnight Ordeal. Jiang Yan's sojourn at the hospital was brief, as he was a prominent celebrity with a plethora of engagements each day. His visit to his cousin at the hospital was a time he had meticulously carved out of his schedule. "Qin, keep a close watch over my cousin's condition. Until his injuries have healed, he is not to engage in any work. Surely, the Fu Corporation possesses ample personnel to prevent him from working while injured." Assistant Qin offered a helpless smile, remarking, "You are well aware of the president's disposition. As long as his hands are functional, he will not allow himself to remain idle. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to curtail his workload, ensuring that it does not impinge upon his rest." Jiang Yan, acutely aware of his cousin's workaholic tendencies, could only lament the situation. Upon departing from the hospital, Jiang Yan hastened to his next engagement. This endeavor consumed his time until after 11 o'clock in the evening. By the time he arrived at his residence, it was well past midnight. His assistant escorted him to his destination, reiterated the itinerary for the following day, and then departed in his vehicle. Having toiled relentlessly throughout the day, Jiang Yan felt an acute need to immerse himself in a warm bath to alleviate his fatigue. Thus, he proceeded as usual to disrobe in preparation for his ablutions. At the very instant his garments fell to the ground, a woman clad in scant attire suddenly materialized within his chamber. Upon witnessing his bare form, the apparition became exceedingly exhilarated, promptly launching herself towards him and entwining around his figure. Had Jiang Yan possessed the ability to perceive ghosts, he would undoubtedly recognize this phantom. In her mortal life, she was a notorious fan within the entertainment circle, known for her relentless pursuit of handsome idols to harass, Jiang Yan being one of her coveted targets. However, due to the multitude of bodyguards surrounding him, she had consistently found it challenging to approach him. Tragically, a few days prior, while obsessively tailing another idol, she met with a fatal accident. After her transformation into a specter, she had persistently haunted that unfortunate idol for several days, nearly driving him to the brink of insanity. This morning, upon encountering Jiang Yan at the idol's event, she immediately abandoned her previous fixation and gravitated toward him instead. Little did she anticipate her misfortune. Shortly after ensnaring Jiang Yan, she encountered Wen Ning at the hospital. Terrified, she feared that Wen Ning would capture her spirit. To her surprise, Wen Ning merely bestowed a protective talisman upon Jiang Yan. This talisman proved remarkably potent, preventing her from getting close to him throughout the day. Having yielded no results after an entire day of following him, she had resolved to abandon her pursuit and seek out other idols. Yet, fate intervened when Jiang Yan returned home to disrobe for a bath. She could hardly bear to depart. How could she rest easy without sharing an intimate night with Jiang Yan? The moment she enveloped him, Jiang Yan felt as if an icy chill had suddenly wrapped around him, prompting an involuntary shiver. How peculiar, he thought, why is it so cold? Jiang Yan rubbed his arms and hurriedly leaped into the bathtub. Ah, the comfort! The warm water enveloped his body, making him feel as though every pore was opening wide. He relaxed against the tub's edge and opened a game on his phone. He delighted in playing games while soaking, for by the time a match concluded, his bath would be perfectly complete, a harmonious blend of pleasure. His gaming skills were commendable, with few rivals among his celebrity friends, which made many eager to team up with him, trailing behind to reap the rewards of his prowess. As was customary, upon logging in, he was immediately greeted with a flurry of team invitations from friends. He accepted one without hesitation, and soon found himself wreaking havoc in the canyon alongside his companions, while a ghostly figure perched at the edge of the tub, gazing at him with an infatuated expression. However, her patience waned quickly, she became entwined around Jiang Yan. causing him to fumble his maneuvers, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of his opponents. His teammates expressed their astonishment, sending voice messages inquiring, "Jiang Yan, what's going on today? You were actually taken down by someone?" Jiang Yan yawned, attributing his subpar performance to exhaustion. "Forget it, I won't play anymore. I'm off to sleep." After exiting the game, he rose from the bathtub, only to shiver involuntarily. How curious, why was it so cold? He hastily grabbed his bathrobe. Yet still felt chilled, and not just cold, he felt utterly fatigued. Normally, a soak would leave him feeling rejuvenated, so why did he feel so weary today? It was as if he were ensnared by some unseen force. He rotated his somewhat stiff neck, intending to pour himself a glass of red wine before retiring for the night. Jiang Yan's residence was a sizable penthouse apartment, spanning over 300 square meters. The distance between the room and the wine cabinet was considerable, necessitating a traverse through a lengthy corridor and then the living room. He ambled forward, engrossed in his phone, until he involuntarily raised his gaze from the screen. Why had he not yet emerged from the corridor? Granted, his abode was quite expansive, but surely not to the extent of imbuing a mere 10-meter hallway with the illusion of extending over 100 meters? Jiang Yan, not one to be easily flustered, scratched his head, mentally retracing the events of the day, wondering what he had done to exhaust himself to such a degree. Finally extricating himself from the corridor, Jiang Yan casually deposited his phone into his pocket as he traversed the living room. Possessing a penchant for vanity, he habitually glanced at his reflection in any available mirror, the living room's floor-to-ceiling window being a prime candidate. As was his custom, Jiang Yan ran his fingers through his hair, turning his gaze toward the window. The sight that met his eyes nearly petrified him. Adhering to his person was a scantily clad woman, clinging to him like an octopus. Initially, he questioned his own perception, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Yet upon a second and third glance, the woman remained. Indeed, as he cast a fourth look, the woman turned her head, joining him in admiring their reflections. It was then that he recognized the spectral figure. Heavens, a ghost! Jiang Yan was seized by terror, his hair standing on end. He frantically patted his body with both hands, his legs jerking erratically, in a desperate attempt to dislodge the ghostly apparition. However, the female specter clung tenaciously. Upon realizing that Jiang Yan had detected her, she abandoned all pretense and materialized before him. In a saccharine voice, she giggled, "Hee, darling. We've finally met. Do you have any idea how much I've longed for you?" Jiang Yan, aghast at the apparition so close, was nearly driven to madness. "Get away from me, you hideous creature!" he exclaimed. The female ghost, somewhat corpulent and lacking in beauty, had always detested being told of her unattractive appearance during her mortal life. Jiang Yan was the idol she had relentlessly pursued, yet never attained. Now, having finally gained the opportunity to approach him, she was met with his insult. Her initial impure intentions were now inflamed, and she unleashed a ghastly laugh. "Hideous creature? What if I am ugly? Even at my ugliest, I can still bet a star like you, can't I?" Jiang Yan's face turned ashen. This ghastly being had been wicked in life, and now sought to defile him in death? He would never allow this to happen. Instinctively, he attempted to flee towards the door, seeking the presence of others, where the abundance of yang energy would deter the specter's advances. Yet, the moment he moved, the female ghost tightened her grip. "Darling, trying to run? Hee, you won't escape. No man I set my sights on ever does." With that, the female ghost dragged Jiang Yan back into the room and onto the bed. Chapter 25, nearly defiled. Jiang Yan struggled and cried out for help. But the soundproofing of his apartment, meticulously installed during renovation, was too effective. His voice could not carry beyond the walls. Moreover, the building itself was sparsely populated. Thus, in short order, Jiang Yan was dragged back into the room and deposited onto the bed by the female ghost. "Brother, do you have any idea how much I adore you? Yet you always surround yourself with a multitude of bodyguards, making it exceedingly difficult for me to approach you. Had I known that becoming a ghost would grant me such ease in achieving my desires, I would have embraced death sooner. This way, we could have enjoyed our tender moments together much earlier." The female ghost pinned Jiang Yan beneath her, speaking as she extended her tongue towards him. Jiang Yan was overwhelmed with fear and disgust, his body erupting in goosebumps from the unsettling sensation. The ghost giggled, "Brother, how sensitive you are. I knew you would enjoy this. Brother, our time is fleeting, let us not squander this precious moment. With that, the ghost reached out to tear at Jiang Yan's bathrobe. Terrified, he cried out, "Stop! Stop! You hideous monster!" The ghost, already lacking in beauty and having been deeply insecure about her appearance in life, felt a surge of anger at his words. Brother, am I being too generous with you? Do you think your handsome face will deter me from acting? Her mood shifted with alarming swiftness, and she grasped Jiang Yan's throat tightly. Brother, am I ugly? Tell me, do I still appear ugly now? The lights in the room began to flicker wildly, reflecting her fury. Jiang Yan's eyes rolled back as he struggled for breath, and a glance at the ghost sent him into a near panic. Whereas she had merely been unattractive moments before, her current visage was utterly terrifying. The ghost had met her end in a tragic car accident, and the brutality of her demise was all too apparent. Her fit of pique unveiled her mortuary mien. Yet she chortled with a ghastly glee, a spectacle to mortify the living. Fortuitously, Jiang Yan possessed commendable fortitude, though petrified, his wits remained intact. Abruptly, his gaze fell upon the garments he had discarded. The words of the peculiar maiden he encountered at the hospital resurfaced in his mind. The talisman. An idea sparked within Jiang Yan's mind. He must devise a means to retrieve his soiled attire. Thus, he stammered with great effort, and not unsightly. You are exceedingly comely. The spectre giggled, releasing her grip and drawing her visage closer to Jiang Yan's. Verily? Am I truly fair? Dear brother? Though she smiled, her gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Yan, unwavering. Should his words lack sincerity, the hand upon his throat would constrict once more. The idol she had previously ensnared had succumbed in such a manner. Jiang Yan, drenched in perspiration, summoned thespian prowess he never knew he possessed. Fixing his gaze upon the spectre and enunciating each word with utmost sincerity, truly, you are fair. Her vanity sated by his ardent declaration. The spectre beamed and pressed Jiang Yan back upon the bed. Such mellifluous words, dear brother. Do you hold affection for me? Jiang Yan forced a smile, replying, indeed. I do. The spectre, now elated, exclaimed, is that so? Then, dear brother, let us commence our nuptial rites. With that, she tore open Jiang Yan's robe and reached out to caress his abdomen. Jiang Yan was on the verge of tears. Alas, he was defiled, pawed by a lascivious spirit. Yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, striving to render his voice less abrupt. Wait a moment. The female spectre's expression shifted once more. What is it? Brother. Are you unwilling to indulge in a moment of intimacy with me? Jiang Yan responded with a forced smile, not at all, I merely wish to take another bath. This is our first encounter, and I desire to create a beautiful memory. The female ghost appeared somewhat reluctant. Brother, no matter your appearance, in my eyes, you are utterly perfect. As long as I can be with you, I care not for the minutiae. Jiang Yan promptly replied, however, I do care. You must understand that I am someone who pursues perfection. I wish for everything between us to exist in the most flawless state. I will be quick. The female ghost was touched by his words and distanced herself from him. Then I shall accompany you in your bath. Jiang Yan swallowed hard, forcing a smile. That would be delightful, let us bathe together. The female ghost was utterly unprepared for Jiang Yan's compliance. Her not particularly astute mind became a veritable muddle. Convinced that Jiang Yan genuinely cherished her, oblivious to any other thoughts, and she promptly took his hand, leading him to the bathroom. Jiang Yan held his breath as he followed the female ghost toward the bathing area. As they passed his soiled garments, he swiftly bent down and grabbed them. In that instant, a powerful force flung the female ghost away. Jiang Yan gazed at the flying spectre and then at the clothes in his arms. Exhilarated yet anxious about the precariousness of his grip, he quickly rummaged through the pockets of the garments for his protective talisman. The female ghost, disoriented and dazed, lay upon the ground weeping softly. Brother, it hurts terribly, please help me. Help your mother, you ghastly apparition. You hideous creature, you've frightened me to death. Jiang Yan muttered, clutching his protective talisman with one hand while hastily securing his disheveled bathrobe with the other. Did she truly believe that I would find such a foolish wretch appealing? Even when she was alive, I longed for the chance to give her a good thrashing. Now, in this ghastly state, how could I possibly feel any sympathy? Realizing she had been tricked, the ghost's expression morphed into one of fury as she lunged toward Jiang Yan. He gripped the talisman tightly, feeling a twinge of anxiety. To his surprise, the ghost was repelled at a distance of 1 meter, igniting a surge of confidence within him. Rising from the ground, he clutched his bathrobe with one hand and the talisman with the other, charging at the specter with a battle cry. Fool! Did you not covet my flesh? Come, come. Let us see if I cannot send you flying once more. Before the ghost could regain her footing, she was hurled away again. Jiang Yan pursued her relentlessly. After being cast aside thrice, the ghost recognized Jiang Yan as a lunatic, realizing that she was powerless against the talisman. Thus, she decided to retreat swiftly. Before vanishing, she issued a parting threat: do not rejoice too soon, dear brother, your talisman cannot shield you indefinitely. Once it falters, I shall return to rekindle our fateful connection. With that, she disappeared from sight. Once assured of her departure, Jiang Yan's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground, struggling to regain his composure for quite some time. In the first 23 years of his life, he had never believed in the existence of ghosts. However, this night shattered his 2-decade-long perception and nearly led to a ghastly encounter that left Jiang Yan feeling profoundly cursed. The mere recollection of the ghostly woman's parting words sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hastily retrieve his phone and open a short video application. Typing "ensure your safety" in the search bar. The following morning, Wen Ning rose, refreshed and ready for the day after washing up and having breakfast. He then took out his phone to begin a live stream. It was only 8 in the morning, and Wen Ning presumed that few would be watching. To his surprise, as soon as he went live, dozens of viewers flooded in. Good morning, Master. Have you eaten, Master? Master. I have a problem that I hope you can help me with. Wen Ning greeted the viewers with a smile and inquired. Is that handsome young man from the hospital yesterday here? Chapter 26. The first live stream. Jiang Yan was roused from his slumber by the notification of the live stream. Groggily, he opened his eyes and his phone, and just as he tapped the app, he heard Wen Ning calling out to him. I'm here, I'm here. Jiang Yan hastily exclaimed, only to realize that Wen Ning could not hear him. He quickly typed in the comments, Host, I am here. Host, save me. Wen Ning noticed his message and replied with a smile, since you're here, let us follow the rules and start with a carnival. Jiang Yan was somewhat perplexed by the rules, yet obediently fumbled to recharge and send gifts. Wen Ning nodded in satisfaction and initiated a video connection. Jiang Yan was taken aback. Why was there a need for a connection? Upon noticing his reluctance, Wen Ning suggested, if you prefer to remain anonymous, you may don a mask. I require a visual assessment of your surroundings, and a direct connection would facilitate communication. Jiang Yan possessed an abundance of masks. Swiftly, he donned one and established the connection. The moment he appeared, the commentary section erupted with observations such as, this handsome gentleman seems vaguely familiar. Such pulchritude. Even with half his face concealed by a mask, his handsomeness is palpable. I perceive a resemblance to a celebrity. What was his name again? Jiang Yan promptly adjusted the mask further upwards. Jesting aside, should his identity be compromised, he would undoubtedly become a trending topic. His appearances on trending lists were commonplace. Yet the prospect of being subjected to the amorous advances of a female specter was anathema to him. Observing his furtive demeanor, Wen Ning suppressed a smile, inquiring. Do you still possess the protective charm I bestowed upon you? Jiang Yan nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Indeed, Master. I must apologize for my previous lack of discernment and misunderstanding. I implore you not to hold it against me. Wen Ning responded with amusement, It appears you were thoroughly frightened last night. Recalling the events of the previous evening, Jiang Yan felt a cold sweat prickle his skin. Fortunately, Assistant Qin's timely arrival had prevented him from discarding the protective charm, lest he had been subjected to untold horrors. Master, she threatened to return for me. I beseech you, Master, to deliver me. Queries arose in the commentary section. What is the nature of the prior acquaintance between the Master and this handsome man? What predicament has befallen this gentleman? It sounds as though he has encountered a ghost. Haha, could it be an amorous female ghost? Jiang Yan scrutinized the comments section, mortified to the point of clenching his toes. How could the netizens be so prescient? He seems rather embarrassed. Could we have guessed correctly? Handsome, was the female ghost attractive? I envy the good-looking. Not only are they pursued by beauties of the living, but also favored by those of the spectral realm. Upstairs. Perhaps the Master could send the female ghost to your abode for you to experience it firsthand? No, thank you, I still prefer the beauties of the living. The comments section was filled with mirth. Jiang Yan, however, found no amusement in it. After being haunted by the female ghost the previous night, he felt enervated. This ghostly entity was too ominous, he never wanted to repeat the experience. To quickly rid himself of the female ghost, Jiang Yan hastily lavished Wen Ning with a deluge of gifts in the live broadcast room. The netizens were immediately astonished by his munificence. Momentarily forgetting to discuss the female ghost, Wen Ning promptly interjected, "Enough, stop sending gifts." Given such sincerity, it would be preferable to directly remit the funds to her, as she would only receive half the value of the gifts after taxes, a disheartening prospect. "Are you acquainted with the female ghost?" Jiang Yan nodded and then shook his head. "I have seen her, but I wouldn't say we are acquainted. This female ghost was notorious within our circle, causing considerable distress to my peers. Recently, I heard she died in a car accident, but who knew she would haunt me?" Wen Ning inquired. "Where did you go yesterday before I saw you?" Jiang Yan was hesitant to disclose, fearing exposure of his identity. Wen Ning remarked, "This female ghost has already drained the vitality of others. Not only must I subdue her, but I must also assist the person she previously harmed, for otherwise, that individual may not have long to live. Thus, this presents yet another opportunity for merit." Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yan quickly replied, "Before encountering you yesterday, I had only visited one location, the event site." The comments section erupted, "He truly is a celebrity." Wen Ning continued, "Reflect carefully on the men you encountered yesterday, which one appeared particularly unwell?" Jiang Yan immediately identified the answer, Wu Mingho. No wonder he looked as if he had succumbed to substance abuse at the event, his steps unsteady, dark circles under his eyes nearly drooping to his lips. He had even expressed concern for the young man at that time. So, that ghost must have latched onto him during that moment, Jiang Yan mused, feeling a fleeting pang of sympathy for himself. "Master, I can't disclose the individual's name, but I can arrange for him to meet with you." Wen Ning nodded in agreement. "Very well. Please send me your address from the backstage, I will come to find you tonight." Jiang Yan nodded eagerly, yet a tinge of worry crept in. "But will I be safe during the day?" Wen Ning reassured him with a smile, "As long as you safeguard the talisman, that entity shall not approach you." Jiang Yan quickly touched his chest, he had secured the talisman close to him. Wen Ning affirmed, "All right, at 10 o'clock tonight, meet me at the entrance of your community." With that, she severed the connection. The netizens in the comment section, however, became agitated. "Ladies, please employ your beautiful and astute minds to discern which celebrated personality that was just now," one exclaimed. "He seems quite familiar," another remarked. "I endeavored to trace his account, but he has not posted any self-portraits," someone else observed. "Am I the only one who perceives a striking resemblance between his eyes and Jiang Yan's?" one commenter inquired. "You are not alone, I share that sentiment," another concurred. Serendipitously, among the viewers tuning into the live broadcast were devotees of Jiang Yan, who promptly interjected, "My idol is the epitome of integrity and would never be ensnared by such malevolent entities. Refrain from mentioning him. Those who suggest that the individual in the connection bears a resemblance to my beloved Jiang Yan are likely fans of rival factions, aren't they? To cast such aspersions upon my idol is truly malevolent," one fan asserted. Observing the burgeoning discord in the comment section, Wen Ning swiftly interjected, "Enough. The identity of the fan who connected earlier is inconsequential. What matters is that he does not count as one of today's official slots. Therefore, are there any among you who seek my counsel? If so, please indicate your interest by sending a wave of 111s. Upon her pronouncement, the comment section immediately fell silent. After all, the selection process was random, and the possibility of being chosen amidst a flurry of messages was rather daunting. Wen Ning remained composed, patiently awaiting a response. After approximately 2 minutes, a user finally posted a string of 111s. Wen Ning responded with a smile. Congratulations to the user named Flowers Bloom when seen. The user Flowers Bloom when seen promptly gifted Wen Ning with a carnival. The two quickly established a connection. And Wen Ning inquired with a smile, "Tell me, what brings you here today?" Chapter 27, Your Father Threatens to Jump. Blossom was a remarkably youthful woman, whose attire alone suggested a privileged upbringing, not to mention the opulent decor and furnishings of her room, which were dazzlingly lavish. Blossom said with a beaming smile, "Actually, I don't have anything in particular in mind. I just feared that you might experience an awkward lull. I can't help it, I'm simply so benevolent and compassionate. And I can't bear to see others feel embarrassed. Wow, miss, you are truly beautiful and affluent. Notice me, miss, I am also in dire need of your assistance. Miss. Are you seeking a partner? Could you perhaps be a bit more flexible with gender preferences? The comments section was a boisterous uproar, with everyone vying for Blossom's attention. Blossom also interacted with everyone with great enthusiasm. I am not seeking a partner, but I don't mind having more friends. If you're willing, you can give me a follow. Many netizens cheerfully said that they had already followed and looked forward to the lady's return. Blossom smiled and told them that she would follow back in a moment. And then stuck her tongue out at the camera. The anchor sister won't mind, right? I'm not here to steal the show from your live broadcast. Wen Ning smiled and shook her head. Of course not, but since you've sent a gift, then I can take a look at your fortune or divination or something. Which aspect are you interested in? Blossom propped her chin with her hand and said, Is that so? Then you can calculate my wealth. Miss. Does your wealth still need to be calculated? This immense fortune, who wouldn't be bewildered by it? Wen Ning smiled and said, Please remove your makeup and then turn off the beauty filter, so I can see more clearly. A commenter remarked, Broadcaster. Your request is a tad excessive, asking the young lady to remove her makeup and turn off the beauty filter. That's hardly amicable to the lass. However, Blossom wasn't perturbed. It's quite all right, I possess equal confidence in my unadorned visage. Give me but a moment. With that, she exited the frame, reappearing after a few minutes. Her face now unembellished. True to her word, her natural countenance was remarkably striking. A flurry of adulatory comments erupted in the chat. Blossom, clearly delighted by the compliments, exclaimed. Those who just praised me will each receive a red envelope from me shortly. Grateful for your generosity, Mississippi. My lady, your humble servant has finally found you. Wait for me, my lady, I shall attend to you forthwith. Blossom chuckled merrily, you all are truly amusing. A small token of my appreciation, no need for such formality. Observing her mirthful demeanor, Serenity couldn't help but interject, Flower, you'd be wise to retract your promise. While this sum may seem trivial to you now, you'll soon realize its significance. Blossom erupted in laughter, Broadcaster, you jest. This pittance is of no consequence. Do you know the extent of my monthly allowance? $1 million. The comment section erupted in cries, with viewers clamoring to serve as Blossom's maidservants. Serenity merely shook her head with a smile, your father's business has gone bankrupt. And the mansion you currently reside in will be seized to settle debts. Furthermore, it would behoove you to maintain a vigilant watch over your father. He may find the blow of bankruptcy unbearable and, in despair, contemplate taking his own life. Hold on, streamer, that's crossing the line. How can you curse someone like that? Upstairs, have you forgotten what the master does? If she says so, it's highly likely to be true. Miss Hua had better call and check on her father. Hua Jianhua was also somewhat indignant, streamer, don't talk nonsense. My father recently secured a colossal deal. Once this deal is completed, our family's wealth will ascend to another echelon. Our family is currently flourishing, bankruptcy is simply not a possibility for us. My father would never consider ending his life. Don't curse my father like that for the sake of traffic. When Ning shook her head, the problem lies precisely in your father's colossal deal. I suggest you call your father immediately, he is currently. Before she could finish her sentence, Hua Jianhua's phone rang. She held up the phone, smiling, and waved it in front of the camera. No need for me to call, my father is calling. Wait a moment, I'll put it on speaker. Hua Jianhua answered the phone and turned on the speakerphone. Hello, Dad, I was just about to call you, and you called me. There was no response from the other end of the phone, only the sound of wind, somewhat grating. Hua Jianhua frowned and asked, Dad, where are you? Why is there so much wind? Ning thoughtfully cautioned, your father is most likely on the rooftop of his company at this moment. Miss Hua. You should immediately contact the security personnel at your father's company and have them rescue him from the rooftop. A detractor in the comments section scoffed, this streamer is truly unkind. Is a mere rumor enough to incite such fear? Ning disregarded the comments, calculating rapidly, Miss Hua, is your father's company perhaps named Jiaxiong Technology, located at 18, Tianjin Road? Miss Hua. Do not believe this streamer. She likely knows your identity by chance. Do not be deceived by her. Ning promptly dialed the police herself. Hello, 110? I need to report an emergency. There is someone about to jump from the rooftop of the building at 18, Tianjin Road. Please send someone to rescue them immediately. The operator on the other end responded, we have already received other calls regarding this matter and have dispatched firefighters and police officers to the location. Please do not worry. Ning's phone was on speaker, and the operator's voice was clearly audible in the live broadcast. The comments section erupted, holy crap. Is someone really jumping? I kneel to the streamer. Miss Hua, please persuade your father. Hua Jianhua, naturally, also heard the sounds from Ning's live broadcast and turned pale with fright. Her voice trembled as she said, Dad, where are you? Are you on the rooftop? Dad, don't scare me. Say something. Finally. A despondent voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiao Jiao, our family is bankrupt. Your father has nothing left. Forgive me, Jiao Jiao, my dear daughter. Take care of yourself and your mother. I must depart this world before you. As his words concluded, a resounding crash echoed through the live broadcast. And with a heart-wrenching cry of anguish, Dad. Wajanawa erupted, her countenance paling ashen. She attempted to rise and rush out, but her weakened legs betrayed her, causing her to stumble and fall. An eerie silence descended upon the comment section, as viewers grappled with the gravity of the situation. It was then that Wen Ning interjected. Do not fret, for your father has not yet jumped. I have already taken measures to prevent him from doing so. Rise now, and maintain communication with your father. Allow me to offer a few words of counsel. On the rooftop of the 18th story of Tianjin Road, Zhang Jinshua stood teetering on the precipice, poised to leap into the abyss. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself suspended mid-air, his actions frozen in a bizarre tableau. Below, firefighters had just arrived and were frantically setting up an inflatable cushion, though its efficacy at such a dizzying height remained dubious. A throng of onlookers had gathered, their phones trained on the rooftop, capturing the unfolding drama. Upon witnessing the would-be jumper's leg dangling precariously over the edge, they recoiled in horror, fearing they might become collateral damage. Zhang Jinshua was unequivocally determined to end his life. He was baffled as to why his descent had been abruptly halted, as if an unseen force were restraining him. Yet, when he glanced back, he saw nothing. It was as if he were haunted by specters. Exorcist, make haste. For I cannot hold on much longer, implored, her message relayed from the rooftop of Tianjin Road. Wen Ning, upon receiving the urgent plea, instructed Wajanawa to bring her phone closer. Addressing the camera, she inquired, Mr. Zhang, can you hear my voice? No response came from the other end. The reverberating crash that echoed through the live stream originated from Zhang Jinshua's cellular device as it met the floor. Wen Ning urged Su Qian to devise a method to activate the speakerphone function on the device. Su Qian was beside herself with exasperation. Being merely a specter of common origins, she was desperately trying to restrain Zhang Jinshua from his suicidal intentions while simultaneously attempting to manipulate the phone. Had she possessed such capabilities, she would have undoubtedly sought retribution independently. Wen Ning chuckled inwardly, silently encouraging, press on, Su Qian, I have faith in your abilities. After a brief interlude, Su Qian retorted acrimoniously, it is done. Make haste, for it is daytime, and my spectral form cannot be sustained for extended durations. Wen Ning promptly responded, Mr. Zhang, I implore you to remain composed. While it is true that your enterprise has succumbed to financial ruin, do you not harbor a desire to unmask those who orchestrated your downfall? If you were to succumb to death by leaping, have you considered the repercussions for those you leave behind? Do not entertain the notion that death absolves you of your debts, for the court of law does not subscribe to such beliefs. In such a scenario, your spouse and progeny may find themselves destitute and vulnerable, potentially falling prey to exploitation or organ harvesting to settle your financial obligations. Would you willingly subject them to such torment? Zhang Jinshua was taken aback. On the other end of the line, the individual known as Flower Blooms was inconsolable, lamenting, Father, please do not perish. What would become of mother and me in your absence? I beseech you, please remain among the living. Even if the heavens were to collapse, mother and I would stand by your side to weather the storm together. Wen Ning conveyed a gesture of approval to Flower Blooms on the opposite side and proceeded, Mr. Zhang, I implore you to descend from your precarious position. Let us engage in rational discourse. I can even assist you in uncovering those who conspired to deceive you. Trust in my capabilities, for they are exceptionally formidable. Mr. Zhang, if you can weather this storm, you still have a chance to rise again. Furthermore, are you not concerned that if you were to perish, your wife and daughter might be so overwhelmed with grief that they would follow you to the grave? As she spoke, she subtly gestured to Hua Jian Hua Kai, urging her to intensify her efforts. Hua Jian Hua Kai, quick-witted as she was, understood Wen Ning's intention and promptly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Dad, please don't abandon Mom and me. If you jump, I'll take Mom with me. Without you, there's no meaning in our lives. We don't have the ability to earn money. I don't want to be forced into prostitution in the future. Rather than that, I'd rather die with you. Yes, I'll die with you. I'll die with you right now." With that, Hua Jian Hua Kai rushed to the window, ended the phone call, and initiated a video call to her father. Su Qian grumbled and stretched out her legs, then tapped to answer. The screen immediately displayed Hua Jian Hua Kai perched on the windowsill of their home. They resided in a high-rise apartment building, and their unit was on the 16th floor. A fall from that height would certainly be fatal. Upon seeing his daughter about to jump, Zhang Jinshua grew frantic. "Jiao Jiao, get down. It's dangerous." "No, Dad, if you jump, I'll jump with you. If we both die, Mom definitely won't survive either." This tactic proved effective, and Zhang Jinshua burst into inconsolable sobs. "Jiao Jiao, listen to me. Come down. Dad won't die. Dad will listen to you." Hua Jian Hua Kai shook her head vehemently. "I don't believe you unless you go downstairs first. All the way to the first floor. I need to be certain that you truly won't end your life before I come down." Zhang Jinshua hurriedly exclaimed, "All right, Dad. I'm coming down right now, so please hold on tightly." Upon hearing this, Su Qian exerted all her strength to pull Zhang Jinshua back onto the rooftop. Urged by her daughter, Zhang Jinshua stumbled towards the door he had previously locked. As soon as the door swung open, firefighters rushed in and apprehended him. Witnessing this, Wen Ning urged Hua Jianhua to descend promptly, declaring, "It's truly perilous up there." Upon seeing her father being restrained, Hua Jianhua felt her strength dissipate and slid down from the windowsill. "Thank you, host, thank you." The comments section echoed with admiration. "The host is incredible. I take back my previous remarks. I sincerely apologize and humbly request the host's forgiveness for my earlier words." Wen Ning smiled and said to Hua Jianhua, "I've sent you my contact information privately. If you need any assistance in the future, feel free to call me. For now, you should go check on your father." With tears streaming down her face, Hua Jianhua responded, "Host, no, master, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it." She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Wen Ning. Without her intervention, she would have lost her father. Wen Ning responded with a smile, "There's no need for thanks. I mentioned before, those who enter my livestream are destined to cross paths. Since there is a connection, there must also be causality. Your kind gesture today to alleviate my potential embarrassment by connecting with me and offering support was a good deed you sowed. My saving your father is the good fortune you reaped. Thus, the one deserving of gratitude is indeed you." Having concluded her conversation, she promptly disconnected the call and addressed the viewers in the live stream. "All right, today's streaming task is complete. If anyone requires assistance, please seek me out in the next session. I must prepare for the evening's activities. Goodbye." With that, she deftly closed the live stream, leaving a throng of viewers yearning to witness her capture of the elusive female phantom, their anticipation palpable from the other side of the screen. Once Wen Ning exited the live stream, a radiant aura of merit enveloped her forehead. With a sense of joy, she accessed the back end to check her earnings, discovering that today's live stream had generated over 30,000 yuan. Aside from a single contribution from a carnival enthusiast, all the rest came from Jiang Yan. Having received such a substantial sum, it was imperative that she ensured everything was executed flawlessly. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was still before noon. A clamor arose from downstairs, the voices unmistakably belonging to Wen Xian and Zhang Xueru. Rising, Wen Ning opened the door to find, indeed, the mother and daughter duo. Wen Xian stood in the living room, instructing several maids, "Hurry and pack my clothes, I need to stay elsewhere for a while." She was genuinely frightened to remain in the house, as the events of the previous night had haunted her with nightmares for 2 consecutive nights. Zhang Xueru expressed her disapproval. "Where will you stay if not at home? Anywhere is preferable to this place." Wen Xian, with her neck drawn in, cautiously surveyed the villa. "Mother, Why don't you move out with me? Zhang Xueru hesitated, about to respond, when Wen Ning suddenly peered down from above. Surely you do not believe that ghosts lack legs? Her abrupt appearance startled Wen Xian, eliciting a startled shriek from her. Ning clicked her tongue. Sis, your timidity is rather pronounced. It is often said that an innocent conscience fears no spectral visitations. Your level of apprehension suggests a considerable burden of wrongdoing. Wen Xian retorted, exasperated. What nonsense are you spouting? Wen Ning, feigning terror, exclaimed, Ah, a spectre looms behind you. Chapter 29, Are she and Gu Xian biological sisters? Ah. Wen Xian, startled, leaped back several feet, seeking refuge behind Zhang Xueru, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhang Xueru, though also unnerved, possessed the fortitude of age and, upon discerning nothing, rebuked Wen Ning. What fabrications are these? In broad daylight, specters do not manifest. Wen Ning, stifling laughter, responded, Indeed, there are none. I jested to provoke a reaction. I did not anticipate such a display of fright. Alas, your constitutions are rather delicate. You perpetually claim the residence to be haunted, yet in my 2 nights here, I have encountered nothing. Could it be that these apparitions target only you? As the adage goes, every injustice seeks its perpetrator. If these specters are so fixated on you, could it be that you are responsible for their demise? Zhang Xueru's complexion turned ashen. Silence. Do not utter such falsehoods. Her concussion, still lingering, was exacerbated by Wen Ning's provocation, causing a throbbing in her head. Wen Ning shrugged, turned, and re-entered her chamber, then instructed Su Qian, who had just returned. Go and startle them. Su Qian, eager for the task, promptly drifted out. Moments later, the piercing screams of Wen Xian and the cries of Zhang Xueru echoed from downstairs. Wen Ning craned her neck to peer downstairs, only to find Su Qian hanging from the chandelier, treating it as a swing, swaying back and forth. The heavy, ornate chandelier swayed gently, with the crystals clashing and ringing. Wen Xian had already fled the villa in terror, while Zhang Xueru lay on the ground, her head bleeding profusely, and the household servants all cowered, too frightened to show their faces. Su Qian floated down from the chandelier, expressing her dissatisfaction. Such a lack of courage. I haven't even exerted myself, and yet you've all been frightened to this extent. How dull. Wen Xian replied. Isn't that the fate of those with guilty consciences? However, you should refrain from coming over for the time being. When Tianqing will undoubtedly find a way to deal with you, it would be wise for you to keep your distance. By the way, keep an eye on Wen Tianqing's assistant for the next couple of days. I suspect he intends to assist Wen Tianqing in retrieving that protective talisman. Please observe where he places it. Given the significance of that item, it must be stored in a location of utmost trust. Perhaps it will lead to a significant discovery. Su Qian nodded and promptly vanished. Before long, an ambulance arrived to take Zhang Xueru, who had sustained a head injury, away, while Wen Xian had long since disappeared without a trace. The servants of the Wen household were still shaken by the earlier incident with the chandelier, each one trembling and hesitant to enter. Seeing their state, Wen Ning said, You may all return now, it's just me at home. And I do not require so many of you. You can come back once my parents return from the hospital. These servants belonged to the Wen family. And with their presence, she felt as though every action of hers would be scrutinized. This was a perfect opportunity to send them all away. The servants, as if granted a pardon, soon fled in haste, fearing that any delay would result in their being left behind by Wen Ning. Once everyone had departed, Wen Ning swaggered into Wen Tianqing's study. The study was meticulously organized, with no apparent valuables in sight. Before long, Wen Ning discovered Wen Tianqing's safe. It was quite large and seemed to harbor numerous secrets of Wen Tianqing. Although Wen Ning was not adept at lock-picking, she possessed her own methods. Sitting in the study, she began to chant incantations that few could comprehend. Before long, several wisps of gray mist floated in. With a snap of her fingers, the mist took shape, revealing several ghosts of varying ages who gazed at Wen Ning in astonishment. Did you summon us? Wen Ning smiled and nodded. Indeed, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Celestial Master Wen Ning, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. The ghosts recoiled in unison, trembling as they spoke. Celestial Master, what have you called us for? Though we may be spirits, we are benevolent and have never committed any malevolent deeds. Please do not capture us. Wen Ning reassured them with a smile. Do not worry, I summoned you to request your assistance. Which of you knows how to open a combination lock? Or perhaps you know a spirit who does? Instantly, the ghosts pushed forth one with shifty eyes. He can. He was notorious for being a thief in life. The ghost trembled, nearly in tears. Celestial Master, I have long since turned over a new leaf, I truly. Wen Ning waved her hand dismissively, but does your skill still remain? I would like to request your assistance. Upon its completion, I shall grant you the fulfillment of a wish and usher you into reincarnation. The thieving spirit's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Really? Wen Ning nodded affirmatively. Of course. I never deceive, not even the spirits. The thief spirit promptly patted his chest. Then, Master, you shall witness, there is no lock in this world that I cannot open. Wen Ning led him to the safe, entrusting it to him. Upon seeing the safe, the thief spirit chuckled, declaring it simple, and reached out to unlock it. Only to find that his hand could not even touch the safe. Scratching his head, he said, Master, I fear I may be of no help. Wen Ning pondered for a moment and proposed, how about you direct, and I shall operate. This arrangement posed no issue. Thus, one human and one spirit leaned over the safe, with the thief spirit guiding and Wen Ning executing the actions. Soon, a faint pop sounded as the fuse activated. And the door swung open. The thief spirit gave Wen Ning a thumbs up, exclaiming that the master was truly impressive, possessing a talent far surpassing his own. To the point that he wished to impart his own skills to her. Realizing the absurdity of his words, he quickly slapped his mouth. Reflecting on what he had just said. How could a distinguished master possibly learn from him? To his surprise, Wen Ning nodded earnestly, responding, Sure. If you are willing to teach, I would be more than eager to learn. The thief spirit. Wen Ning opened the safe and began to examine its contents. Most of the items secured within were documents, and undoubtedly, those locked away in such a manner were of great significance. As Wen Ning meticulously sifted through them, her eyes sparkled brighter with each passing moment. Goodness! These documents could undoubtedly be regarded as a criminal dossier of Wen Tianqing. It is astonishing to discover the myriad of clandestine activities he has engaged in. Or perhaps undertaken on behalf of others. Time is of the essence, allowing her no leisure to peruse them slowly. Thus, she clutched the files and hurried to the printer, making copies of all the documents. In addition to the files, Wen Ning uncovered another item within the safe, a handwritten household registration form. She picked it up and examined it, noticing the name listed was Wen Xian, and in the column denoting the relationship to the head of the household, it stated eldest daughter. Wen Xian? Eldest daughter? A glance at the date of birth revealed she was 2 years her senior. Wen Ning narrowed her eyes. Could this Wen Xian be the eldest daughter of Wen Tianqing? She recalled the video she had seen on the day of her release. Consequently, she retrieved her phone to check her browsing history and swiftly located the video featuring Lu Luhua and Gu Xian. As Wen Ning scrutinized Gu Xian's appearance, she noted that Gu Xian bore little resemblance to Wen Tianqing and Zhang Xueru, but rather, bore a resemblance to the Gu family. Could it be that she had misjudged? Were she and Gu Xian actually biological sisters? Chapter 30, Paparazzi spying. Wen Ning made copies of all the documents, including the household registration form. Within the safe, besides these items, there were several property deeds and a few passports. As she rifled through them, she realized that Wen Tianqing had indeed amassed considerable wealth over the years, even acquiring numerous properties abroad. However, her primary focus lay on the passports. Each bore Wen Tianqing's photograph, yet the names and document numbers were entirely different. Was Wen Tianqing preparing for an escape by creating so many false identities? Could she provide him with such an opportunity? Thus, Wen Ning collected all the passports. Aside from that, there was nothing else in the safe. After returning the documents, she locked the safe and exited the study. As night fell, Wen Ning followed the address given by Jiang Yan. The location was easy to find, situated in the most prestigious neighborhood in the city center. Upon arriving at the entrance, she spotted Jiang Yan, wearing a mask, peering around, accompanied by his assistant, Xiaoyao. With a puzzled expression, Xiaoyao asked, Brother Yan, aren't we going upstairs? He couldn't comprehend why Jiang Yan had made a special announcement, returned early, yet chose to linger at the entrance instead of going up. Jiang Yan ignored him, frequently checking the time on his phone. At 9:59, a taxi pulled up at the entrance, and Wen Ning rolled down the window, waving at him. Jiang Yan felt a bit helpless. You are remarkably punctual. He had been waiting there for over half an hour, anxious that she might arrive and think him impolite. Only for her to arrive exactly on the dot. Wen Ning smiled and replied, "That is one of my virtues." After paying for the ride, she inquired, "Has anything unusual occurred today?" Jiang Yan swallowed hard. "Yes, I sensed that foul presence had come near me twice, but it couldn't approach closely." With her hands behind her back, Wen Ning assured him, "My talisman will protect you from these entities for 3 days." Jiang Yan, filled with gratitude, recalled his demeanor from the previous day and felt quite embarrassed. "Master, I sincerely apologize for my behavior yesterday. I failed to recognize your good intentions. I hope you can forgive me." With a gentle wave, Wen Ning dismissed the concern. "It's nothing." Anyone accosted by a stranger in the street, proclaiming them to be haunted, would naturally assume the person was either unwell or a charlatan. This would be especially true for someone of Jiang Yan's stature, who likely endures frequent encounters with zealous female admirers. Jiang Yan found Wen Ning to be remarkably approachable, lacking the pretension often associated with masters of their craft. Eagerly, he proposed, "Master, shall we proceed upstairs?" Wen Ning acquiesced with a nod. "Certainly, lead the way." Jiang Yan promptly began guiding them towards the residential complex when Xiaoyao intercepted them, seizing Jiang Yan's arm. "Brother Yan, who is this? Where are you taking her?" Jiang Yan hesitated. "This is..." He paused, momentarily forgetting Wen Ning's name and unsure how to introduce them. Wen Ning interjected with a smile, "I am called Wen. This is Master Wen. They are here to assist me with my predicament. Xiaoyao, perhaps you should return home for the day." Jiang Yan resumed leading Wen Ning towards the complex. Xiaoyao staunchly resisted. "Brother Yan, have you lost your senses? Are you unaware that paparazzi are lurking, attempting to capture images? If you bring them inside, it will undoubtedly ignite a frenzy on social media." Paparazzi? Wen Ning found this rather intriguing. They had heard of such individuals but never encountered them. Turning their gaze, they scanned the vicinity and swiftly located 2 figures huddled in a distant corner, their cameras trained on them. With a smile, Wen Ning waved in acknowledgement, indicating that their presence had been detected. It seemed that Jiang Yan's neighborhood was a popular residence for celebrities, hence the frequent presence of paparazzi stationed at the entrance. Initially, the paparazzi merely sought to capture the latest gossip surrounding a certain celebrity. However, to their astonishment, they inadvertently stumbled upon a sensational scoop involving Jiang Yan's rendezvous with a young woman. The photographers were brimming with excitement when, unexpectedly, Wen Ning waved at them. This woman certainly had audacity, daring to acknowledge them. Given this, they resolved to capture her image clearly, regardless of whether this story would make headlines. They were already set to profit from it. As the 2 paparazzi became increasingly animated in their pursuit, Xiaoyao noticed Wen Ning's actions and was immediately infuriated, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? Are you trying to escalate the situation?" Wen Ning smiled and replied, "It's my first encounter with paparazzi. I'm a bit thrilled and a tad embarrassed." Jiang Yan, observing Xiaoyao's ungracious demeanor, felt displeased and remarked, "Is this how you speak to Master Wen?" Wen Ning waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right, he is merely concerned, albeit a bit flustered, and it's for your benefit. How about this? Let him join us." Jiang Yan hesitated, knowing his timid nature and thinking it best not to include him. He was a compassionate employer, well aware of Xiaoyao's fear of ghosts, which is why he had refrained from mentioning the previous night's events, fearing it might frighten him. However, Xiaoyao, oblivious to Jiang Yan's good intentions, urgently insisted, "You must take me along." His artist was currently on the rise, and it was imperative to avoid any rumors of romantic entanglement. So he needed to accompany them and ensure that no opportunity for the paparazzi to fabricate stories arose. Consequently, Xiaoyao pulled out his phone and activated the camera. Jiang Yan immediately intervened. "Xiaoyao, you mustn't be so impolite." Wen Ning waved dismissively. "It's quite all right, he may record as he wishes. I have no objections." Xiaoyao, impressed by her magnanimity, said with a newfound respect, "Master Wen, my apologies. I am compelled to do this for Yan Ji." Wen Ning reiterated her indifference. Thus, the trio proceeded into the residential complex. Xiaoyao diligently trailed behind, filming their backs. Jiang Yan resided on the 6th floor of Building 6. Upon exiting the elevator, Jiang Yan unlocked the door with his fingerprint and ushered Wen Ning inside. "Master Wen, please come in. Would you care for a beverage? Is cola acceptable?" Wen Ning nodded. casting her gaze about the apartment. The layout of this residence is quite felicitous. It appears that a feng shui master was consulted during the renovation. Jiang Yan concurred. Indeed. My mother places great faith in such matters, and thus enlisted a feng shui master at considerable expense. Since moving in, I have experienced a palpable improvement in my professional endeavors. Wen Ning remarked, should you relocate the painting that faces the main entrance, your fortunes shall improve even further. Jiang Yan, now thoroughly convinced of her abilities, promptly instructed Xiaoyao to move the painting. Xiaoyao, belatedly realizing the implication, inquired, Miss Wen, are you also a feng shui practitioner? Wen Ning responded with an amiable smile, feng shui is but one facet of my vocation. Xiaoyao set down his phone and proceeded to move the painting, all the while asking, and what is your primary occupation? Wen Ning replied with a cryptic smile. My primary occupation, of course, is exorcising malevolent spirits. Xiaoyao's smile faltered, his expression becoming rigid. Exorcising spirits? Do such entities truly exist? With a genial nod, Wen Ning responded, indeed. Otherwise, why would I have journeyed such a distance this evening? Startled, Xiaoyao's voice trembled, Miss Wen, please refrain from jesting. How could there possibly be a G-ghost in Master Yan's residence? Wen Ning, wearing a disarming smile, inquired, if there are no specters, why do you exhibit such trepidation? Who said I was afraid? I am not frightened in the least, came the stammered reply. A mischievous grin played on Wen Ning's lips. Is that so? Then, by all means, cast your gaze behind you. Xiaoyao, seized by panic, emitted a yelp as he spun around, only to find nothingness. Jiang Yan was convulsed with laughter. Wen Ning's countenance turned solemn. Cease your mirth, for she has arrived. Chapter 31, I shall strike you until your head spins. The female spectre materialized swiftly, phasing directly through the entrance of Jiang Yan's abode. Her craving for Jiang Yan, that succulent prize, was insatiable. Even with the awareness that she could not presently gain any advantage, she was compelled to steal a glimpse. Though she could not yet partake. Merely beholding him would satiate her senses. In life, he had been an unattainable figure, but now, as a spirit, she possessed the freedom to come and go as she pleased, with none to impede her. She would feast her eyes until she was content. Having nothing else to occupy her time, she had already visited twice that day, familiarizing herself with every detail of Jiang Yan's home. Upon entry, she noticed the absence of the painting that had hung facing the door. Has elder brother returned? That is indeed heartening. Impatient, the female spectre drifted into Jiang Yan's chamber, where she immediately spotted a figure reclining upon the bed. Most significantly, she observed that Jiang Yan's protective amulet had been placed upon the adjacent bedside table. An amulet's efficacy is contingent upon its proximity to the individual it is meant to protect. Detached from the body, it is rendered as mere paper. The female ghost was elated, presuming Jiang Yan's ignorance of this principle in placing the charm aside. She considered her timing fortuitous, resolving to seize the opportunity. Thus, she lunged towards the figure on the bed, embracing him with triumphant glee, exclaiming, My dear, I've returned to resume where we left off last night. As she peeled back the covers, puckering her lips for a kiss, a resounding slap reverberated across her face, nearly shattering her spectral form. What is the meaning of this? She questioned, bewildered. How could her beloved possibly strike her? She was a ghost, after all. Open your eyes and behold. Do I resemble your dear? Wen Ning retorted, throwing back the blanket as she sat up. The female ghost, realizing that the occupant of Jiang Yan's bed was a woman, erupted in fury. Who are you? What are you doing in my beloved's bed, you harlot? Get out of my beloved's bed at once. Ah! How dare you occupy my beloved's bed? I'll kill you. She shrieked, lunging at Wen Ning. Wen Ning was taken aback, marveling at the ghost's skewed priorities. Had lust so thoroughly corrupted her mind? Despite the stinging blow she had just received, her sole concern was the presence of a woman in her beloved's bed. Utterly speechless, Wen Ning delivered another slap, sending the female ghost spiraling away. At that juncture, the female spectre collided with the adjacent wall, finally jarring her senses into a semblance of clarity. Who are you? And how are you able to strike me? Wen Ning alighted from the bed with nimble grace. I am the one your esteemed brother has summoned to exorcise you. The female spectre, with dawning comprehension, realized she had been ensnared in a calculated scheme and promptly sought to flee. Wen Ning emitted a scornful chuckle. extending a hand to seize the female specter. You dare to abscond upon encountering me? Too late. The female specter, unwilling to be captured, turned and assailed Wen Ning's face. Wen Ning sneered, such audacity. She raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap to the female specter's face. The force of the blow caused the specter's head to spin in multiple rotations, her neck coiling like a spring. Wen Ning then flicked her forehead, causing her head to rotate backward several times. The spring unwound, and her head drooped languidly, the length of her neck nearly matching her height. Unable to retract for a considerable time, presenting a macabre spectacle. Realizing her inferiority against Wen Ning, the female specter resorted to feigned pity. Exorcist, you are an exorcist. Are you not? Exorcist, I implore you, spare me. I am but a nameless spirit, I have never harmed anyone. I merely harbor affection for your brother and wish to see him. I speak the truth, exorcist, I beseech you, in your magnanimity, release me. Wen Ning grasped her elongated neck, swinging it like a yo-yo several times. Do you take me for a simpleton, incapable of discernment? Your essence is saturated with the vital fluids of men, and you claim to have harmed none? Remarkably audacious, aren't you? Barely a week since your demise. And already you possess the audacity to inflict harm. The female specter's head was nearly dislodged, causing her to wail in terror. Displeased by her clamor, Wen Ning invoked a spell to silence her, before addressing the dressing room, emerge. Jiang Yan, escorting a pallid and faint Xiaoyao, emerged. Upon beholding the female specter in Wen Ning's grasp, Xiaoyao succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Yan hoisted him onto the bed and inquired of Wen Ning regarding the specter, Master. Why not simply exorcise her? Upon sighting Jiang Yan, the female specter resumed her lamentations, Brother, rescue me, I beseech you. I harbor no malice towards you. My affection is merely profound. Jiang Yan recoiled in disgust, Master, I implore you, exorcise her forthwith, she is utterly repulsive. Wen Ning concurred in her revulsion. Exorcism is inevitable. Albeit not immediately. As she has previously drained vital essence, this matter must be rectified prior to her exorcism, lest the victim of her predation perish prematurely. Jiang Yan was alarmed, indeed? Then we must hasten to locate Wu Mingho, as he appears to be on the precipice of expiration. Wen Ning cast a glance towards the bedridden Xiaoyao, what of him? Shall we bring him along? Jiang Yan scornfully retorted, so faint-hearted, what purpose would he serve? Are we to frighten him to death? Wen Ning posited, to leave him unattended here would likely result in him succumbing to self-induced terror upon awakening. Jiang Yan. I'll summon someone to watch over him. Fortunately, the person Jiang Yan sought arrived swiftly. To avoid alarming the helper, Jiang Yan omitted the specter, merely stating that Xiaoyao was unwell and he had an errand, requesting assistance in Xiaoyao's care. With arrangements finalized, Jiang Yan promptly escorted Wen Ning downstairs, departing the vicinity in his sports car. En route, Jiang Yan attempted to contact Wu Mingho, but the call went unanswered. Wen Ning pressed her lips into a thin line and said, the situation appears dire, we must hasten, lest Wu Mingho's admirers present him with wreaths on the morrow. Jiang Yan hastily contacted his agent, Yang Li, instructing her to procure Wu Mingho's residence from his agent. Yang Li efficiently provided the address, Tianlan Lake Villa District. Familiar with the locale, Jiang Yan executed a swift U-turn, arriving in half an hour. The security personnel, recognizing Jiang Yan's vehicle, promptly granted access. Wen Ning inquired, do you possess property here as well? Jiang Yan demurred, nay, my cousin resides here. I visited him at the hospital yesterday following his accident. As they conversed, they located Wu Mingho's villa. The abode was shrouded in darkness, seemingly uninhabited. Jiang Yan remarked, puzzled, his agent stated he was resting at home today. Why are the lights extinguished? Without hesitation, Wen Ning scaled the villa's perimeter wall. Jiang Yan exclaimed, startled, Master Wen, what are you doing? Undoubtedly. The priority is to rescue him. With these words, Wen Ning nimbly vaulted over the courtyard wall and proceeded to unlock the villa's main gate. Jiang Yan's lips twitched, contemplating the potential repercussions should security personnel observe their actions, as it would prove challenging to elucidate their presence. Disregarding his apprehension, Wen Ning approached the villa's entrance and commenced knocking, yet her efforts were met with silence from within. Jiang Yan scratched his head, voicing his suspicion that the residence might be unoccupied, suggesting a confirmatory phone call. Wen Ning casually acquiesced, but before the words fully escaped her lips, She produced a slender wire from her pocket, inserting it into the villa's lock. Chapter 32, A Precarious Existence. Jiang Yan, witnessing her actions, was taken aback, attempting to interject. But before he could utter a complete sentence, the lock yielded. His eyes widened in astonishment, marveling at the expeditious nature of her feat. He couldn't help but question Wen Ning's true profession. With composure, Wen Ning returned the wire to her pocket, nonchalantly pushing open the villa's door and stepping inside. Her movements as casual as if entering her own abode. Activating the flashlight on her phone, she located the lighting switch, bathing the villa in illumination. Finding the ground floor unoccupied, Wen Ning ascended to the second floor, heading directly for the master bedroom. Discovering the door locked from the inside, Jiang Yan anticipated another demonstration of her lockpicking prowess, but instead, Wen Ning delivered a swift kick to the door, causing it to burst open. Wen Ning remarked that this approach expedited the process. Jiang Yan was speechless. Upon illuminating the master bedroom, the pair beheld Wu Mingho, his face pallid, slumped upon the bed. His condition dire. Jiang Yan was so frightened that he felt numb, quickly retrieving his phone to call for emergency assistance. Wen Ning approached to assess Wu Mingho's condition. Hastily laying him flat while reciting incantations and drawing symbols in the air with her hands. Jiang Yan, still on the phone, gazed in astonishment at the golden-hued rune shimmering in the air, exclaiming, "What the hell?" The operator on the other end promptly admonished, "Sir, please mind your language." Jiang Yan, however, was far too engrossed in the unfolding scene to heed the warning. His eyes widened disbelief as he watched Wen Ning slap the drawn rune onto Wu Mingho's forehead, the symbol vanishing into his head instantaneously. Soon after, Wu Mingho's complexion began to improve rapidly, and his breathing steadied. Meanwhile, the operator persisted in her inquiries. "Hello, sir, are you still there? Please provide me with your address, and I will dispatch assistance immediately." Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment. "It seems we won't need that anymore." The operator paused for a few seconds. "Has the patient lost vital signs? If so, my condolences." Jiang Yan, after offering a few perfunctory remarks, terminated the call and urgently asked, "Master Wen, how is he now? He won't pass away, will he?" Wen Ning replied, "We arrived in the nick of time. Had we been even a few minutes later, he would have truly been lost." As she spoke, she continued to administer a few more taps on Wu Mingho's body. Wu Mingho's eyelids fluttered before slowly opening, revealing a bewildered expression as he stared blankly at Wen Ning, clearly disoriented. Jiang Yan quickly leaned closer, inquiring, "Wu Mingho, how are you feeling?" Wu Mingho was momentarily bewildered before weakly asking, "How did you end up in my house? Who is she?" Jiang Yan observed the dark circles under his eyes and the tremor in his voice, then turned to Wen Ning and inquired, "Master Wen, how can we compel that entity to return the blood?" Wen Ning produced the female ghost from his pocket. Jiang Yan stared incredulously at the pocket, wondering how it could possibly contain a ghost. He recalled that the iron wire used to open the door had also emerged from that very pocket. He pondered how such a long piece of wire could fit without causing injury. Initially dazed and feeble, Wu Mingho leaped from the bed upon catching sight of the female ghost, retreating to the corner and shouting, "Don't come near me. Go away. Don't touch me." Jiang Yan could not suppress a smirk at his dismay, teasing, "Wu Mingho, is it really necessary? You're acting as though you've been thoroughly violated. It's rather amusing. You are a man, after all. What else with the outcry?" Wen Ning shot him a glance, retorting, "Would you prefer to experience the terror of this female ghost yourself?" It was as if he had not been the one frightened out of his wits the previous night. Jiang Yan shuddered at the suggestion, waving his hands in protest. No, I'll keep quiet." Wen Ning approached Wu Mingho, reciting incantations while drawing symbols in the air, then forcefully pressed the sigil into the female ghost's body. The ghost let out a piercing scream as a beam of white light shot from her form, directly entering Wu Mingho. Instantly, a noticeable flush spread across his face. Although your life essence has been restored, such an ordeal invariably takes a toll on one's constitution, necessitating at least a year for complete recuperation. During this period, you must abstain from all worldly desires and carnal pleasures, otherwise, your health will rapidly deteriorate, and you shall meet an untimely demise before reaching 30. Having witnessed Wen Ning's actions firsthand, Wu Mingho, even with his limited perception, now recognized Wen Ning's true identity as a master. "Master, I understand, and I shall adhere to your instructions diligently." As he spoke, He cast a lingering glance at the female ghost, a sense of trepidation washing over him. He quickly averted his gaze and implored, "Master, could you please exorcise this repulsive entity? I can no longer bear to lay eyes upon her." The female ghost's face contorted in anguish. "Why? Why must you treat me in this manner? What is it about me that you find so objectionable? Why do you detest me so?" Wen Ning swiftly delivered a resounding slap, causing the female ghost's head to spin. "Pray tell, what redeeming qualities do you possess? Is it your physical appearance or your benevolent nature? Devoid of any merit, why should others hold you in esteem? Given your transgressions, is it not natural for others to harbor animosity towards you? Even in death, you persist in your malevolent ways, fully embodying the darkest aspects of humanity." The female ghost, subjected to Wen Ning's merciless condemnation, emitted a piercing shriek. "You comprehend nothing. You are utterly ignorant of the trials I have endured. I never desired to become this way. It is all the fault of you beautiful people." Wen Ning spat at her, remarking that blaming the Earth's lack of gravity for one's inability to defecate was absurd. Such a person, regardless of the task at hand, would always find an excuse to deflect responsibility. There are countless unfortunate souls in this world. Why do they not resort to such wickedness as you do? There is no need to argue about justifications, evil is evil. Even in the absence of those so-called misfortunes, she would still fail to embody goodness. Jiang Yan wholeheartedly agreed with Wen Ning's sentiments, urging the master to cease the frivolous conversation and simply take her away. Upon hearing the intent to capture her, the female ghost began to feign pity, lamenting, "Master, I beseech you to spare me this time. I promise I shall never engage in such actions again. I will surely repent and transform myself anew. I promise, truly, I assure you." Wen Ning smirked slightly, replying, "I may not take you in, but you must honestly answer me one question." The female ghost eagerly nodded, "Ask away, I assure you I will reveal everything." Holding nothing back, Wen Ning inquired, "Who taught you your techniques?" The female ghost, taken aback by the question, hesitated momentarily before responding, "Techniques? What techniques? Master, I do not comprehend what you are saying." Wen Ning raised her head and made her turn her head around twice, exclaiming, "Do not play the fool with me. You have barely been deceased for 7 days, yet you are capable of such malevolence. If no one instructed you in these techniques, with your qualifications, even if you were dead for 100 years, you would never encounter them." Chapter 33, The Mysterious Figure. Do not be misled into thinking that ghosts possess great abilities. The majority of spirits linger in the mortal realm due to their lingering attachments after death. However, they often lack the ability to resolve their own obsessions and must await the arrival of opportunity. Yet, it cannot be dismissed that a small fraction of spirits, due to their exceptional talents, may gradually accumulate power after death through certain virtuous deeds or serendipitous encounters. The remainder consists of vengeful spirits, whose immense resentment and malevolent energy grant them the capacity to harm. However, such spirits are solely capable of endangering lives. The female spectre in question, however, does not fall into any of these categories. Her inherent aptitude is profoundly lacking, under normal circumstances. She might require a century or two of cultivation to connect with the living. Yet, having only been deceased for a mere few days, she has already achieved such prowess, which undeniably indicates she has practiced a certain arcane technique. This technique, which she fortuitously knows, involves siphoning the essence of others to nourish her own spiritual form, an exceedingly sinister practice. It is not exclusive to female spirits, male spirits can employ it as well. Those who fall victim to this siphoning may suffer from debilitating illness for years or, in severe cases, meet their demise. The female spectre, being inherently avaricious, upon realizing her newfound ability, began to indiscriminately drain the vital essence of Wu Mingho. Fortuitously for him, fate had other plans. As the female spectre screamed in agony, she maintained her insistence that she possessed no technique, claiming her abilities manifested immediately upon her death. Wen Ning, growing impatient, delivered a sharp slap and retorted, "Do you dare to remain obstinate? Do you think that if you refuse to speak, I will be powerless against you?" The female spectre truly believed this. Steadfast in her silence, having exhausted her patience, Wen Ning once more conjured a symbol from thin air and pressed it into the spectre's form. The female spectre felt an entity invade her mind, stirring tumultuously within her consciousness. Ah, the seductive ghost writhed in agony, her essence contorting in torment. I will tell you everything, I beg you, please stop, she pleaded. With an impassive expression, Wen Ning replied, it is too late. You squandered your chance. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The technique she employed was the soul-searching art, a method that inflicted unbearable suffering on its target, leaving them nearly incapacitated once the process concluded. Jiang Yan and Wu Mingho, witnessing the seductive ghost's transformation under duress, felt a chill of dread. They could not fathom that the seemingly benign Wen Ning possessed such a steely resolve. Soon, the soul-searching concluded, and Wen Ning acquired the answers she sought. It transpired that the seductive ghost lingered on Earth after her untimely demise in an accident, unable to accept her fate. Initially, like all ordinary spirits, she was bound to her corpse, awaiting the completion of her mourning period before she could roam freely. However, at that juncture, a mysterious figure appeared, inquiring whether she wished to live freely after death. Naturally, she yearned for such liberation. Thus, this enigmatic individual not only imparted to her the arcane art of siphoning vitality but also bestowed upon her a measure of power, enabling her to leave her corpse behind and move about at will. The sole stipulation was her absolute secrecy regarding his existence. Having gained these advantages, the seductive ghost remained loyal to her benefactor. Regrettably, she remained oblivious to the true identity of this mysterious figure, who had cloaked himself in anonymity, leaving no trace of his presence. Wen Ning furrowed her brow, pondering the intentions of this shadowy benefactor. Ultimately, she decided to set aside thoughts that eluded her understanding for the time being. The future is long, and that enigmatic individual must surely have intentions behind their actions. Such intentions will inevitably be revealed in due course, thus, we shall wait until they expose themselves. Wen Ning promptly set this matter aside, lowering her gaze to the half-transparent spirit of the seductive ghost in her hands. Initially, considering that you had not yet taken a life, I might have granted you a chance for redemption and reincarnation. However, it appears that such mercy is no longer warranted. Very well. You may proceed to wherever you are meant to go. The seductive ghost's face was etched with terror as she opened her mouth to plead for mercy. Yet, Wen Ning remained resolute, reciting an incantation without hesitation. The ghost's anguished cries echoed as her spirit swiftly disintegrated into the air, leaving no trace behind. A beam of merit light descended, for this time Wen Ning had saved 2 lives and eliminated a menace, thus accruing 3-fold merits. Jiang Yan inquired, Master Wen, what about the female ghost? After receiving the merit light, Wen Ning brushed her hands together and replied, her soul has been scattered. Jiang Yan clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, well done. Wen Ning glanced at her phone, noting that it was nearly 2 in the morning. I must return now. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to call me. She left her number with them and turned to leave. Jiang Yan hurried after her, saying, Master Wen, allow me to escort you. Wen Ning did not decline, replying, very well, that would be appreciated. Upon exiting the villa, they got into the car. And Wen Ning suddenly remembered that she owned a villa in the vicinity as well. She asked Jiang Yan to take a detour so she could glance at her own property. Jiang Yan gestured towards a villa not far away. That is my cousin's villa. You will be neighbors from now on. He continued, speaking of which, my cousin has had quite a streak of misfortune. Master Wen, if you have some spare time, could you perhaps take a look at him? I can't shake the feeling that something is off about his bad luck. Wen Ning chuckled and shot him a sidelong glance. Aren't you the one who doesn't believe in such things? Jiang Yan chuckled sheepishly. I admit, I was rather ignorant before. Please don't hold that against me, Master Wen. Wen Ning smiled nonchalantly. Just make sure to introduce me to more business opportunities. It seems many in your line of work are rather superstitious. She was eager to accumulate merits, which necessitated more business engagements. Jiang Yan patted his chest. Rest assured, I will handle the photos taken by the paparazzi. You needn't worry about them spreading falsehoods. Wen Ning leaned her elbow against the car window, cradling her head in her palm. No need, let them talk. But if they were to spread rumors, would it affect you? Jiang Yan shook his head with a smile. I'm indifferent, I can simply clarify things later. However, I am curious as to why you wish to do this. He knew all too well how the paparazzi would fabricate stories about tonight, surely claiming he was in a romantic relationship. Yet, he couldn't fathom Wen Ning's motives. Wen Ning smiled mysteriously. I have my reasons. As long as it doesn't impact you. Upon returning to the Wen family villa, Jiang Yan watched her enter the gates before he finally drove away. The Wen family villa was enveloped in a serene stillness. As Wen Ning stepped through the door, she spotted Su Qian seated on the sofa, awaiting her arrival. Wen Master. You have returned. The matter you asked me to investigate has yielded results. Wen Tianqing's protective talisman is in the possession of his mistress. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. Wen Tianqing has a mistress? Su Qian nodded emphatically. Not only does he have a mistress, but he also has a pair of illegitimate children, a 7-year-old and a 3-year-old. The reason he placed the talisman with the mistress is that the younger child encountered some malevolent forces recently. He left the talisman there to pacify the child's spirit. After Wen Ning instructed her, Su Qian promptly followed Wen Tianqing's assistant. Upon receiving a call from Wen Tianqing, the assistant went to the mistress's residence, retrieved the talisman, and took it to the hospital. Wen Ning chuckled softly. How amusing that Zhang Xueru has always believed Wen Tianqing to be devoted to her. Unaware that his illegitimate offspring have grown so large. I wonder how she will react upon discovering the existence of these three. She felt a tinge of anticipation. Su Qian. Could you do me another favor? Please go to the detective agency and obtain a number for me. Su Qian raised an eyebrow. You intend to have a detective follow Wen Tianqing's mistress? Wen Ning smiled brightly and shook her head. Indeed. My father has maintained a mistress and illegitimate children. Such significant matters compel me, as my mother's dutiful daughter, to assist her in uncovering the truth. I cannot allow my mother to suffer. Su Qian surmised her intentions and immediately set out to find the detective agency. Being considerably more familiar with the city than Wen Ning, she promptly retrieved the telephone. Wen Ning immediately dialed the number, and the call was answered almost instantaneously. Greetings. Super Detective Agency, at your service. Available anytime, anywhere. Super detectives diligently solving cases. The voice on the other end was enthusiastic and resonant. Wen Ning paused, casting a glance at Su Qian. This is the detective you found for me? These lines are blatantly plagiarized. Su Qian, slightly embarrassed, cleared her throat softly, although he may seem unreliable. He is actually quite dependable when it comes to getting the job done. Wen Ning twitched the corner of her mouth. Do you honestly find that convincing? The voice on the other end inquired. Hello? Is anyone there? If you're there, please say something. Did you call seeking a detective's assistance? Adopting a since we're already here attitude, Wen Ning responded, yes, I am. The other party audibly sighed in relief, reverting to his hyper-enthusiastic demeanor. Greetings, madam. I am He Chao, the director of Super Detective Agency. What assistance do you require? Rest assured, our Super Detective Agency is exceptionally skilled at solving cases. Wen Ning pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a strong urge to hang up. Su Qian clasped her hands together, her eyes pleading, Celestial Master. Please give him a chance. He genuinely needs this opportunity. Wen Ning rolled her eyes in resignation. My father is having an affair, he's keeping a mistress. I want you to help me track her, preferably uncovering her identity and background, and obtaining evidence of my father with her. He Chao immediately replied, absolutely no problem. This matter is entrusted to our Super Detective Agency. We guarantee to complete the task in the shortest possible time. Wen Ning, harboring little hope, inquired about their fee structure. The excitement in He Chao's voice was palpable even through the phone. 10,000, does that work for you? This price seemed rather modest. Yes. But if it cannot be accomplished, I will request a refund. He Chao pounded his chest confidently, assuring, I guarantee your satisfaction. Wen Ning then relayed the identity information of Wen Tianqing to He Chao. The once exuberant He Chao suddenly fell silent, taking a considerable time before asking. Are you certain the person you wish to investigate is indeed Wen Tianqing? Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. What, are you afraid to take on this case? Absolutely. He Chao replied with conviction. Wen Ning added him on WeChat and transferred a deposit of 3,000 yuan. After hanging up, she glanced at Su Qian and asked, so, who exactly is He Chao to you? Although it was a question, her gaze conveyed a sense of unwavering certainty. Su Qian appeared somewhat bashful, tilting her head slightly to the side. Were it not for her ghostly nature, she might have blushed like a ripe peach. He is my neighbor and boyfriend. We grew up together. Later, I came to City for work, and he followed me here. The two had been childhood sweethearts, innocent and carefree. Had it not been for Wen Tianqing's malevolent actions leading to their demise, they had planned to marry in 2 years. Alas! All of this was shattered by Wen Tianqing. As Su Qian contemplated these memories, an unsettling aura enveloped her. With a pacifying incantation, Wen Ning endeavored to compose her. Was he cognizant of the circumstances surrounding your demise? Su Qian nodded. Indeed, his aptitude for investigation is truly remarkable. Were it not for my fate, he would undoubtedly have matriculated into the police academy and become a law enforcement officer. Subsequent to her demise at the hands of Wen Tianqing, He Chao has been assiduously endeavoring to unearth the verity of her death. His capabilities are quite commendable, as he expeditiously implicated Wen Tianqing. However, Wen Tianqing's influence is formidable. Despite having orchestrated Su Qian's demise, he managed to exonerate himself completely. The driver who fatally struck Su Qian was incarcerated, rendering it exceedingly arduous for He Chao to consign Wen Tianqing to prison. Consequently, he remained in An City, establishing a detective agency with the intention of covertly investigating Wen Tianqing's background. Nevertheless, Wen Tianqing conducts himself with utmost circumspection, precluding He Chao from acting too conspicuously, thereby impeding progress and causing the detective agency to struggle financially. Thus, when Wen Ning expressed the need for a detective, Su Qian could not resist interjecting her personal interests. Upon hearing this, Wen Ning sighed. You two have endured considerable hardship. Su Qian's spirits waned, and her figure gradually dissipated from the room. As soon as she departed, a commotion arose outside the door. Wen Ning turned to see the spectral thief who had instructed her in the art of opening safes during the day. Revered exorcist. May I enter? You may. The spectral thief floated in, rubbing his hands together. Revered exorcist, I wish to visit my younger sister this very night, is that permissible? His reason for lingering in the mortal realm was solely for his sister's sake. The spectral thief was relatively young, in his late 20s. With a sister 10 years his junior, currently attending high school. When my parents passed away, my sister was merely 6 years old. The bond between my sibling and me was as strong as fate itself. She suffered from severe health issues, particularly a serious heart condition. At that time, I was only 16, struggling to provide for her, let alone afford her medical treatment. However, as the elder brother, I felt an obligation to care for her after our parents were gone. Faced with a lack of alternatives, I resorted to learning a trade that I knew was unlawful. I understood the moral implications, yet my desperation left me with no other choice. Her surgery required a substantial sum of money, and time was of the essence. Other means of earning would not suffice. I vowed that once my sister recovered, I would abandon this illicit path and pursue honest work to repay every stolen penny. As I recounted my story, tears streamed down my face, for I was merely one final transaction away from gathering enough funds for her operation. Then, I would no longer need to engage in these petty crimes. Yet, fate was unkind, both to me and to my sister. He met his demise during what would be his last theft. On that occasion, he stole over 20,000 yuan from a household. As he attempted to flee, he was discovered, and the owner pursued him relentlessly. In a desperate bid to escape, he ran a red light, ultimately losing his life in a collision in the middle of the street. On the opposite side of the road, my sister, just returning from school, happened to pass by that very intersection and witnessed the tragic event unfold before her eyes. Chapter 35, Is this what humanity is capable of? Since that day, my sister has been profoundly affected, coming to understand the source of the funds meant for her treatment. She refused to seek medical care or attend school, isolating herself within the confines of our home, unwilling to see anyone. The little thief spirit wept inconsolably. She was so young, her life had only just begun. I wish for her to live, to truly live. Master, I beseech you, assist me, help my sister. Wen Ning, who considered himself not a sentimental person, felt a profound ache in his heart after hearing the thief spirit's words. Since I have pledged to help you fulfill your wish, I shall certainly honor my word. Let us proceed, take me to your home. The thief spirit hurriedly led the way. They resided not far from the Wen family villa, merely a kilometer in a straight line. However, Wen Ning had no vehicle, so they could only traverse on foot. After more than half an hour of walking, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a rather dilapidated community, and as soon as Wen Ning entered, he spotted the several spirits he had summoned to the Wen household earlier, now wandering about the area. In life, they had all been residents of this community. And in death, this place remained their most frequented haunt. Upon seeing Wen Ning, the spirits swiftly vanished from sight. The little thief spirit offered an apologetic smile. They are timid, do not take offense, master. Spirits, too, harbor a fear of death. When they encounter a Taoist or master specialized in exorcism, they flee like mice from a cat, terrified of being captured. Wen Ning, now in urgent need of merit, turned to the thief spirit and said, kindly convey a message to them, informing them that I am willing to assist in fulfilling their wishes and guide them to the afterlife. If they are willing, they may seek me at any time. The little thief spirit was overjoyed. Is that true? Then I shall go inform them immediately. With that, the thief spirit dashed off to catch up with his companions. And soon returned, accompanied by several other spirits. Master, do you truly wish to help us? Certainly, Wen Ning assented, provided that you have not harmed anyone. I shall assist you in fulfilling your desires and then guide you to reincarnation. The specters, overcome with emotion, prostrated themselves in unison, kowtowing thrice to Wen Ning, expressing their gratitude for the celestial master's immense benevolence. Wen Ning waved his hand dismissively. Arise, first I shall resolve his matter today. Your affairs can be arranged when I have the leisure. The phantoms had lingered in the mortal realm for several years at the very least. Hence they were not in any immediate haste. Celestial Master, you must diligently assist these siblings, their plight is truly arduous. The specters and the thief siblings were longtime neighbors, thoroughly acquainted with the siblings' circumstances. They were cognizant of the thief's past actions, yet they perceived that he was compelled by necessity. Thus, they earnestly hoped for the siblings' well-being. Wen Ning nodded in agreement and followed the thief ghost into a dilapidated apartment building. His abode was on the second floor. Wen Ning, standing before the door, raised his hand and rapped on the time-worn portal. It was past 3 a.m, and the knocking reverberated with stark clarity in the corridor. Before any movement could be detected within the thief ghost's residence, the neighbor across the hall opened their door, peering warily at Wen Ning through the antiquated security gate. Who are you? What business do you have knocking on doors at this late hour? The inhabitants of the old neighborhood were all long-time residents, aware that only a young girl remained in the opposite apartment. Consequently, they were quite solicitous of the thief ghost's sister. Wen Ning turned his head and responded, Greetings. I am a friend of Zhao Xiaoya's brother. I have been entrusted to visit Zhao Xiaoya on his behalf. The neighbor grew more vigilant. That lad Zhao Liang has been deceased for half a year. What manner of friend are you to him? What sort of person pays a visit in the dead of night? Don't you dare harbor any ill intentions. Thinking that just because the Zhao family is left with only a young girl, she's easy to bully. I'm telling you, with us around, no one will even think about bullying Xiaoya. Leave at once, or I'll call the authorities. Wen Ning, wishing to avoid a dispute with the neighbor, nodded, very well. I'll leave now. She turned and descended the stairs. Soon, she heard the neighbor open their door, instructing towards the Zhao's front door, Xiaoya, whatever you do, don't open the door. There are many wicked people about these days. Make sure the door is locked. If anything happens, just shout loudly, and we'll hear you. From inside the Zhao residence came a faint voice, okay. Downstairs, the petty thief ghost Zhao Liang was growing anxious. What should we do, Celestial Master? It seems we won't be able to get in. Wen Ning exited the building entrance, gazed up at the Zhao's residence, then crouched down slightly, exerting force, and astonishingly leaped onto the second-floor balcony. Zhao Liang was so startled his jaw nearly hit the ground. Is that something a human can even do? Wen Ning stood on the balcony, beckoning Zhao Liang to come up quickly. Zhao Liang hastily floated onto his own balcony. The two entered the living room, running directly into Zhao Xiaoya. Ah! Zhao Xiaoya was startled by the sudden appearance of the person. Wen Ning, with swift hands and keen eyes, immediately affixed a soundproofing charm to the Zhao's front door, lest she alarm the neighbors across the way. Who are you? How did you get into my house? Leave at once, or I'll call the authorities. Zhao Xiaoya was so frightened her heart pounded fiercely. Wen Ning, fearful that she might be startled into a state of distress, hastily drew a calming talisman in the air. Xiaoyu, I am a friend of your brother, entrusted by him to come and visit you. My brother Zhao Xiaoyu's eyes reddened, but she found it hard to believe Wen Ning's words. Don't think you can deceive me. My brother has never mentioned knowing a friend like you. Furthermore, why did you not come during the day? Wen Ning replied. Because I am bringing your brother to see you, I must come at night. Let me make it clear, no matter what you see next, do not become overly excited. Or I will have to take you to the hospital. With that, Wen Ning raised his hand, recited a few incantations, and then brushed his fingers across Zhao Xiaoyu's eyelids. She felt a cool sensation upon her eyelids, and when she opened her eyes once more, she found her brother standing before her. Brother? She hesitated, rubbing her eyes to confirm that the figure before her was indeed her brother. Once assured, she cried out and lunged towards Zhao Liang, only to grasp at thin air. The Zhao family's living room was quite small, in just a few steps. Zhao Xiaoyu passed through Zhao Liang's ethereal form and collided with the cabinet on the opposite side. Stunned, she quickly turned back and lunged at Zhao Liang again. But once more, she fell short of her target. Desperate, Zhao Xiaoyu began to weep. Brother, what is happening? Why can't I touch you? Tears streamed down Zhao Liang's face as he gazed at her. Xiaoyu, please don't do this, be careful not to hurt yourself. Brother, why is this happening? Why can't I reach you? Wen Ning blinked, staving off his own tears, and spoke, because your brother is currently a spirit. It is entirely normal that you cannot touch him. Upon hearing the spectral word, Zhao Xiaoya was seized by inconsolable grief. Zhao Liang, his heart aching, hastened to comfort her. Xiaoya, please don't weep so, your heart is fragile and cannot endure such sorrow. Through her tears, Zhao Xiaoya pleaded, Brother, please don't die, please return to life. I no longer wish for treatment, I only desire your well-being. Please don't abandon me to this solitude. Chapter 36, Profound Sibling Affection. The siblings wept with such profound sorrow that it seemed to tear at their very souls. Had it not been for Wen Ning's intervention with her arcane arts to stabilize Zhao Xiaoya's heart, the young girl would have surely succumbed to her grief. With great difficulty, the two siblings eventually ceased their lamentations. Zhao Liang gently stroked Zhao Xiaoya's head and inquired, Why have you forsaken your studies and abandoned your treatment? Zhao Xiaoya lowered her gaze, offering no response. On that fateful day when tragedy befell Zhao Liang, she had been returning home in the company of her classmates. She bore witness to her brother's calamitous demise, and the sheer horror of the scene caused her to faint. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a hospital bed. The arrangements for Zhao Liang's funeral were undertaken by their neighbors. When Zhao Xiaoya, after much struggle, managed to return to school, she found herself ostracized by her classmates. It transpired that the victim of the theft had also been deeply shaken by the events of that day. In an attempt to absolve himself of any potential involvement, he had declared to the onlookers that Zhao Liang was a thief who had stolen from his home and that he had merely been attempting to apprehend him. These words reached the ears of her classmates and were subsequently disseminated throughout the school. The students began to shun Zhao Xiaoya, branding her as the sister of a thief, suggesting that she, too, must be of the same ilk, and attributing to her any past disappearances of items within the classroom. Zhao Xiaoya remained indifferent to her classmates' unjust accusations against her, yet she could not tolerate the slander against her brother, insisting, My brother is not a thief. He is not. The response came harshly, Your brother was caught stealing and was subsequently struck by a car while fleeing. A person like him deserves such a fate. In a fit of despair, Zhao Xiaoya lunged at the classmate, engaging in a fierce altercation, pouring all her strength into the confrontation, leaving her opponent bloodied and battered. Subsequently, she was summoned to the office, where the teacher chastised her sternly. When the classmates' parents arrived at the school, they berated Zhao Xiaoya and, in her presence, pressured the teacher to transfer her to another class, claiming they feared the influence of a child from a family of thieves on their own offspring. However, her homeroom teacher, a compassionate individual familiar with Zhao Xiaoya's circumstances and aware of her frail health, took it upon himself to cover the medical expenses for the injured classmate, ultimately refusing the parents' demands. Yet, after Zhao Xiaoya reimbursed her teacher for the medical costs, she never returned to school. Despite the teacher's numerous attempts to counsel her, he ultimately relented, recognizing that as a high school student, he could not compel her to attend. Zhao Liang gazed at his sister with sorrow, weeping. Why are you so disobedient? Why won't you go to school? Do you not understand that only by studying diligently can you alter your destiny? Zhao Xiaoya stubbornly pouted, replying, Can changing destiny bring you back to life? Brother, I am the one who has burdened you. If it were not for me, you would not have resorted to such actions. It is all attributable to me. I am the one most deserving of condemnation. Had it not been for my existence, you would have long since established a family. Instead, you are now the subject of scorn, with people remarking on the folly of the Zhao family's child. questioning how he could resort to thievery. Brother, I have discovered your ledger and have restituted all the funds you had painstakingly saved. As for the sums already expended, I shall endeavor to earn and repay them in due course. I am determined to ensure that everyone recognizes you are not a thief. Zhao Liang maintained a meticulous ledger, documenting the monetary value of each transgression. He had solemnly vowed to reimburse every single amount. Upon learning of Zhao Xiaoya's actions, Zhao Liang was once again overwhelmed with grief. Lamenting, "You foolish girl, how could you do such a thing? This was the money intended to save your life." "I refuse." Zhao Xiaoya retorted, "Brother, you are not a thief, you only acted in such a manner to preserve my life. I cannot bear the thought of others misconstruing your character." Zhao Xiaoya also dissolved into tears, exclaiming, "Brother, I cannot endure the disparaging remarks directed at you. I cannot bring myself to be so selfish. You are the most benevolent person in the world to me, and I cannot bear to see you vilified." Zhao Liang, weeping, shook his head. "I am impervious to the insults of others, my sole desire is for you to live a healthy life." "Xiaoya, why are you being so imprudent? Should any misfortune befall you, how could I ever face our parents?" On the balcony, the spectating spirits joined in the chorus of lamentations, creating an atmosphere of spectral wails that was exceedingly unsettling. Initially, Wen Ning had felt a pang of empathy, but their collective weeping quickly eroded her sentimentality, leaving her with only impatience. "Silence, all of you," she commanded. The assembled spirits and Zhao Xiaoya were all startled by her outburst. With a sigh, Wen Ning lamented, "What good does weeping do now that events have transpired thus?" Producing her cellular device, she addressed Zhao Xiaoya, "Add me as a contact." Perplexed, Zhao Xiaoya nonetheless complied. Upon acceptance, a remittance of 300,000 was received. With a gasp, she questioned, "Esteemed sister, what is the significance of this?" Wen Ning elucidated. "It is a contribution to your well-being, seek medical attention as required. Your brother relinquished his existence for your recuperation and is now unable to reincarnate due to his concern for you. Would you wish for him to remain in perpetual unease?" Zhao Xiaoya was rendered speechless. Zhao Liang, in tears, entreated, "Xiaoya, heed the words of Celestial Master Wen and accept this sum. Upon your recovery, you may reimburse her. I implore you, live well and fulfill the portion of life I have forfeited." Tears streaming uncontrollably, Zhao Xiaoya nodded, "Very well, I shall adhere to your advice. I shall seek treatment and pursue my education. However, elder brother, I yearn for your existence, I am consumed by trepidation." Overwhelmed with sorrow, Zhao Liang averted his gaze, tears cascading. Resurrecting the deceased is an impossibility. Wen Ning gently caressed Zhao Xiaoya's head, "If he can depart in tranquility, you shall reconvene in due course." Zhao Xiaoya's countenance illuminated, "Esteemed sister, do you speak truthfully?" Wen Ning affirmed, "Indeed. I can endeavor to implore the netherworld emissaries to facilitate his reincarnation in proximity to your abode. However, upon rebirth, he shall be bereft of all recollection of you." Zhao Xiaoya's heart ached fiercely, yet she managed to say, "It's all right, as long as I remember my brother." Zhao Liang, overwhelmed with sorrow, turned to Wen Ning and declared, "Reverend, I shall not reincarnate. I wish to remain with Xiaoya. I cannot bear to leave her alone, I want to be with her as she grows." Wen Ning chuckled softly, "But what can you possibly do? You cannot even make your presence known to her. Should Xiaoya encounter peril, what could you do but watch helplessly?" Zhao Liang's face paled further. I will strive to cultivate. Yes, if I cultivate diligently, I will surely gain the power to protect her." Wen Ning coldly doused his hopes, "You possess neither the aptitude nor the resources for cultivation. Were cultivation so easily attained, the mortal realm would descend into chaos. Rather than indulging in futile sentimentality, you would be better served by reincarnating into a fortunate life, where you might one day be in a position to assist Xiaoya." Turning to Zhao Xiaoya, she added, "You would do well to persuade your brother to reincarnate swiftly. A spirit who lingers in the mortal realm after fulfilling their desires will gradually weaken until they are utterly extinguished." Zhao Xiaoya, who had initially been moved by Zhao Liang's refusal to reincarnate, paled at Wen Ning's words. "Brother, heed the Reverend's advice and reincarnate. If you refuse, I shall refuse treatment." Zhao Liang was ultimately intimidated by Zhao Xiaoya's threat. He dared not gamble with her well-being. Seeing that the siblings had reached a decision, Wen Ning inquired, "Are there any lingering wishes?" Zhao Liang shook his head, he had no regrets. Zhao Xiaoya gazed at Wen Ning with eyes full of hope, "Sister, I have a wish." may I share it? Wen Ning nodded. Turning to Zhao Liang, she earnestly voiced, brother, I wish for you to accompany me to the amusement park. You promised me before that once I was well, you would take me there. You must have forgotten this promise after your reincarnation, so let us go now. Tears welled in Zhao Liang's eyes once more, and Wen Ning found the scene unbearable. Thus, an hour later, they stood at the amusement park's entrance. It was now past 4 in the morning, and the park had long since closed. The spirits and Zhao Xiaoya stared blankly at the locked gates and the darkened park. Bewildered. How are we supposed to enjoy ourselves? Wen Ning chuckled, tousling her short hair, now comes the moment of miracles. The spirits widened their eyes in anticipation as she confidently strode to the guardhouse and knocked on the door. Soon, a security guard opened the door. After a brief discussion, Wen Ning scanned the guard's phone with her own, then turned back to the spirits and beckoned, let us go in. Zhao Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment, sister. How did you do that? Wen Ning tossed her head with a smile, it is, of course, the allure of wealth. Money can indeed move mountains. So why fear not being able to persuade a mere security guard? Zhao Liang was profoundly moved, exclaiming, Wen Tianchi, you truly have gone above and beyond. Wen Ning waved her hand dismissively, it is of no concern to me, after all, your sister will repay me once she is capable. You didn't think I would pay out of my own pocket, did you? You are quite mistaken. Zhao Liang. Too moved too soon. Zhao Xiaoya said with a serious expression, Sister Wen, I will definitely strive to earn money in the future and repay you doubly. Wen Ning smiled and gently tousled her hair, I believe those words. As long as you study diligently, you will never lack money in the future. This young girl possesses a propitious destiny. Although her childhood was fraught with tribulations and her familial bonds were tenuous, her later fortune will be abundant. And her wealth will be considerable. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, wondering if this girl's good fortune was perhaps exchanged for that of her relatives. Fie. How could she entertain such wild thoughts? Forgive me. After Wen Ning led the ghosts and the girl into the amusement park. The lights of the park flickered on all at once. Zhao Xiaoya, visiting an amusement park for the first time, shrieked with excitement upon seeing the resplendent lights arranged specifically for her. Turning around, she reached out to grasp her brother's hand, but grasped at empty air. She simply turned to pull Wen Ning instead. Sister Wen, let's go ride the pirate ship first. Since childhood, her heart condition had been severe, rendering amusement parks unattainable for her. But with Wen Ning present today, none of that mattered. Wen Ning allowed Zhao Xiaoya to pull her onto the pirate ship, where they sat in the last row. The ghosts floated up as well, each finding a preferred spot to sit. The security guard peered out from the control room and asked, are you all seated securely? We're about to set sail. Zhao Xiaoya cheerfully pointed a finger towards the sky, set sail. As the security guard pressed the start button, the pirate ship began to sway. As the ship swung higher and higher, Zhao Xiaoya shrieked with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Initially, Wen Ning maintained a composed demeanor, reluctant to appear unsophisticated before the spectral beings. However, as the vessel ascended to ever greater heights, she found herself on the verge of exclaiming aloud. Zhao Xiaoya, having already emitted several cries, turned to Wen Ning and proclaimed, Sister, they say that one must vociferate on the pirate ship to avert discomfort. It truly works. You should endeavor it as well. Wen Ning remained somewhat reserved, yet upon observing the spectral figures being flung about uncontrollably and fleeing the ship, with only Zhao Liang tenaciously remaining, albeit in a state of palpable distress, she experienced a surge of amusement. Abandoning her reticence, she joined Zhao Xiaoya in a chorus of screams. Indeed, upon releasing her voice, she felt as though the burdens weighing upon her heart were instantaneously cast aside, replaced by exhilaration and delight. Upon disembarking from the pirate ship, Zhao Xiaoya seized Wen Ning's hand and hastened toward the pendulum ride, beckoning Zhao Liang to follow. Zhao Liang's countenance had paled to an almost translucent hue, yet he persisted in his pursuit. Once they had experienced every attraction within the amusement park, the first light of dawn began to appear. Emerging from the amusement park, Zhao Xiaoya turned to Zhao Liang and declared, Brother, let us bid farewell here. Zhao Liang, filled with reluctance, pleaded, Xiaoya, allow me to remain with you for a few more days, I implore you. I wish to await your successful surgery before departing. Zhao Xiaoya demurred, there is no need, brother. I shall diligently pursue my treatment. Please, set your mind at ease and proceed to reincarnation. I shall care for myself. She feared that prolonging Zhao Liang's presence would engender a sense of avarice within her, making it difficult to part with her brother. "Brother, thank you," she uttered. "Having you as my elder brother fills me with immense happiness. Over the years, I've been a burden, causing you hardship and misunderstandings. In the next life, I wish for you to live a carefree and joyful existence, cherished by loving parents, without the weight of family responsibilities at a young age." Zhao Xiaoya, holding back tears, gazed at Zhao Liang and said, "Brother, I long to embrace you once more." Zhao Liang stepped forward and embraced Zhao Xiaoya, but neither could feel the other. Wen Ning, succumbing to her compassionate nature, recited an incantation and touched Zhao Liang's spectral form, gradually solidifying it. Zhao Xiaoya, with elation, thanked Wen Ning. "Sister Wen Ning, thank you." Wen Ning, suppressing her heartache, waved her hand, "Make the most of your time." Her merit points. Solidifying a ghost's form requires exchanging merit points, and the longer the duration, the greater the expenditure. Being frugal, she didn't want to lose money, so she only redeemed 10 minutes for Zhao Liang. This brief moment consumed all the merit points from this task, rendering it unpaid. After a night's labor, she gained nothing, causing her heart to ache. The siblings embraced tightly for a while before parting. Zhao Liang reiterated his advice to Zhao Xiaoya to focus on her treatment, studies, and life. Zhao Xiaoya, reluctantly holding Zhao Liang's cold hand, forced a smile through her tears. "Brother, rest assured, I will live diligently. When you reincarnate, I will find you. At that moment, I shall acknowledge you as my younger brother. For many years, my elder brother has protected her, now, it is her turn to safeguard him." Zhao Liang lowered his head and planted a gentle kiss on Zhao Xiaoya's forehead. "Xiaoya, I must depart." His ethereal form began to fade into transparency. Tears streamed down Zhao Xiaoya's cheeks, but she quickly wiped them away. "All right, brother, until we meet again in the mortal realm." As Zhao Liang's spirit vanished, the sound of Wen Ning's reincarnation incantation echoed, and a rift appeared in the void. Zhao Liang turned back several times as he approached the fissure. Zhao Xiaoya waved at him with a smile. "Brother, go forth with courage." Chapter 38, When Tianqing's misfortune. Once the rift disappeared, Zhao Xiaoya could no longer contain her sorrow and wept uncontrollably. She truly had lost her brother. The other spirits also succumbed to their grief, prompting Wen Ning to raise her hand and send them flying a considerable distance. "What a racket!" Wen Ning chided. Then affectionately ruffled Zhao Xiaoya's hair before taking out her phone and tapping a few times. Zhao Xiaoya's phone rang, and upon glancing down, she froze for a few seconds before leaping into Wen Ning's embrace, holding her tightly. "Sister, thank you." Wen Ning smiled as she tousled her hair. "Live well, Zhao Xiaoya." Zhao Xiaoya nodded earnestly. "I will." She was determined to carry forth her brother's legacy and live fully. Lowering her gaze, she looked at the video on her phone and couldn't help but reveal a resolute smile. That video captured the moment she and her brother embraced at the amusement park entrance, taken by Wen Ning. It was the most cherished memory her brother had left her. Possessing this singular memory, she would persevere, regardless of future tribulations. Wen Ning escorted Zhao Xiaoya back to her residence. As she was preparing to retire for the night, a beam of celestial merit descended from the heavens, unerringly striking her brow. Wen Ning was utterly astonished, as she believed she had already expended this particular boon. Could it be that Providence had erred in its calculations? Regardless, she would accept the gift with alacrity. Who could ever find fault with an abundance of merit? As dawn broke, Wen Ning, feeling the pangs of hunger, resolved to seek out a repast. Meanwhile, at the Wen family estate, Wen Tianqing, seated in his motorized wheelchair, entered the living room with the assistance of his aide. The chamber was eerily silent, devoid of servants. With a somber countenance, Wen Tianqing surveyed the surroundings and steered his wheelchair toward the elevator, the assistant dutifully trailing behind. "Await me here," he instructed. The assistant acquiesced, remaining obediently by the elevator as Wen Tianqing descended to the subterranean level. Upon the elevator's arrival at the second basement level, and the doors parting, Wen Tianqing's heart constricted with dread. The formidable steel door, for which he had expended a considerable sum, was severely contorted. One of its panels had been forcibly breached by firefighters, as if mocking his efforts. Suppressing his mounting rage, he propelled his wheelchair through the damaged portal and into the interior. Upon activating the lights, his gaze was immediately drawn to the yellow talisman suspended in midair. "This is not the correct talisman," Wen Tianqing exclaimed. He hastily maneuvered his wheelchair closer, scrutinizing the object above him. Though he was unable to decipher the runes, he had offered supplications to the original talisman for years, frequently descending to burn incense and offer tributes. He was intimately familiar with its appearance. The talisman before him bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, yet he recognized the subtle difference instantly. His talisman had been replaced. Who dared to do such a thing? Incensed, Wen Tianqing seized the stale offerings from the table and hurled them at the yellow talisman, hoping to knock it down. Perhaps fueled by his agitation, his movements were too forceful, causing him and his wheelchair to topple over heavily. The electric wheelchair, in a cruel twist of fate, landed squarely on his right leg, which was already in a cast. The fractured bone suffered another blow. Ah! Wen Tianqing cried out in excruciating pain. However, when he initially constructed the basement, he had prioritized soundproofing, ensuring that ordinary sounds couldn't reach the surface. Consequently, his prolonged howls went unheard by the assistant waiting upstairs. After a considerable period, the intense pain began to subside slightly. He reached for his phone, intending to call the assistant for help, only to discover that there was no signal. Enraged, he slammed the phone onto the ground. He then struggled to push the electric wheelchair away, but quickly abandoned the attempt with another cry of agony. The wheelchair was too heavy, and any movement only exacerbated the pain in his leg. For the first time, Wen Tianqing regretted the thoroughness of his basement's secrecy. He thrashed about for a long while, breaking out in a cold sweat from the pain, eventually succumbing to unconsciousness. As Wen Ning returned to the Wen family villa, Su Qian emerged abruptly, her face alight with excitement. Wen Tianqing is trapped in the basement. And I've taken care of his assistant, she exclaimed. This is a golden opportunity, let's get rid of Wen Tianqing now. Wen Ning cast a sidelong glance at her. Did he truly think he was worthy of my life? There were countless ways to eliminate Wen Tianqing, and a direct assassination would simply be too lenient. Moreover, he still held significant value. Upon entering the villa, Wen Ning noticed the assistant sprawled at the elevator entrance. With a swift motion, she ensured he slipped into a deeper slumber. As the elevator descended to the second basement level, she beheld Wen Tianqing rendered immobile by his electric wheelchair, unconscious. Treading lightly, she entered to confirm his complete oblivion. She then rummaged through his belongings and swiftly located the protective talisman, a black jade bracelet infused with formidable power, capable of devouring any restless spirit that ventured too close, converting them into energy to sustain it. Wen Ning raised her hand and inscribed a rune in the air before embedding it into the bracelet. Instantly, the formation within the bracelet unraveled, causing it to dim significantly. Subsequently, she laid down an alternative formation upon it, a soul-nourishing array. As the name suggests, this array would nurture souls. With this array in place, Wen Tianqing would no longer experience solitude, the wandering spirits would undoubtedly become enamored with him. Having completed her task, Wen Ning exited with a satisfied smile and ascended the elevator back upstairs. The talisman on Wen Tianqing had ceased to pose a threat. Su Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed to descend. Wen Ning cautioned her, be careful not to cause any fatalities, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Without looking back, Su Qian replied, rest assured, I am still awaiting my reincarnation. Wen Tiantai, this wretched being, deserves nothing less than death. Yet it must be a demise that reveals his true nature to the world. Thus, she will first collect the interest on behalf of her sisters. By the time Wen Tianqing's assistant regained consciousness, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He glanced at his phone and was instantly struck with terror. Unsure whether Wen Tianqing had ascended, he hastily attempted to call him, but the call could not be connected. Was Wen Tianqing still in the basement? The assistant's eyelids fluttered with unease, sensing that something was amiss. Without further ado, he rushed to the elevator and descended. Upon reaching the underground level, the assistant's legs turned to jelly at the sight before him. Wen Tianqing lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. An ambulance once again arrived at the gates of the Wen family villa, drawing curious glances from the neighbors. What could be happening at the Wen household? Within just a few days, the ambulance had made multiple visits. When the medical personnel lifted Wen Tianqing onto the stretcher, the neighbors were taken aback. He appeared as if he had been dragged from a pool of blood. By the time the ambulance transported Wen Tianqing to the hospital, Zhang Xueru and Wen Xian had already arrived. Upon witnessing Wen Tianqing's dire condition, the mother and daughter were overcome with despair, bursting into tears. The doctors wheeled Wen Tianqing into the operating room, preparing for an emergency procedure. A nurse emerged holding the surgical consent form, requesting Zhang Xueru's signature. The patient's injuries were critically severe, and to save his life, amputation was imperative. If there were no objections, she needed to sign promptly. Upon hearing the word amputation, Zhang Xueru was immediately struck with horror and fainted. Chapter 39, The Celebrity's Fortune-Telling and Search for Kin. When Wen Tianqing awoke once more, it was already the following day. Zhang Xueru and Wen Xian stood vigil by his bedside, both appearing haggard in their sterile attire. Upon noticing his consciousness returning, they hurried to express their concern. "Darling, you're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Are you hungry? The doctor mentioned that you can eat now." Wen Tianqing felt a sense of disorientation. But the pain radiating from his legs swiftly grounded him in reality. "What has happened to my legs?" he inquired, recalling the electric wheelchair that had crashed down upon him, likely inflicting severe injuries. Zhang Xueru turned her gaze away, unable to meet his eyes. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he turned to Wen Xian. "Tell me, what is the status of my legs?" Unable to contain her emotions, Wen Xian burst into tears. "Dad, your leg is gone. The doctors say the injury was too severe, and the bleeding couldn't be controlled. To save your life, amputation is necessary. I had originally planned to take you abroad for treatment, but the doctors insisted that without immediate surgery, you wouldn't survive the flight." She continued to speak, but Wen Tianqing could only focus on two words: amputation. He froze, his mind engulfed in a cacophony of confusion, struggling to fathom the implications of that term. Moments later, driven by a surge of emotion, he abruptly sat up, yanking the covers aside, only to discover that his right leg had been completely severed at the thigh. No, no, no. Wen Tianqing could not accept this grim reality. His cries of despair echoing through the room as he instinctively reached for the various medical apparatus at the bedside. Zhang Xueru, heartbroken, rushed to embrace him. "Darling, please don't be upset. It's going to be all right, everything will pass. With the advancements in medical care today, losing a leg doesn't diminish your life in any significant way. With my unwavering presence, coupled with the love and support of our children, you shall surmount these adversities." Never one to embrace a sanguine outlook, found himself unable to reconcile with the profound impairment to his physical form. In a fit of despondency, he thrust aside and, in a frenzy, toppled every instrument within his reach. Seized by terror, emitted a series of piercing screams, recoiling in horror. While she managed to evade the chaos, was not so fortunate. She collapsed by the bedside, the falling instruments striking her head and body, effectively undoing the progress she had made in recovering from her concussion. Physicians and nurses, alerted by the commotion, hastened to the scene and administered a sedative to, finally restoring a semblance of tranquility. Was once more confined to her sickbed. Witnessing her parents' plight, was overcome with inconsolable weeping. She struggled to comprehend how, in a mere matter of days, her family's fortunes had taken such a calamitous turn. It seemed like only yesterday that she had celebrated her 21st birthday in resplendent glory, basking in the adulation of others. Yet, in the span of a mere 4 or 5 days, their family had plummeted from the zenith of happiness to the nadir of despair. "Ah, yes," she exclaimed inwardly. All of these cataclysmic events commenced with return. It must be her machinations at play, without a doubt. I must devise a strategy to banish this scourge from our home, preferably ensuring her permanent disappearance. Driven by this resolve, made her way to's hospital room. Meanwhile, reactivated her live stream. As soon as the broadcast commenced, a multitude of netizens flooded into the chat. "You are truly extraordinary," one user exclaimed. "I have personally verified the events of the other day, and it is indeed true that has gone bankrupt. The resounding impact of Boss's leap from the building was quite the spectacle. I offer you my deepest reverence." The individual above displays a distinct lack of decorum. He is not merely a streamer, but a master of his craft. Indeed, he is a master. Master, please forgive my impudence and do not hold my indiscretion against me. With a gentle smile, Wen Ning waved his hand dismissively, "It is of no consequence. Are there any among you who require assistance today? If so, adhere to the customary procedure, submit 111, and I shall select a respondent at random." A number of novices, unfamiliar with the established protocol, promptly began inundating the comments section with 111. Seasoned viewers cautioned, refrain from indiscriminate submissions, lest you be chosen and subsequently be required to remit payment. Wen Ning did not intervene, for regardless of the volume of submissions, she possessed the acuity to discern those genuinely in need of guidance. A netizen inquired, "Master, I have perceived a recent decline in my fortunes. Are there any remedies to counteract this?" As Wen Ning was at leisure, she inquired, "Please provide your name, date of birth, and gender, and I shall endeavor to provide insight." The individual, not anticipating a response, was elated by the invitation and promptly furnished his birthdate. Wen Ning scrutinized the information, performed a rapid mental calculation, and stated, "Has there been a recent death in your vicinity?" "Indeed, a neighbor has passed away. One who has known me since my youth and with whom I shared a cordial relationship." Wen Ning chuckled softly, "In your childhood, he bestowed upon you a sum of money, which you pledged to repay but subsequently neglected to do so. Therefore, prior to 10 o'clock this evening, proceed to the crossroads and offer him some symbolic currency, thereby settling this outstanding debt." Astonishing. Such an event did indeed transpire. Had the master not mentioned it, it would have remained entirely beyond my recollection. However, his memory is truly remarkable. A mere 10 yuan, and he retained the memory for over a decade? Was it truly necessary? The palpable exasperation of the individual was evident even through the screen, eliciting a wave of laughter in the comments section. Just then, a user named Tianyu posted 111. "Congratulations, Tianyu," Wen Ning announced. "You've won the chance to connect." Before she could finish explaining the rules, a series of lavish gifts flooded the screen. The sheer extravagance of the gesture left Wen Ning and the other viewers stunned. "Alright, that's enough," Wen Ning quickly interjected, initiating the connection. As soon as the call connected, Wen Ning and the viewers stared in astonishment. It was none other than the celebrated celebrity, Wu Mingho. "Am I seeing things? Does that person look exactly like Wu Mingho?" One viewer commented. "I must be hallucinating too because I see the same thing," another responded. Wu Mingho greeted everyone with a smile and a wave. "Greetings, Master Wen, esteemed viewers. You are not mistaken, it is indeed I, Wu Mingho." He appeared to be in better spirits than before, although still somewhat frail. "Master Wen, thank you for your assistance the other night." In his distressed state, he hadn't had the opportunity to properly express his gratitude to Wen Ning. Wen Ning responded with an awkward smile, "You didn't come here just to thank me, did you?" Wu Mingho grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "No, I came seeking your help. Master Wen. I would like to enlist your aid in locating a relative of mine." A comment appeared in the chat, "Wu Mingho is reportedly an orphan. Having grown up in an orphanage, he entered the entertainment industry after being discovered by a talent scout due to his striking looks. Poor Wu Mingho. Master, you must help him find his family." Another viewer pleaded. Upon first laying eyes on Wu Mingho, Wen Ning discerned from his visage the tale of his separation from his family during childhood. However, the moment was not opportune for such revelations, so she refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Now, please recount what you remember," she urged. Wu Mingho scratched his head, expressing, "To be honest, I cannot recall much. I was very young when I went missing, and by the time I gained some memories, I had already spent 2 years in the welfare institution. Throughout these years, I have endeavored to search for my family and even registered in the national DNA database, yet I have received no news. I sometimes wonder if perhaps my relatives are." Wen Ning shook her head. "No, your parents are still alive." Wu Mingho's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really?" Wen Ning nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, they are alive. However, are you certain you wish to seek them out?" Chapter 40, the trending topic explodes. Wu Mingho tilted his head in confusion. "What's the matter?" "Master Wen, you may speak candidly." Wen Ning replied, "I shall be direct then. When I saw you the day before yesterday, I could already ascertain from your features that you did not go missing with your parents, rather, you were abandoned by them, and they have each established new families. From the perspective of your parental lineage, both of your parents come from respectable families, and it is implausible that they abandoned you due to financial incapacity. Moreover, if you were to reunite with them, it may not bode well for you." Wu Mingho stood there in stunned silence. As fans who had gathered began flooding the comments section with heartfelt messages, "My heart aches for you, brother. Brother, since they do not want you, you should no longer seek them. You have us, and we love you. Brother, do not be disheartened, their loss is indeed yours. You should feel fortunate to be distanced from such relatives. Wu Mingho took a moment to gather himself and managed a faint smile at the camera. Thank you, everyone. However, I still wish to know who they are. While many may deem it unnecessary, I am resolute in uncovering my origins. I truly envy those of you who have been cherished by your parents since childhood, who have a home to return to. Although they may not be able to provide me with such things, I stubbornly wish to learn about their identities. Upon seeing his eyes welling with tears, the fans were filled with compassion. Wen Ning, witnessing his sorrow, could not help but shake her head. The world is fraught with fools who must endure despair and heartbreak before they can truly let go. She then suggested, since you are so determined, perhaps you should search near the orphanage that once sheltered you. Your father is from that vicinity, though his family is currently abroad. This implies that Wu Mingho's father is nearby, watching him suffer in the orphanage? What kind of a father is that? Brother Mingho, do not pursue them, they are unworthy. Wen Ning added, in truth, you need not seek them out, your meeting is imminent. The fans in the comment section immediately inquired, Master, do you mean that Brother Mingho's father will come looking for him? Wen Ning nodded, yes, but it is not for a pleasant reason. His father has faced business failures abroad and owes a considerable amount of money. His return is very likely motivated by a desire for financial support. Therefore, my counsel is to avoid contact. Furthermore, you should promptly seek legal advice regarding the matter of parental abandonment. The comment section erupted. What audacity! He dares to ask our beloved brother for money? Brother, you must not give them a single penny. Your earnings are hard-won. Even squandering them would be preferable to giving them to those people. Brother, please be lucid. If you genuinely yearn for familial warmth, come to my home. I'll relinquish my parents to you. Other netizens remarked, good heavens, to offer one's parents for an idol is quite an eye-opener. Nevertheless, Wu Mingho's situation is truly pitiable. To be burdened with such parents. My condolences for 3 seconds. Hopefully, Wu Mingho will remain clear-headed and not be ensnared by worthless familial ties. Despite the various entreaties from netizens, Wu Mingho resolved to meet his biological parents. Everyone, please do not fret, I am not foolish enough to simply hand them money. I merely wish to inquire why they brought me into this world, only to abandon me? Fans in the comment section flooded the screen with expressions of heartache and tears. Wen Ning could not fault Wu Mingho's decision, as everyone harbors their own inescapable obsessions. Thus, she said, if you wish to meet them, then do so. Just remember. Do not succumb to altruism, lest your career be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Wu Mingho solemnly nodded. After concluding the live broadcast, Wen Ning did not linger. And after bidding farewell until the day after tomorrow, she swiftly ended the stream. As soon as she exited the broadcast, her phone began to ring. It was a call from Jiang Yan. Wen Ning, look at the trending topics. She opened Weibo's hot search and immediately noticed the top few entries. Jiang Yan's night gathering with the young short-haired lady. Jiang Yan's relationship rumored to be exposed. Jiang Yan's leading lady cheerfully posing with a peace sign. Following closely where Wu Mingho appears in fortune teller's live stream. Wu Mingho's background. Wu Mingho search for family. Wu Mingho, please wake up. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow, surprised that the initial trending topics were all related to her, with Jiang Yan's entries trending explosively. With some time to spare, she clicked to explore further, only to find that the paparazzi photos were blurred and utterly failed to capture her face. Disdainfully, she curled her lip, lamenting the waste of the paparazzi's cameras. The quality was no better than that of a landline phone. However, the image of her posing with a peace sign was somewhat discernible. Scrolling through the comments, the section beneath Jiang Yan's trending topic was filled with various expressions of disbelief, urging him to come forth and clarify, advising him against impulsively pursuing romance and instead to focus on his career. They also took the opportunity to chastise her. The rumored leading lady, warning her not to entertain notions of jeopardizing their brother's future. In contrast, the comments under Wu Mingho's topic were filled with sympathy for him, criticisms of his parents, and admonitions to remain resolute. Oh, and there were also warnings against superstition, with claims that fortune-telling was nothing but a scam. As she continued to scroll, she stumbled upon a comment from a netizen. Am I the only one who thinks that Jiang Yan's rumored leading lady resembles the fortune-teller Wu Mingho consulted? I think so too. Resemble? They are clearly the same person. I have witnessed the live broadcast, and I can attest that it is indeed the same person. Moreover, This streamer is exceptionally skilled. Just days ago, she intervened in a suicide attempt by a CEO during her live broadcast. Indeed, what's more, this master recently exposed a fraudulent Taoist priest scheme, not only recovering losses for numerous netizens but also treating everyone to a live ghost sighting, which was utterly terrifying. Is she truly as remarkable as you describe? Could this be a deliberate deception? Whether it's a deception or not, wouldn't it be clear if you visited her live broadcast room yourselves? So, the so-called scandal involving Jiang Yan is entirely unfounded? Speaking of which, the individual who sought assistance during this master's inaugural live broadcast bears a striking resemblance to Jiang Yan. Ah, yes. I recall that the master's appointment with that person seeking help was scheduled for 10 p.m. that night. Therefore, could that person seeking help have been Jiang Yan? I seem to have stumbled upon some rather significant information. To those in the know, what riddles are you all speaking in? Just as the online community was engaged in fervent discussion, Jiang Yan issued a statement: "It's not a romantic relationship. Master Wen is here to assist my family with feng shui, and assistant Xiao Yao is filming the entire process." Attached was a brief video clip depicting the moment when Wen Ning instructed Jiang Yan to remove the painting upon her arrival at his residence. His fans erupted in jubilation. I knew our Yanji wouldn't be so imprudent as to engage in a romantic relationship during his ascent. So it truly is a master, much respect. What is the master's live broadcast room called? Let us go and support the master. It must be said that Jiang Yan truly possesses a vast legion of fans. The moment he published his post, within merely 10 minutes, it garnered tens of thousands of comments, swiftly propelling new topics to the trending searches. Chapter 41, The Causes of Infertility. Jiang Yan clarifies relationship. The rumored leading lady is actually an esoteric master, the master who predicts accurately. Livestream of the master. Several trending topics surged to prominence, with numerous netizens sharing recordings of their live stream experience, accompanied by captions declaring, "I cannot allow anyone to remain unaware of this extraordinary master." In an instant, the curiosity surrounding Wen Ning reached a crescendo. What manner of master could compel two of the hottest idols to seek assistance in a live stream? Is this master truly as miraculous as netizens claim? Just how remarkable is their ability? It was imperative to investigate. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The notification sound on Wen Ning's phone incessantly chimed, inundated with alerts from the livestream platform's backend. Upon checking, she found the unread messages had escalated to 3 dots. All from netizens who had come to follow her upon hearing the news. Many had sent her private messages, inquiring whether Jiang Yan's family truly harbored supernatural entities. Wen Ning disregarded them all, delving into her settings to activate the Do Not Disturb mode on her phone. Due to the overwhelming influx of followers in such a short span, the back-end notifications had become excessively frequent, causing the app to lag. Once the notifications were silenced, tranquility enveloped her. Wen Ning tucked her phone away and turned to hail a cab to the hospital. Today marked Zhao Xiaoya's admission, and she felt a twinge of unease. Zhao Xiaoya had no family left. Undergoing such a significant heart surgery without anyone to watch over her was a cause for concern. Upon arriving at the hospital, I quickly inquired and located the ward where Zhao Xiaoya was being treated. "Sister Wen Ning!" Zhao Xiaoya exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise and delight, eager to rise from her hospital bed. Wen Ning hurriedly stopped her, urging, "Remain lying down." She placed the flowers and fruits she had brought on the table and inquired with genuine concern, "Have all the admission procedures been completed? Do you have enough funds?" Zhao Xiaoya smiled broadly, "Everything is in order, Uncle Lu and the others assisted me. I have enough money, thank you, Sister Wen Ning." Uncle Lu was a neighbor living across from Zhao Xiaoya's family. While they conversed, Uncle Lu and his wife entered the ward. Zhao Xiaoya called out to them, "Uncle Lu. Aunt Lu, come quickly, Sister Wen Ning is here." The couple approached eagerly, about to express their gratitude to Wen Ning when they suddenly froze. Recognizing her as the one who had knocked on Xiaoya's door that fateful night, Wen Ning smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it was I." Uncle Lu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stammered, "I apologize, I misunderstood that night, I thought." They were aware that Zhao Xiaoya had received assistance from a kind-hearted girl named Wen Ning, but they had not anticipated that this benevolent soul was the very person they had dismissed that evening. Wen Ning waved her hand with a smile, "It's quite all right. You were simply concerned for Xiaoya's safety. I should have been more considerate for knocking at such a late hour. Xiaoya is fortunate to have neighbors like you." Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu shyly waved their hands, "We are merely neighbors, and besides, Xiaoya's parents and brother have always treated us well." Furthermore, my spouse and I are childless. Xiaoya has matured under our care, akin to our own progeny. Assistance will undoubtedly be rendered where feasible. Wen Ning cast a glance of surprise at the couple. You have no children of your own? Uncle Lu nodded, while Aunt Lu lowered her head. A hint of unease in her demeanor. They had been married for over a decade, and despite being in sound health, conception eluded them. Medical professionals advised them to remain patient, suggesting that parenthood would materialize when destined. Wen Ning demurred, your reproductive palaces are replete, indicative of both sons and daughters. It is perplexing that conception has not yet occurred. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, would you permit me to examine your residence? The couple appeared bewildered. Zhao Xiaoya interjected, Uncle, Aunt. Elder sister Wen Ning is an exceptionally skilled Taoist priestess. She undoubtedly possesses the means to fulfill your aspirations. The couple remained skeptical, as Wen Ning appeared youthful. Over the years, their quest for offspring had led them to explore both scientific and metaphysical avenues, yet their efforts had been in vain. However, reluctant to decline Wen Ning's offer, they responded with a smile, there is no inconvenience. Zhao Xiaoya, acutely aware of their longing for parenthood, urged, then. Please escort elder sister Wen Ning to your home promptly. I have no pressing matters today, examinations are scheduled for tomorrow. I shall manage independently at the hospital. Turning to Wen Ning, she entreated, elder sister Wen Ning, if you possess the means, please assist Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu. With a gentle smile. Wen Ning ruffled her hair and said, cease your fretting over such matters and dedicate yourself to the physician's ministrations. Prompted by Zhao Xiaoya's urging, Uncle Lu and his wife reluctantly escorted Wen Ning back to their abode. The Lu residence mirrored the Zhao's in its configuration, featuring 3 bedrooms and a living room within a compact space. Yet, the Lius possessed a knack for domesticity, having cultivated an ambience of warmth and charm. Addressing the somewhat uneasy couple, Wen Ning inquired, may I be permitted to examine your bedchamber? Bearing Zhao Xiaoya in mind, the pair responded with amiable assent, assuredly. Feel free to do as you please. Aunt Lu graciously opened the bedroom door, ushering Wen Ning inside. Upon entering, Wen Ning refrained from aimless wandering, instead. She paused at the threshold, meticulously surveying the room's arrangement. Her gaze settled upon the pendant light suspended above the bed. It was a relic of bygone days. Aunt Lu nodded with a smile, indeed, it was acquired upon my marriage, it was considered quite fashionable back then. Though it now appears antiquated and passe. Sentimentality has prevented me from parting with it. Wen Ning advised, it would be prudent to replace it without delay. Aunt Lu faltered, swiftly regaining her composure, Miss Wen. Does this luminaire present an issue? Wen Ning affirmed with a nod, indeed, it is the cause of your prolonged childlessness. Suspended directly above the bed. Its edges are exceedingly sharp, which, in terms of feng shui, exerts a baleful influence. Aunt Lu recoiled in alarm, is that truly the case? Wen Ning asserted, assuredly. Such malevolent forces manifest in diverse ways. Some individuals suffer from chronic insomnia and anxiety, while others experience impaired health. In your instance, it has impeded the prospect of progeny. Let us change it, by next month, you shall receive good news. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lu immediately went to fetch a ladder, while Aunt Lu sought tools to dismantle the lamp. It was evident that the couple ardently desired a child. Although they were somewhat skeptical of Wen Ning's words, they felt compelled to give it a try. What if it truly worked? Understanding their sentiments, Wen Ning did not disclose her awareness and merely stayed at the Lu residence for a short while before taking her leave. However, upon departing, she did not exit the neighborhood but instead sought out a dim, secluded corner to summon the spirits. The spirits emerged, yawning, and upon seeing Wen Ning, they perked up. Master, what brings you here? Do you require our assistance? Wen Ning replied with a smile, I previously promised to help fulfill your wishes, so who shall come first? She was in dire need of merit, thus eager to seize the opportunity to earn it. The spirits did not vie for attention but graciously allowed priority to the one who had lingered the longest. Upon witnessing such consideration, the selected spirit was instantly moved to tears. Chapter 42, Did Wen Tiancheng commit suicide? In the hospital, Wen Tiancheng lay on the bed, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. He still struggled to come to terms with his amputation. He could not fathom why his injuries had been so severe. And that wretched assistant. Why had he not come down sooner to check on him? Had he done so earlier, surely his leg could have been saved. In truth, given his current financial situation, losing a leg would not be catastrophic, whether in a wheelchair or with a prosthetic limb. Even if he required assistance from a few individuals to carry him, it would not pose an insurmountable challenge. However, this individual is superstitious, firmly believing that physical disabilities will affect his reincarnation in the next life. Consequently, his temper has been particularly foul these past few days. He cannot tolerate anyone moving about in his vicinity and harbors equal jealousy towards every able-bodied person he encounters. This has compelled the doctors and nurses to attend to his wounds and change his dressings only while he is asleep or after administering sedatives. Zhang Xueru initially intended to stay by his side, but her concussion has repeatedly worsened, and the doctors have strictly prohibited her from getting out of bed. The dutiful Wen Xian, fearing that Wen Tianqing might erupt in rage, has chosen to keep her distance. As for Wen Qi, he has been using his serious injuries as an excuse to remain unseen. Wen Tianqing, inherently selfish, is unable to bear the fact that while he suffers so gravely, not a single family member is present by his side. This drives him into a further frenzy. After a fit of shouting and screaming from his hospital bed, he was subdued with a dose of sedative from the doctors. When he eventually regained consciousness, the clock had already struck midnight. The ward was eerily silent. And feeling a pang of hunger, he pressed the call bell, hoping to summon a nurse for some food. However, after pressing the button for an extended period, there was no response. His frustration boiled over, and he angrily swept everything off the bedside table onto the floor, causing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Under normal circumstances, a nurse would arrive within half a minute, but this time, Wen Tianqing waited for quite some time without anyone appearing. A sense of unease began to creep over him. This hospital, in which he holds shares, has always provided him with the finest services as one of its shareholders. His hospital room is situated in the VIP section, where the nurses are never seen dozing during night shifts. So, why is there no one around? Moreover, why is the room enveloped in such eerie silence? It is so quiet that it feels akin to lying in a morgue. Suddenly, a gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, sends a chill down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. When Tianqing feels a twinge of unease, he senses that something is amiss. The atmosphere in this room is cold and oppressive. And even under the covers, he feels a penetrating chill. He has encountered similar situations in his youth, during which he was nearly consumed by dark forces. In a rush of anxiety, he reaches for the bracelet on his wrist, relieved to find it still there. He exhales, having feared that it might have been removed during his treatment. As long as the bracelet remains, those malevolent entities cannot approach him. Surely, that gust of wind was merely a figment of his imagination. With this thought, Wen Tianqing feels a sense of calm wash over him. However, the next moment, every hair on his body stands on end. Someone is breathing in his ear, right beside him. He abruptly turns his head, only to find himself alone in the room, devoid of any other presence. Yet, the sensation he experienced was unmistakable. What is happening? Terrified, Wen Tianqing swiftly extends the hand adorned with the bracelet from beneath the covers and places it over his heart. Yet, it proves futile. The eerie feeling of breath against his ears returns, and this time it is on both sides. Unable to bear it any longer, Wen Tianqing lets out a cry and raises his hand, vigorously swatting at his ears. The sensation of breath had vanished, yet in the next moment, an eerie laughter echoed through the ward, a chilling hee-hee-hee that seemed utterly inhuman. Wen Tianqing, struck with terror, shouted, "Who is it? Who dares to play tricks? Someone, come!" He reached out to grasp the call button's cord, but what had been within easy reach moments ago eluded his grasp, no matter how fervently he searched. Panic surged within him as he lifted his gaze, only to be met with a sight that made his breath hitch, a pale, ghostly hand tugging at the call button's cord, yanking it towards the ceiling. The coiling wire gradually straightened, becoming taut, and then, with a sudden release, the call button snapped back, striking Wen Tianqing squarely on the forehead. A blinding flash enveloped his vision, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, a cadre of doctors surrounded him, fervently attempting to revive him. "He is awake, he is awake." Wen Tianqing attempted to speak, but despite his efforts, no sound emerged. A sharp pain constricted his throat, as though it were being strangled. His attending physician reassured him, "Mr. Wen, you must remain silent for now. Do not worry, your condition is stable." Before long, Zhang Xueru was permitted to enter. "My dear, you terrified me. How could you be so reckless? I have told you time and again that although you have lost a leg, it will not change anything. I will never leave you. Nor will the children. How could you consider such a thing? If you were to die, I would not wish to live either. Startled, Wen Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Hanged himself? How could he possibly hang himself? He's the most life-loving person, how could he ever do such a thing? Zhang Xueru sobbed. If the nurse hadn't been concerned about you and checked on you in the middle of the night, I'm afraid. When she received the notification, she was so frightened that she ignored her severe vertigo and insisted that the caregiver bring her over. Wen Tianqing sensed that things were becoming increasingly bizarre. So he gestured for Zhang Xueru to take out her phone. He typed a line of text, check the ward's surveillance footage. He refused to believe that he would commit suicide. He had a clear recollection of what happened before he fainted. There was a ghost in his hospital room. Zhang Xueru was puzzled but obedient, and she immediately called a high-ranking hospital official. Soon, the surveillance footage from the previous night was sent over. Wen Tianqing and Zhang Xueru watched the footage on the phone together. They saw Wen Tianqing waking up and pressing the call bell. A nurse came. But Wen Tianqing cursed her away. Then, Wen Tianqing threw a fit in the room, sweeping the items on the table onto the floor. After that, he inexplicably clawed at his face, then screamed in terror. Finally, he struggled to get out of bed, tore off the call bell cord, tied it to the end of the bed, and put his head in it. Zhang Xueru watched, collapsing into tears. Husband, how could you be so foolish? If you die, what will become of me? Wen Tianqing felt a chill run through his entire body. That's not how it happened, it's not. He wanted to speak, but his throat was so sore that he couldn't make a sound. Helpless, he snatched Zhang Xueru's phone and quickly typed, process my discharge, quickly. I want to leave the hospital. Chapter 43, Wen Tianqing's Torment. Having perused the message on her phone, Zhang Xueru implored through tears, husband, please, I beg you. Cease this turmoil. In your current state, you are in no condition to leave the hospital. From this day forward, I shall remain by your side, unceasingly. I shall not venture elsewhere, I promise. Wen Tianqing was in a state of utter desperation. This hospital room was haunted. The surveillance footage must reveal the true sequence of events. Malevolent spirits had clearly clouded his mind, leading him to believe that the nurse had not attended to him. As for the scenes of his attempted suicide, they were undoubtedly orchestrated by these entities after he had been stunned. In the video, his countenance was unmistakably altered. As if he were a mere puppet devoid of a soul, impervious to physical pain. He hopped on one foot to the end of the bed, fastened the call bell cord, and then proceeded to hang himself. A ghost capable of such feats was undoubtedly formidable. Therefore, he could not remain in the hospital. Wen Tianqing attempted to continue typing, but Zhang Xueru snatched the phone away. She clung to him, weeping as if he had already passed away. Husband, please. Do not do this. Let us heed the doctor's advice and recuperate diligently. Once your wounds have healed, I shall accompany you abroad. We shall go to the United States and acquire the finest prosthetic limb, allowing you to walk normally once more, unaffected by your injury. Wen Tianqing was frantic. Did this foolish woman not realize that his very survival until the morrow was uncertain if he remained in this hospital? To preserve his life, he must immediately seek out a Taoist priest of great power or an enlightened Buddhist monk to protect him. Driven by a surge of desperation, he attempted to seize Zhang Xueru's cellular device, only for her to fling it away with considerable force. My dearest, she declared, I shall not permit you to act irrationally. I intend to remain by your side throughout this ordeal. Incensed beyond measure by her actions, Wen Tianqing delivered a sharp slap across Zhang Xueru's visage. You utter imbecile. He spat, you are the architect of my impending doom. Despite the stinging blow, Zhang Xueru harbored no resentment. Instead, she attributed his outburst to an uncontrollable surge of emotion and implored the physician, administer a sedative immediately, lest he inflict harm upon himself. Against Wen Tianqing's vehement objections, the medical personnel forcibly restrained him and administered a tranquilizing injection. After a brief struggle, he succumbed to a state of semi-consciousness. Zhang Xueru, battling dizziness, wiped away her tears and expressed her gratitude to the physician. The doctor responded with a dismissive wave, Madam Wen, your husband's condition is a grave cause for concern. If this pattern persists, his wounds are unlikely to heal adequately. Therefore, I propose that we implement measures to ensure his tranquility. Zhang Xueru, her voice laced with exhaustion, inquired. What measures do you suggest? The physician adjusted his spectacles and elucidated, "We must secure him to the bed, thereby preventing him from causing self-inflicted harm." Zhang Xueru hesitated, as the notion of restraining him to the bed evoked images of psychiatric asylums. However, given Wen Tianqing's current state of agitation, she recognized that inaction would only exacerbate his physical condition. Therefore, she reluctantly acquiesced, "Very well, proceed as you deem necessary." Upon regaining consciousness, Wen Tianqing discovered that he was indeed bound to the bed. He writhed and struggled, but was utterly unable to break free. Thus, he vociferously bellowed at Zhang Xueru, who lay on the adjacent hospital bed across the room. "Nini! Release me at once." Though his words were muddled, Zhang Xueru comprehended his meaning. She responded with a sigh. "Darling, please cooperate. Your current agitation is severely detrimental to your health. We resorted to this measure out of necessity. We cannot perpetually sedate you, as it would inflict significant harm upon your cognitive faculties." Wen Tianqing was incensed beyond measure. How had he failed to perceive the extent of this woman's inanity? Observing that Wen Tianqing, though agitated, had ceased his previous violent struggles, Zhang Xueru felt a surge of relief. Consequently, she languidly reclined once more. Her injuries were considerable, each attempt to rise resulting in debilitating vertigo. Only her fervent insistence on personally watching over Wen Tianqing had persuaded the physician to permit the addition of a temporary bed. As she lay in bed, Zhang Xueru, following the doctor's orders, attempted to evoke pleasant memories in her conversation with Wen Tianqing, believing it would benefit his psychological state. However, Wen Tianqing remained impervious to her words. For, at that moment, a grotesque and horrifying visage loomed above him. And the imp who had stunned him with the call button the previous night had materialized at the head of his bed. Subsequently, a procession of spectral figures emerged from the shadows of the room, inexorably advancing toward his hospital bed. Wen Tianqing trembled uncontrollably with terror. To shield himself from these apparitions, he tightly shut his eyes. However, the specters were evidently relentless in their pursuit, their presence palpable even through his closed eyelids. With malicious intent, they refrained from the grand gestures of the previous night, instead engaging in insidious torment, prodding and poking at Wen Tianqing's person. The relentless tickling under his arms, the prying at his soles, and the puff of breath into his ear drove Wen Tianqing to the brink. Overwhelmed by the sensation, he writhed, erupted in laughter, and roared in fury. "Get off! Get away from me! I'll kill you all! I'll kill you!" His vocal cords, unable to articulate distinct sounds, emitted a series of garbled cries, which only amplified the terror of the scene. Zhang Xueru, startled, cried out, "Husband, what's wrong? What's happening?" Witnessing Wen Tianqing's escalating struggle, which now threatened to overturn the hospital bed, she disregarded her own dizziness and lunged forward to restrain him. But as she moved, the strap binding his leg unexpectedly came undone. Zhang Xueru's last recollection was the swift arc of Wen Tianqing's solitary leg as it struck her head. She felt herself propelled through the air, the back of her skull colliding violently with an object, and then, darkness. While the Wen couple created chaos in the hospital, Wen Ning received a local courier order. It was a rather thick envelope of documents. Upon returning to her room, Wen Ning opened it and was instantly amused. The contents, delivered by He Chao of the Super Detective Agency, were entirely about Wen Tianqing's mistress. Among the items were various intimate photographs of Wen Tianqing and his mistress, as well as comprehensive information on their 2 illegitimate children, including paternity test reports confirming Wen Tianqing as their father. Remarkable. It had only been 3 or 4 days since she contacted He Chao. During this time, Wen Tianqing had been confined to his hospital bed, giving him no opportunity to interact with his mistress. Therefore, these photographs must have been taken by He Chao prior to that. Evidently, He Chao exerted considerable effort in seeking retribution for Su Qian, was profoundly pleased with the information provided and promptly remitted the remaining balance to He Chao. Upon receiving the payment, He Chao dispatched a voice message, inquiring whether had inadvertently transferred an excessive amount, as the agreed-upon compensation was merely 10,000 yuan, and a deposit had already been remitted. Chapter 44, Is this your idea of consoling someone? Responded with a voice message, stating that the comprehensive nature of the information exceeded her expectations, and the additional funds were intended as a gratuity. Given He Chao's desire to undermine, she considered him an ally. Having learned from Su Qian that He Chao's circumstances were less than ideal, she provided a supplementary sum to assist him in sustaining himself. Had she not feared arousing suspicion, she would have offered an even more substantial amount, considering that her funds were acquired through exploitation of. Utilizing resources to support his adversaries held a certain appeal. Meanwhile, He Chao contemplated his account balance, perplexed by his actions. He had investigated the family's third daughter and found her circumstances pitiable. Despite being a family daughter, she endured a life of subservience and was even coerced into assuming responsibility for transgressions. Why, upon her release from prison, was she endeavoring to apprehend her mother's adulterous partner? Furthermore, since her release, the family had been in a state of turmoil. Not only had its entire family been hospitalized, but their unscrupulous nanny had also been apprehended by the authorities. He was also puzzled by the trending topic from the previous day, questioning when the family's third daughter had become involved in metaphysics. He harbored a premonition that the true intent of this third Miss Wen was not as she had conveyed to him, rather. It seemed she had returned to seek retribution against the Wen family. Therefore, he resolved to pay closer attention to her, to discern her true aims. If his conjecture proved accurate, the resources at his disposal would undoubtedly be of assistance to her. Unbeknownst to Wen Ning, He Chao harbored the same intentions as she did. After securing the information, Wen Ning proceeded to Zhao Xiaoya's residential complex to continue her acts of merit. Soon, the day for her live broadcast arrived, and this time, Wen Ning deliberately waited until evening to commence. Given the trending topic from the previous day, Wen Ning anticipated a substantial influx of spectators eager to join in the excitement. However, the actual turnout surpassed her expectations. As soon as the broadcast commenced, the number of viewers surged past 10,000, then 20,000, then 30,000. Within a mere 10 minutes, her broadcast room boasted over 300,000 viewers. The sheer number of attendees inevitably caused Wen Ning a degree of trepidation. Due to the maltreatment she endured at the hands of the Wen family in her previous life, she harbored a deep-seated fear of strangers, wishing to remain concealed at all times. During the decade she spent with her master, she had not encountered anyone. The place where she had encountered the most people in her previous life was in prison. In this life, she no longer resisted going out. But the prospect of speaking in a live broadcast room with so many viewers still weighed on her. She bolstered her courage inwardly, smiled at the camera, and said, "Hello everyone, we meet again. For those who are new to the broadcast, I'll first explain the rules." The newly arrived netizens were vehemently flooding the screen with comments such as, "The broadcaster is truly beautiful. The broadcaster's appearance is perfectly suited for a talent-based path, which is extremely lucrative. Given the host's striking appearance, one simply must follow her." Wen Ning glanced at the scrolling comments, unable to suppress a slight twitch of her lips. Was she truly that attractive? She had never paid much attention to her looks, as her past was fraught with hardship and humility, leaving little room for self-reflection. However, Wen Xian had previously insisted that she sport thick, long bangs that obscured half her eyes, forbidding her from revealing her face. Thus, it was possible that she was indeed quite lovely. Yet, such matters held no significance for her. Beauty was of little utility in her life. Wen Ning graciously thanked her viewers through the camera, then shifted to the main topic. "Alright, for those wishing for a fortune-telling, please type 111. I will randomly select a lucky participant shortly. Before I draw, feel free to ask me any questions, and I will provide answers free of charge. Of course, if you believe my predictions to be accurate, a tip or a like would be appreciated." Immediately, comments flooded in with the number 111. Others began to pose their inquiries. "Host, when will I achieve wealth? Host, when will I meet my true love? Do I have a chance with brother Jiang Yan? Is the handsome man who visited your live stream the first night Jiang Yan? Does he really have a femme fatale at home?" Wen Ning smiled and replied, "Those asking about fortune and romance, please add your birth date to your questions. Additionally, the handsome man who came on the first night was indeed Jiang Yan. But he is not a femme fatale, let us not joke recklessly. Such matters cannot be spoken of candidly, lest Jiang Yan be ridiculed across the internet in the future." Just as everyone was enjoying their conversation, a netizen by the name of Luz Huzu sent a message with the number 111. Wen Ning immediately composed herself. "Alright. It is time to address the main issue. Netizen Luz Huzu, you have been selected." Luz Huzu promptly sent a carnival emoji to Wen Ning, who then initiated a connection. As soon as the connection request was sent, it was accepted, yet the small window remained pitch black, devoid of any visible figure. with the occasional sound of flowing water faintly audible. What's going on? Why isn't the connected netizen turning on the light? Having requested a connection. Are they too shy to appear on camera? The comment section was flooded with demands for the other party to reveal themselves. Wen Ning's expression turned grave. Young lady. Please step back, away from the water's edge, and do not advance any further. No matter how dire the situation may seem, since you have sought me out. There must be a solution. Remember, death is not an escape, living holds the promise of hope. The other party did not respond. But a sound of something colliding was heard, followed by the disturbance of water. What's happening? What is the host saying? We can't see anything on the other side. Surely the connected netizen isn't in despair? This impenetrable darkness obscures all. How can the host speak so freely? What if they are merely jesting by keeping the lights off? To those above, prepare to be proven wrong. The host must have anticipated the situation on the other side. Did you not hear the sound of water? Does it not resemble the noise made when someone moves through water? Good heavens. It appears someone across from me is contemplating jumping into the lake. Could it possibly be the very person connected to the live broadcast? Wen Ning promptly addressed the commenter. Beseeching, auspicious Koi, hasten to the rescue. The individual you observe is indeed Dewdrop, the one connected to the broadcast. Time is of the essence. Shortly thereafter, the audience of the live stream was privy to a cacophony of contention. A youthful female voice lamented, "Release me, do not restrain me, allow me to perish." A male voice countered, "Young lady, do not succumb to despair. Life, however wretched, is preferable to death. Furthermore, have you not established contact with Master Wen? I have witnessed her previous broadcasts, she is remarkably efficacious. I assure you, even if the heavens were to collapse, she would devise a means to prop them up. Let us first ascend, and if Master Wen is unable to alleviate your plight, you may then proceed with your endeavor." Wen Ning. The audience. Is that truly an appropriate method of dissuasion? Chapter 45, Doubts of Fabrication. I harbor a reasonable suspicion that these are merely confederates procured by the broadcaster. The theatricality is excessively conspicuous. As the broadcast unfolds, a netizen serendipitously encounters a rescue. How could such a confluence of events occur? Indeed, I am not alone in this sentiment. Broadcaster, we comprehend your need for viewership, but to treat your audience as imbeciles is unacceptable. It is patently fraudulent. I even meticulously timed my arrival for the broadcast, only to be presented with this? A charlatan. I am departing. The script is woefully uninspired, palpably artificial. It is devoid of merit. I would be better served by observing a comely broadcaster singing and conversing in the adjacent channel. At the very least, they do not regard me as a simpleton. The number of viewers in the live stream rapidly dwindled. However, Wen Ning paid no heed and inquired, "Jean Benley. How are things on your end?" "Host, I have managed to bring her ashore." Goodness, had I been a second slower, the water would have submerged her completely. I am now escorting her to a well-lit area, please hold on. Jean Benley gasped for breath, clearly exhausted. The sounds of footsteps and a commotion could be heard from the phone. It was the girl who had jumped into the river, refusing to leave. Attempting several times to escape back to the water. After a considerable wait, light finally appeared in the small window, revealing two drenched figures. The man waved at Wen Ning, saying, "Hello, Master Wen, I am Jean Benley. I have rescued her, please offer her some guidance." Jean Benley pointed the camera towards Lu Zhuzhu, who immediately turned her face away, evading the lens. "Hey, I say, sister, what's all this fuss about? You jumped into the lake. Yet here you are applying to speak with Master Wen. If you made the effort to reach out, it indicates you don't truly wish to die. If that's the case, why not speak openly? Come on, tell Master Wen what troubles you." Lu Zhuzhu remained stubbornly averted from the camera, refusing to utter a word. Yet, it was at this moment that Wen Ning spoke up, "You are pregnant, 2 months along." Lu Zhuzhu turned her head in shock towards the phone, opening her mouth, but no words emerged. Wen Ning continued, "This child is a burden. Why haven't you reported it? You entered my live stream, intending to publicly meet your demise, thereby igniting societal discourse and compelling the authorities to seek justice for you. Is that correct?" Lu Zhuzhu's lips trembled, yet she remained silent. Wen Ning sighed, "You possess the audacity to broadcast your suicide, yet lack the courage to report the individual who has harmed you. You truly are infuriating. Do you comprehend that if you were to succeed in taking your own life, countless viewers would be left traumatized by your actions? Tears streamed down Lu Zhuju's face as she choked out, I'm sorry, I am at my wit's end. Wen Ning shook her head, dear Koi. Please report your case to the local police station. Lu Zhuju appeared frightened, host, we cannot call the police, we cannot, Wen Ning asserted. If you choose to livestream your suicide, I cannot stand idly by. Moreover, you must understand that there exists an alternative to escaping them aside from death. It is to ensure they receive the punishment they deserve. Dying is the most foolish and cowardly act. Those who have harmed you will remain unscathed. Perhaps even reveling in their evasion of legal consequences. Only by sending them to prison can you truly find liberation. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lu Zhuju's dim eyes. Is it truly possible to imprison them? Wen Ning nodded affirmatively, certainly. Trust me, I possess a keen insight into fate. Your features reveal that if you endure this challenging period, your life will begin to ascend. Once you stand at a higher vantage, those who have wronged you will no longer dare to approach. The koi fish, known as Benli, interjected, indeed, my dear sister, Master Wen possesses remarkable abilities. She assures that if you have blessings in your future, they shall surely come to fruition. Do not let the misdeeds of others lead you to despair. It is not worth it. If we are currently unable to retaliate against those who have wronged us, let us patiently gather our strength. Once we are adequately prepared, we shall strike back fiercely, leaving them to search for their teeth and beg for mercy. Lu Zhuju lowered her head in contemplation before raising it again. Her gaze now imbued with determination. All right, I believe you. With that, Benli hurriedly retrieved her phone and dialed the emergency services, although their location was somewhat remote. And the police would require some time to arrive. Wait, did they truly call the police? Isn't this supposed to be scripted? Is she genuinely considering suicide? Host. Filing a false police report is illegal. While performances are one thing, do not jest with the resources of law enforcement. The individuals above clearly have no understanding of Master Wen, just wait and see how they are proven wrong. The comment section buzzed with activity. But Wen Ning paid them no heed, instead focusing on Lu Zhuju. Is there anything you wish to discuss with me? Lu Zhuju sat at the roadside, lost in thought for a moment before speaking. I apologize, dear host, but I am truly at my wit's end. Which is why I sought a crowded livestream to broadcast my intention to end my life. Initially, she had hoped to find a stream with sufficient popularity to make her situation resonate widely, but the lighting there was too dim, rendering her invisible in the frame. Initially, she was heartbroken, lamenting her perceived misfortune in being unable to fulfill even her final wish. Wen Ning smiled at the camera, remarking, You should consider yourself fortunate to have stumbled upon my livestream. Dewdrop, she inquired, do you yearn for your mother? Tears welled in Dewdrop's eyes as she confessed, I do. Of course I do. It's precisely because I miss her so intensely that I contemplate ending my life. In death, I believe I can reunite with her. Wen Ning responded. In truth, you needn't resort to death to be with her. She has been by your side all along. At this very moment, she stands to your left. Simply reach out, and you can touch her. Startled, Dewdrop immediately turned her head to the left, only to find nothing there. Wen Ning chuckled, closed her eyes, and recited an incantation. She then traced a talisman in the air before gesturing towards the small screen. In an instant, Dewdrop beheld the specter of her mother, crouched beside her, silently weeping. Mom? Mom! Dewdrop exclaimed, rushing to embrace her, but her arms met only empty air. Dewdrop's mother, likewise, longed to hold her daughter, but found herself powerless to do so. The mother and daughter, separated by the divide between the living and the dead, wept inconsolably. Lucky Koi trembled beside them, exclaiming, Master Wen, I'm frightened. Despite being a grown man, the mere thought of a ghost nearby sent shivers down his spine. Wen Ning casually reassured him, fear not. As long as you harbor no ill intentions towards Dewdrop, her mother will not frighten you. A commentator in the chat section wrote, what is the meaning of this? What exactly are you trying to show us, host? I will report you for this charade. The script you have is utterly disjointed. It is completely unclear what you intend to portray. One moment there's a river jump, and the next, it's about haunting, truly absurd. I initially tuned in due to the names of the two major stars, and this is the outcome? I shall report this. Wen Ning chuckled dismissively, reporting is futile. The matter concerning Lu Zhuzhu pertains to her personal privacy, which I cannot disclose. If you find this uninteresting and incomprehensible, you may choose to exit at your leisure. Farewell. Chapter 46, Reporting is ineffectual. Some viewers, already bewildered, were incensed by Wen Ning's words. Reporting is ineffective? What nonsense. Today, we shall show this pretentious streamer what justice truly means. A throng of those who had witnessed the live stream began to press the report button, yet, astonishingly, it remained unresponsive. What is happening? Is the report button malfunctioning? Has the platform disabled the reporting function? The comments section erupted in chaos. Some, not easily deterred, ventured to another live stream to test the report button, which promptly yielded the relevant options. I just conducted a personal experiment. The reporting function is operational in other streams. Yet this one is faulty. What is going on? Why can't we report? Has the platform granted her some privilege? No. I must reach out to customer service for clarification. Some determined users sought to lodge complaints with the platform. Wen Ning, however, paid no heed, directing her focus solely on the mother and daughter, Lu Zhuzhu. The mother of LZHZH wept sorrowfully, holding her daughter in a tender embrace as she lamented. It is my fault, I have failed to protect you, allowing you to endure such torment. My unfortunate daughter, what can I do to safeguard you? Mother, I miss you so much, will you take me away? LZHZH cried, her heart shattered as she poured out the suffering she had endured over the years. It was only then that the netizens began to grasp the harrowing experiences this young woman had faced. It was revealed that LZHZH's mother had married far from home, and when she was just 5 years old, her father had an affair, leading her mother to despair and tragically take her own life by jumping into a river. Subsequently, her father brazenly brought his mistress and her son into their home. As the saying goes, where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. Ever since this mistress entered their lives, LZHZH's hardships began in earnest. Being beaten and scolded became a regular occurrence, while illness and hunger were commonplace. After completing middle school, she was compelled by her family to work, earning money to support her stepmother's son in his pursuit of a bride. Just when she thought her plight could not worsen, she discovered that her stepmother's inept son was unable to attract any young woman, his countless matchmaking attempts ending in failure. Ultimately, the family turned their attention to her. With shrewd calculations, the stepmother reasoned that since her son would marry eventually, why not wed the stepdaughter whom she had controlled since childhood? This arrangement would save a substantial dowry, eliminate the need for a car or a house, and allow her to continue exploiting her stepdaughter, making her toil for her son. Most crucially, it was rumored that the stepdaughter's deceased mother was an only child. The plan was to have the stepdaughter inherit the estate once her maternal relatives had passed away, ensuring that these assets would ultimately benefit her son. Consequently, the stepmother thoroughly indoctrinated her husband, who then concurred with the scheme. The trio concocted a ruse to lure her back home, where they coerced her into marrying her stepbrother. Naturally, she resisted and even attempted to flee, but her efforts were thwarted. Enraged by her attempted escape, the stepmother devised a plan to force her into consummating the relationship with her stepbrother. Within the confines of her own home, she was violated by her stepbrother. Her father stood just outside the room, unmoved by her desperate pleas for help. Subsequently, she was confined to her room, cut off from the outside world. During her captivity, she endured repeated assaults from her stepbrother until it was confirmed that she was pregnant, at which point she was gradually granted a modicum of freedom. Her escape today was made possible by the fact that the family was hosting a wedding banquet for her and her bestial stepbrother. The stepbrother, along with her stepmother and father, had imbibed heavily, allowing her to retrieve her phone and flee the premises. However, these past months had utterly shattered her resolve. Upon escaping, her sole desire was to end her life, yet she was unwilling to die without seeking justice. She sought out a livestream with a large audience to broadcast her death, hoping that her demise would lead to the legal punishment of those three brutes. Unexpectedly, she was rescued. Upon hearing the complete narrative, enraged netizens unleashed a torrent of expletives in the comments section, decrying the inhumane actions of the perpetrators in a society governed by law. If this isn't a fabrication, then Dewdrop's father, his mistress' wife, and that fiendish stepson of his should all face execution. No wonder the streamer mentioned the sensitive nature of this matter. Damn, I'm furious. I have an urge to commit murder. Some netizens, in their perceived sagacity, cautioned, don't get carried away, everyone. The streamer has barely exchanged a few words with this Dewdrop person. How could you possibly know about Dewdrop's tragic experiences? If this isn't scripted, I'll eat my hat. The netizens in the comments section were engaged in fervent debate, while Goldfish was on the verge of soiling himself in terror. Although he couldn't perceive ghosts, he could genuinely sense that something was amiss. Ever since Dewdrop began lamenting her plight, he had distinctly felt the temperature plummeting rapidly, accompanied by eerie drafts swirling around him, causing the sand and pebbles on the ground to be swept up into the air. He could even hear unsettling sounds, which frightened him so much that he clamped his legs together tightly, fearing he might involuntarily urinate on the spot. Master Wen, I truly hope nothing untoward will befall me. I'm terrified, sob. The burly man, standing at 6 feet, was on the verge of tears. Dewdrop, on the other hand, was petrified into a daze. Her mother's eyes were bloodshot, and tendrils of black energy emanated from her body as she repeated incessantly, beasts. A pack of beasts, daring to treat my daughter in such a manner. I shall slay them all, slay them all. With that, she lunged in the direction of Dewdrop's home. However, she had barely left the riverside when she was forcibly pulled back by some mysterious force. Ah! Why must I be confined? I seek vengeance. I shall kill that beast. As her frenzy intensified, the spectral wind grew ever more ferocious, leaving Jinli himself unable to maintain his footing. He promptly crouched down, clutching his head, and muttered, Ba, Tathagata Buddha, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, Jesus, Allah, protect me. I implore you to protect me. The denizens of the comments section erupted in pandemonium. Good heavens, could there truly be a specter present? A similar occurrence transpired during the live broadcast of Daoist Xianyi, thus, a specter must indeed be present. I remain steadfast in my belief that this is but a scripted performance, the wind undoubtedly generated by high-powered fans. Wen Ning, however, disregarded the clamor in the comments section and instead closed her eyes, commencing the incantation of the Qingxin mantra. Ere long, the wind abated somewhat. Wen Ning addressed Lu Zhuzu, saying, Entreat your mother to approach the lens, I have queries for her. I harbor suspicions regarding the circumstances of her demise. Lu Zhuzu, taken aback, responded, Esteemed broadcaster. What do you imply? That my mother's death was untoward? Wen Ning nodded. Your mother's spirit has been anchored to this river, precluding her departure and reincarnation. Consequently, I suspect her death was not as it seemed. Lu Zhuzu swiftly directed the camera toward her mother. Wen Ning, gazing upon the visage of the specter, streaked with sanguinary tears, found it almost unbearable to behold. Lu Sharong, do you recollect the manner of your passing? Lu Zhuzu's mother paused, her gaze fixed upon Wen Ning in the screen. You know my name? Wen Ning affirmed, Indeed, you are Lu Sharong, deceased at the age of 28, a native of Engshi. In the nascent years after your graduation, you encountered Jiang Fei, who would become your husband. Defying your family's disapproval, you eloped with him to his ancestral home. Subsequently, you bore a daughter, Jiang Lu. However, due to your in-laws' disdain for your having given birth to a girl and your lack of familial support, their treatment of you was deplorable, precipitating postpartum depression. Later, Jiang Fei engaged in infidelity. Unable to reconcile with this reality and further oppressed by your husband's family, you ultimately chose to plunge into the river. Is this accurate? They are devoid of conscience, Lu Sharong lamented, tears of blood streaming down her face. Not only did they drive me to my death, but now they seek to do the same to my daughter. I shall slay them. As she spoke, her aura intensified. Wen Ning recited a calming mantra to pacify her. You cannot slay them, you cannot even traverse this river. Lu Sharong shrieked in anguish, why is this so? Why? It is because someone has cast a spell, confining you here. Wen Ning directed Lu Zhuzu to focus the camera on the river's surface. Lu Sharong, where is your grave? Lu Sharong promptly replied, I have no grave. After the Jiang family cremated me, they submerged my ashes in this river. Wen Ning comprehended. There is something amiss with your urn. I must visit there at some point. Otherwise, you will never be able to reincarnate. This Jiang family is truly malevolent. Not only did they drive you to your death, but they also seek to suppress you in this river, denying you even the opportunity to reincarnate. They are truly relentless. I have a feeling that your death is not as straightforward as it seems. Reflect carefully on the circumstances preceding your suicide. Lu Xiaorong lowered her head. pondering intently for a moment, before suddenly exclaiming, I remember now. I remember. I didn't jump into the river of my own volition back then, someone pushed me from behind. I was pushed into the river. I was heartbroken that day, and admittedly, I was feeling despondent, but I didn't jump in myself. Someone pushed me. Who was it? Who pushed me? Lu Xiaorong's eyes were bloodshot, her face ashen, her hair disheveled, and water was incessantly dripping from her body. Wen Ning calmly resumed chanting the cleansing heart mantra. Don't fret, now that we've reached this point, the truth cannot be far off. It's likely the doing of those people from your husband's family. Calm yourself, the police are arriving soon. She noticed the flashing red and blue lights in the camera lens. The police had arrived. What's going on? Who called the police? Who was about to jump into the river? The koi carp promptly responded, I called the police. This young woman was feeling suicidal, and I pulled her up. Lu Zhuzhu stepped forward and declared, I don't want to die anymore. I want to report a crime. My father, Jiang Fei, caused my mother's death, and now he's colluding with my stepmother, Lu Hong, and her son, Lu Xiaojiang, to assault, imprison, and force me into marriage. Please arrest them immediately. Having met her mother's spirit and learning that her mother's death was suspicious, she now had only one conviction, to uncover the truth and make all those who harmed her and her mother pay with their lives. Although she didn't yet know who pushed her mother into the river, she was certain it was related to the Jiang family. So she decided to place the blame on her beastly father first. Why are we revisiting the tragic demise of Ms. Lu Zhuzu's mother? Good heavens, your script is truly remarkable. Being unable to perceive the spectral realm, they were naturally deaf to Lu Xiaorong's utterances, only registering Wen Ning's inquiries, leaving them utterly perplexed by the unfolding narrative shift. Upon hearing Lu Zhuzu's statement, the constabulary promptly initiated an interrogation, subsequently escorting Lu Zhuzu and a self-proclaimed koi incarnate to the precinct. Consequently, the live broadcast was terminated. Netizens expressed their discontent. Anchor, are you planning a two-part series? Undoubtedly, the subsequent plot developments would be concealed from the authorities, rendering them unbroadcastable. The current crop of internet celebrities is truly exasperating. They are willing to undertake any endeavor for fame. I have lodged a complaint with the platform's customer service, who are equally baffled as to why this live stream cannot be reported. Their technicians are currently investigating the anomaly. Once the cause is identified, this live stream will likely be permanently banned. Wen Ning remained unperturbed, as the involvement of law enforcement agencies invariably necessitates the cessation of the broadcast. As for the matter of reporting, they were welcome to proceed as they saw fit. Well then, today's broadcast concludes here. I implore you all to arrive promptly for the next installment. With that, Wen Ning terminated the live stream. Effulgent rays of merit descended, alighting upon her brow. Scarcely had she assimilated them when her telephone emitted a resonant ring. It was Jiang Yan, inquiring, Venerable Wen, did you encounter any complications during today's broadcast? Wen Ning arched an eyebrow, retorting, Indeed? Were you observing my live stream? Jiang Yan stated, No, but you've become a trending topic. Netizens are accusing you of fabricating your live broadcast and deceiving people. Celestial Master Wen, will this have any repercussions for you? I've heard that many of those reporting you are my fans. Wen Ning smiled and responded, it's of no consequence. Every situation possesses dual facets. Perhaps as a result of this incident, my reputation will become even more renowned, and an increased number of individuals will seek me out. Rest assured. This matter will not impede me. By the way, regarding the cousin you mentioned earlier, when will he be available? As her renown was not yet prominent, she needed to be proactive in order to accrue merit. Jiang Yan paused momentarily before replying, I'm uncertain. Allow me to inquire with him first. And I shall provide you with a response subsequently, if that is acceptable? Certainly, she replied. Wen Ning concluded the call and accessed Weibo. Indeed. She held the top trending spot. This level of attention nearly rivaled that of a top celebrity, albeit primarily consisting of accusations of deceit. After perusing the comments, she noticed a striking resemblance among the criticisms. A few netizens were attempting to defend her, but their numbers were insufficient, and their voices were swiftly suppressed. Wen Ning remained unconcerned. She picked up her mobile phone and booked a flight to Haicheng Online. She had pledged to Lu Xiaorong during the live broadcast to retrieve her ash urn, and she could not renege on her word. Moreover, this matter presented a significant opportunity for merit. assisting Lu Xiaorong in uncovering the perpetrator of her demise, unraveling the soul suppression, and facilitating her reincarnation would yield 3 merits in one endeavor, rendering it exceptionally worthwhile. With the flight arrangements finalized, Jiang Yan responded, "Celestial Master Wen. My cousin is unavailable in the coming days. I will notify you when he becomes available at a later date, if that is agreeable to you." Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. Certainly, it was just that she had been quite occupied these past few days. In truth, after the initial phone call ended, she had already discerned the outcome. Jiang Yan's cousin held a rather distinguished position, and it was only natural for such a person to exercise caution in their dealings. As she had just recently emerged into this realm, lacking in reputation, it was only to be expected that he would not take notice of her. Wen Ning did not let it trouble her. Although she was in urgent need of accumulating merit, she did not wish to force the matter. In their sect, they valued the concept of destiny. If there was a connection, they would meet; if not, even an opportunity presented would come to naught. Thus, she efficiently packed her belongings and set off for the airport early the next morning. Chapter 48, Master Tang at Haicheng Airport. As Wen Ning wheeled her suitcase out of the gate, she spotted a burly man waving at her. "Master Wen, over here," he called. "Is that you? The Koi of Koi?" The man grinned broadly. "It's me, Master Wen. You are even more striking in person than on the livestream." Upon realizing the inappropriateness of his words, he quickly apologized. "I speak without thinking. Please do not take offense, Master." Wen Ning chuckled and waved her hand. "I too enjoy hearing compliments." Prior to her departure, she had made contact with this Koi of Koi, as during last night's livestream it had been quite dark, and she could only discern a rough location. To save time, she sought him out to serve as her guide. The robust man scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Master, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jin Li." Wen Ning extended her hand with a smile. "Wen Ning, a pleasure to meet you." Wiping his hands on his attire with haste, Jin Li gingerly extended his hand to greet Wen Ning's fingertips. To serve as a guide for Master Wen is indeed an honor. Wen Ning found the brawny Jin Li to be quite amusing. "Please simply address me by my given name. This constant appellation of Master feels rather awkward." Jin Li promptly waved his hand in denial. "Absolutely not. If Master Wen finds it irksome, it must be due to my lack of sincerity in enunciation. The fault lies with me, and I shall endeavor to rectify it." Wen Ning chuckled. "Very well. Let us first proceed to the location where Lu Zhuzhu leaped into the river last night. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on her circumstances." With remarkable prescience, Jin Li relieved her of her luggage. "Master, let us embark in the vehicle first, and we can converse en route." As they entered the car, Jin Li, while maneuvering the vehicle, recounted the events that transpired at the police station the previous night to Wen Ning. Following the arrival of the police, the live broadcast was promptly terminated. Both Jin Li and Lu Zhuzhu were escorted to the police station to provide their statements. The police, taking Lu Zhuzhu's account with utmost gravity, immediately dispatched officers to the Jiang residence to summon the individuals involved for questioning at the station. However, upon arriving at the Jiang household, they discovered a scene of festive decorations, with Jiang Fei and the others slumbering soundly, completely oblivious to Lu Zhuzhu's departure. The individuals were inebriated to an extreme degree, leaving the police with no recourse but to await their sobriety at the Jiang residence, a vigil that lasted until this morning. At this very moment, the Jiang family members were causing a commotion at the police station, vehemently asserting that Lu Zhuzhu was fabricating accusations, claiming that her involvement with Lu Xiaojiang was entirely consensual from the outset, and that she was now acting erratically in an attempt to defame their entire family. The stepmother, Lu Hong, even created a scene at the police station, accusing Jiang Lu Zhuzhu, of being unconscionable, claiming she had treated her like her own daughter, only to be repaid with ingratitude. Wen Ning curled his lip and inquired about the police's stance. Jin Li sighed. "It's proving difficult. The incident happened so long ago, and Jiang Lu lacks concrete evidence to substantiate her claim of being assaulted. Therefore, originally, Jiang Lu had resolved to fight the beastly family to the end. But now she's in despair." Jin Li empathized with the girl's plight, but he couldn't offer much assistance. These kinds of incidents are incredibly damaging to young women. Each interrogation forces her to relive those painful memories, so Jiang Lu's mental state is precarious. She's already broken down several times. "Master Wen, do you have a way to make that beastly family confess the truth? That family is truly repulsive." Jiang Lu is just a young girl, she's no match for them. If they evade legal punishment this time, Jiang Lu will surely not survive. He was the one who saved her, and he hoped the girl could overcome this ordeal. Wen Ning smiled and said, "This is one of the reasons I came here specifically. Rest assured, once I undo Lu Xiaorong's seal, no one who deserves to go in will escape." Jin Li was overjoyed and floored the accelerator, eager to take Wen Ning to their destination as soon as possible. The distance from the airport to the river where Lu Xiaorong was trapped was considerable. It took 3 hours of driving to reach the town where the river was located. By this time, it was evening, and Wen Ning and Jin Li got out of the car to find a place to eat. The town may be small, yet the restaurant thrives with a commendable business. Jin Yu, exhibiting great hospitality, reserved a private room and diligently attended to Wen Ning as she settled in. "This establishment boasts delightful cuisine, and I am a frequent patron." Before long, the waiter brought forth an array of dishes, and Wen Ning, unreserved, eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Initially, Jin Yu harbored concerns that Wen Ning might not be accustomed to the food. But witnessing her relish each bite quickly assuaged his worries. In truth, Wen Ning's culinary expectations were modest. During her years with the Wen family, she seldom enjoyed anything remotely palatable. Later, her experience in prison made her appreciate even the simplest meals, finding the freshness satisfying enough. Since her rebirth and release from prison, every morsel she tasted felt like a delectable revelation. Wen Ning had a hearty appetite, and Jin Yu, being a robust man himself, also consumed a significant amount. Together, they nearly finished all the dishes on the table. Concerned that Wen Ning might still be hungry, Jin Yu contemplated summoning the waiter for more food. However, Wen Ning quickly interjected, stating she was already quite full and simply not accustomed to waste. Once assured of her satisfaction, they rose to leave. Jin Yu intended to settle the bill, but his smartphone stubbornly refused to display the payment code, leaving him flustered and sweating. What to do? Would Master Wen think I am deliberately avoiding the bill? Wen Ning, with a cheerful smile, took out her phone to make the payment. "You came to assist me. So how could I let you pay?" As soon as she spoke, Jin Yu's payment code functioned normally. His eyes widened as realization dawned on him. Wen Ning had intentionally withheld the code earlier. Good heavens, Master Wen is truly remarkable. As the two individuals were about to step outside, they unexpectedly collided with a procession of people. Among them was a man clad in traditional Tang attire, his chin held high as he regarded others through flared nostrils. The individuals accompanying him exhibited a blend of servility and flattery, each uttering, "Master Tang, do mind your step, please proceed with caution." Master Tang glanced at the restaurant with a hint of displeasure. One of the group hastily interjected, "Master, this establishment serves exquisite dishes, including a variety of game. I made reservations yesterday for several of your favorite mountain delicacies, you shall be thoroughly satisfied." Only then did Master Tang soften his demeanor and stride towards the restaurant, flanked by his entourage, resembling the spectacle of a celebrity at a public event. Upon noticing Wen Ning and Jin Li blocking the entrance, one of the entourage reached out to push Wen Ning aside. Jin Li immediately scowled, "What are you doing?" The individual, glaring intently, retorted, "Are you blind? Step aside and do not obstruct the master's path." Jin Li bristled at the remark, "Just because he is a master, does that mean our Master Wen is any less?" With a swift motion, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal his elaborate tattoo, prompting the others to approach him warily, their eyes narrowed. "What do you intend to do? Are you looking for a fight?" Master Tang, with a stern visage, admonished, "Ignorant fools, do you dare to provoke me?" Chapter 49, Having engaged in too many underhanded dealings. Do you comprehend who Master Tang truly is? Offending him could spell disaster for you. You ought to apologize to Master Tang at once, otherwise, when he retaliates, neither of you shall find favor. The group's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, with the Tang master exuding an air of haughty disdain. Observing the situation, the restaurant staff promptly reached for the telephone, poised to alert the authorities. Wen Ning gently restrained Jin Li, casting an enigmatic smile towards the Tang master, and then stated, "My apologies, please come in." The Tang master responded with a contemptuous snort, "Consider yourselves fortunate that you recognize your place." The others echoed his sentiment with similar jeers, cautioning, "Young man, learn some discretion in the future, and avoid antagonizing those you shouldn't." Jin Li, incensed, attempted to confront them, but Wen Ning held him back. It's not worth engaging with such individuals. Those who consistently act unjustly will inevitably face retribution. There's no need for you to intervene, he has, at most, a few days left to revel. She added, let's proceed with our essential affairs. Upon hearing her words, Jean Li perked up. Wen, spiritual master. What do you mean by that? Is that worthless Tang master about to meet his demise? Wen Ning nodded. He has committed too many unconscionable acts and will soon suffer the consequences. During their brief encounter, she discerned that the Tang master possessed genuine abilities, classifying him as a member of the esoteric community. However, his virtuous merits were scant, overshadowed by a palpable aura of bloodlust, indicative of numerous clandestine and malevolent deeds. Nevertheless, the Tang master would soon reap the bitter harvest of his actions, likely within the coming days. Jean Li chuckled with satisfaction. That is indeed gratifying. Very well. Considering his limited time remaining, I shall refrain from engaging with him. Wen, spiritual master, let us proceed to the riverbank while there is still some twilight. Wen Ning concurred. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination, by which time the night had fully descended. The river, known as the Little Sha River, once served as an ancient canal, stretching nearly 100 meters in width with a sandy bed beneath. Over the past 2 decades, due to ongoing construction, the government has sold the river, permitting several sand extraction companies to excavate its depths, resulting in a landscape riddled with pits. Tragically, this river has claimed numerous lives over the years, primarily from drowning during swimming, as well as instances of suicide. As Jean Li strolled along, he recounted the river's history to Wen Ning, mentioning that it was their last night he had pulled Jiang Lu from the water. Following the direction of his finger, Wen Ning caught a vague glimpse of the approximate location. The moon had been bright last night, and with her phone in hand, she mused that without it, she surely would not have noticed Jiang Lu. Standing at the riverbank, Wen Ning observed for a moment before forming a hand seal and reciting a few incantations. Shortly thereafter, Jean Li felt a chilling breeze sweep past him. Startled, he thought to himself that a warning would have been appreciated. Such sudden actions left one quite unprepared. Glancing at him, Wen Ning inquired, "Are you afraid?" Jean Li chuckled nervously, admitting, "A little." To be honest, he had never believed in the existence of ghosts until he witnessed Wen Ning's live broadcast, and coupled with last night's experience, he realized how shallow his previous understanding had been. Wen Ning waved a hand dismissively, instructing him to step aside if he was frightened. Yet, Jean Li remained rooted to the spot, despite his fear, eager to observe how Master Wen performed her rituals. Indeed, he was both inexperienced and curious. Wen Ning paid him no mind, pointing towards the river and calling out, "Lu Xiaorong, I am here to assist you, come forth quickly." After a few moments, a wisp of grey mist emerged from the water. The grey mist receded, revealing its true form. Lu Xiaorong had already encountered Wen Ning in the livestream the night before. So upon meeting, she knelt before him, pleading, "Master Wen, I beseech you to help me lift the suppression seal. There is indeed something within my urn, but I cannot touch it myself." Wen Ning gently gestured for her to rise. "Where is your urn located? To lift the seal, we must retrieve it from the depths." Lu Xiaorong immediately floated to the river's surface, positioning herself directly above the urn in the center of the water. Wen Ning turned to Jin Yu and inquired, "Can you swim?" Jin Yu nodded, "Of course, I grew up by the river." Wen Ning smiled and said, "Then I must trouble you to retrieve Lu Xiaorong's urn." Jin Yu's hair nearly stood on end from fright. "Ah, this. Master, I. Wen Ning cast a cheerful glance at him. "Are you afraid?" Jin Yu, though honest, replied, "I fear an urn of ashes is truly beyond my capacity to handle." Wen Ning clicked his tongue lightly. "There is no need for fear, after all, when your time comes, you too will take on such a form. Besides, it is merely an urn of ashes, nothing more. You can safely retrieve it." Yet, Jin Yu remained terrified. Perhaps I should pay someone to come and fetch it. His courage faltered, after all. Many had perished in this river, and he genuinely feared he might not resurface if he entered. Wen Ning, unfazed, continued to smile, "Rest assured, with me present, no malevolent spirit shall dare approach you. Let us proceed in this matter, as a token of gratitude for your assistance. I shall bestow upon you a talisman for protection and prosperity, effective for 2 years, ensuring that you navigate these forthcoming years with ease and abundance. What do you say?" Jin Li was deeply moved. Were these words uttered by another, they would likely be met with skepticism. Yet, when Wen Ning spoke, he believed. Thus, he clenched his fists, summoning his resolve, imploring the celestial master to safeguard him, should a water spirit attempt to drag him away, he earnestly requested. Wen Ning patted his chest reassuringly, rest assured, not a single hair on your body shall be harmed. Subsequently, Jinli retrieved his mobile phone and car keys, entrusting them to Wen Ning before undertaking a brief warm-up. With a determined plunge, he dove into the river. Meanwhile, Wen Ning remained on the shore, tracking his location. Upon reaching the designated spot, Jinli held his breath and submerged. Wen Ning vigilantly monitored the water's surface, prepared to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Jinli descended several meters before reaching the riverbed, engulfed in darkness, where visibility was non-existent. He was compelled to grope about in the murky depths. After a considerable search, he was unable to locate the urn. As discomfort surged in his lungs, he resolved to resurface for air. Just then, Wen Ning's voice resonated in his ear, "It's right beneath your feet, dig there." He hastily extended his hand into the riverbed's silt and, after a few scrapes, unearthed a circular object. "This is it, ascend now." Jinli clutched the urn tightly and swam upwards. Upon breaking the surface, he gasped for air before preparing to navigate his surroundings. However, at that moment, something ensnared his foot. He instinctively kicked twice, yet instead of freeing himself from the entanglement, it felt as though the object was pulling him deeper into the water. The thought of a water ghost seizing him flashed through Jinyu's mind, and he cried out in terror, "Master, help me, help me. A ghost is pulling at my feet." Chapter 50, The Master Shakes the Flower Hand. Wen Ning's expression hardened. How audacious for a ghost to dare harm someone beneath her very nose. Moreover, it managed to evade the watchful eye of Lu Xiaorong, a fellow practitioner. The depth of its cultivation must be profound. She quickly squinted and peered into the water. Upon discerning the object coiled around Jinyu's ankle, her lips twitched uncontrollably. "Calm yourself, there is no water ghost. It is merely the rope you unearthed from the riverbed that has ensnared your foot." Jinyu, half convinced, ceased his struggles and took a moment to assess his situation. Indeed, something was wrapped around his ankle, but it was not dragging him under. Summoning his courage, he reached down to touch it and confirmed it was a rope. Hastily, he untangled the rope, clutching the urn of ashes in one hand while desperately paddling towards the shore with the other. Once ashore, he placed the urn gently on the ground and collapsed beside it. Wen Ning refrained from mocking him and inspected the urn. The white vessel was impeccably intact, lacking even an opening. This was a precaution to prevent the ashes from being washed away in the current, rendering the contents meant to pacify the soul ineffective. Such meticulous care had been taken. Regaining his strength, Jinyu hurriedly approached her. "Master, how can we open this? Should we seek specialized cutting tools? Or can you employ your magical powers?" Wen Ning reached into his pocket and retrieved a thick plastic bag, into which he placed the urn containing ashes. He then casually picked up a stone from the roadside and struck it against the urn, creating a hole with a resounding crack. "Do not complicate simple matters," he remarked nonchalantly. Jinli stared in silence. Wen Ning delved into the ashes and quickly located his objective, a ceramic plaque adorned with a soul-restraining talisman on one side and Lu Xiaorong's birth date inscribed on the reverse. It was evident that the individual responsible for this ritual had meticulously planned every detail. The urn was originally watertight, and even if it were to leak in the future, the plaque would remain unaffected. As long as the plaque was preserved intact, Lu Xiaorong would remain bound to this river. Wen Ning felt a twinge of curiosity about the unscrupulous individual who had sourced such an urn and this plaque. Surely, a custom order would have been necessary. Jinli scrutinized the plaque for a moment and mused, "I have an inkling of its origin. There is a small pottery kiln in our town that frequently handles custom orders. These unsavory items likely emerged from there. If the Celestial Master is interested, I can take you to see it later." Wen Ning nodded, raising his hand to trace a symbol in the air before striking it against the ceramic plaque. With a muffled thud, the once intact and robust plaque shattered into a fine powder. Jean Li's eyes widened in astonishment. The Celestial Master is impressive. As the plaque disintegrated, Lu Xiaorong felt an abrupt lightness in her spirit, followed by a flood of memories that she had been forced to forget. The more she recalled, the heavier her resentment became. "Jiang Fei. Lu Hong. You conspired to take my life, to harm my daughter. I shall have your lives." With these words, Lu Xiaorong's spectral form abruptly vanished. Wen Ning's eyes narrowed as she turned towards Jinli, who was vigorously rubbing his arms. "Where are Jiang Fei and his family at this moment?" Jinli replied, "At the police station." "What's wrong?" "We must hurry to the police station. Lu Xiaorong has likely regained her memories and intends to seek retribution from Jiang Fei. She had come from afar, and not to let Lu Xiaorong commit murder." The two hastily entered the car, and Jinli, disregarding his soaked and muddy state, promptly started the engine and sped towards the police station. Inside the station, the Jiang family of 3 were still undergoing interrogation. They were being tight-lipped, regardless of the officers' questions. They insisted that Jiang Lu had willingly engaged in relations with Lu Gang. They were well aware that Jiang Lu could not produce any evidence. From the outset, Lu Hong and her son had meticulously planned the entire affair, ensuring that all incriminating evidence was eradicated on the day Jiang Lu was violated. Further, with Jiang Fei's acquiescence, the Jiang family's neighbors remained entirely ignorant of Jiang Lu's ordeal. Thus, the 3 felt emboldened. Lu Hong even feigned tears, lamenting that she had toiled to raise another's child, only to rear an ingrate who seduced her son and now sought to disgrace them and have them imprisoned, a truly heartless act. Jiang Fei, the father, adamantly asserted that Jiang Lu had proactively seduced Lu Gang. Lu Gang, in turn, vehemently protested his innocence, claiming that Jiang Lu had thrown herself at him, professing her lifelong adoration and desire to marry him. Although cognizant of the potential for societal censure arising from their union, he was nonetheless secure in the knowledge that their marital status was legally sound. Furthermore, he considered himself a man of unwavering responsibility. Thus, he defied the inevitable gossip and celebrated his nuptials with Jiang Lu. Little did he anticipate that Jiang Lu would resort to such calumnious accusations, leaving him deeply wounded. The trio maintained a consistent narrative, rendering the police investigation futile. Jiang Lu, already subdued by the oppressive atmosphere of her family, teetered on the brink of despair upon realizing her inability to substantiate her claims. Only the vigilance of the officers prevented her from further self-destructive impulses. As Lu Xiaorong materialized at the police station, she beheld Jiang Fei and his cohorts brazenly threatening to sue Jiang Lu for defamation and accusing the police of unjustly targeting innocent individuals. The sight of her adversaries ignited a fierce and long-smoldering animosity within her. The circumstances surrounding Lu Xiaorong's untimely demise, coupled with her years of confinement in the river and the torment inflicted upon her daughter by these brutes, fueled an overwhelming surge of resentment. Without hesitation, she lunged forward and seized Jiang Fei's throat. In the midst of his vehement outburst, Jiang Fei suddenly felt an icy grip constricting his neck. He then caught sight of a visage that instantly reduced him to a state of abject terror, his deceased wife of over a decade. However, Lu Xiaorong no longer possessed the delicate features of her former self. Instead, her face was pallid and bloated from years of submersion in the river. Adding to the horror, her eyes were now blood-red, and her hands had transformed into the claws of a vengeful spirit. Jiang Fei trembled uncontrollably and soiled himself in fear. Yet, he remained oblivious to his incontinence, for he was on the verge of being strangled to death. His eyes widened in terror as he desperately clawed at his neck, attempting to dislodge Lu Xiaorong's grasp. However, he was utterly incapable of doing so, resorting instead to fervently thrashing his upper body. The 2 police officers opposite him, whose patience had been thoroughly exhausted, were taken aback when they saw him suddenly clutching his neck, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging prominently on his neck and forehead, and his face flushed as if filled with blood. This was the first time they had encountered someone feigning illness or death with such convincing realism. It was only natural for them to misinterpret the situation, given their experience with various ruses employed by individuals attempting to evade capture. Yet, as they observed him further, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. This did not appear to be an act, but rather a genuine struggle for life. They hurriedly advanced to assess the situation, as it was unacceptable for someone to perish under their watch, lest they bear the consequences. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room was kicked open, and a short-haired woman rushed in, waving at them with exuberance, before shouting assertively, "Freeze!" Chapter 51, Murderous Deception for Insurance Payout. Wen Ning arrived just in time to prevent Jiang, the scoundrel, from meeting a fatal end at the hands of Lu Xiaorong. As he felt the grip around his neck loosen, he hastily rolled and scrambled towards the exit. Wen Ning shifted aside, blocking the doorway, and inquired, "Where do you think you're going?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fei attempted to shove Wen Ning aside, but despite his vigorous efforts, he found himself utterly unable to move him. Get out of my way! Jiang Fei exclaimed, glancing back at Lu Xiaorong, his face paling with fear. Bewildered as to why she was present. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. What if I choose not to? A fierce glint flashed across Jiang Fei's face as he took 2 steps back and then lunged violently towards Wen Ning. Jin Yu, who had lagged a step behind, was startled and hurriedly stretched out his arms in an attempt to catch Wen Ning, who was about to be knocked away. However, he witnessed the moment Jiang Fei collided with Wen Ning, only to be forcefully propelled back. With a thud, Jiang Fei crashed heavily to the ground, wailing in pain. My back, my leg! Officer, quickly apprehend her, she has intentionally harmed me. Wen Ning shrugged her shoulders, replying, Officers, you were present just now, I scarcely moved a finger. The laws of physics are reciprocal, if it weren't for my stable stance, I would have been the one sent flying. The 2 officers finally regained their composure, acknowledging the wisdom in the young lady's words. She had remained stationary, and the responsibility lay solely with Jiang Fei. Lying on the ground and howling, Jiang Fei insisted. I don't care, I'm injured. I need to go to the hospital, take me to the hospital. The officers, concerned that he might genuinely be hurt, prepared to call for an ambulance. Wen Ning, however, had no intention of allowing him to leave just yet. She turned her gaze towards Lu Xiaorong, who had been immobilized. I will release you, but you must promise to remain calm and not endanger his life, otherwise, you will only bring misfortune upon yourself. A malevolent spirit that does not claim a life may still reincarnate. However, once a life is taken, it is irrevocably lost. While the malevolent spirit that causes death may accrue greater merit, Wen Ning did not desire that path. She believed that advising and assisting others was far more commendable than merely seeking to accumulate merit. Lu Xiaorong was unwilling, he had jeopardized my life, ensnared my soul, and plotted against my daughter. To spare him would do little to quell the wrath that burns within me. The moment the seal was lifted, she recalled all the events leading to her demise. The weight of resentment bore heavily upon Lu Xiaorong, as tears of blood cascaded from her eyes. She lamented her defiance against her parents' counsel, choosing instead to elope with Jiang Fei to this desolate town. She had envisioned a future filled with happiness and sweetness. Yet little did she know that Jiang Fei's mother was cruel and vindictive. Recognizing that she lacked familial support, they subjected her to relentless toil, compelling her to wash and cook for the entire family even while heavily pregnant, and forcing her to engage in farm labor. The man who had once made grand promises of care and affection soon revealed his true nature. Initially, he would feign concern, urging her to be more understanding and diligent, so as to curry favor with his mother and avoid being caught in the middle. However, after the birth of their child, his demeanor shifted dramatically, subjecting her to various forms of emotional abuse and often disappearing, leaving her to confront the family's cruelty alone. Yet, returning to her own family was not an option. She feared enduring her parents' reproach, and she could not bear to part with her child. The Jiang family would never permit her to take the child, regardless of their indifference towards the girl, Jiang Lu. Thus, she swallowed her pride, planning to reconsider her circumstances once her child grew older. Little did she anticipate that the entire Jiang clan was devoid of humanity, audacious enough to conspire to murder her for insurance money. Their nefarious scheme had long been set in motion. When she first arrived in this small town, Jiang Fei deceived her, claiming that life was long and he was particularly concerned about her safety. Thus, he decided to purchase accident insurance for both of them, with each other as the beneficiaries. At that time, the naive girl perceived Jiang Fei's actions as thoughtful and responsible, never suspecting that this was a meticulously crafted trap designed for her demise. From the very beginning, their relationship was a facade. Those oaths of eternal love were merely a ruse to sever her ties with her family and facilitate their departure to distant lands. On that fateful day, upon discovering Jiang Fei's infidelity, she erupted in chaos at his company. With nowhere to turn, she fled to the riverbank to weep and vent her anguish, only to be pushed into the water by Jiang Fei, who had been trailing her. As she struggled in the river, she caught sight of Jiang Fei and cried out for help, yet he did not look back. After she drowned, Jiang Fei collected her death compensation, a staggering sum exceeding $1 million. The Jiang family leveraged this windfall to escape their impoverished village, purchasing a home in the city, where they openly paraded with Lu Hong. Having been betrayed by her husband, she refused to accept the cycle of reincarnation, transforming into a vengeful spirit that haunted Jiang Fei nightly, seeking retribution. Ultimately, Jiang Fei summoned a formidable individual who sealed both her ashes and soul within that very river. for over a decade, she remained confined to the river, never having seen her daughter, and even struggling to remember the details of her death. Had it not been for Jianglu, who was driven to desperation and chose to end her life in that river, and her encounter with Wen Ning, the righteous celestial master, she feared she would be eternally trapped at the icy riverbed, forever shrouded from the light of day. If this vendetta goes unavenged, how could she ever find peace? Is it merely the inability to reincarnate as a human that troubles her? She is indifferent. Even if she were to be reduced to ashes, she would drag that beast. Jiang Fei, down with her. Upon learning the entire truth, Wen Ning felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Jiang Fei with a single kick. Yet, she deemed it unworthy of her efforts. With a swift motion, she seized Lu Xiaorong, gripping her firmly. Realizing she was captured, Lu Xiaorong struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "Let me go. I wish to exact my revenge." "Are you not a good person? Why do you aid that beast?" Wen Ning cast a soul-binding spell, silencing Lu Xiaorong. "First, we shall find a suitable place to converse. After our discussion, if you still wish to kill him, I shall not hinder you." She then turned to the two bewildered police officers and declared, "Officers, I wish to file a report." "What crime do you wish to report?" they inquired. Wen Ning pointed at Jiang Fei, stating, "I am accusing him of murdering his wife for insurance fraud. 15 years ago, he pushed his wife, Lu Xiaorong, into the river, leading to her drowning in order to claim a substantial insurance payout. I implore you to apprehend him immediately." The two young officers widened their eyes in astonishment. "Are you speaking the truth?" they asked. Jiang Fei, momentarily disregarding his pain, scrambled to his feet and pointed an accusing finger at Wen Ning, shouting, "You're talking nonsense. Do you have any evidence?" The officers echoed, "Indeed, young lady, if you accuse him of murder and insurance fraud, do you possess any proof?" Lacking evidence could amount to a serious false accusation. Wen Ning nodded affirmatively. "Of course, detain him for now, and shortly I will ensure he reveals the truth himself." Having spoken, Wen Ning grasped Lu Xiaorong's hand and turned towards the interrogation room where Jiang Lu was located. Chapter 52. The greatness of maternal love. Jiang Lu was in a dire state, unable to present any evidence and continually besieged by questions. She was forced to relive her traumatic experiences, recounting the harrowing details that had driven her to the brink of despair on several occasions. When Wen Ning encountered her, her eyes were swollen and red, her complexion pale, and she huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Upon seeing such a distraught Jiang Lu, tears of blood welled up in Lu Xiaorong's eyes. My poor daughter, my child. For years, she had been sealed away, having never set eyes on Jiang Lu again. The Jiang family had once resided near the river, but after their departure, they never returned. Jiang Lu had been too young to retain many memories. The Jiang family had publicly created an empty tomb, feigning it to be Lu Xiaorong's, while in truth, there was nothing within. Jiang Lu had always believed her mother was buried there, which deterred her from visiting the river over the years. The reason she chose to leap into the river here was entirely out of a desire not to burden others unduly, nor to frighten anyone with the spectacle of her demise. Thus, she resolved to come to this spot. Her mother had departed from here, and so would she, hoping that in the afterlife, she might reunite with her mother. The moment she appeared, Lu Xiaorong recognized her instantly. The resemblance between mother and daughter was striking, and the mysterious bond of blood ties allowed Lu Xiaorong, despite her own fading memories, to immediately identify her own flesh and blood. The thought of her daughter being so ruthlessly tormented by Jiang Fei ignited a fury within her, compelling her to rush back and confront Jiang Fei. Wen Ning sighed and urged, "Calm yourself for a moment, and comfort your daughter. She has endured so much hardship over the years. Can you truly bear to let her lose you forever? If you take the life of another, I shall have no choice but to take you with me. Conversely, if you can steady yourself, I may be able to devise a way for you to remain by her side." Lu Xiaorong gazed at her daughter, her expression fraught with conflict. She could not bear to part with her child, despite the torment she had endured at the hands of the Lu family. Her reluctance to abandon her daughter was a significant reason for her perseverance. Yet, she could not relinquish her hatred. Wen Ning continued, "Consider this carefully. Is it truly worth sacrificing yourself to exact revenge? There are myriad ways to seek retribution, and sacrificing oneself is the least worthwhile." With tears of blood streaming down her face, Lu Xiaorong cried, "What of my life? What of my daughter's innocence and future?" Wen Ning replied, "Of course. He must pay the price. Once the truth of his wife's murder for insurance money comes to light, he too shall meet his demise. Look at your daughter. She has suffered so greatly. If you were to vanish, what would become of her? Can you truly bear to witness her enduring this world alone? The life within her still needs to be addressed. You understand how crucial it is for a woman to recuperate after childbirth. If she neglects her health, she could suffer a lifetime of torment. Furthermore, should she, like you, fall victim to a deceitful man, facing a fate similar to yours. Lu Xiaorong was unable to contain her despair, exclaiming, "Please, no more. I will heed your words, I shall listen to you." She could not bear to let her daughter confront such suffering alone. Wen Ning inquired deliberately, even if that scoundrel is ultimately spared the death penalty by the court, would you still be content? Lu Xiaorong, gazing at Jiang Lu huddled in the corner, nodded through gritted teeth, "I can accept it." Wen Ning's face broke into a radiant smile. "Very well, as long as you promise not to take any lives, I will assuredly help you fulfill your wish." With that, she undid the soul-binding spell, allowing Lu Xiaorong to float to Jiang Lu's side. She then opened Jiang Lu's celestial eye, enabling her to see her mother. Upon seeing Lu Xiaorong, Jiang Lu burst into a wail, "I'm so useless. What should I do?" Lu Xiaorong reached out to caress Jiang Lu's head a few times. Though she couldn't feel anything, she did so instinctively. "Lulu, don't cry. Mom is here. Mom will be with you to face this together. Don't be afraid, Mom is here." Jean Li, watching from the side, wiped away tears. Wen Ning glanced at him askance, "What's wrong? Can you see her mother?" Jean Li, with reddened eyes, shook his head. "I can't see her, but I can surmise what's happening." Wen Ning asked with a smile, "Would you like to meet her?" Considering the considerable affinity this fellow shared with Lu Xiaorong and her daughter, meeting her would be quite meaningful. Jean Li shook his head vehemently. Never mind, never mind. I'm timid." Wen Ning didn't press him, only saying, "If you ever wish to meet her in the future, come find me, but there will be a fee." Jean Li's eyes widened. "Impossible. How distraught would I have to be to do something like that?" Wen Ning smiled without uttering a word. With the comfort and companionship of Lu Xiaorong, Jiang Lu's emotions stabilized significantly. As she relaxed, fatigue overcame her, and she leaned against the table, drifting into slumber. Lu Xiaorong tenderly stroked her head and turned to ask, "Master Wen, how can we compel that scoundrel to reveal the truth?" Wen Ning smiled widely, "Of course. You must take matters into your own hands." At that moment, an ambulance arrived with a ringing siren at the police station's entrance. 2 officers were assisting the groaning Jiang Fei as he prepared to board the vehicle. Wen Ning said to Lu Xiaorong, "Go ahead, commence your performance. As long as you spare his life, feel free to torment him as you wish." Upon receiving these words, Lu Xiaorong dashed towards Jiang Fei with a fierce cry. Just as his foot was about to step into the ambulance, her hand seized his throat. His eyes widened in terror as he struggled desperately. But he could not escape her grip. The officers and nurses present were taken aback by his reaction. The 2 policemen couldn't help but remark, "Enough already. This is getting excessive." It was one thing in the interrogation room, but now that we're out here, is this really necessary? Jiang Fei's eyes bulged as he gasped for air, his tongue lolling out as he desperately attempted to speak, yet no sound escaped his lips. Fortunately, a nurse noticed something amiss, exclaiming, "It seems he's choking. Quick, we need to assist him." The nurse hurriedly prepared to administer aid, but suddenly, Jiang Fei collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, appearing to be in great distress, yet not in any serious danger. The medical staff exchanged perplexed glances, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Lu Xiaorong chortled ominously from the sidelines. Heeding Wen Ning's counsel to release her grip on Jiang Fei's throat just as he teetered on the brink of suffocation, she had come to appreciate the perverse ingenuity of Wen Ning's suggestion. As long as she stopped short of killing him, she was free to torment this beast at will. To dispatch him swiftly would be far too merciful. Instead, she would emulate the Jiang family's insidious methods of torment, subjecting this brute to a slow and agonizing ordeal. Lu Xiaorong erupted in a fit of gleeful laughter, and as soon as Jiang Fei regained his composure, she once again seized his neck in her grasp. Jiang Fei's eyes bulged, and his limbs flailed as he was once more deprived of air. The medical staff surged forward to intervene, only to find him inexplicably recovered. After 3 such episodes, the exasperated medical personnel accused him of toying with them. "Sir," one of them said, "such antics are a frivolous waste of medical resources and utterly unethical." Jiang Fei, clutching his throbbing neck, was on the verge of tears. He was not feigning distress. He was genuinely suffering. Lu Xiaorong, it's her, it has to be her. Lu Xiaorong, reveling in Jiang Fei's terror-stricken countenance, cackled with unbridled glee. Master Wen. I had previously miscalculated. To kill him would be far too anticlimactic, this is far more gratifying. I've made my decision, I shall not allow this scoundrel to perish. Instead, I shall devise a means to keep him alive indefinitely, so that I may torment him for all eternity. Wen Ning responded with an indulgent smile, of course. You may proceed as you wish. As long as you refrain from taking his life, you are free to play as you see fit. Those who perpetrate evil deserve to be punished, and the nature of that punishment should be determined by the victims themselves, in order to assuage their burning resentment. After enduring a harrowing ordeal that left him clinging to life, Jiang Fei was taken away by ambulance as Lu Xiaorong relented. The police turned their attention to Wen Ning. Inquiring, young lady, is your assertion about Jiang Fei's alleged murder of his wife for insurance benefits factual? Do you possess any substantiating evidence? Wen Ning responded with a shrug. Indeed, it is factual, yet I cannot produce any tangible evidence. After all, 15 years have elapsed, rendering the retrieval of such evidence exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, I am confident that he will turn himself in within a few days. I implore you to exercise patience and await his confession. With that, Wen Ning beckoned gently to fetch Jiang Lu. The trio, accompanied by their spectral companion, checked into a local hotel. Exhausted from the day's exertions, Wen Ning retired to her room and promptly fell asleep. Upon awakening the following morning, she found Jiang Lu awaiting her. Reverend Wen, she began. I have learned from Brother Jean about the unfortunate misunderstandings that arose from the live broadcast the day before yesterday. I sincerely apologize, it was entirely my fault. Are you planning to broadcast again today? If so, I would like to make a public statement to rectify the misconceptions. Wen Ning smiled and waved her hand dismissively. There's no need. How are you feeling? Are you up to it? Jiang Lu appeared somewhat pale, but her spirits seemed buoyant. I am quite well. Thank you for your concern, Reverend. Wen Ning nodded in satisfaction. Very well, since you are feeling better, let us proceed with our plan. Jiang Lu looked perplexed. Where are we going? Why, to find the one who performed the ritual to seal your mother's spirit. Jiang Fei, that despicable man, having suffered so grievously at the hands of Lu Xiaorong yesterday, will undoubtedly seek retribution. Thus, he will inevitably seek out the unscrupulous individual who aided him in the ritual to confine Lu Xiaorong. We must unearth this individual, otherwise, they will undoubtedly repeat their reprehensible actions. Furthermore, by dealing with this unscrupulous scoundrel, she can accrue karmic merit. Therefore, this journey is imperative. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu perked up immediately, then let's depart at once. She prepared to descend and hail a taxi, but Jean Li promptly restrained her. You can ride in my vehicle. Jiang Lu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Brother Jean, I've imposed on you these past few days. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to proceed. I'll manage here. Previously, when she was alone, she lacked a pillar of support and was unsure how to extricate herself from her predicament. However, with her mother by her side and the backing of Master Wen, she felt emboldened. Jean Li waved his hand dismissively. Half a day won't make a difference. Let's go. Let's not delay. Wen Ning set off, and Jiang Lu had no choice but to hasten after her. Oh, yes, this is for you. Wen Ning produced a small porcelain bottle shaped like a gourd and handed it to Jiang Lu. This is a soul vessel. After all, your mother is not suited to appearing during the day, and it's inconvenient for you to carry her ashes around everywhere. This bottle can nurture the soul. I've arranged a formation within it, so as long as she remains inside, she won't have a detrimental effect on you. The presence of ghosts has a significant impact on the living, and it is invariably negative. If Lu Xiaorong remains by Jiang Lu's side for an extended period without any precautions, it won't be long before Jiang Lu's health and fortune are adversely affected. Jiang Lu accepted the soul vessel with both hands, expressing her gratitude to Wen Ning repeatedly. Wen Ning smiled and said, There's no need for thanks, after all. I do charge a fee. Remember to remit 88,000 for the cinerary urn later. Jiang Lu responded with a demure smile, no problem. Even if it were 880,000. She would find a way to gather the funds, as it would be her mother's final resting place. The group then entered a vehicle and proceeded to the hospital. Upon arrival, they noticed Jiang Fei, accompanied by Lu Hong and Lu Gang, hastily departing in a car owned by the hospital. Jin Li promptly followed in their vehicle. The car ventured out of town and onto a narrow path, making the two vehicles quite conspicuous. Jin Li expressed concern, Master Wen, do you think they'll notice us? Wen Ning waved dismissively, do not fret. They are already aware, but they have no recourse. Indeed, as she predicted, Jiang Fei and his companions realized they were being followed as they turned onto the path. Lu Hong anxiously exclaimed, I think I saw that hussy, Jiang Lu. In the car behind us. Are they deliberately tailing us? Lu Gang accelerated, attempting to shake off their pursuers, but the rural road offered no escape. Jiang Fei, his face darkened with displeasure, stated, there's no need to evade them. Let them follow. It's best if that wretched old woman, Lu Xiaorong, is following us, so that we won't have to trouble Master Tang to make another trip. The two vehicles continued their journey, separated by a short distance, until they arrived at a villa nestled on the side of a hill. Upon disembarking, Wen Ning exclaimed with admiration, the feng shui here is truly remarkable. The inhabitants of this place are destined for good fortune. It's a pity that such a vile individual has laid claim to it. The Jiang family of three hastened to the villa's entrance, ringing the bell with urgency. Master Tang, it's Jiang Fei, we've arrived. Presently, the villa gates swung open, and a middle-aged man familiar to both Wen Ning and Jiang Fei emerged. Jin Li, without hesitation, exclaimed, isn't this the charlatan we encountered yesterday evening? Wen Ning concurred with a nod, remarking on the coincidence. During their prior encounter with Master Tang, she had discerned that he had engaged in numerous unscrupulous deeds. It came as no surprise that he was implicated in Lu Xiaorong's predicament. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. As practitioners of the arcane arts typically prioritize their cultivation and refrain from actions that would compromise their merit. Only a select few would forsake their principles for immediate gain, aiding malevolent individuals in evading retribution through rituals. Therefore, it was highly probable that Master Tang was responsible for the nefarious occurrences in the vicinity. Upon hearing Jin Li's words, Master Tang's countenance darkened. Where does this insolent child come from, daring to cause a ruckus here? However, upon recognizing Jin Li and Wen Ning, he chuckled. Have you also come seeking my assistance? Turn back, I shall not assist you with your affairs. Unless you perform the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations from the heart of town to my doorstep as atonement, all is out of the question. Jin Li scoffed, amused. Me? Kneel before you? It is not entirely unfeasible, however, we have ancestral precepts, we kneel before the heavens, earth, and great figures, and before our ancestors and parents. If others wish for me to kneel, there is but one recourse, hasten your demise. For the deceased are paramount, thus I shall fulfill your desire. I assure you. Once you are gone, not only will I kneel before you, but I shall also arrange for a grand ensemble of drums and gongs to ensure a lively farewell. Chapter 54, The Rebound of Power. Master Tang's face turned an ominous shade as he pointed an accusatory finger at Jin Li. You have some nerve, just wait. I will ensure that misfortune clings to you, and you shall meet a most untimely end. With that, he prepared to return and perform a curse upon Jin Li. Jin Li merely scoffed, entirely unfazed. He bore the protective talisman given to him by Wen Ning, who had assured him that this charm would guarantee his fortune for 2 years, bringing prosperity and warding off calamity. He was uncertain of Master Tang's true capabilities, but he held unwavering faith in Wen Ning's prowess. Seeing Master Tang lose his composure, Jiang Fei hastily interjected, Master Tang, do not concern yourself with him, he cannot escape. First, you must help me. The vengeful spirit of that woman you sealed away has somehow returned, and she nearly claimed my life yesterday. I implore you to devise a method to banish her, so she may be scattered to the winds. Jiang Lu trembled with rage upon hearing this. Scoundrel! Are you even human? You murdered my mother for insurance and now wish to obliterate her spirit. You shall not have a peaceful end. Jiang Fei sneered maliciously. Do not fret, little wretch. Once I deal with your mother, you will not escape either. I have raised you all these years, and it is time for you to repay me. Having used your mother to secure my well-being, I shall now use you to ensure my comfortable old age, thus you may fulfill your filial duty. Jiang Lu's face drained of color. She had never fathomed that a person could sink to such depths of depravity. No. He was no longer human, he was a beast clad in human skin. Consumed by frenzy, Jiang Fei clutched at Master Tang, imploring, "Master, I beseech you, exorcise Lu Xiaorong. I shall remunerate you handsomely, regardless of the sum." Avarice flickered in Master Tang's eyes, yet he feigned reluctance, sighing theatrically, "Esteemed Jiang, your entreaty is no trifling matter. Verily, it would compromise my spiritual cultivation." Jiang Fei thrust a bank card into his grasp, declaring, "Within this card lies 100,000, a mere deposit. Upon the successful completion of your task, I shall bestow upon you another 100,000. Master Tang secreted the card into his pocket, acquiescing, "Very well. As this matter is intertwined with my own affairs, I cannot idly stand by and witness your demise at the hands of a vengeful spirit. Rest assured, I shall vanquish the specter and restore tranquility to your life." Jiang Fei bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude to Master Tang. The master promptly turned and entered the villa, preparing to retrieve his implements. Meanwhile, Lu Hong cast a triumphant gaze upon Jiang Lu, sneering, "Despicable wench, once your deceased mother's soul is utterly dissipated, witness how I shall torment you." Lu Gang, his eyes glazed with lust, leered, "Dearest, if you but return to my side obediently, I shall ensure that my mother does not mistreat you. Furthermore, you carry my seed within you, whither could you possibly flee? Reflect upon it. Who else would desire a woman defiled such as yourself?" Lu Hong, with haughty arrogance, interjected, "Why waste words upon her? You are being too lenient. Once this matter is resolved, she shall be putty in your hands." Lu Gang erupted in mirth, clapping his hands in anticipation. "Then let us implore Master Tang to expedite his actions. I have been deprived of female companionship for days, a veritable torment." Lu Hong scoffed coldly, stating that from now on, one could torment her as they pleased, as long as it did not result in loss of life. For the police would turn a blind eye to their family affairs. The mother and son duo exhibited an arrogance that knew no bounds. Lu Gang, that beast, brazenly approached, demanding that Jiang Lu accompany him to the car for some fun. Terrified, Jiang Lu stumbled backward, on the verge of being captured, when unexpectedly, Jin Li delivered a powerful punch to Lu Gang's face. "How dare you bully a young girl in my presence? Do you take me for a fool? Let us see whether I can't incapacitate you today." Jin Li, a fitness enthusiast, possessed formidable strength, and with that blow, sent Lu Gang sprawling. Lu Hong rushed to her son, only to witness half of his face visibly swollen, several teeth knocked out. Heartbroken, she cried out, "My son! You all wait for me. I will call the police and report you for intentional injury." Wen Ning, with a smile that barely concealed her amusement, waved her phone, "Go ahead, call them. I just happened to record the entire incident, let us see whom the police will apprehend." Lu Hong's words caught in her throat, yet her resentment simmered. After a moment of struggle, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Just wait. Once Master Tang deals with Lu Xiaorong, I will have him take care of these two pests that appeared out of nowhere." Wen Ning feigned a smile, "Do hurry and urge your Master Tang. I am growing impatient and wish to not wait any longer." Just as her words fell, Master Tang emerged from the courtyard, stating, "If you are so eager not to wait, then allow me to fulfill your wish." Uttering incantations, he produced a talisman, directing it towards Wen Ning. An obscure, ashen energy, imperceptible to the average eye, lunged in her direction, a curse, poised to inflict grievous harm upon contact. Master Tang harbored unwavering confidence in his craft, envisioning Wen Ning's imminent pleas for leniency, at which point he would methodically subjugate her. However, as the spectral energy neared Wen Ning, it abruptly recoiled, as if striking an invisible barrier, and hurtled back towards Master Tang, who, oblivious to the approaching force, felt a sudden chill. Wen Ning inquired with a smile, "Master Tang, does your talisman truly possess efficacy? Is it universally potent?" Master Tang, with an air of self-assurance, replied, "Assuredly." Wen Ning nodded, her smile widening. "Excellent. I was concerned it might prove ineffective. Were it to fail against him, she would be compelled to inscribe one herself, a bothersome endeavor. Since he affirmed its potency, her mind was set at ease." Master Tang, in his arrogance, misconstrued Wen Ning's words as mere ignorance of his capabilities. "Let us depart for the riverbank," he said to Jiang Fei, intending to deal with Wen Ning later. "Dispatch men to retrieve the urn, the issue may lie therein." Wen Ning interjected, raising Lu Xiaorong's urn. "This urn, perhaps?" Upon beholding the urn, Master Tang's countenance underwent a dramatic shift. "How did that urn come into your possession?" he exclaimed. He would not have recognized any other urn, but this particular one was of his own unique design. Wen Ning chuckled and said, "Of course. It was us who retrieved it." "Oh, my memory fails me, I have yet to introduce myself to you, Master Tang. Allow me to remedy that now. Greetings, Master Tang. I am Wen Ning, Tianchi Wen Ning." Master Tang's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. "So, you are also of the Shan men. Young lady. You must have recently descended from the mountain, am I right? Given your tender age and naivety, I shall overlook your meddling. Hand over that urn. Or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Wen Ning patted her chest, feigning fear. "Oh dear, you frightened me. Very well, I shall return it to you." With that, she hurled the urn towards Master Tang. Startled, he instinctively attempted to evade, only to lose his footing and tumble backward, striking the back of his head against the ground. Chapter 55, Mutual Biting. Master Tang lay unconscious, sprawled on the ground. Wen Ning remarked with a smile. "It appears that Master Tang is indeed quite capable, his talismans are rather effective." The Jiang family was taken aback and hurried to check on Master Tang's condition. Upon seeing the state he was in, nearly dazed, they pointed accusingly at Wen Ning. "You've caused Master Tang to end up like this. You're finished. I will call the police right now and have them arrest you." Wen Ning tilted her head and inquired, "On what charges would you arrest me?" "He lost his balance and fell, how is that my fault?" Lu Hong interjected sharply, "If you had not thrown the urn at Master Tang, he wouldn't have fallen." Wen Ning delicately balanced the urn on her fingertip, spinning it like a basketball. "Did I strike him? Wasn't this object always cradled in my hands?" The others stared wide-eyed. Just moments ago, Wen Ning had indeed hurled the urn towards me. They had witnessed it with their own eyes, how could the urn have returned to her grasp? Wen Ning casually tossed the urn into the air and caught it with precision. "If you wish to frame me, at least provide a credible rationale, would you?" "Oh. It would be prudent for you to summon an ambulance for your Master Tang, he appears to have sustained significant injuries. If he isn't treated promptly, who will assist you in dealing with the troublesome Lu Xiaorong?" The three finally regained their senses and hurriedly called for an ambulance. Seizing this opportunity, Wen Ning summoned Lu Xiaorong from the soul bottle. Having been sealed for over a decade, Lu Xiaorong's spiritual power was feeble, rendering her too fearful to emerge during the day. In her desire to expedite the resolution of the case, Wen Ning offered her assistance. Upon her release from the soul bottle, Lu Xiaorong lunged directly at Jiang Fei. She had overheard the despicable conversations of this family while confined in the bottle and was consumed by a desire for vengeance. She proceeded to grasp each member of the Jiang family in turn. Lu Hong and Lu Gang gasped for breath, tormented beyond endurance. They attempted to flee several times but were thwarted at every turn. Realizing escape was futile, Lu Hong broke down, crying out, "Lu Xiaorong! Vengeance has a source and debts have an owner. It was Jiang Fei who caused your demise, my son, and I did you no harm. Why do you come for us? If you seek retribution, direct it at Jiang Fei and spare us." Beside him, Jiang Lu smirked derisively at Jiang Fei. "This is your true love? She's already buckling after just a few pinches from my mother?" Hearing this, Jiang Fei, incensed, pointed at Lu Hong and erupted in a tirade. "You harlot! You think you can escape? Did you spend too little of Lu Xiaorong's compensation money? And what about your bastard son? Wasn't he raised with that money too? You want Lu Xiaorong to forgive you? Dream on." Lu Hong was genuinely terrified. Before, when Jiang Fei said he was nearly strangled to death by Lu Xiaorong's ghost, she didn't believe him. But having experienced it herself, she understood the agony and horror. Truly, if Lu Xiaorong had pinched her for even a few more seconds, she would have suffocated. Yet, she was utterly helpless against Lu Xiaorong. The latter was a ghost, invisible and intangible, leaving her unable to even fight back. The thought of Lu Xiaorong potentially tormenting her at any moment filled her with despair. She was still young, she hadn't lived enough. And she didn't want to spend the rest of her life being tortured by Lu Xiaorong. Thus, she made a swift decision to push Jiang Fei forward as a scapegoat. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fei immediately retaliated, showing no regard for their past relationship. Consequently, Lu Hong, enraged and disregarding her nearly strangled neck, lunged at Jiang Fei, clawing at him. "You son of a bitch! If you hadn't seduced me back then, would I have divorced my husband? Would I have endured so many years of infamy? You yourself caused Lu Xiaorong's death, and now you want me to suffer with you. Jiang Fei, a man of considerable temper, was suddenly engulfed in fury after Lu Hong had scratched him a few times. He seized Lu Hong by the hair and, raising his fist, prepared to strike her head, exclaiming, "You wretched woman! If it weren't for your instigation back in the day, would I have ever laid a hand on Lu Shero? Did you not spend a single penny of the money Lu Shero earned? Now that you fear for your life and wish to rid yourself of me, dream on." Lu Hong, utterly defenseless against the assault, cried out to Lu Gang, "Quick! Call the police. Tell them I possess evidence that Jiang Fei caused Lu Sherong's demise." Initially, Lu Gang intended to assist his mother, but upon hearing her desperate plea, he hastily retrieved his phone to call for help. However, Jiang Fei would not allow him that opportunity. He hurled Lu Hong aside and lunged at Lu Gang, shouting, "You ungrateful wretch! After all I have done for you, raising you and even giving you my daughter, is this how you repay me?" Lu Gang, a young man, was not one to be easily subdued by Jiang Fei, a man of advancing years. With a swift kick, he sent Jiang Fei sprawling away and pressed the call button for the police. As Jiang Fei fell to the ground, he saw Lu Gang had already dialed the number, and in a fit of desperation, he snatched up a hefty pebble and hurled it at Lu Gang's temple. A cry of agony escaped Lu Gang's lips as he collapsed onto the ground. Lu Hong, shocked by the sudden turn of events, took several moments to regain her composure before she rushed towards her son, screaming, "Ah! Blood, so much blood! Son, please wake up. Do not frighten your mother. Help! Someone, please save my son." As she cried out for assistance, she pressed her hands against the gaping wound on Lu Gang's head, but her efforts proved futile. Before long, Lu Gang began to convulse, seemingly on the verge of death. Upon realizing that he had inadvertently caused Lu Gang's demise, Jiang Fei's face turned ashen, and in a panic, he discarded the stone in his hand and fled. However, after only a few steps, he was apprehended by Jin Li, who admonished him. "Where do you think you are going? With 2 lives on your conscience, your existence is now forfeit. Stay put and await the police, who will surely bring you to justice." Jiang Fei was unwilling to accept his fate and struggled in an attempt to wrestle with Jin Li. But he found himself utterly powerless beneath Jin Li's grip. Shortly thereafter, both an ambulance and a police car arrived simultaneously. The officers and medical personnel were taken aback by the distressing scene. The paramedics rushed to examine Lu Gang, and after a brief assessment, they regretfully shook their heads, confirming that the victim exhibited no signs of life. They instructed that the mortuary be contacted to retrieve the body. Lu Hong, unable to accept the grim reality, cried out in despair, kneeling on the ground as she pleaded, "Please, save my son. He is my only child, I implore you, save him. He is barely in his 20s, he is still so young, he cannot die." The paramedics, accustomed to such harrowing situations, calmly evaded her pleas and lifted the unconscious Master Tang onto the stretcher to transport him away. Jiang Fei found himself in handcuffs, but Lu Hong, in a fit of rage, turned and lunged at him, exclaiming, "You bastard! I will make you pay for my son's life." Though Jiang Fei's hands were restrained, his legs remained free. As Lu Hong charged at him, he lifted his leg, sending her sprawling. The police, caught off guard by Jiang Fei's unexpected action, quickly subdued him once more. After being violently assaulted, Lu Hong, prostrate on the ground and struggling to rise, painfully addressed the officers, "I accuse Jiang Fei of murdering his wife 15 years ago for insurance money. I possess evidence of his avaricious and deadly scheme." Chapter 56, The Car Accident. Upon witnessing Lu Hong's denunciation before the police, Jiang Fei retorted vehemently, "I wish to atone for my transgressions. Lu Hong and her son conspired to drug, violate, and imprison my daughter, Jiang Lu. I implore you not to let her escape justice." Driven by spite, Lu Hong retorted. Her eyes reddened, "You were an accomplice in this matter. You participated as well. I also wish to report that Jiang Fei intends to murder Jiang Lu for insurance benefits. I urge you to execute him immediately," she added. The officers were taken aback by the couple's accusations, realizing they were dealing with a family of malefactors. Consequently, they decided to apprehend the remaining 2, in addition to the deceased. Jiang Lu, as the victim, was once again escorted to the police station. However, this time, she was not as helpless as before. The police exhibited a more sympathetic demeanor towards her. Previously, due to the absence of evidence, the police had been stern with Jiang Lu to rule out the possibility of false accusations. Now, having ascertained her status as a genuine victim, they displayed empathy and concern, being mindful of her emotional state throughout the interrogation. Upon completing her statement, it was already dark. Jianglu turned to Wen Ning and said, "Wen, please commence your livestream. I wish to vindicate you in the broadcast." Yielding to her persistent requests, Wen Ning initiated the livestream. Almost immediately, viewers began to flood into the channel. Finally, the broadcast has commenced. I thought Master Wen had vanished. Master, how do you explain the trending topic? Is it truly scripted? Why deceive us in such a manner? Anchor. You have made a grave misstep. With 2 celebrity friends at your disposal, why not create different content? Deceiving others in such a mystifying way is truly unacceptable. The comment section erupted with admonitions. Wen Ning promptly handed the phone to Jianglu. Jianglu waved at the camera. "Hello, everyone, I am Lu Zhuzhu, the person connected during the previous livestream incident. I am currently at the police station, having just ensured that the beasts who harmed me are now incarcerated." Master Wen did not deceive anyone. The last broadcast was not scripted, it was a genuine event. The case concerning my mother's murder has officially been opened for investigation by the police. My stepmother possesses evidence of my father's heinous act to obtain a substantial insurance payout. The case of the bullying I endured has also been filed. The perpetrator who assaulted me was, this morning, accidentally killed by my father during a dispute. At last, I am free and safe. I am truly grateful to Master Wen for traveling such a distance to assist me. Without her, these 2 cases might never have reached justice. With that, Jianglu handed the phone to Jinli, then knelt before Wen Ning. "Master Wen, I am unable to repay the immense kindness you have shown me. Please allow me to pay my respects." Wen Ning quickly helped her up. "There's no need for such gestures. I did not offer my help without compensation. Have you forgotten? Just remember to send the donation later." In the comments section, some people continued to express their skepticism, saying, "Are you all done? This script actually has a beginning and an end. Once wasn't enough to deceive us, now you're airing a series to trick us again? This is somewhat excessive." Jianglu, sensing the disbelief among the crowd, grew anxious, insisting, "We are truly not acting, we are not deceiving anyone." Wen Ning gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Enough. There is no need for explanations. As long as we remain true to ourselves, that is what matters." She then addressed the camera. "I have matters to attend to today, so I won't be connecting with anyone. For those who have concerns, please catch the next live broadcast. Goodbye." With that, she ended the stream. Upon exiting, she noticed a multitude of unread messages in the background. To her dismay, they were all filled with insults directed at her. The messages accused her of deliberately deceiving people. Jianglu, upon seeing this, felt her eyes welling up with tears, exclaiming, "Wen Tianchi, I'm so sorry, it's all because of me." She had learned from Jinli that Wen Ning had faced severe backlash online in recent days, with netizens branding her a fraud and relentlessly criticizing her for 2 or 3 days. In an attempt to clarify the situation through a live broadcast, it had utterly failed, resulting in even more scorn directed at Wen Ning. Wen Ning waved her hand dismissively. "This is nothing to worry about. Besides, what seems like a misfortune today may very well turn around by tomorrow." Jianglu struggled to comprehend how a situation this dire could be anything but unfortunate. However, seeing Wen Ning's indifference did ease her heart somewhat. Wen Ning then glanced at her abdomen and inquired, "When do you plan to address the situation?" With a gentle press of her lips, Jianglu murmured, "Tomorrow, I aspire to resolve these matters expeditiously and embark on a new chapter elsewhere with my mother." Concurred with a nod. "Then let us journey to Ungshi, your mother's ancestral home. It is likely she yearns to revisit it." Reaching for the soul bottle suspended from her neck, Jianglu smiled and assented, "Indeed, such is my intention." With a smile, proceeded towards the portals of the police station. "Upon your return from the hospital tomorrow, remember to seek me out. I shall perform a rite of passage for this child who should not have been." Such readily available merit was not to be declined. The subsequent evening found en route to the airport N's vehicle. This sojourn to Haishur had proven immensely rewarding, yielding multiple bounties of merit, well worth the journey. With a hint of reluctance, inquired as he steered the car, "Shall our paths cross again in the future?" Responded with a smile, "Assuredly, in this modern era. Reunions are hardly a challenge. However, I surmise it is best if we do not meet." Questioned, "Why is that?" Elucidated, "For those of us in this profession, Forging friendships with ordinary individuals is a rarity. Typically, when you seek our aid, it is indicative of some misfortune. Thus, it is preferable to remain apart unless necessary. Of course, should you find yourself in need, it is my hope that you would seek me out. The prospect of earning both fortune and merit was indeed appealing. S lips twitched slightly. Then it is perhaps best that we do not meet. As they engaged in casual conversation, a large truck suddenly approached from the opposite direction, its high beams obscuring their vision. Jinli hastily signaled with his headlights. Yet the other party showed no intention of responding and was moving at an alarming speed. These high-beam drivers. Jinli cursed, quickly reducing his speed to navigate cautiously. However, the opposing vehicle accelerated even more, hurtling straight towards them. In a panic, Jinli swerved the steering wheel, but it was too late. The other vehicle showed no inclination to evade. A deafening crash echoed along the highway, prompting other vehicles to hastily swerve or slam on their brakes. Several cars, unable to react in time, collided into one another. Yet, no one paid attention to the chaos, all eyes were fixed on the epicenter of the accident. There. The offending truck had overturned, pinning the SUV firmly beneath it. Chapter 57, They Aren't Dead? Call the police. And an ambulance, quickly. Everyone. Think of a way to help. The scene was chaotic, with many paralyzed by fear, while others rushed to organize rescue efforts. However, no one believed the occupants of the SUV could still be alive. The truck had nearly flattened the vehicle into a pancake. A situation that even the most resilient could scarcely withstand. The fire truck arrived swiftly, followed closely by the ambulance. The crowd of onlookers formed a dense barrier around the site, while several traffic police arrived to manage the incident and disperse the gathering, aiming to restore traffic flow. However, their efforts proved futile, as the truck had occupied a significant portion of both lanes, rendering them impassable. The severity of the accident drew numerous drivers to the scene, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The fire brigade arrived with a substantial contingent. Although the consensus was that the individuals trapped within the crushed vehicle were likely beyond rescue, they expedited the process of cutting through the truck, striving to recover the remains of the deceased as swiftly as possible. The truck was severely overloaded, rendering the task of lifting it with a crane exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, there existed the potential for slippage during the hoisting process, which could inflict further trauma upon the deceased. Following deliberation, the firefighters resolved to employ jacks to elevate the truck, thereby enabling the extraction of the vehicle beneath. As the truck's carriage was gradually raised, numerous onlookers brandished their mobile phones, poised to document the scene. These spectators harbored a peculiar psychological disposition, simultaneously dreading the sight of carnage yet unwilling to miss the spectacle. Just as the crowd vacillated between morbid curiosity and apprehension, several exclamations of astonishment erupted from the epicenter of the accident. Good heavens! A collective shudder coursed through the onlookers, as they imagined the horrific scene capable of eliciting such cries from seasoned firefighters. As trepidation mounted, another voice exclaimed, "The person is alive. Quick, bring the cutting machine." Upon hearing these words, the onlookers were incredulous. Alive? How could that be possible? The vehicle had been reduced to a flattened mass. Furthermore, what was the purpose of the cutting machine? Was the individual not trapped within the vehicle beneath? Was dismemberment the intended course of action? The firefighters' actions confounded the crowd, prompting them to raise their mobile phones even higher. Soon, the cutting machine arrived, and sparks illuminated the scene. The onlookers held their phones aloft, lest they miss a single moment of the unfolding drama. Soon, a large hole was cut into the carriage, and a somewhat trembling voice emerged, urging caution, "Be careful with the cutting, you wouldn't want the vehicle to crush anyone or leave them maimed." Jinli wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling utterly numb. The ordeal he had just experienced was enough to boast about for a lifetime. Who could have anticipated that such a grave accident would leave him unscathed? He turned to glance at the composed Wen Ning and swallowed hard. "Master Wen, have you truly considered taking on a disciple? I genuinely believe I possess great potential, please give it a thought." Wen Ning calmly shook her head. "You lack talent, resign yourself to that truth." This marked her third rejection. Jinli was determined to make one last effort, yet by then, the firefighters had successfully pried open the cargo hold, and medical personnel rushed forward, anxiously inquiring, "How do you feel? Are you injured? Please, refrain from moving, we will assist you in a careful extraction." Jean Li waved his hand dismissively. We are fine. Please step aside a bit, we can climb out on our own. With that, he was the first to crawl out from the pile of metal debris. Then turned back to extend his hand towards Wen Ning. Master, come on, I'll help you. Wen Ning brushed his hand away. You are obstructing my path. And I am not your master, so cease that nonsense. As Jean Li begrudgingly stepped back to clear the way, Wen Ning deftly maneuvered through the opening. The crowd gathered outside was taken aback, their astonishment palpable. My goodness, they are truly unhurt. Surely I am not imagining things? Their vehicle has been reduced to scrap. Yet they appear completely fine, this defies logic. I must be hallucinating from the recent sleepless nights. Someone pinch me and bring me back to reality. Everyone is incredulous at what they are witnessing, even the firefighters. They have attended numerous rescue operations, including several severe accidents akin to this one. But in such a catastrophic event, survival, let alone a presentable demise, is typically impossible. Yet, against all odds, these two individuals are not only alive and well but also unscathed. Without even a scratch on their exposed skin. This defies their comprehension. The fire officials examined the section of the truck's carriage wall that had been cut away. Noticing two holes that had been forcibly created. These were made by the very individuals they rescued. Indeed, they had pushed them out. The truck had crashed onto the SUV. Yet instead of crushing the occupants, the truck's own wall had been breached by their bodies. After using jacks to lift the carriage a short distance, they discovered the two individuals huddled between the flattened SUV and the truck's carriage. Hence, their astonishment. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, it would have been unfathomable. Even with their own eyes, it was still a difficult reality to accept. How did these two manage such a feat? Was the vehicle made of paper? Gazing at the cutting tool in their hands, the firefighters were consumed by self-doubt. Upon exiting the wreckage, Wen Ning surveyed the surroundings and inquired of a nearby police officer. Where is the driver at fault? The dazed officer gestured to the side. Wen Ning turned to see the culpable driver staring back at her, equally stunned and bewildered. With swift strides, she confronted the driver, her leg arcing in a sharp kick. You scoundrel! Is there no depth to which you won't sink for money? You actually tried to run me over. I'm hardly someone you can trifle with. Prepare to rot in jail. Though still reeling from the shock, the traffic officer dutifully intervened. Madam, you mustn't resort to violence. While he is fully liable for the accident, assault is unacceptable. Besides, this was merely an unforeseen incident. Unforeseen incident? Wen Ning interrupted, you would do well to transfer this matter to the Criminal Investigation Department. This man accepted payment to deliberately cause an accident and kill me. This is attempted murder, not a mere traffic mishap. The driver visibly recoiled, vehemently denying the accusation. That's a lie. It was an accident. I simply dozed off at the wheel. Don't make false accusations. Wen Ning scoffed, whether I'm lying or not will become clear once the detectives investigate your background. The money you received recently, you haven't had time to spend it yet, have you? Even if you have, its origin will be uncovered. The driver faltered, what money? I don't know what you're talking about. I was merely driving while fatigued. Officer, I admit full responsibility for the accident. I've already contacted the insurance company. They're on their way. The traffic officer, now regaining his composure, regarded the driver with suspicion. The arrival of the insurance company doesn't preclude a thorough investigation. You will accompany us to the station. Although they found Wen Ning's words somewhat absurd, any hint of doubt prompted them to investigate thoroughly, providing the victim with a satisfactory answer. When the driver realized he was to be taken away, he immediately protested, why am I being arrested? This was merely an accident. And they are all fine, you can't arrest me. The traffic police paid no heed to his protests and promptly placed him in the police car. It was only then that Jean Li came to his senses and timidly asked, Master, did he really take money to deliberately run us over? Wen Ning scoffed. Do you doubt my abilities? Jean Li vigorously shook his head, of course not. Master, your skills are unparalleled. I am merely astonished that someone would resort to murder for money, that is truly wicked. Wen Ning's gaze turned icy, there was nothing peculiar about it. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. This world is rife with unscrupulous deeds committed for the sake of gain. From the moment she was born, she had confirmed this truth. Turning to Jean Li, Wen Ning said, let us proceed to the traffic police station. The two followed the traffic officers as they departed. while the onlookers began to disseminate the videos they had just recorded. Soon, this grave and bizarre car accident caused a sensation online. No one could believe the footage they had witnessed. This is too fake, the car is wrecked beyond recognition, yet the people inside are unscathed. Are they made of liquid? This video is obviously a fabrication, who knows how many special effects were used or how much footage was edited together. In 2023, such tricks should not be resorted to for deception, it is quite embarrassing. The creator of this fabricated video is quite resourceful, having meticulously staged it from various perspectives. You've certainly gone to great lengths, expending considerable effort to deceive for the sake of traffic. Hold on. Am I the only one who recognizes the individuals emerging from the vehicle? It's that charlatan of a female streamer from a few days ago. And the man beside her is her accomplice. Indeed. This deceitful woman is truly audacious, concocting one scheme after another. Does she truly hold us in such low regard? I implore the authorities to banish this fraudulent streamer, she is utterly exasperating. The online community was overwhelmingly unified in their stance, steadfastly believing the videos to be counterfeit. Only those who uploaded the videos attempted to assert their authenticity, but to no avail. Enraged netizens assailed the posters, silencing them into submission and ultimately prompting them to delete the videos in haste. Wen Ning, unconcerned with the online furor, and Jean Li first proceeded to the Traffic Police Brigade, and subsequently to the Criminal Investigation Detachment. The culpable driver remained tight-lipped, adamantly maintaining that he was merely driving while fatigued and that the incident was purely accidental, devoid of any malicious intent. The Criminal Investigation Detachment meticulously scrutinized all of his accounts, including those of his immediate family, and found nothing amiss, with no evidence of substantial cash transactions. Jean Li, incensed, exclaimed, "The scoundrel's modus operandi is truly meticulous, leaving no trace of a loophole. Master, what course of action shall we pursue? Are we to let him evade justice?" Wen Ning cast a sidelong glance at him, refrained from addressing me as master. Jean Li, is that truly the crux of the matter? At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and the offending driver was released. Due to the absence of any evidence, the criminal police could not detain the driver responsible for the accident, they had no choice but to release him, instructing him to remain in hiding and to be available at any moment until the investigation concluded. Before the police, the driver displayed a demeanor of utmost sincerity, repeatedly assuring them, "Rest assured, officers, I will fully cooperate with the investigation to clear my name." Afterward, he turned to Wen Ning and Jean Li, bowing profusely in apology, his expression one of deep remorse. Jean Li rolled her eyes in exasperation, while Wen Ning, maintaining an impassive countenance, extended his finger to conjure an incantation in the air, which he then flicked toward the driver. Just as the driver was about to depart, he suddenly felt a chill on his forehead. "Zhang Deshan." Wen Ning called out his name. The driver turned back, inquiring, "Why do you call me?" Wen Ning chuckled. "I merely wished to inquire how much you received from the other party." Zhang Deshan grinned and raised a finger, declaring, 1 million. Wen Ning gasped, "So much? You've struck it rich, congratulations. But aren't you concerned about getting caught?" Zhang Deshan, still smiling, tilted his head slightly, "I am always exceedingly cautious in my dealings. I never allowed them to transfer that money to my account, instead, it went to my associate. Those fools would be hard-pressed to uncover that." Wen Ning gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. But do you know who orchestrated this transaction?" Zhang Deshan shook his head, "I am not privy to that information. The other party was quite discreet, leaving no identifying details. However, I am indifferent, it was merely a matter of staging an accident resulting in someone's demise." With an icy countenance, Wen Ning inquired, "Even though it was a traffic mishap, causing a fatality typically results in imprisonment. Is 1 million worth 3 years of your life behind bars?" Smugly, Zhang Deshan retorted, "You're clearly unaware. While that's the legal precedent, I possess connections. I have an ailment. I'll simply request medical parole, I won't have to serve any time." Wen Ning chuckled, "You truly are impressive." Zhang Deshan waved dismissively, "Standard procedure, nothing noteworthy." Scarcely had the words left his lips when Jean Li's fist connected with his face. "You scoundrel. I'll show you nothing noteworthy. You dare jeopardize lives for money, you beast. I'll beat you to death." Stunned by the blow, Zhang Deshan regained awareness. Realizing the gravity of his confession, he vehemently denied it. Those words were fabricated. I didn't intentionally strike anyone. It was an accident, merely an accident. Panic-stricken, he couldn't fathom why he had revealed such incriminating details. That woman. The moment she questioned him, his mind turned to mush. He trusted her implicitly, answering everything without reservation. How could this be? Zhang Dashun clutched his head, dodging Jean Li's blows while consumed by regret. Law enforcement swiftly intervened, 2 restraining Zhang Dashun and 2 holding back Jean Li. Release me. Let me pummel this money-grubbing fiend to death. Jean Li was consumed by fury, recalling his near-death experience beneath the vehicle. Fortunately, his master displayed remarkable prowess, safeguarding them at a critical moment, otherwise they would have been reduced to mere puddles of mangled flesh. Although he had previously been irate, he managed to maintain composure. However, upon hearing that beast's words, his restraint crumbled. The mere thought of him and his master nearly being crushed to a pulp over $1 million rendered him incapable of remaining calm. Wen Ning approached Jin Yu and patted him twice on the shoulder, saying, "Enough of your outbursts, let the police take him for questioning first. You have been inadvertently caught up in today's incident, so if you seek any form of compensation, please speak up." Chapter 59, One should not desire both ways. Jin Yu, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. Are any conditions acceptable? In that case, he would not hold back. Wen Ning cast him a sidelong glance. Except for becoming my disciple. Jin Yu's enthusiasm deflated instantly, then never mind. The insurance company will cover the vehicle, and I am unscathed, no compensation is necessary. Wen Ning chuckled, is that truly your desire to become my disciple? What prompts such a wish? Jin Yu nodded vigorously, absolutely. I find you extraordinarily powerful and impressive. I yearn to learn your skills, to join you in vanquishing demons and upholding justice. Wen Ning's lips twitched slightly, but are you not afraid of ghosts? Why pursue the arcane arts if you fear for your life? Jin Yu's gaze was as resolute as one aspiring to join a cause. I can overcome that. My fear stemmed from ignorance, having witnessed much, I shall no longer be afraid. Master, please accept me. Upon saying this, he looked at Wen Ning with eager anticipation, hoping for her acquiescence. Wen Ning waved her hand dismissively, this matter is non-negotiable, this path is unsuitable for you. Accepting you would only lead to your detriment. Jean Li endeavored to plead his case. Wen Ning stated candidly, those unsuited for this path invite misfortune and premature demise by forcibly entering it. Your admiration for my abilities is but a fleeting impulse, yet are you truly prepared to bear the consequences? This is not a mere scare tactic. Those who enter the esoteric are divinely chosen. To tread this path without providence is to court disaster. Jean Li demurred, then how is it that Master Tang is capable? Despite his depravity, he was initiated into the esoteric. Why not I? Wen Ning shrugged, such is the nature of fate, bestowed by the heavens. Though he is not virtuous, he is indeed suited for this path. With that, she patted his shoulder, gifting him 2 years of good fortune as a token of gratitude. Do not despair. Your destiny is one of immense wealth, another form of providence. There are myriad ways to do good, not solely through my path. Young man, do not fixate on what eludes you. You already possess a fortune coveted by most. Cherish it. Avoid coveting everything, lest you ultimately gain nothing. Due to the car accident, Wen Ning extended her stay in Haicheng by an additional day. The police interrogated Zhang Dashun throughout the night, under the relentless scrutiny of the police's advanced interrogation techniques. Zhang Dashun confessed to all his misdeeds. Zhang Dashun hails from Engshi and is no stranger to criminality, having accumulated a lengthy rap sheet. At the age of 45, he has already been incarcerated 3 times. After his 3rd release, he embarked on a life of transporting goods. 5 days ago, an unfamiliar phone call reached him, offering a handsome sum in exchange for assistance with a predicament. This predicament was none other than Wen Ning. Unaware of the caller's identity, the generous offer lured him into compliance without a moment's hesitation. Consequently, he infiltrated Wen Ning's livestream, gleaning insights into her whereabouts. He then drove his truck, accompanied by his accomplice, from Engshi to Haicheng, where they procured Jean Li's license plate number. Together, they meticulously orchestrated a vehicular accident. His accomplice trailed Wen Ning from a distance, relaying updates on her route, while he positioned himself ahead to stage the crash. Zhang Dashun was prudent in his endeavors. Upon arriving in Haicheng, he deliberately accepted a shipment of goods, subsequently loading another batch for short-distance transport. This strategy provided a plausible explanation for his movements. Should their plan succeed, Wen Ning and Jean Li would meet their demise in the accident, with no one the wiser. However, they could not have anticipated the turn of events. Not only did Wen Ning survive unscathed, but she emerged without so much as a hair out of place. The infallible scheme unraveled before them, as Wen Ning employed some unknown means to expose their machinations. Soon, Zhang Deshan's accomplice was apprehended by the Haicheng police. Regrettably, they could not trace the individual who had hired Zhang Deshan. The individual conducted their affairs with meticulous precision, reaching out to Zhang Deshan solely via overseas virtual numbers, and utilizing accounts for transfers that were likewise foreign, making any investigation nearly impossible. The officer in charge of the case addressed Wen Ning, stating, "Your current situation is precarious. I advise you to remain in Haicheng. We shall endeavor to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator and apprehend them." Wen Ning responded with a smile, expressing gratitude. "You are truly putting in a great deal of effort. However," she added, "I would like to request one more favor." "What is it?" the officer inquired. Wen Ning articulated, "I hope you could issue a public notice regarding the case on your Weibo account." The officer immediately comprehended. "Did you see yesterday's trending topic?" Wen Ning nodded. "Is that feasible?" "Of course," came the reply. Wen Ning graciously thanked the officer again. "I truly appreciate your assistance." The officer waved it off. "Not a bother. It is our duty to serve the public." In no time, the Haicheng police posted a public notification on their Weibo account, detailing the investigation into the previous day's traffic incident, while tagging Haicheng Fire Department. The Haicheng Fire Department promptly retweeted it, adding a caption, "If we had not witnessed it ourselves, we would not dare to believe such miracles exist in this world." Indeed, a miracle. Subsequently, Haicheng Fire Department shared footage from their rescue operation the previous day, accompanied by the text, unedited high-definition version, "Witness the miracle together." This was a first-person perspective, far clearer and more impactful than the videos captured by bystanders. The Hai City Fire Department also maintains an account on Wen Ning's live-streaming platform. Consequently, they disseminated the information there as well, and prominently featured "Protect You Peace" in the comments. Wen Ning, with great enthusiasm, shared the video. Shortly thereafter, Wen Ning's inbox was inundated with comments. "Heavens, this is indeed genuine. The master continues to redefine my understanding. Do those who accused the master of deceit yesterday feel the sting of embarrassment? I personally witnessed the streamer's emergence from the vehicle yesterday. I even shared a video, but was silenced by detractors. Let us proceed to Weibo to vindicate the master. It is imperative that those who misunderstand Celestial Master Wen recognize the magnitude of their error." These two comments were posted by Jean Li and Jiang Lu. With their call to action, numerous individuals with Weibo accounts followed suit. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the fervor on Weibo had already reached its zenith. It turned out that Jiang Yan and Wu Mingho's devotees had intervened. Jiang Yan boasts over 50 million followers on Weibo, while Wu Mingho has slightly fewer, yet still exceeds 30 million. Following their respective reposts of the Hai City Police and Hai City Fire Department's Weibo posts, their followers promptly rallied in response. In the blink of an eye, Wen Ning's name once again surged to the top of the trending topics. Miracle Girl Wen Ning, Celestial Master Wen Ning, whoever calls her fraud will be dealt with severely. Delving into each comment, one finds a plethora of extravagant praises for Wen Ning's prowess, or vindications of her name. It is as if those who previously vilified Wen Ning were not the same individuals. At that juncture, the Hai City Police issued 2 additional public service announcements. Chapter 60, A Serendipitous Encounter at the Airport. The 2 announcements consisted of one detailing Jiang Lu's abduction and brutal confinement, while the other recounted Jiang Fei's heinous crime of murdering his wife for insurance money 15 years prior. This was a request made by Jiang Lu to the police. Feeling indebted to Wen Ning for a significant favor, she had already contemplated restoring his reputation. Upon witnessing the fervor surrounding the topic on Weibo and short video platforms, she seized the moment to unveil her own case. The release of these 2 announcements ignited a media frenzy. To those who previously claimed that Master Wen Tian's live broadcast was scripted, do you feel any shame? To the critics, are you certain you won't extend an apology? Master Wen Tian is truly a hero. Not only did he rescue a girl driven to the brink by a malevolent family, but he also exposed a murder case that had been perfectly concealed for 15 years, truly a detective among us. The lives Master Wen has saved extend beyond that of Lu Zhu. The cases he has unraveled are numerous. Have you forgotten the incident involving the blooming flowers? And what about that fraudulent Taoist? All of these are Master Wen's remarkable achievements. I used to be a staunch skeptic of metaphysics, convinced it was all a ruse. But it is through Master Wen that I have come to realize the depth of my previous ignorance. Master Wen, I humbly bow before you. Master Wen. I humbly bow before you. Amidst the overwhelming praise online, Wen Ning remained indifferent. Her concern lay with Jiang Lu. Thus, she decided to call her. In truth, such actions were unnecessary and could prove detrimental. After all, the impact of these events on women is profound. Each revelation serves as a reopening of old wounds. Jiang Lu chuckled bravely on the other end of the line. When I no longer fear, it ceases to be a wound. Teacher Wen, thank you, I am now unafraid. The unfortunate child within me has been properly dealt with, and my mother stands by my side. She is now filled with confidence for the future, believing that nothing can thwart her. Teacher Wen, my mother and I have discussed it, and we have decided to sell the house and settle in Engshi. My grandparents are aging, and I wish to fulfill my filial duties by caring for them. Wen Ning smiled, then we shall meet in Engshi. Jiang Lu's voice brimmed with anticipation. I will resolve everything as swiftly as possible. Soon, I will begin a new life in Engshi, drawing closer to my benefactor. Wen Ning put away her phone and boarded the plane. 2 hours later, upon landing in Engshi, she emerged from the gate, dragging her small suitcase, and spotted Su Qian gliding towards her. Wen Ning donned her Bluetooth earphones, pretended to be on a call, and asked Su Qian, "What brings you here?" Su Qian scrutinized her with concern, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. I heard from He Chao that you were in an accident. Haiqing is too far for me to reach. How are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Wen Ning felt warmth in her heart, having lived 2 lives. She finally had someone who cared for her, albeit not entirely human. Rest assured, I am fine. The means of ordinary people cannot harm me. Su Qian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Do you know who harmed you? With a sardonic smile, Wen Ning remarked, given Wen Tianqing and Zhang Xueru's current debilitated state, they are unlikely to have the capacity to deal with me. Wen Xian lacks the intellect, so the answer is quite evident. Wen Qi, this eldest son of the Wen family, much like Wen Tianqing, may be devoid of other talents, but his ruthless audacity is a trait he has inherited. Su Qian, thoroughly impressed, exclaimed, I mistakenly believed I had uncovered information unknown to you and intended to seek recognition. After learning of your misfortune yesterday, I promptly enlisted the aid of several acquaintances to monitor the Wen family, discovering that Wen Qi had sought assistance from his underworld contacts to target you. Wen Ning's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. Do you happen to know whom he enlisted? Su Qian, once again animated, responded, indeed, Lu Jinlong, a man of considerable influence in Engshi and a close associate of the Wen family. Wen Ning, grinding her teeth with a smile, inquired, could you procure his birth details for me? If he has aided Wen Qi in endangering her life, she would be justified in retaliating. Su Qian cheerfully replied. Consider it done. With that, Su Qian vanished. Wen Ning removed her earphones and prepared to hail a taxi, but upon turning, she collided with a passerby, who emitted a suppressed groan. Without even raising her head, she hastily apologized, I'm terribly sorry. A young woman in professional attire rushed over, chiding Wen Ning. What do you think you're doing? Can't you watch where you're going? Without waiting for Wen Ning to respond, the woman hurried to attend to the injured party. President Fu. Are you all right? Is the fracture causing you pain again? Please remain still, I shall fetch a wheelchair, the woman said, her voice laced with urgency. The man who had been struck waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, there's no need to be so anxious. However, upon noticing the pallor of his complexion, the woman bit her lip and addressed him, Mr. Fu. The man raised his hand to check the time. Call Assistant Qin and ask him to expedite his arrival. The woman promptly grasped her phone and dialed, but when she turned to see Wen Ning standing nearby, fixated on her boss, her irritation bubbled over. Why are you still here? Wen Ning ignored her, her gaze fixed on the man she had collided with, her interest intensifying with each glance. The man frowned slightly before turning to walk towards a chair not far away. Wen Ning quickly followed. The woman on the phone intercepted her. What do you think you're doing? Wen Ning circumvented her. I need to speak with your boss. The woman seized her arm. What is the matter with you? You've already caused an accident, must you now pursue him like a lovesick fool? Leave at once, or I shall call the authorities. She had seen too many young women like Wen Ning, ambitious and desperate to climb the social ladder, pursuing her handsome and wealthy boss. As a loyal subordinate, she felt it was her duty to shield him from such advances. Just as she prepared to speak again, Wen Ning waved her hand dismissively, leaving the woman momentarily speechless. Wen Ning sidestepped her and caught up with the man. Wait a moment. The man turned, his brow furrowed, glancing back at his secretary, who stood perplexed and motionless. Before looking at Wen Ning. Is there something you need? With a gentle smile, Wen Ning remarked, Sir, you are destined for misfortune. Or rather, you have been mired in misfortune for several years now. Has your luck been particularly dismal these past few years? Have you been unusually prone to bizarre accidents and illnesses? The man's countenance remained unchanged. These matters are hardly confidential, I presume many are cognizant of them. Wen Ning appeared somewhat perplexed. Is that so? Could this man be a celebrity of some sort? Yet, judging by his physiognomy, he was a wealthy entrepreneur. Displaying a hint of impatience, the man retorted, Madam. Your stratagem of deliberately colliding with me and then accosting me with such pronouncements is hardly novel. Pray, excuse me, as I have pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 61, Unappreciated Benevolence. The man circumvented Wen Ning and proceeded onward. Wen Ning paused for a few moments before regaining her composure. Could it be that the man had mistaken her for a harasser? Wen Ning chuckled wryly. However, she could not fault the man for such an assumption, as his appearance certainly warranted such confidence. Dismissing the misunderstanding, she hastened to pursue him once more. Sir, you misunderstand. I am not the sort of person you presume. I am a practitioner of esoteric arts, and our collision was purely unintentional. The reason I sought to speak with you is that I find your countenance quite intriguing. The man scoffed. Madam, your approach is indeed novel, but I regret to inform you that I am preoccupied and have no time for such preposterous claims. Should you persist in obstructing me, I shall summon the airport security. Upon perceiving his genuine vexation, Wen Ning promptly interjected, Your destiny has been surreptitiously exchanged. Your countenance bears the visage of an emperor, destined for a life of seamless prosperity and unparalleled fortune. However, someone has illicitly swapped your fate, precipitating a decade of incessant mishaps and tribulations, culminating in a near-fatal incident a fortnight prior. Furthermore, your constitution is now exceedingly susceptible to ailments. Hence the reluctance of your elders to entrust you with paramount responsibilities. Do you not harbor a desire to unearth the perpetrator who pilfered your destiny? The man, finally composed, scrutinized her intently. Wen Ning, emboldened by the conviction that her words had struck a chord, met his gaze with unwavering confidence. To her surprise, he erupted in laughter, remarking, Madam, you possess a remarkable talent for fabrication. At that juncture, his assistant hastened to his side. Mr. Fu, my apologies for the tardiness. I was ensnared in a traffic congestion. And who might this be? The man promptly turned to depart, summoned Secretary Zheng. Disheartened by the man's incredulity, Wen Ning pursued him once more, entreating, Mr. Fu, is it not? I comprehend that my pronouncements may seem preposterous, but I implore you to heed my words. Your predicament is dire, your destiny is on the precipice of complete usurpation. Within 3 days hence, you shall perish in an unforeseen calamity. Therefore, enough. Secretary Zheng interjected, intercepting Wen Ning and forcefully shoving her aside. Madam, I beseech you to desist. Should you persist in your intrusion, I shall summon security. Secretary Zheng regarded her with palpable suspicion. Wen Ning, resigned, extended her hands in a gesture of surrender. Very well, then I shall wish your employer felicitous fortunes. It was not her intention to provoke animosity, but the man's circumstances were truly precarious. Moreover, this man's identity is extraordinary. If she could save him, the merits she would gain would far surpass those acquired from assisting ordinary individuals. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the striking similarity between their circumstances. Both possess an innate fortune yet have had their destinies surreptitiously altered. Thus, she has ample reason to suspect that their fates may have been orchestrated by the same entity. Regrettably, he does not believe her words. As Wen Ning watched him enter a luxury car parked by the roadside, she hastily cast a spell in the direction of the vehicle. Inside the car, Fu Xiuan had barely settled in when his phone began to ring. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Jiang Yan. Cousin, you have returned to Wen City. Haven't you? Are you free tonight? I want to arrange a meeting with Master Wen. I must tell you, she is remarkable, truly. She can undoubtedly resolve the bizarre occurrences surrounding you. Jiang Yan. Fu Xiuan replied with a hint of impatience. I have no interest in meeting the master you mentioned. Furthermore, my issues have already been resolved. Really resolved? Jiang Yan inquired. Indeed. The old gentleman arranged for me to meet Master Qing Xian, that was the purpose of my visit. The same master who provided you with the protective talisman? Yes. Jiang Yan sighed in relief. If it is him, then there should be no cause for concern. Very well, let us pretend this conversation never happened. However, should it prove ineffective, I still strongly recommend that you meet Master Wen. She is genuinely formidable. Fu Xiuan responded nonchalantly, that third daughter of the Wen family? As far as I know, she was merely an utterly ordinary person until recently, having only been released from prison a mere half-month ago. Do you genuinely believe she possesses such capabilities? I implore you to regain your senses and avoid being deceived into enriching her pockets, he asserted before terminating the call. Jiang Yan, still on the line, was advocating for Wen Ning. Cousin, it's because you're utterly unaware of Master Wen's prowess. If you were to. Realizing the line had gone dead, Jiang Yan grumbled, wasting kindness on an unappreciative soul. Not only does he doubt Master Wen's abilities, but he also slanders her. He'd better hope he never finds himself seeking her aid, or I'll be sure to mock him relentlessly. Having overheard the conversation, Assistant Qin inquired with a smile. Little Yan hasn't given up hope yet? A few days prior, Jiang Yan had already broached the subject of Wen Ning with Fu Xiuan. Fu Xiuan hadn't outright rejected the idea but instead instructed Assistant Qin to investigate Wen Ning's background. The results of the investigation raised concerns for everyone. Wen Ning appeared to have mental health issues and had been incarcerated for intentional assault shortly after reaching adulthood, only to be released a fortnight ago. Such an individual, claiming expertise in esoteric arts, from exorcism to fortune-telling, seemed like nothing more than a charlatan. Yet, Jiang Yan genuinely believed in her, even going so far as to introduce the swindler to Fu Xiuan. Fu Xiuan remarked, I suspect he's simply idle. Have his agent schedule more engagements for him, including television and film roles. Assistant Qin chuckled, Little Yan will be in tears if he finds out. Fu Xiuan retorted sternly, resources that others would clamor for. And he dares to be dissatisfied? A few individuals engaged in conversation as they made their way towards the Fu group, traversing the path without incident. The vehicle halted before the Fu building, and the driver alighted to open the door for Fu Xiuan. He stepped out of the car and, without hesitation, strode towards the building, with Assistant Qin and Secretary Jing hurrying closely behind him. Just as he was about to cross the threshold of the group's entrance, a sudden sensation of something descending from above caught his attention. Upon glancing upward, he was met with the sight of a dark object hurtling directly towards him. Meanwhile, Wen Ning returned to the Wen family villa by taxi. The villa was enveloped in silence, unchanged since the day she had departed. Indifferent to the stillness, Wen Ning retreated to her room to take a shower. No sooner had she emerged than her phone rang, signaling a call from Zhang Tingting. Upon answering, she was met with a fragmented voice pleading for help, save me, help me. Wen Ning hastily inquired, Tingting, where are you? What has happened? Zhang Tingting's breath came in rapid gasps, I don't know, it's so dark here, I can't breathe. Wen Ning, please. Save me. Following this, the line fell silent, though the call had not yet ended. Wen Ning quickly calculated the situation, her expression turning icy. Zhang Tingting was on the verge of being smuggled across the border. Her boyfriend was, astonishingly, connected to an organ trafficking ring in a neighboring country. Chapter 62, Zhang Tingting's life hangs by a thread. Zhang Tingting's life was precariously balanced. Wen Ning promptly summoned Su Qian, instructing her to assist in a rescue mission. She succinctly relayed the details of Zhang Tingting's predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qian nodded in agreement, asking, how do we proceed? Do you know her current location? As she spoke, Wen Ning raised her hand to inscribe a talisman and arrange an array in the air. Once completed, she grasped the formation and placed it into Su Qian's hand. Following this, she softly chanted an incantation and touched Su Qian's forehead with her finger. Inexorably, Su Qian's soul was drawn into Wen Ning's phone. Once Su Qian's spirit had stabilized, she found herself in a sealed space with a feebly breathing girl beside her and a phone engaged in a call. The display showed Wen Ning's name, And Su Qian realized she had emerged from the phone itself. Reverend Wen, Su Qian promptly inquired into the phone, I've arrived. We appear to be inside a crate. And Tingting's condition seems precarious. What should I do? Wen Ning calmly directed from the other end. Affix the array I gave you to the top of the crate and activate the speakerphone. Su Qian swiftly complied. As the array made contact with the crate's top, Su Qian witnessed a flash of golden light within. Immediately, Wen Ning's voice resonated from the phone as she began to chant. With each word, Zhang Tingting's breathing grew more substantial. Alright, Su Qian, venture out and assess the surroundings. Ascertain the precise location, and I shall seek assistance forthwith. Su Qian executed the task with alacrity and returned shortly. Reverend Wen, these scoundrels are utterly wicked, they buried Tingting alive. She had discovered upon exiting that they were, in fact, underground. All around are mounds of graves, not ancient ones, but rather new tombs from different times, judging by the grass that has sprouted on their surfaces. The oldest grave is not more than a few months old. Beside Zhang Tingting's grave, there are several newly piled mounds, the earth still exuding moisture. Outside the graves stand a few young men, diligently digging new pits. Su Qian trembles with rage, her eyes bloodshot, these brutes have desecrated the bodies. There are even a few children not yet of age. Less than 500 meters away lies a village inhabited solely by their kind, totaling 50 souls. Most are enforcers, with 2 doctors and a rogue sorcerer among them. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow, so, they have taken lives, yet they would perform rites for the departed? Su Qian, infuriated, retorted with a bitter laugh, I fear I have not seen a single spirit here, they must have been sent away. Wen Ning's brow furrowed, if that is the case, this sorcerer possesses some skill. You must remain vigilant and avoid detection. Su Qian replied cautiously, I understand, but you must act swiftly. I worry that if he discovers Tingting is still alive, he may resort to other means. After hanging up the phone, Wen Ning immediately called Officer Wang for assistance. She would not be so reckless as to believe herself capable of rescuing someone single-handedly. Yet, she had no one else to rally. Thus, calling for help was the wisest course of action. Upon receiving the call, Officer Wang's expression grew grave. Miss Wen, are you certain of what you are saying? A clandestine syndicate is abducting individuals across the border, harvesting their organs, and has already claimed multiple lives. With unwavering conviction, Winnie stated, indeed, Zhang Tingting, upon uncovering this organization, sought to infiltrate it and establish contact, but was betrayed. Her circumstances are exceedingly perilous, I implore you to relay this information to your superiors. Officer Wang promptly reported the matter to his superiors, who, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly mobilized. Within minutes, officers from Winnie's precinct escorted her to the airport, where a private aircraft awaited their arrival for immediate transport to the border region. Given the exigency of the situation, the police vehicle sped through the streets with sirens blaring, as traffic authorities cleared a path to the airport. Consequently, Winnie arrived at the airport in under half an hour. After a brief exchange of greetings with Officer Wang, she boarded the aircraft. Once aboard, Winnie observed that the passenger manifest was sparse, comprising only a handful of individuals. Officer Wang, she inquired, is this the entirety of our force? The opposition may be considerable in number, and potentially possess reinforcements. Officer Wang reassured her, rest assured. We have coordinated with the local armed forces, who will rendezvous with us upon our arrival. Winnie, slightly embarrassed by her naivete, admitted that her previous life afforded her limited exposure to the outside world, resulting in her unfamiliarity with such matters. She had mistakenly assumed that the Ungshi Police Department had dispatched only a small contingent. Officer Wang, discerning her discomfiture, cryptically remarked, rumor has it that the higher-ups are contemplating enlisting your cooperation. Winnie blinked in astonishment, enlist my cooperation? You place credence in such notions? This was no trifling matter. Officer Wang smiled and said, of course, it is not our system. Have you heard of the Xianmen Management Association? Wen Ning shook her head in curiosity. In her previous life, she had never been exposed to the mystical arts, and in this reincarnation, she had only been back for a little over 10 days, leaving her without any means to acquire such knowledge. Officer Wang proceeded to explain, the Xianmen Management Association, while not an official state organization, is nonetheless recognized by the government. The directors within the association are all esteemed celestial masters of international repute. primarily tasked with overseeing domestic practitioners of the mystical arts and assisting relevant departments in handling cases that conventional methods cannot resolve. The recent developments surrounding your situation have garnered the attention of the association, and it is likely that someone will be in contact with you shortly. Wen Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. This meant she would soon have the opportunity to meet a host of esteemed figures from the realm of Xianmen. The assistance she sought was finally within reach. After a 2-hour flight, the plane landed in a small border town. Upon disembarking, Wen Ning immediately noticed 4 military trucks, filled with soldiers clad in uniforms and armed with weapons. After greeting the person in charge, Officer Wang turned to Wen Ning and asked, "Miss Wen, could you specify the exact location of that village?" Wen Ning provided the name of the place. The officer in charge, Captain Ching of the Border Special Operations Team, furrowed his brow upon hearing the name. This area is not particularly remote, it is less than 50 kilometers from here. However, the terrain is quite complex, backed by mountains, which makes it convenient for evasion and concealment. I never anticipated that these individuals would hide out here. In truth, they had gathered some clues and were aware of a certain group of individuals, yet they had been unable to ascertain their whereabouts. It was rather ironic that while they scoured the remote mountain hollows for leads, the culprits were concealed right under their noses. Chapter 63, There is something peculiar about her. Now that they had identified the location, everyone ceased to waste time. Led by Captain Chang's vehicle, 5 cars sped towards the village. After less than an hour's drive, they came to a halt, not because they had arrived, but to avoid alerting the enemy. The remainder of the journey would require them to proceed on foot. Captain Ching summoned all the soldiers, instructing one team to take this route, which led to the front of the village. Upon reaching the destination, they were to remain hidden and avoid exposure. The second team, follow me, he commanded. This team would head straight for the back mountain of the village, where they aimed to cut off the criminals' escape route. Wen Ning and Officer Wang accompanied the first team, as this path was somewhat easier to traverse. Shortly after setting off, Su Qian sensed Wen Ning and floated over. Upon encountering so many armed soldiers, Su Qian couldn't help but smile. "You've really outdone yourself this time. Now I have nothing to worry about." Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. "If we're going to gather people, we must enlist the most trustworthy." "All right, lead the way." Officer Wang, intrigued by her conversation with the heir, inquired, "Miss Wen, who are you talking to?" Wen Ning replied with a smile, "A friend you cannot see." "Let's go." After more than an hour of walking, the group halted a little over a mile from the village. The hamlet was diminutive, comprising merely a dozen or so households. Yet, it harbored a considerable number of canines, such that the slightest disturbance would incite a cacophony of barking throughout the entire village. "The burial ground lies beyond the village," Su Qian remarked. "To circumvent the village would entail an additional hour's trek through the mountains, a luxury we cannot afford." That unorthodox sorcerer possesses a modicum of skill. He discerned that Tingting yet clings to life and has taken up vigil at her graveside, declaring that should she not expire within the hour, he shall compel her passage by forcibly opening the coffin. The village harbored over a dozen formidable wolfhounds, each meticulously trained to raise an immediate alarm upon the approach of strangers. The individuals in question were all desperate outlaws, amply armed and exceedingly dangerous to confront. Thus, the conundrum lay in how to infiltrate the village undetected by the dogs, subdue the band of ruthless criminals, and rescue Zhang Tingting. Wen Ning's eyes narrowed, her countenance betraying her disdain for these nefarious individuals. Could this truly pose an insurmountable challenge to her? She mused, scoffing inwardly. Turning to Officer Wang, Wen Ning declared, "I possess a method to incapacitate the village dogs. However, I must venture forth alone. Rest assured, I am confident in my ability to succeed." Officer Wang, as the leader of the team, was keenly aware of her extraordinary capabilities. He nodded in assent, cautioning, "Exercise caution. Should the task prove insurmountable, retreat immediately." Wen Ning acknowledged his instructions and stealthily, yet swiftly, advanced toward the village, Su Qian trailing silently in her wake. Halting 100 meters from the village perimeter, she retrieved a pair of scissors and a sheet of blank paper from her pocket. Su Qian curiously glanced into her pocket, her heart filled with doubt. Did she not fear pricking her leg with such an object? Wen Ning, lost in her thoughts, folded a piece of white paper in half and deftly cut it with a few swift strokes, crafting a simplistic figure representing a human with a discernible head, torso, and limbs. Under Su Qian's gaze, Wen Ning softly recited a few incantations and inscribed a talisman upon the paper figure. To Su Qian's astonishment, the remarkably simple paper figure abruptly stood upright, gradually expanding into a three-dimensional form, reaching a height of approximately 1 meter. Yet, its shape remained exceedingly rudimentary, lacking distinction between its front and back. Wen Ning then retrieved a small packet from her pocket and handed it to the paper figure, subsequently guiding it to float toward the village. After a brief interval, the paper figure returned. Wen Ning collected it, turned, and dialed Officer Wang on her phone. All set. We can enter the village now. Officer Wang, accompanied by his team, swiftly advanced into the village. Meanwhile, under Su Qian's guidance, Wen Ning made her way directly to the cemetery on the back mountain. Before the grave, the sorcerer raised his gaze to the moon and then lowered it to the grave mound, his brows furrowed in concern. Something felt amiss. It had been several hours since the burial, yet the woman remained alive. This thought unsettled him, filling him with apprehension about potential unforeseen consequences. Beside him, a young man with a well-proportioned appearance inquired, "Master, is she still alive?" The sorcerer turned to regard him, asking, "Are you certain she poses no threat?" The young man asserted confidently, "Certainly, I have known her for several years. I am well aware of her circumstances. She is merely an ordinary prison guard. Nothing remarkable about her." Could it be due to the coffin? Had I foreseen the encumbrance this coffin would present, I would have abstained from such leniency. The individual in question was none other than Li Jun, Zhang Tingting's paramour. The sorcerer, after a moment's contemplation, addressed the men tasked with excavating the grave, "Disinter the coffin." Consequently, the men seized their hoes and shovels, commencing the exhumation. Swiftly, the freshly erected mound was leveled, and the coffin unearthed. The sorcerer, after a meticulous inspection of the coffin, commanded, "Open it." The men procured instruments designed for breaching coffins, and proceeded to extract the elongated nails securing the lid. In the instant the lid was ajar, a beam of golden light erupted forth, casting the men and the sorcerer asunder. Li Jun, by virtue of his distance, evaded the brunt of the assault. Li Jun, startled, inquired, "Master, what transpires?" The sorcerer, having been struck by the golden ray, expectorated a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest as he interrogated, "What is her provenance? Have you concealed something from me?" Li Jun, perplexed, responded, "Provenance? She was merely an ordinary person, with no known exceptional origins." The sorcerer, gazing upon the resealed coffin, his eyes betraying caution, asserted, "Something is amiss. She possesses an uncanny aura. Assuredly, someone bestowed upon her an object of preservation. Nay, more than mere preservation." Thereupon, he rose from the ground, extracting several yellow talismans from his pocket, and instructed Li Jun, "Affix these talismans to the coffin." Li Jun, apprehensive, retreated several paces, demurring, "Master, I am inept and fear I would botch the task. Perhaps you should apply them yourself." The warlock cast a sidelong glance at the burly man beside him, whereupon Li Jun was unceremoniously kicked into the burial pit by the hefty fellow. "Affix them quickly. And cease your dawdling," urged the warlock. Li Jun, not daring to resist, took the yellow talismans and prepared to stick them onto the coffin. However, the instant the talisman made contact, another burst of golden light erupted. Li Jun felt a sharp pain in his chest and collapsed into the grave. Those at the edge of the pit were startled. The warlock hastily calculated with his fingers, his expression shifting dramatically. "This is dire. The circumstances have altered tonight. We must retreat at once." The words had barely left his lips when the sound of gunfire echoed from the village. The warlock immediately bolted toward the mountains behind them, the burly men following closely. This escape route had been rehearsed, they knew where safety lay. However, they had not run far when a young woman materialized before them. Well, on such a night, where might you be headed? Chapter 64, Vital Clue. The warlock, seeing that it was a girl in her early 20s, asked warily, "Who are you?" Wen Ning tilted her head and smiled. "Take a guess." The warlock, eager to escape, had no patience for games. He reached for a pistol and aimed it at Wen Ning. "Step aside." Wen Ning cast a disdainful look at the weapon. "And if I refuse?" Without further ado, the warlock immediately fired at Wen Ning. However, the gun did not discharge. The warlock pulled the trigger several more times, but the pistol remained unresponsive. He sensed something amiss at last, lifting his gaze to regard Wen Ning. The array within the coffin, you were the architect of it, were you not? The firearm had been his companion for 2 years, fastidiously maintained, its reliability unwavering until this moment. Its sudden, inexplicable malfunction, coupled with the night's eerie ambience, spurred him to connect the dots. Wen Ning remained silent, advancing towards the sorcerer. The sorcerer, without hesitation, turned tail and fled. He was no fool. The girl's youthful voice belied her true capabilities, evidenced by the array and his own weapon's inexplicable silence. Why linger and face certain demise? Yet, his escape was short-lived. As he found himself rooted to the spot, Wen Ning approached with leisurely steps, tapping a yellow slip of paper affixed to the sorcerer's back. My homemade immobilization charm proves quite effective. She circled to face the sorcerer, extracting a high-intensity flashlight from her pocket, its beam directed squarely at his face. The flashlight's glare was blinding, threatening to overwhelm his vision. He attempted to shield his eyes, but found himself utterly paralyzed. Wen Ning scrutinized the sorcerer's countenance, emitting a soft exclamation of surprise. How peculiar, this man bears no karmic burden whatsoever. He had aided these heinous bandits in their atrocities against countless innocents, by all rights. His person should be laden with karmic debt. Consider, for instance, that Master Tang from High City, his misdeeds were meticulously etched within his karma. Yet, this man not only lacked a karmic burden, but even possessed a faint aura of meritorious gold. This defied reason. The transgressions of Master Tang paled in comparison to those of this man. After all, Master Tang was merely unscrupulous, assisting numerous individuals in handling their less than honorable affairs. However, this person is unequivocally malevolent. Could it be that by delivering those victims, he has earned their forgiveness, thereby nullifying his karmic debt? This seems improbable. There is something peculiar about this individual. Wen Ning inquired directly, having harmed so many, why are you devoid of karmic repercussions? The sorcerer retorted, I have harmed no one. I have benevolently delivered them. How could I possibly accrue karmic debt? Wen Ning scoffed, such words would not deceive even a ghost. You are complicit with this organ trafficking syndicate, bearing responsibility for each life they extinguish. Confess truthfully, what is the true nature of your situation? The sorcerer stubbornly maintained. I have harmed no one, I am merely delivering them, guiding them to the afterlife. Losing patience, Wen Ning retrieved another talisman, affixing it to him, and demanded. Explain how you have managed to deceive the heavens. The sorcerer thought dismissively of her, wondering what she could possibly do to him. Unexpectedly, his mouth began to speak uncontrollably. My master provided me with a soul jar, wherein I nurture the souls of those individuals before entrusting them to my master, who then delivers them. Through this process, their demise bears no relation to me, nor do I profit in any way, thus karmic debt is not attributed to me. Furthermore, my master, in his benevolence, delivers them, guiding them to the afterlife, naturally incurring no karmic debt. Is it truly that simple? Wen Ning questioned skeptically. However, the sorcerer's words held truth. For she had affixed a truth-telling talisman to him, precluding falsehoods. Therefore, there remains but a solitary conjecture, his knowledge is confined to this extent. Considering he is subordinate to a master, Winifred is intrigued, what magnitude of capability does this individual possess? For karmic impediments cannot be concealed by mere mortal contrivances. They are ordained by the celestial realm. Thus, to assert that this person's master is preternaturally resourceful is no exaggeration. Winifred's thoughts stirred. Could this person's mentor be implicated in the surreptitious alteration of her destiny? After all, one abets the absolution of a criminal syndicate, while the other lurks in the shadows. Purloining life's ordained course, neither is virtuous. Birds of a feather flock together, perchance this person's master is indeed connected to that individual. Consequently, Winifred inquired, who is your master? Where is he currently situated? As the individual was about to utter a response, his countenance contorted into a visage of torment. Ah! The sorcerer emitted a harrowing cry of agony, as protuberant, undulating bulges manifested beneath the epidermis of his face and neck. Winifred's expression hardened, recognizing this as witchcraft. Evidently, the sorcerer's benefactor sought to impede his divulgence. She hastily inscribed a talisman in the air, endeavoring to intercept the adversary's machinations, but it was to no avail. Ah! Help! The sorcerer bellowed, whereupon the writhing vermin burrowed into his cranium, inducing convulsions and spasms throughout his physique, culminating in his abrupt collapse. Simultaneously, the sorcerer's spirit dissipated into oblivion before Winifred's very eyes. Winifred scrutinized the cadaver upon the ground, her brow furrowed in consternation, yet her gaze scintillated with fervent anticipation. What manner of provenance does the sorcerer's enigmatic master possess? To accomplish the feat of taking a life from such a distance, and to obliterate the sorcerer's soul to prevent any soul-searching, bears an uncanny resemblance to the death of Shuri in the prison. This inevitably leads her to suspect a connection to the same individual. Therefore, it is highly probable that the sorcerer's mentor and the person who approached Shuri are one and the same, or at the very least, belong to the same organization. However, the purpose behind the sorcerer's master instructing him to gather so many wronged souls and then personally absolve them remains a mystery. Could it be merely for the sake of accumulating merit? There are far simpler ways to gain merit, such as performing good deeds with sincerity. Why go through such an elaborate and troublesome process? Wait. The souls collected by the sorcerer are those of individuals who were unjustly killed, filled with immense resentment. The merit gained from absolving a wronged soul is threefold that of a soul that died naturally. Suddenly, Wen Ning recalled the female ghost from a while ago. Who had a mysterious figure behind her? Could it be that this person, who taught the female ghost her skills, also intended to let her grow stronger, only to reap the benefits and earn a substantial amount of merit when the time was ripe? A realization dawned upon Wen Ning. She knew she had guessed correctly. The person who manipulated Shuri into jumping off the building was the one behind the attempts on her life. And this sorcerer's master is inextricably linked to that person. Therefore, by finding the sorcerer's master, she can follow the trail to uncover the mastermind behind the theft of her destiny. Chapter 65, The Unfazed Girl. When Captain Ching arrived with his men, he found Wen Ning standing beside a corpse, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she shone a bright flashlight. Had it not been for their awareness of Wen Ning's true identity, they might have deemed her a pervert. "Miss Wen, how are you? Are you injured?" one inquired. "What has become of this individual? Is he dead?" Captain Ching stepped forward to turn the sorcerer's lifeless body over. And despite his extensive experience in battle, he was still taken aback by the gruesome state of the sorcerer's demise. Blood poured from the 7 orifices of the sorcerer, his expression one of excruciating agony, with numerous insects crawling forth from his openings, a sight both horrifying and bizarre. Wen Ning regained her composure, stating, "I am unharmed." He fell victim to a witchcraft spell. The person behind this sought to conceal a secret and thus orchestrated his demise. By the way, Captain Ching, could you investigate his social connections and background? He has a master, and it is likely that this witchcraft is his handiwork. Captain Ching, possessing remarkable fortitude, quickly regained his composure. "This will certainly be investigated, but we must transport him for an autopsy. Although he was part of a criminal organization, the circumstances surrounding his death must be clarified." Just now, only Wen Ning and the sorcerer were present, there was no third party, making the cause of his death particularly significant. Wen Ning understood the implication, this was necessary to eliminate the possibility of her having killed the sorcerer. After all, legally speaking, regardless of the sorcerer's guilt, it was not her place to exact justice. She smiled and nodded, "Of course. By the way, where is Zhang Tingting?" Captain Ching then recalled the purpose of his visit. "She remains in the grave pit, no one dares to approach the coffin. Earlier, our team attempted to rescue Zhang Tingting, but as they drew near the coffin, they were repelled. Fortunately, no one was injured." With a genial pat to her forehead, Wen Ning expressed, "My sincerest apologies. I had momentarily forgotten. I shall attend to it directly." Upon reaching the graveside, Wen Ning descended into the excavation with alacrity. A tap to the coffin lid sufficed to disrupt the arcane array. Deftly, she cast aside the cover, a bemused expression gracing her features. The occupant within slumbered peacefully. An astonishing display of equanimity. Wen Ning approached and gently roused Zhang Tingting, "Pray, awaken. It is time to rise." Still enshrouded in the veils of sleep, Zhang Tingting languidly brushed aside Wen Ning's hand, attempting to resume her repose. However, after a fleeting moment, she abruptly sat upright, assuming a defensive posture, her entire being taut with alertness, a clear indication of her readiness for combat. Wen Ning found herself on the verge of laughter, contemplating the young woman's paradoxical nature, simultaneously possessing both insouciance and vigilance. "Tingting, it is quite all right. There is no need for such apprehension." Upon recognizing Wen Ning's voice, Zhang Tingting remained momentarily stunned, a hint of incredulity coloring her query. Wen Ning? Is that truly you? Wen Ning, in a gesture of reassurance, gently patted her back, affirming. It is I. You are safe now. Officer Wang and I have arrived with reinforcements to rescue you. Those malefactors have all been apprehended. Convinced that her ears did not deceive her, Zhang Tingting whirled around and embraced Wen Ning with ardent fervor, bursting into tears. I was on the precipice of death, oh. Those reprobates confined me within a coffin and buried me alive. Furthermore, they pilfered my protective amulet. Cognizant of the profound fear that gripped her, Wen Ning reciprocated the embrace, offering soothing strokes as she consoled, fear not, all is well. You demonstrated remarkable perspicacity in contacting me. Had Zhang Tingting failed to make that crucial call, her fate would have been sealed, an inescapable demise. After weeping for a while, Zhang Tingting suddenly inquired. Where is that scoundrel Li Jun? Captain Qing pointed to a young man beside them, whose hands were shackled. Is it him? Zhang Tingting, aided by the dim light, recognized the man and crawled out of the grave, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Li Jun. You bastard, scoundrel, beast. You deceived me in matters of the heart and swindled my money, and yet you even sought to end my life. You possess an audacious spirit to dare mingle in crime. I shall end you, you wretch. With unrelenting fervor, Zhang Tingting continued to strike Li Jun. He, on the other hand, crouched on the ground, shielding his head, allowing her to unleash her fury. Captain Qing and his team did not intervene, permitting her to vent her anger, as long as she did not deliver a fatal blow. After all, such scum deserved to be dealt with by all. However, Zhang Tingting could not sustain her assault for long. Having been in this place for 2 days without adequate sustenance, buried beneath the earth and barely escaping with her life, she had merely been holding on to a thread of determination. After a brief while, exhaustion overcame her, and she sank to the ground, panting heavily. She turned to Captain Qing and Officer Wang, pointing at the graves and declared, the souls buried here were all victims of this criminal gang. You must seek justice for them. Officer Wang and the others gazed at the multitude of graves under the moonlight, their hearts weighed down with grave solemnity. The case was of utmost significance, thus, Captain Qing divided the captured criminals into 2 groups, one to escort them down the mountain, while the other remained to secure the scene, awaiting the arrival of professionals to collect evidence. Furthermore, this criminal syndicate engages in the illicit trade of human organs, necessitating external accomplices to facilitate the transportation of the harvested organs. Consequently, Captain Qing and his team must remain on the mountain to apprehend the remaining perpetrators and ensure their comprehensive capture. Officer Wang and several others will also stay, as the in-city police department initiated the case, mandating his continued presence as the lead investigator. Wen Ning, after a moment of calculation, remarked to Officer Wang. You might find it advantageous to explore the western expanse of these mountains. You may encounter unforeseen discoveries. Officer Wang's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Is that a certainty? Wen Ning responded with a demure smile, the answer will reveal itself upon your exploration. Officer Wang promptly assembled his team, preparing to venture into the mountains. Miss Wen. Upon the successful resolution of this case, you shall undoubtedly be credited with the primary achievement. Wen Ning waved her hand dismissively. Let us defer that discussion until the appropriate juncture. Prioritize your safety. Officer Wang entrusted her and Zhang Tingting to the care of the SWAT officers descending the mountain, while he and his team plunged into the mountainous terrain. Upon reaching the base, Zhang Tingting was transported to the hospital for a thorough examination, with Wen Ning accompanying her. By the time they arrived at the hospital, dawn had broken. Following a series of medical evaluations, Zhang Tingting succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Wen Ning, having exerted herself throughout the entire day, also felt considerably fatigued and reclined on the adjacent hospital bed. She awoke in the afternoon, whereupon she performed another calculation, a smile gracing her lips. Excellent, Officer Wang and his team are also progressing swimmingly. Turning her gaze towards Zhang Tingting, she observed that her companion was still immersed in slumber, initially intending to rise and take a leisurely stroll. Zhang Tingting unexpectedly screamed in panic with her eyes shut tight as soon as her feet touched the ground. Don't come any closer. Wen Ning hurried to her bedside, recited a few incantations, and gently tapped Zhang Tingting's forehead with her index finger. Gradually, Zhang Tingting regained her composure, and after a few moments, she opened her eyes to find Wen Ning standing beside her, instinctively exhaling in relief. Wen Ning inquired with a smile, did you have a nightmare? Zhang Tingting nodded. It truly terrified me. Wen Ning playfully poked her forehead. You deserve to be frightened. I've told you to be cautious of your partner, yet you remain so nonchalant. Zhang Tingting retorted, I am not nonchalant. I discovered he has connections with a criminal gang, so I wanted to see what he was up to. Who would have thought? Chapter 66, of little value indeed. After receiving Wen Ning's warning, Zhang Tingting grew wary of Li Jun and sought to uncover what he was secretly up to. Drawing upon her studies at the police academy, where she specialized in criminal investigation, she believed she possessed a commendable aptitude for solving cases. As she delved deeper, she unearthed significant issues. She discovered that Li Jun's accounts had seen unusually large transactions over the past few months, with funds transferred from various accounts only to be redirected elsewhere. Money laundering? This was Zhang Tingting's immediate assumption, but as her investigation progressed, it became evident that the situation was far more complex than mere money laundering. Li Jun had ties to an overseas smuggling syndicate. Just as she contemplated alerting the authorities, Li Jun approached her, proposing a trip to a border city. She suddenly recalled that several of the accounts from which Li Jun had transferred funds were based in that very city, leading her to suspect that it held significant clues. Consequently, she accompanied Li Jun to this location. Upon arrival, Li Jun feigned taking her sightseeing, inadvertently leading them astray in the mountains, where they stumbled upon this village. As soon as they entered the village, Zhang Tingting was apprehended by the villagers. Li Jun then revealed his true colors, seizing all her identification, bank cards, and even her mobile phone, before imprisoning her. It was then that she realized Li Jun had long been aware of her investigation. Li Jun, acutely familiar with her disposition, had deliberately exposed certain vulnerabilities to lure her to this border town, all without arousing her suspicion, before ultimately subduing her. This way, she would be unable to contact the police, and their operations would remain concealed. She finally comprehended the nature of their activities: human organ trafficking and transnational human smuggling. Upon this realization, Zhang Tingting desperately sought to escape and alert the authorities, but the security was too stringent, and she was unable to evade the keen senses of the guard dogs. Initially, they intended to co-opt Zhang Tingting, enlisting her as an informant within the public security system to provide them with convenience and intelligence. However, Zhang Tingting's upbringing and character made it impossible for her to acquiesce to such a scheme. After 2 unsuccessful escape attempts, the criminals, having exhausted their patience, sought to harvest her organs. However, Li Jun, for reasons unknown, perhaps a sudden pang of conscience, intervened and prevented the act. Ultimately, Zhang Tingting was dragged away and buried alive by these individuals. Upon hearing this, Wen Ning affectionately ruffled Zhang Tingting's hair, exclaiming, "You are extraordinarily audacious. Knowing Li Jun's connections to an international criminal syndicate, you still dared to venture into the lion's den alone." Had Li Jun not inadvertently tossed her phone into the coffin, Zhang Tingting would likely have already crossed the bridge of sighs. Zhang Tingting, in retrospect, was undeniably filled with trepidation, narrowly escaping death. Nevertheless, she did not regret her actions. Given another chance, she would still follow Li Jun, albeit with greater caution, ensuring prior contact with law enforcement before taking action. Wen Ning regarded her statement with skepticism. The two encountered Officer Wang the following morning. He appeared weary, yet his eyes shone brightly. Upon seeing Wen Ning, he could not suppress a wide grin. "Miss Wen, we have achieved a significant triumph. Those apprehended have divulged valuable information. We have received directives from higher authorities to remain here and collaborate with local law enforcement in further investigating the case. If you intend to return to Wen City, we may be unable to provide an escort." He seemed somewhat apologetic. Wen Ning responded with a smile, "We are not naive children in need of constant supervision. Officer Wang, please focus on your investigation. We shall manage our return to Wen City independently." After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Should you require my assistance in any capacity, do not hesitate to voice it." She was quite eager to collaborate with the police, for the resolution of this case would yield her an extraordinary amount of merit, far exceeding her expectations. This criminal organization had inflicted harm upon numerous individuals, and the cumulative merit she would gain from bringing them to justice surpassed all the merit she had accrued since her rebirth. Thus, such a fortuitous opportunity was far too precious for her to overlook. Officer Wang smiled and replied, "Indeed, that is certain. By the way, Miss Wen, I have brought you the information regarding the sorcerer you requested." Wen Ning's eyes sparkled. The police's efficiency was commendable, for it had only been 2 days. She accepted the file and extracted the contents, with the photograph on the cover featuring the sorcerer. His name was Yang Wanfeng, a 46-year-old from the eastern province. The information provided was rather sparse, detailing only a few events from a decade ago, with scant traces left in the past 10 years. And he had not maintained contact with anyone from his hometown. His network appeared quite limited, aside from individuals affiliated with the criminal group. There were merely a handful of others. The police had already investigated these individuals, all of whom were ordinary people and had been beneficiaries of Yang Wanfeng's assistance. The merit he possessed was derived from these very individuals. As for the master he mentioned, there was not a single clue to be found. Our technical team examined his phone. He was exceedingly cautious, having saved no numbers, with no call records whatsoever. All documentation within the device had been meticulously erased. The technicians devised a method to recover the communication records, yet they proved to be of little value, consisting entirely of overseas virtual numbers. Officer Wang couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, "Damn it, these scoundrels possess an exceedingly formidable counter-surveillance capability." Wen Ning tucked the inconsequential documents back into the folder and inquired about Li Jun's situation. "Has he disclosed anything?" Zhang Tingting was equally concerned about this matter. Officer Wang replied, "He did reveal some information, but what he knows pales in comparison to what we have uncovered. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility of him withholding certain details, so our team will continue to intensify the interrogation." Contemplating for a moment, Wen Ning produced a talisman and said, "Officer Wang, this should help you conserve considerable effort. Simply affix it to the subject, and they will divulge anything you wish to know without reservation." Officer Wang's eyes lit up. "This is remarkably effective?" He eagerly reached for it but hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "After all, I may not be able to compensate you for this." Wen Ning understood his sentiments. Within their system, engaging in superstitious practices was strictly prohibited. And purchasing such items was out of the question. "This is a personal gift to you, no payment required." Officer Wang felt a twinge of embarrassment. And thus he assured Wen Ning, "Once the case is resolved, I will certainly apply for a commendation for you." Wen Ning dismissed it casually. That afternoon, he facilitated Zhang Tingting's discharge from the hospital, and the two embarked on a flight back to Angxi City. Upon landing, Wen Ning received a call from Jiang Yan. "Master Wen, are you available now? Could you come to the hospital? I require your assistance." Chapter 67, The Two Titans. When Wen Ning arrived at the hospital entrance, Jiang Yan was already waiting for her. "Master Wen, I sincerely apologize, I was unaware that you had just returned from a distant journey." "It's quite all right." Observing Jiang Yan's weary demeanor, Wen Ning inquired, "Is the situation particularly dire?" Jiang Yan's expression was grave. "The doctors have been trying to save him for 2 days and have even summoned top specialists from abroad, yet they are at a loss. I truly cannot fathom how such a trivial object, a mere brick, could lead to such severe repercussions." With a sympathetic look, Wen Ning replied, "This is fate, sometimes. Even an unsuspecting person may choke on a sip of water. Moreover, you mentioned that your cousin has always encountered various mishaps, so this outcome is not entirely unexpected." Jiang Yan sighed. "I had strongly recommended you to him before, but he insisted he had found a master of metaphysics and had secured protective talismans. And yet, here we are. The doctors have stated that if he does not awaken today, the likelihood of him regaining consciousness in the future is minimal. The old master cannot bear this burden and has fallen ill himself. Master Wen, you must save my cousin." Wen Ning did not make any promises, responding with pragmatic honesty. "I must first assess his condition. If there is a chance to save him, I shall certainly do so. If not, I am powerless, after all. I am not a deity, and my abilities do not extend to contesting with the King of Hell or altering one's fate. She possesses such remarkable abilities. Must she truly exhaust herself in accumulating merits? If this matter pertains to her cousin Jiang Yan's destined calamity, she cannot interfere, otherwise she would incur the wrath of the heavenly mandate, which could result in a reduction of her merits or, worse, a shortening of her lifespan. Both consequences are intrinsically tied to her existence. Hence, Wen Ning remained cautious and refrained from overcommitting her words. Jiang Yan led her upstairs, revealing along the way, "There are 2 masters up there who may utter some rather unpalatable remarks shortly. Master Wen, please do not take it to heart. I shall ensure you do not suffer any loss." As he spoke, he deftly maneuvered his phone. Wen Ning's phone chimed, and upon glancing down, she saw a transfer notification from Jiang Yan, 10 million. Is this amount truly necessary? You are placing an immense burden upon me, she remarked. Jiang Yan forced a smile. Master Wen need not feel overly pressured, simply do your utmost. Gazing at the string of zeros, Wen Ning nervously inquired, what if I am unable to save them? You won't demand this back, will you? Jiang Yan's lips twitched, of course not. This is your compensation for the effort. Should you succeed in reviving them, I shall provide an additional 10 million as a token of gratitude. Wen Ning felt a surge of exhilaration, 20 million. She believed Jiang Yan had a knack for inspiring motivation. Such a substantial sum dangled before her like a carrot for a donkey. And she was that eager donkey yearning for a taste of it. With renewed determination, Wen Ning resolved to exert every effort to earn that additional 10 million. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the ward. The two bodyguards stationed at the door, upon seeing Jiang Yan approaching with someone, promptly and respectfully opened the door to the ward. Wen Ning followed Jiang Yan into the room, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. It was a one-bedroom suite, adorned with a decor that radiated warmth and comfort, effortlessly inducing a sense of relaxation in anyone who entered. However, the individual seated in the living room wore expressions of deep concern. As Wen Ning lifted her gaze, she immediately spotted two figures enveloped in a resplendent aura of merit. A pang of envy struck her, such a profound glow of virtue indicated the immense prowess of these two esteemed individuals. In stark contrast, her own aura of merit had been so faint since her rebirth over half a month ago that it was nearly imperceptible. Upon noticing Jiang Yan entering with Wen Ning, the occupants of the room turned their curious eyes toward them. Jiang Yan quickly stepped aside, allowing Wen Ning to present herself to everyone, Uncle. This is the master Wen I mentioned to you. Upon seeing Wen Ning, Fu Jinyan's expression revealed unmistakable disappointment. He rubbed his forehead and sighed, Xiao Yan. I understand your desire to assist, but bringing such a young and lovely girl to introduce as a master, isn't that rather absurd? It's understandable, given his desperation, that he might have mistakenly believed Jiang Yan truly knew an extraordinary master. A moment's reflection made it clear that this was implausible. The nation's foremost masters had already been summoned by the elder, and they were present in the room. To seek additional practitioners in front of these two esteemed figures would be a blatant affront to their dignity. Realizing this, Fu Jinyan turned to the two masters and said, Elder Liang, Elder Yi, I apologize, the younger generation lacks understanding and has acted foolishly. Please do not take offense. The two masters, undeterred, scrutinized Wen Ning with keen interest. My young friend, do you comprehend the arcane arts? Wen Ning, displaying humility in front of the masters, replied, Greetings. Esteemed masters. I possess a rudimentary understanding of the mystical arts. Master Yi focused intently on her visage and inquired, if you truly grasp the arcane. Are you aware of the issues that plague you? The young lady's countenance was indeed peculiar. She was born under a fate of prosperity and longevity, yet shrouded in a veil of shadows, having once faced the specter of death, yet she now stood alive and well. Such an enigmatic countenance was a rare sight. Wen Ning replied calmly, I am aware, my pursuit of the arcane arts is to rectify the afflictions that beset me. Old Master Liang's curiosity was piqued. You recognize your own predicament? Pray, elaborate. Wen Ning smiled gently, I have had my destiny and life force usurped. Furthermore, the one who exchanged my fate compels me to endure suffering. The more wretched my existence, the more prosperous my usurper becomes. Should I perish? They would enjoy a lifespan of 100 years. The two masters, taken aback by her composure, exchanged glances filled with concern. Since you are aware, why do you remain so unperturbed? Wen Ning chuckled softly, what good would it do to be disquieted? To live in perpetual fear would be to fulfill the desires of the one who has stolen my fate. My present endeavor is not to cower, but to strengthen myself, striving to one day unveil the puppeteer behind this dark machination and seek justice for myself. The two masters, upon hearing her words, shared a knowing smile, their eyes brimming with admiration. Elder Liang gazed at her with affection and said, Wen Xiaoyu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Liang Boyu, the president of the Xianmen Management Association. This is Master Yi Hong'an, the vice president of the association. It is a pleasure to meet you. I wonder if you might be interested in joining our esteemed organization? Wen Ning was momentarily taken aback. You both know me? She inquired. She had learned from Officer Wen that members of the Xianmen Management Association would be seeking her out, yet she never anticipated meeting its leaders directly. Master Yi chuckled, stroking his beard. Your recent prominence has captured the attention of us old fellows. We have watched your videos. I must admit, your remarkable abilities have left us seasoned practitioners somewhat humbled. It is worth noting that they had only recently come to know of Wen Ning. Elder Liang and Master Yi were of an age where they held little interest in online trends, and thus were unaware of the extent of her online popularity. It was only a few days prior that some junior disciples presented her videos to them for assessment. Curious to determine whether Wen Ning truly possessed such talents or was merely employing advanced technological effects to deceive. Should it prove to be the latter, they planned to expose her and prevent her from misleading others. However, after viewing the videos, even these seasoned practitioners found it difficult to discern the authenticity of Wen Ning's actions. The primary reason for their confusion lay in the substantial differences between her techniques and their own. The Xianmen encompasses numerous sects, each with its unique lineage and practices. Yet fundamentally, they all share a common heritage. They had never witnessed such techniques as those employed by Wen Ning. Yet, her authenticity was undeniable. And the effects were profoundly astonishing, particularly the spectacle at the car crash site, which left the seasoned members utterly dumbfounded. They could scarcely fathom the immense magical power required to emerge unscathed from such a catastrophic accident. In their hearts, they knew that even with the finest protective artifacts, they could not achieve such a feat. Consequently, they promptly contacted Haiqing to obtain Wen Ning's information and reached out to Enshi, intending to meet her and explore the possibility of inducting her into the association. After all, such a young and accomplished esotericist was exceedingly rare, nay, utterly unique. They harbored another objective, to connect with the master or sect behind Wen Ning. If a young woman like Wen Ning possessed such formidable abilities, what power must her teachers wield? No sooner had they received word of Wen Ning's return than they hastened to Enshi, only to learn that she had departed for the border. While awaiting her return, they received a plea for assistance from the Fu family, leading to their unexpected encounter. What a serendipitous occasion. Young friend Wen, would you be interested in joining the association? Without hesitation, Wen Ning nodded. It would be an honor. To contend with the figure lurking in the shadows, she needed not only personal strength but also a formidable network of support. The Esoteric Order Management Association represented the most advantageous and extensive backing available. The two venerable masters anticipated a considerable effort to persuade her. Given her exceptional abilities that would allow her to thrive independently of the association, they surmised that membership might encumber her with restrictive regulations. However, to their delight, she readily acquiesced upon their initial proposition. This genuinely elated them. Welcome to the Esoteric Arts Management Association, dear friend. We shall engage in future exchanges of arcane techniques when time permits. For now, perhaps you would examine young Master Fu. His condition presents a rather intricate challenge. The two elder gentlemen had spent the better part of the day attempting to discern the root of the predicament, yet to no avail. Given her prodigious talents at such a tender age, it was conceivable that she might unearth the source of the affliction. Fu Jinyan expressed his astonishment. Esteemed masters, are you jesting? Despite having been privy to the entire discourse, he found it difficult to place his faith in Wen Ning, considering her youthfulness. Had she even reached the age of majority? Elder Liang earnestly affirmed, while her years may be few, her capabilities are by no means inferior to those of myself and my esteemed colleague. In the realm of esoteric arts, respect is not conferred by age but by aptitude. With such eminent endorsements, Fu Jinyan, though skeptical, refrained from further comment. He trusted that the two masters would not permit any imprudence on her part. Thus, he rose and addressed Wen Ning. Master Wen, please accompany me. It was with considerable awkwardness that Fu Jinyan addressed the young woman as master. Wen Ning, unperturbed by his discomfort, followed him into the sick room, with the two masters and Jiang Yan in close attendance. The ambience of the ward remained inviting and serene. Its resemblance to a typical hospital room belied only by the presence of medical equipment. Briefly surveyed the room before her gaze settled upon the individual in the bed. An expression of surprise crossed her features as she realized his identity. Turned his gaze toward, inquiring, "Is there something amiss? Do you happen to know my son?" Responded with a combination of affirmation and denial. I wouldn't say we know each other, but we did cross paths at the airport 3 days prior. I sensed then that he was facing a significant tribulation, but he did not heed my warning. Being of a compassionate nature, I could not bear to witness impending misfortune without intervening, so I offered him a protective charm. Chuckled upon hearing this, remarking, "So, it was you who bestowed that." Confirmed with a nod, I detected the presence of a protective artifact on his person at the time, but I reasoned that an additional layer of safeguard would be beneficial. Hence I augmented it with my own. Continued with a smile, "We are immensely grateful for your charm. Had it not been for your intervention, Young would have likely met a dire fate." Expressed a hint of embarrassment, stating, "My disappointing apprentice has truly wasted his years of training." The artifact he provided to Young proved utterly useless. Were it not for the charm bestowed by, would likely be lying in his grave at this very moment. Responded with a solemn expression, "We cannot solely fault that master. Was targeted by a clandestine assailant of considerable skill. Thus, even with the addition of I could not entirely shield him from peril." These words reverberated through the room, eliciting a palpable sense of shock and concern among those present. "Wen Xiaoyu, do you mean that the young master of the Fu family has been secretly conspired against?" Wen Ning nodded, "Indeed. The reason I intercepted him at the airport that day and bestowed upon him this protective talisman was because I discerned the issues surrounding him. Like myself, he too has undergone a change in fate. Both Master Liang and Master Yi were taken aback. What? He has also had his fate altered? Yet, his features appear unremarkable. He possesses the countenance of a sovereign, yet his destiny is fraught with challenges." Wen Ning explained, "This is the remarkable skill of those who have undergone a change of fate. Had I not experienced a similar ordeal, I might not have perceived his plight. The two masters could detect the anomalies in my features because I have survived a life-threatening trial and shattered the illusions cast by the forces behind it. However, Fu Xiuan has yet to navigate through such a trial, hence his altered features reveal no trace of flaw." Master Liang and Master Yi were profoundly astonished. They had encountered individuals who underwent fate changes before, but without exception, these changes were visible in their features. Yet, Fu Xiuan exhibited no such imperfections, leading them to never consider this possibility. The extent of skill required to achieve such a feat is self-evident, yet they had never heard of such a person. Wen Ning pressed his lips together and remarked, "In truth, I have long harbored suspicions that my predicament and Mr. Fu's may originate from the same individual. And the ambitions of this person likely extend far beyond merely exchanging our fates." The two esteemed gentlemen were left in utter astonishment. "Wen Xiaoyu, what else do you know?" Wen Ning replied, "It is not yet the time to discuss these matters. Our immediate priority must be to retrieve Mr. Fu's soul." Chapter 69, Additional Fees. The reason Fu Xiuan remains unresponsive lies in the detachment of his soul from his body. However, as his lifespan has not yet expired, his bodily functions continue to operate normally, leaving him in a state akin to that of a vegetative patient. Mr. Liang, with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "Oldie and I have already attempted to summon his soul, yet to no avail. Generally speaking, a wandering soul does not stray too far. However, the situation with the young master of the Fu family is indeed perplexing. Despite their combined efforts, neither he nor Oldie could discern the whereabouts of Fu Xiuan's soul, which only deepened their sense of bewilderment." Wen Ning's expression was equally grave. If two eminent figures could not retrieve Fu Xiuan's soul, her chances seemed slim. Nevertheless, it was imperative to make an attempt. Thus, she positioned herself beside Fu Xiuan's bed, closed her eyes, and began to chant an incantation, simultaneously forming hand seals and sketching a summoning talisman in the air. The two distinguished gentlemen widened their eyes, closely observing Wen Ning's movements, only to find themselves utterly perplexed by the meanings of her gestures. This was a form of sorcery they had never before encountered. As the talisman took shape, they both beheld a glowing symbol suspended in midair, radiating a golden light. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they recognized a shared astonishment. Previously, while watching Wen Ning's videos, the limitations of mobile phone recordings had obscured many unseen phenomena, leading them to question whether she was merely engaging in theatrics. After all, within the realm of the mystical arts, there was no practitioner capable of conjuring talismans out of thin air. The talismans they typically crafted required a physical medium, such as paper, to manifest their intended effects. Not only did Wen Ning conjure the symbols out of thin air, but they could also distinctly perceive the energy contained within those talismans. She swiftly moved her hands through the air several times, then imprinted the drawn symbol into Fu Xiuan's mind, before focusing intently on reciting an incantation. The ward was enveloped in profound silence, interrupted solely by Wen Ning's murmured words. which were incomprehensible to all except for Elder Liang and Elder Yi. Fu Jinyan was perplexed by her actions and opened his mouth to inquire, only to be silenced by a glance from Elder Liang. Thus, he had no choice but to suppress his anxiety and wait patiently. Wen Ning closed her eyes and chanted the incantation for a considerable time, yet Fu Xiuan remained unresponsive. Upon opening her eyes, she remarked, his soul must be trapped somewhere. Which is why ordinary methods of summoning cannot bring him back. Elder Liang and Elder Yi nodded in agreement, that is our conjecture as well. Young friend Wen, do you possess a means to locate his soul's whereabouts? Wen Ning hesitated, biting her lip, then glanced at Fu Jinyan, I can, but it will require additional payment. To summon a soul, there exists but one method, to lure the soul with the soul. She would detach her own spirit, tracing the connection between Fu Xiuan's body and soul, and then retrieve his spirit. This method, though it may seem straightforward, is fraught with difficulty in execution and would significantly affect her body for a time. Therefore, an increase in payment is essential. Upon hearing this, Fu Jinyan immediately responded. Without a moment's hesitation, increase. Whatever the cost, as long as it ensures his awakening, you may set the price. Wen Ning smiled with satisfaction, all right. Please bring me a chair. Jiang Yan, perceptive as ever, swiftly procured a chair. Master Wen, please take a seat. Wen Ning settled down and grasped Fu Xiuan's somewhat cold hand, enveloping it within her own. Elder Liang, Elder Yi, I must trouble you to safeguard me. Until I awaken. No external factors should disturb me. Fu Zong and Jiang Yan, naturally, did not refuse, promptly exiting the ward while ensuring the door was securely closed behind them. Once the room fell into complete silence, Wen Ning addressed the two elders, I appreciate your assistance. Both men, their expressions grave, nodded in affirmation, rest assured, young friend Wen. We will do our utmost to support you. Wen Ning offered them a faint smile before reciting an incantation and drawing a symbol in the air. After the symbol was formed, she pressed it against her crown. The moment the talisman merged with her head, Wen Ning's body seemed to lose all support and slumped into the chair. Elder Liang and Elder Yi immediately sat on the floor, one on each side, to protect Wen Ning's body from any wandering spirits that might seek to invade or disturb her during her soul's departure. Once her soul left her body, it followed the connection between Fu Xiuan's body and soul, swiftly pursuing him. In her incorporeal state, Wen Ning moved with remarkable speed, unaffected by any external forces. And in the blink of an eye, she had exited the hospital. Having been a spirit for 10 years, she was well versed in the art of rapid soul movement. Following the delicate thread of connection, Wen Ning pursued it diligently. Soon halting at a location that was not entirely unfamiliar to her, the largest villa in the Tianlan Lake Villa district. She gazed up at the residence, recognizing it as Fu Xiuan's abode. She recalled the night when Jiang Yan had pointed it out to her, her memory was sharp, and the image had been indelibly etched in her mind. As her spirit glided into the villa, she could not help but exclaim inwardly how fortunate it was to possess wealth. The living room on the ground floor spanned over 100 square meters, adorned with opulent yet understated decor that exuded an aura of affluence. The uniquely shaped sofa alone was worth a fortune. Not to mention the exquisite paintings crafted by renowned masters from various countries and the antiques hailing from different eras that filled the room. However, Wen Ning did not linger in the living room. She swiftly pinpointed the location of Fu Xiuan's soul, which resided in the study on the second floor. Seamlessly entering the study, she paused before a vase. Reaching inside, she retrieved a soul bottle, modest in size, barely half the span of her hand. Without hesitation, she shattered the sealing formation on the bottle and released Fu Xiuan's soul. As Fu Xiuan's soul tumbled to the ground, he blinked in confusion, momentarily disoriented by his sudden appearance in his home study. Hadn't he just arrived at the office, preparing for a meeting? Bewilderment washed over him as he turned to call for Assistant Qin, only to find a young woman, whose face bore a faint familiarity, standing in the room. Upon recognizing Wen Ning, his expression darkened, and he coldly demanded, "What are you doing here? Trespassing is a crime, and I advise you to leave at once." Wen Ning's lips twitched slightly, as she perceived a hint of narcissism in the individual before her. Did he truly consider himself a heartthrob? Someone whom every woman would yearn to embrace? Nevertheless, in light of the financial incentive, she maintained a remarkably cordial demeanor. "Mr. Fu, please remain calm. I am here to assist you in resolving your predicament. Have you not noticed the peculiar state of your own body?" Fu Xiuan appeared somewhat perplexed. Wen Ning promptly gestured towards her own translucent form, stating, "You are in the same predicament." It was only then that Fu Xiuan registered the ethereal quality of Wen Ning's body, and hastily lowered his gaze to inspect himself. Upon doing so, he was taken aback, swiftly clasping his legs together and turning away in dismay. Chapter 70, Mr. Fu's existential despair. Generally speaking, a person's soul exists in its most primitive form, naked, devoid of any attire. Clothing cannot adhere to the soul, as garments are lifeless and lack spiritual essence. Thus, under normal circumstances, souls are entirely bare. However, to preserve the dignity of the deceased, the soul retains the appearance it bore at the moment of death. The crux of the matter lies here. Fu Xiuan was not deceased, his living soul had merely separated from his body. Consequently, he found himself completely unclothed, his entire ethereal form exposed without a shred of modesty. In contrast, although Wen Ning too was a living soul separated from her corporeal form, as a celestial master, she naturally ensured that she would not endure such an embarrassing situation. Fu Xiuan felt an unparalleled sense of humiliation. One hand covered his front while the other shielded his rear, and with unprecedented swiftness, he dove behind the desk. Uncontrollably, Wen Ning giggled, "Mr. Fu. There's no need for coyness. As a spirit, you needn't feel embarrassed. Moreover, you possess a rather admirable physique, with fair skin to boot. I find no discomfort in observing you, and I wouldn't mind even if I were to develop a sty." A voice, laced with suppressed fury, emanated from behind the desk. Silence. In his 28 years, he had never experienced such mortification. If he could, he would silence this inexplicable woman permanently. Wen Ning, stifling her amusement, drifted to the desk, propped her chin on her hand, and inquired, "Mr. Fu, do you intend to remain concealed here indefinitely?" Upon raising his head, Fu Xiuan beheld her face, adorned with a mocking smile, and his countenance nearly turned verdant with rage. "Madam, I implore you to turn around and vacate my study." Observing that he was on the verge of losing his composure, Wen Ning ceased her teasing and adopted a serious tone. "Mr. Fu, your soul has become dislodged from your body and, unbeknownst to you, has been confined here within a soul bottle by someone. I have been entrusted by your father to locate your soul and return it to him. Therefore, I request that you accompany me now, and I shall guide you back to your rightful place." Fu Xiuan had also discerned the abnormality of his situation, but he found himself utterly unable to cooperate with Wen Ning. "I would be grateful if you could request that my father enlist the services of a male master." Wen Ning raised an eyebrow. "What is it, Mr. Fu? Do you harbor gender bias?" Fu Xiuan, through clenched teeth, retorted, "I am not prejudiced against any gender. However, there are proprieties between men and women, and in my current state. In short, I request that you depart first, as I am unable to cooperate otherwise." "I fear that is unfeasible," Wen Ning demurred. "Someone malevolently orchestrated your current predicament, ensnaring your soul here. It is highly probable that their intention is to eliminate you before your absence is noted. Indeed, that malefactor may be lurking nearby. Are you not apprehensive that my departure would leave you vulnerable to annihilation?" Fu Xiuan paused, a moment of contemplation etched upon his spectral visage. After a brief interlude, he uttered, a note of reluctance coloring his tone, "Could you devise a means by which I might procure some semblance of covering?" Wen Ning responded with a beatific smile. "Assuredly, such a contrivance is within my power." She reached into her pocket and produced a silken negligee. "Pray, make do with this." Fu Xiuan accepted the garment and hastily enveloped himself within its confines. However, as he rose to his feet, his countenance assumed an expression of acute discomfort. The negligee was of the feminine persuasion. A man of considerable stature, standing at 1 meter and 89 centimeters, was now clad in a woman's medium-sized negligee. The fabric clung to his form, creating a plunging neckline and barely meeting at the waist. While it afforded a modicum of concealment when stationary, any movement threatened to expose his person in a manner most unbecoming. Wen Ning exerted her utmost to suppress a mirthful outburst. Her actions were entirely devoid of malice. She simply possessed no male attire, and the negligee represented the most voluminous garment at her disposal. Fu Xiuan's face was a mask of anguish. "Is there an alternative?" he implored. Wen Ning shook her head apologetically. "Alas, no. But rest assured, it is a recent acquisition, never before worn." A nerve pulsed visibly in Fu Xiuan's temple. "Is that truly the crux of the matter?" Wen Ning dared not meet his gaze, lest she succumb to uncontrollable laughter. Mr. Fu, she began. Your father awaits your spirit's return with bated breath. Shall we depart hence? With a few deep, fortifying breaths, Mr. Fu steeled himself, eyes still shut. He clutched the hem of his robe with a grim resolve, ensuring his modesty, and uttered stiffly, let us proceed. Ms. Wen hastened to escort Mr. Fu to the hospital. Her senses keenly attuned to their surroundings, wary of any lurking adversaries. Fortunately, their journey was without incident, and they arrived at the hospital unscathed. The instant their ethereal forms materialized within the hospital room, they were detected by Elders Liang and Yi, who were overjoyed to see that Ms. Wen had indeed retrieved Mr. Fu's spirit. Ms. Wen relinquished Mr. Fu's spirit to the esteemed elders and, chanting an incantation, reunited her own soul with her corporeal form. Without delay, Elders Liang and Yi commenced their ritual, returning Mr. Fu's spirit to his body and intoning a series of pacifying chants to soothe his soul. At that moment, Ms. Wen, now fully integrated, stirred and opened her eyes. However, her condition was precarious. The deliberate separation of soul from body had taken a significant toll. Her vitality seemed to have been instantaneously drained, leaving her pallid and feeble, leaning weakly against the chair. Young Ms. Wen, how do you fare? The elders inquired, their faces etched with concern. They were acutely aware of the ramifications of forced soul separation, a consequence dictated by the laws of the cosmos, which mortals could only endure without recourse to alleviation. Ms. Wen managed a wan smile and replied, I shall recover in a few days. Outside the door, Mr. Fu Jinyan, hearing activity within the room, considered knocking to inquire, but hesitated, fearing disruption. He paced anxiously by the door. Suddenly, the door swung open. Fu Jinyan hurriedly approached and inquired, Old Liang, what is the situation? Has Shi Yuan's soul been retrieved? Old Liang nodded, it has been retrieved, but I must trouble Director Fu to arrange another patient room. Wen Xiaoyu currently cannot move and requires a period of rest. Jiang Yan immediately interjected, Uncle, please go check on my cousin. I will handle the arrangements for the patient room. Fu Jinyan rushed to the bedside, calling out several times to the unconscious Fu Xiyuan, 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 can you hear me? Fu Xiyuan's eyelids fluttered a few times before slowly opening, revealing the anxious face of his father, who seemed on the verge of despair. Dad. Fu Jinyan's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, it's good that you're awake, it's good that you're awake. Heaven knows the torment he endured over the past 2 days. The doctors had issued several notices of critical condition, later stating that Fu Xiyuan was highly likely to fall into a deep sleep from which he might never awaken. The worry had nearly driven him to despair, but fortunately, divine providence prevailed, and his son finally awakened. At that moment, Jiang Yan entered with several medical staff pushing a mobile hospital bed, urging, quickly, bring Master Wen over. The medical personnel rushed forward to assist Wen Ning. She waved her hand, just support me. Though weak, she felt it unnecessary to be carried, it would be quite awkward. It was only then that Fu Xiyuan noticed another presence in the room. Turning his head, his expression darkened considerably. Chapter 71, the second branch of the Fu family. When Ning met Fu Xiyuan's gaze, despite her frailty, she managed a polite smile. After all, he was her benefactor. And saving his life had significantly enriched her. However, her smile only deepened the pallor on Fu Xiyuan's face. He always felt that Wen Ning's smile carried a hint of mockery. The mere thought of being seen in such a vulnerable state made Fu Xiyuan's temples throb with tension. Yet, he found himself unable to voice his discomfort, resorting instead to pulling the blanket over his face. Observing his reaction, Wen Ning misinterpreted it as embarrassment and chuckled lightly. Reclining on her movable bed as the nurse wheeled her to the adjacent ward, Elder Liang addressed Wen Ning, saying, My young friend Wen, do take some rest. Tomorrow, Oldie and I will return to consult with you. They needed to ascertain the circumstances surrounding Fu Xiyuan, instinctively. They sensed that the exchange of destinies between Fu Xiyuan and Wen Ning was far from simple. It was imperative to uncover the motives of the person responsible for this exchange. This was their duty as leaders of the Xianmen Management Association. Wen Ning nodded in agreement. The adjacent ward mirrored the layout of Fu Xiyuan's, featuring a similar decor style, yet differing in subtle details. In essence, the rooms on this floor were exclusively designed for the affluent and influential, with ordinary individuals likely lacking even the privilege to ascend. Wen Ning felt profoundly weak. After the nurses departed, she reached into her pocket and retrieved a small porcelain vial. Opening it, she poured a single pill into her mouth, which dissolved instantly. swiftly sliding down her throat into her stomach. Placing the porcelain vial back into her pocket, she blissfully closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Fu Xiuan found little solace in sleep. Though he too was a spirit separated from his body, the cause was external, rendering his weakness significantly less severe than Wen Ning's plight, as his condition stemmed merely from physical injury. Father, is it truly possible that someone altered my destiny? Fu Jinyan nodded, his countenance grave. It remains unknown who is so malevolent as to extend their reach into our Fu family. It elucidates why, despite your auspicious childhood, you have encountered increasing adversity and misfortune with age. More alarmingly, none of us discerned this for years, not even the esteemed Elder Liang and Elder Yi upon their visit. One can only imagine the profound capability of the individual who executed this substitution. Were it not for Master Wen's similar experience, we might never have uncovered the truth. Even upon Fu Xiuan's demise. Jiang Yan interjected, cousin, had you heeded my advice and met with Celestial Master Wen sooner, you would have been spared this ordeal. I repeatedly asserted Celestial Master Wen's extraordinary abilities, yet you remained incredulous. Now that Fu Xiuan had regained consciousness, Jiang Yan could not resist gloating. In retrospect, you share a peculiar affinity with Celestial Master Wen, having encountered her at the airport. Were it not for the talisman she bestowed upon you, we would likely be conducting your memorial service at the funeral home. Fu Jinyan, unable to tolerate such remarks, castigated him with a glare. Silence if you cannot speak with decorum. Your brother has only just awakened, must you provoke him so? Undeterred, Jiang Yan leaned back in his chair, exulting. Had I not ingeniously invited Celestial Master Wen, he would have languished as a vegetable. Cousin, your proclivity for underestimating individuals must be rectified. Celestial Master Wen may be youthful, but her abilities surpass those of both those old men combined. In essence, he was determined to vindicate Celestial Master Wen. Since his rescue by Wen Ning, he has become an unthinking admirer of hers. He cannot tolerate anyone questioning her abilities, not even his own family. Fu Jinyan pinched the corner of his eye, feeling somewhat helpless. Xiao Yan, it's one thing to say this in our presence, but you mustn't let Elder Liang and the others hear it, understand? Jiang Yan huffed in response, what, is it forbidden to speak the truth when one is outmatched? Fu Jinyan replied, such remarks will only bring trouble to Master Wen. She is indeed talented, yet she is still young and lacks experience. If you don't wish to create enemies for her, it would be wise to keep your words in check and refrain from speaking what shouldn't be said. He was grateful to Wen Ning, had she not intervened, he might have faced the sorrow of burying his own child. However, he did not want his younger kin to cause trouble for Wen Ning, so he felt it necessary to impose some restraint. Jiang Yan understood Fu Jinyan's intentions, and with a reluctant huff, he said, I am not a child of 3. I can exercise some discretion. Fu Jinyan chose to ignore him and turned to Fu Xiuan. Who do you think is orchestrating this behind the scenes? Fu Xiuan's gaze was chilling. If my death benefits someone, then that is the culprit. Fu Jinyan narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting it's the second branch? Do they possess the wit for such schemes? Fu Xiuan let out a cold laugh. Father, perhaps their lack of intellect is merely a fade to deceive everyone? Not only did Fu Jinyan find this possibility unlikely, but even Jiang Yan was skeptical. In the case of someone else, it might be feasible, but could Fu Shiming, with his foolishness, truly pull off such a ruse? Fu Xiuan remarked calmly, if no one believes them, then their masquerade is utterly flawless. Upon hearing this, Fu Jinyan's heart tightened. Xiuan, do you truly believe it was their doing? Although the Fu family faces numerous rivals, if I were to perish, the direct beneficiary would be the second branch. Moreover, since no one would suspect them, they could seize the entirety of the Fu family without bearing any responsibility. This plan is nothing short of perfect. As Fu Xiuan uttered these words, his expression remained tranquil, as if this matter bore no relation to him. Yet, his father and Jiang Yan felt their hearts race. If this incident were indeed orchestrated by the second branch, had they not been deceived by them all these years? The patriarch of the Fu family had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest, Fu Jinyan, and his sister, Fu Jinyu, were born to the first wife, Chu Yunshu, who tragically passed away a year after giving birth to Fu Jinyu. At that time, the Fu siblings were still young, and their father was engrossed in his burgeoning career, leaving little time for his children. Therefore, Chu Yunshu's sister, Chu Yunmei, volunteered to care for her 2 nephews. Who would have guessed that in the course of her caregiving, she would end up in the patriarch's bed? That fateful day marked the 7th day of mourning for Chu Yunshu. It is said that the elder Fu, in his sorrow for his deceased wife, drank excessively and mistook his sister-in-law for her, leading to a grave error. The following day, Chu Yunmei, distraught, declared her intent to end her life, claiming she had wronged her sister and could not bear the shame of living under the judgment of others. The Chu family then arrived at the Fu residence, demanding an explanation from the patriarch. Harboring a sense of guilt, the elder Mr. Fu married his sister-in-law 3 months later. At that time, Chu Yunmei was already pregnant, carrying the seed of Mr. Fu's second son, Fu Huanyan. Chapter 72, Sudden Wealth recalling the farce of yesteryear. Fu Jinyan still finds it difficult to find peace within himself, for he is acutely aware that the truth is far more intricate than it appears. The bond between the elder Mr. Fu and his mother was profoundly deep. Upon her passing, were it not for their 2 young children, Mr. Fu would have willingly taken his own life to join her. Back then, Chu Yunmei, under the guise of caring for the 2 siblings, remained in the Fu household. On the night of the 7th 7-day memorial, she prepared a meal for Mr. Fu, surreptitiously altering the dishes and donning his late wife's garments before entering his chambers. However, Fu Jinyan was too young then, and Chu Yunmei had already bribed the Fu family's nanny, orchestrating a scheme to ensnare Mr. Fu. The Fu family, an old and established lineage in Anxi, retained its foundational strength despite the turmoil of that era. In contrast, the Chu family was merely an ordinary household, apprehensive of losing their connection to the Fu family. Thus, they deliberately set a trap, allowing Chu Yunmei to insinuate herself into Mr. Fu's bed, subsequently escalating the situation to compel Mr. Fu to marry her. After marrying into the Fu family, Chu Yunmei outwardly treated her sister's children well, ensuring that, at least in the eyes of others, Fu Jinyan and his sister were well fed and clothed. However, in reality, Chu Yunmei harbored the intention of raising the 2 siblings to be incompetent while nurturing her own son into a capable individual, thereby seizing control of the Fu family's power. However, Fu Huanyan was merely a prodigal son, only interested in indulgence, and had even been involved in a fatality, which made the old master Fu extremely displeased with him. On the other hand, Fu Jinyan and his sister, Fu Jinyu, excelled in every aspect. The 2 siblings joined forces to suppress Chu Yunmei and her son, causing them to remain dormant for quite some time. Later, as the respective sons of Fu Jinyan and Fu Huanyan grew up, the second branch's desire to vie for power resurfaced. Especially in recent years, as Fu Xiuan's health deteriorated and accidents became more frequent, the old master Fu began to delegate some authority to the second branch's father and son for practice. However, Fu Huanyan's son, Fu Shiming, was even more dissolute than his father, simply an incorrigible good-for-nothing, with his mind completely off of business. The father and son made a fuss for several years without achieving anything significant, instead making numerous blunders, so Fu Jinyan never took the second branch's father and son seriously. But what if all of this was a facade put on by the second branch? They feigned incompetence to lower his guard while secretly employing various conspiracies and schemes to put his son to death. Thinking this, Fu Jinyan's back was immediately soaked with cold sweat. If that were the case, the second branch's scheming was terrifyingly deep, even deceiving him. This old fox of the business world. Fu Xiuan's expression was also grave. Dad, arrange for people to secretly investigate the second branch's background over the years. But don't alert them. Fu Jinyan immediately said, I'll arrange it right away. You rest well, and tomorrow morning I'll take you to thank Grandmaster Wen. Upon the mere mention of Wen Ning, Fu Xiuan's demeanor became visibly unsettled. Jiang Yan, having noticed the change in his expression, leaned in to inquire, Cousin, what troubles you? Why do you appear so constipated at the mention of Master Wen? Let me remind you, one must never forget the grace of others. Your life was saved by Master Wen. When you see her tomorrow, it would be wise to kneel and bow 3 times, demonstrating your sincerity and remorse. Do you understand? Fu Xiuan raised his hand and pushed Jiang Yan's face aside, commanding, I have instructed Assistant Qin to arrange your engagements. You are to commence tomorrow. Jiang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. You repay kindness with enmity. Fu Xiuan chose to ignore him, closing his eyes. Grumbling, Jiang Yan departed. The following morning, upon awakening, Wen Ning discovered 2 unexpected transfers in her account. One was a sum of 10 million from Jiang Yan, while the other, a staggering 50 million, came from an unfamiliar account. This was transferred by Fu Jinyan. Additionally, her message inbox contained an unread text stating, Master Wen. The 50 million is a modest token of my appreciation, separate from your remuneration, which we can negotiate at your discretion. This, too, was from Fu Jinyan. However, Wen Ning was not overly greedy. With the 20 million from Jiang Yan, she had amassed a fortune of 70 million in a single night, a remarkable windfall. Yet, she had no desire to repeat such a method of earning, for the toll it took was too great. Even after consuming a pill and resting through the night, she still felt utterly weak and unwell. Should such events recur, she would abandon thoughts of vengeance and instead procure a prime piece of land for her final resting place. As she was mentally complaining, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," called Wen Ning, and a woman in her 40s, clad in a caregiver's uniform, entered. "Miss Wen. I am your dedicated caregiver, my surname is M.O. From today onward, I will attend to your needs during your hospital stay. This arrangement has been made by the Fu family." Wen Ning, not wishing to engage in pleasantries, directly replied. "Then please assist me to the restroom and bring me a basin of water, I wish to freshen up." She felt utterly weak and lacked the energy to manage on her own. Aunt Mo smiled and said, "Mr. Fu has briefed me on your condition. So I will carry you to the restroom." With that, she swiftly lifted Wen Ning from the bed and carried her to the bathroom. Upon returning, she prepared warm water and helped Wen Ning cleanse herself thoroughly, ensuring she felt refreshed. Aunt Mo's techniques were remarkably professional, sparing Wen Ning any embarrassment while providing her with meticulous care. This was the first time Wen Ning had experienced such comprehensive and thoughtful attention, and it was rather pleasant. The joys of the affluent truly are delightful. After enjoying a nutritious and delicious breakfast, Elder Liang and Elder Yi paid a visit. "How are you feeling today, Miss Wen? Any better?" Wen Ning smiled and responded, "I'm doing all right. It seems the two of you didn't sleep well last night?" Both men bore dark circles under their eyes, clearly indicative of a sleepless night. Elder Liang chuckled and said, "To be frank, Miss Wen, after returning last night, we made it a point to inquire about your condition. Your case is quite exceptional. May we ask where you received your training? Regarding the matter of the life exchange, how much do you comprehend? Do you possess any leads regarding the person orchestrating this?" Willing to form an alliance with them, Wen Ning had no intention of concealing information. Yet she found herself compelled to withhold certain truths, such as her rebirth and the genesis of her abilities. Hence, she articulated, "The two venerable masters have undoubtedly investigated my background to some extent. In reality, I became cognizant of the life exchange perpetrated against me several years prior. However, as I had not yet attained mastery of my skills, I was compelled to conceal my true self and enter prison in accordance with their scheme, where I surreptitiously continued my cultivation." Chapter 73, Endorsement from a luminary. Wen Ning, with eyes wide open, fabricated a tale. Initially, she felt a tinge of guilt. But as she continued, she began to believe her own narrative. Whether others believed it was of no concern to her. Elder Liang and Elder Yi listened with furrowed brows, finding the account somewhat far-fetched, yet also somewhat plausible. After all, the information they had gathered indicated that Wen Ning had been released from prison not long ago, having spent the preceding 2 years incarcerated. Prior to that, information about Wen Ning was scarce, due to the Wen family's deliberate concealment. Wen Ning's background had become shrouded in mystery. The two luminaries tentatively accepted this explanation. "Who, then, is your mentor? The techniques you employ differ from those of any major sect. We are exceedingly curious, young friend Wen. If it is convenient, could you introduce us to your mentor?" Wen Ning offered an apologetic smile. "Esteemed masters, it is not that I am unwilling to disclose the information, but rather that my sect has forbidden me from revealing any details pertaining to it. The circumstances surrounding my sect are rather peculiar, and I must therefore implore your understanding. Suffice it to say that although my lineage may not be of illustrious renown, it is unequivocally righteous, dedicated to the chastisement of the wicked, the succor of the virtuous, and the pacification of malevolent entities. When the opportune moment arises, I shall assuredly arrange for you to meet my esteemed master." Having reached this juncture, the two individuals felt it inappropriate to press the matter further. Consequently, the discourse shifted to the clandestine alteration of destinies. "Young Master Wen," one inquired, "last night you posited that the misfortune you endured and the affair concerning the scion of the Fu family were likely orchestrated by the same individual. Upon what basis do you make this assertion?" Wen Ning elucidated, "Because the modus operandi employed by the perpetrator is identical. Had the two venerable masters encountered me prior to my release from incarceration, they would have observed that my physiognomy mirrored that of Master Fu, inherently blessed with good fortune, yet fraught with ceaseless tribulations and mortal peril. On the eve of my liberation, the one who surreptitiously altered my destiny dispatched assassins to eliminate me within the confines of the prison. I surmised that the destiny transmuting array ensnaring me had reached fruition, rendering my existence superfluous. Similarly, Master Fu finds himself in a parallel predicament. The destiny transmuting array encompassing him has also achieved its intended purpose. Hence, this recent mishap, which pales in comparison to its predecessors, has engendered such grievous repercussions. Upon hearing her exposition, the two magnates furrowed their brows, evidently cognizant of the gravity of the situation. The simultaneous occurrence of two instances of surreptitious destiny alteration within the same metropolis could not but evoke ominous conjectures. Have you unearthed any clues pertaining to the mastermind behind these machinations? Wen Ning demurred, stating that while she hadn't yet ascertained the full scope, she was certain that the other party's designs extended far beyond a mere exchange of destinies, and that the individuals affected likely encompassed more than just herself and Mr. Fu. Furthermore, she had encountered several intriguing occurrences since her release. Wen Ning recounted the incidents involving the female succubus and the border village. Master Yi inquired, puzzled, as to the connection between these events. Wen Ning elucidated that, while superficially disparate, a deeper contemplation revealed a deliberate accumulation of merit through unorthodox means. Master Liang, his countenance grave, comprehended Wen Ning's implication, remarking that if her conjecture held true, the matter was of utmost gravity. The intentional creation of vengeful spirits for subsequent subjugation, and the collection of aggrieved souls for redemption, were acts that defied the natural order. Wen Ning concurred, suggesting that initiating the investigation with the aforementioned sorcerer, and tracing his lineage to his master, might unearth further clues, potentially leading to the discovery of those responsible for the surreptitious exchange of fates. She harbored a persistent premonition that these seemingly unrelated individuals were, in fact, affiliated with a single organization, whose extensive machinations were driven by motivations beyond the simple acquisition of favorable destinies and the accumulation of merit. Master Liang, his expression solemn, expressed his gratitude to Wen Ning for divulging such significant leads. He affirmed that the matter was of paramount importance and that he would promptly convene with fellow adepts of the esoteric arts to deliberate on a course of action. Wen Ning cautioned Master Liang that the Shanmen Management Association was comprised of a diverse array of individuals, and therefore, it would be prudent to maintain discretion to avoid any inadvertent leaks. Master Liang naturally understood that this was a reminder to be wary of a potential traitor within the ranks. I comprehend, he replied, and I shall meticulously scrutinize the candidates. Wen Xiaoyu, he continued, once the personnel are confirmed, would you be able to accompany us to the conference in the capital? Wen Ning pondered for a moment before declining. I believe it is prudent for me to maintain some distance from you. It is possible that those behind the scenes have been watching me closely. Should they detect our alliance, they might take further action. Therefore, let us communicate privately moving forward. I shall inform you promptly if I uncover any leads. After some deliberation, the two men concurred that this approach indeed seemed more secure. Wen Ning then produced her mobile device. Masters, she said, let us add each other as friends for more convenient communication in the future. The two masters cheerfully accepted her request, and one remarked, once this matter is resolved, you must certainly stay in touch with us. It is worth noting that among your peers, you are the most capable, you ought to serve as a role model. Wen Ning smiled modestly, you flatter me, master. There remains ample room for my improvement. Master Liang waved his hand dismissively, there are no outsiders present, such modesty is unnecessary. The path of cultivation has no pinnacle, who among us does not possess significant potential for advancement? You are still in your early 20s and already possess such remarkable abilities. Truly, you are a prodigy. The Shanman has found new hope in you, Wen Xiaoyu, and I have great faith in your future. Eldery nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Despite their status as luminaries in their field, who among them could claim to have reached the zenith of cultivation? The achievements they had garnered in their journey were, in truth, but trifles. However, Wen Ning was different. This young woman, despite her youth, already possessed abilities that rivaled their own, and she had ample time ahead to cultivate her skills. They were eager to witness the heights this young prodigy could reach and the accomplishments she could achieve. The mere thought of a future luminary in their mystical order ascending to unparalleled peaks filled them with excitement. Nevertheless, it was time for them to take their leave, as this prodigious talent was clearly exerting herself to converse with them. Consequently, the two elders proceeded to Fu Xiuan's room next door to assess his condition. As soon as they departed, Wen Ning succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, it was already afternoon. After indulging in Mo's meticulous care, Su Qian arrived. "Has everything been taken care of?" Wen Ning inquired. Su Qian nodded with a smile. "I've thoroughly investigated Lu Jinlong's background. As it happens, he has a significant operation planned for tonight, which we might be able to use as a starting point." Lu Jinlong was the one who bribed the driver in High City to orchestrate the car accident on behalf of Wen Qi. Just as Wen Ning was about to speak, a knock sounded on the door, and Mo ushered the visitor in. Wen Ning turned to Su Qian and winked. The visitor was He Chao, the president of the Super Detective Agency. Wen Ning greeted him with a smile. "President He, what brings you here?" He Chao seemed rather surprised. "Miss Wen has met me before?" Although they had collaborated previously, they had never met in person, communicating only via telephone. Wen Ning responded with a smile. "That's not important. What matters is that you've come to see me. What can I do for you?" He Chao produced a file folder and handed it to her, stating, "I believe Miss Wen will find this of interest." Upon receiving and examining the contents, Wen Ning was immediately amused. The package contained information about none other than Lu Jinlong, the very individual she had just discussed with Su Qian. Extracting the documents, Wen Ning delved into them, acknowledging He Chao's undeniable expertise in investigative matters, as he had meticulously unearthed details spanning 3 generations of Lu Jinlong's lineage. "The vehicular incident you experienced in Haicheng a few days prior was orchestrated by him, though your brother, Wen Qi, was the mastermind behind it. Miss Wen, are you inclined to seek retribution?" Wen Ning glanced up from the dossier. "Are you proposing a collaboration?" He Chao nodded. "Indeed." Wen Ning, intrigued, inquired, "What is it that you desire? After all, this matter is extraneous to you. Aren't you afraid of incurring trouble?" He Chao pursed his lips. "I wish to see someone. She has been deceased for over a year, but I am certain that she has not been reincarnated. I am confident that you possess the means to allow me to see her." Su Qian, overhearing this, was overcome with emotion. She had always been aware of He Chao's genuine affection for her, but she had not anticipated that he would willingly undertake such a significant risk merely to see her once more. Wen Ning, too, was moved. Although she did not comprehend the intricacies of romantic love, He Chao's sincerity was profoundly touching. A man, in order to avenge his beloved, lurking in the shadows, risking his life to gather evidence of the transgressor's misdeeds, solely to seek justice on her behalf. How many men are capable of such a feat? Consequently, she turned to Su Qian and asked, "Are you willing?" Su Qian appeared torn. He Chao, however, was taken aback, and upon realizing the implication, he inquired with fervent excitement, "Miss Wen, is Qian present? Are you acquainted with her?" He Chao's voice was filled with anguish. Qian, please, just meet me once. Qian, I long for you so. Why won't you grace my dreams even once? I truly miss you." He Chao's tearful cries moved Su Qian to uncontrollable sobs. Wen Ning couldn't help but interject, "Don't just cry. Give him an answer. Do you want to meet him or not?" Su Qian choked out, "I'm afraid my appearance will frighten him." Her eyes welled with tears of blood when she cried, making her unpresentable. Wen Ning's lips twitched slightly. "Then go and tidy yourself up first. I'll give him a moment to compose himself as well. How about you two meet again in 5 minutes? Both of them concurred. Su Qian darted off to prepare. 5 minutes later, Su Qian returned, and Wen Ning couldn't help but exclaim, "You're quite efficient." In just 5 minutes, Su Qian had changed into a fresh outfit, meticulously styled her hair, and applied makeup, making her appear charming. Su Qian was somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. "Just wait until you fall in love. I'll see how I make fun of you then." Wen Ning shrugged. "I haven't considered it." "Alright, go and meet your lover. I've already opened his third eye." Just as Su Qian was about to leave, she turned back, her demeanor hesitant. "You mustn't peek." Wen Ning rolled her eyes. "I'm not a pervert. But I must remind you, humans and ghosts are different. You two must be mindful of boundaries. Don't kiss, or your actions will drain his life force." Fortunately, Su Qian was a ghost, or her face would have turned as red as her neck. Wen Ning. How can you be so impure? With a disdainful curl of her lips, Wen Ning retorted, my lack of romantic entanglements should suffice as evidence of my purity. If you persist in your dawdling, Miss Su, your paramour's clairvoyance may cease. Su Qian, no longer concerned with their banter, swiftly departed. Amused. Wen Ning shook her head and turned her attention to the documents brought by He Chao. Lu Jinlong, it seemed, had truly modeled his life after the penal code. A veritable scourge from his youth. His upbringing was marked by destitution, his father a drug addict, his mother a salon worker, and his forebears a lineage of petty criminals. Masters of deceit and exploitation. Consequently, Lu Jinlong had engaged in nefarious activities from a young age, ranging from petty theft and vandalism to the heinous crimes of rape and murder. However, due to his status as a minor, he was merely confined to juvenile detention for a few years before being released. Subsequently, Lu Jinlong adopted a more cautious approach, yet his audacity grew exponentially. Over 15 years, he ascended from a mere enforcer to become a dominant figure in Engshi. Throughout this period, Lu Jinlong had never once been apprehended. Wen Ning chuckled softly, never apprehended. You say? Well, I shall ensure his downfall is a spectacular one. An hour later, He Chao returned. Noticing his tear-stained eyes, Wen Ning raised an eyebrow, such intense emotions? He Chao, slightly embarrassed, offered her a smile, Ms. Wen, thank you. Qian informed me that you are assisting her. Thank you. With great emphasis. He bowed deeply to Wen Ning. Wen Ning waved her hand dismissively, there's no need for gratitude. My assistance to her is merely incidental, and besides, I stand to gain from it as well. Let us discuss the particulars of our collaboration. Composing himself, He Chao articulated. Lu Jinlong is scheduled to receive a consignment at the docks this evening, which is believed to contain a substantial quantity of contraband. The Engshi constabulary has been endeavoring to incriminate him, but his circumspect nature has thus far prevented them from obtaining actionable intelligence. Consequently, we could potentially apprise the authorities of this development. Wen Ning, resting her chin in her hand, responded, you yourself have noted his prudence. It is highly improbable that a shipment he personally oversees would contain any irregularities. He Chao concurred, precisely, which necessitates your intervention, Miss Wen. Presumably, you possess the means to ascertain the location of the illicit goods. Wen Ning rolled her eyes, retorting, do you perceive me as some sort of canine detective? I can't simply sniff around the docks and pinpoint the contraband's hiding place. I implore you to remember that my expertise lies in exorcism, not in detecting inanimate objects. How am I supposed to locate it? He Chao sheepishly scratched his head, oh? I had assumed that a mere calculation would suffice. Wen Ning demurred from further conversation. Nevertheless, she did possess a method for uncovering the contraband. As night descended, Wen Ning, feigning frailty, leaned against a stack of cargo in a secluded corner of the docks. He Chao inquired in a hushed tone, Miss Wen, are you all right? Can you endure? Wen Ning, trembling, retrieved a vial and ingested a pill. I'll survive, she affirmed. Turning to Su Qian, she instructed, first, survey the surroundings and then summon the nearby wandering spirits. Under normal circumstances, she could have accomplished this remotely. However, her current debilitated state necessitated a personal visit to negotiate with the local specters. Su Qian floated away, only to return shortly thereafter. However, among the wandering spirits she brought back, one figure clad in a white robe stood out remarkably. Chapter 75, The frustrated President Fu Wen Ning gazed in astonishment at the white figure. How did you end up here? Fu Xiuan grasped the fabric of his chest with one hand and the hem of his robe with the other, his expression stern. I too wish to understand why I find myself in this predicament. Moreover, do you possess any other attire? He was genuinely distressed. More pressing than the question of his presence here was the ill-fitting garment he wore. The robe was exceedingly small, leaving him vulnerable to potential exposure at any moment. At that moment, an exuberant female ghost lunged toward him. Handsome, you are truly captivating. Your physique is quite alluring. Shall we arrange a rendezvous for tonight? Caught off guard, Fu Xiuan found himself abruptly confronted by the ghost, who audaciously reached toward the edge of his robe, attempting to touch him. Alarmed, he disregarded his attire and quickly pushed her away. Get away from me. The female ghost, thwarted in her advances, scowled in frustration. What pretense? A grown man dressed like this is merely inviting our attention. What harm is there in a little touch? It won't cost you a pound of flesh. With that, she lunged again, rallying other female spirits to join her. Sisters, let us strip him of this bothersome attire and revel together. The other spirits, already stirred by her invitation, surged toward Fu Xiuan. Having never encountered such a scene, he was left in a state of panic, retreating and evading their advances. However, with 5 or 6 female ghosts surrounding him, he found it exceedingly difficult to prevent indecent exposure and unwanted advances simultaneously, rendering him practically defenseless. In his desperate plight, he noticed Wen Ning sitting nearby, observing the spectacle with evident amusement. He hastily cried out, "Master Wen, help me." Wen Ning responded feebly. "Do I look like I possess the strength to assist you in my current state?" While dodging the ghostly advances, Fu Xiuan exclaimed, 50 million. The moment the sum was mentioned, Wen Ning, who had appeared on the verge of expiring, abruptly sat up. "Alas, it's not about money. It's just that we're so well acquainted that I couldn't possibly stand idly by while you're being bullied." As he spoke, Wen Ning conjured a talisman out of thin air and directed it towards the frolicking female ghosts. Upon contact, the ghosts were instantly immobilized. Fu Xiuan quickly retreated to the side, patting his chest with lingering trepidation. "Master Wen, thank you." Wen Ning reclined once more, feigning a near-death state. "It's nothing. Just remember to transfer the funds later. Although we're close, it's essential to keep accounts clear, even between brothers, isn't it?" Fu Xiuan, having witnessed the entire scene through his celestial eye, He Chao desperately suppressed his laughter. As a highly competent detective, he was, of course, aware of Fu Xiuan's identity. But this was the first time he had ever seen Fu Xiuan in such a discomfited and humiliated state. I reckon besides Wen Ning and myself, no one else has ever witnessed President Fu in this manner, have they? Tisk, I'd better be cautious to avoid being hunted down later. He Chao shrank back, attempting to diminish his presence. Who knew Wen Ning would nudge him, saying, "Take off your coat." He Chao was puzzled but complied, clutching the overcoat. Wen Ning uttered a few incantations before presenting it to Fu Xiuan. This should suffice for the moment. Fu Xiuan eagerly accepted it and, after a moment's contemplation, encircled his slender waist with the sleeves, securing them in a knot. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about indecent exposure, though the resulting appearance was undeniably comical. Wen Ning and He Chao struggled to suppress their laughter, fearful of offending the esteemed CEO's dignity. Fu Xiuan was not oblivious to their amusement, but refrained from comment. Instead, reassuring himself that while his appearance might be ludicrous, his modesty remained intact. Wen Ning composed herself, addressing Fu Xiuan, "Mr. Fu. If you would kindly wait to the side, we shall attend to matters here and then escort you back." Left with no alternative, Fu Xiuan quietly retreated. Wen Ning turned her attention to the specters, summoning them with a wave of her hand. The majority of these spirits had perished by drowning in the river that bisected Anxi, with only a few succumbing to other causes. Having haunted the docks for years, they were witnessing such power as Wen Ning's for the first time, and their wails of terror filled the air. Wen Ning, her head throbbing from the cacophony, rebuked them. "Silence." Her voice, though seemingly weak, caused each spectre to clutch their heads in agony, the sound akin to an electric drill tearing through their minds. Eventually, silence descended upon them. Wen Ning softened her tone, "I have gathered you here to request a favor. If you agree to assist, I shall fulfill your unfinished wishes and then usher you into reincarnation. Are you willing?" Upon hearing such a fortunate offer, the spirits eagerly clamored to respond. Their lingering presence in the mortal realm was due to unfulfilled desires, and now that someone could aid them, they could hardly bear to let this opportunity slip away. At that moment, Su Qian floated over and said, "Lu Jinlong is already en route to the dock and will arrive in half an hour." Wen Ning produced a photograph of Lu Jinlong and inquired, "Do you recognize this individual?" The spirits gathered to take a closer look, and soon, several ghosts who had long lingered near the dock recognized him. Indeed, this man is no saint, he is quite the villain. Not long ago, he was seen disposing of bodies in the river. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this piece of intelligence. "Is the body still in the river? Do you know its location?" Yes, it's just a short distance ahead. They sealed the body in cement, it's so heavy that it sank straight to the riverbed." Wen Ning noted this information and further queried, "Does this person frequently come to the dock for shipments?" Yes, but his cargo is typically divided into two batches. The visible one is above board, while the other clandestine shipment takes a different route. Wen Ning turned to the spirit, asking, "Do you know where that route is?" The spirit puffed out its chest, declaring, "Of course I do. However, if you wish for me to guide you there, I must be the first to undergo reincarnation." Wen Ning nodded in agreement, "Very well." Consequently, the spirit divulged every detail regarding Lu Jinlong's clandestine operations. At the selfsame wharf, Lu Jinlong, being cognizant of the fact that he was under constant surveillance by the constabulary, would initially take possession of the ostensible merchandise. Once he had successfully diverted the attention of the police, his actual contraband would be delivered to the dock via alternative vessels. He was exceedingly circumspect in his dealings, with the ships transporting the illicit goods arriving at irregular intervals and each time being a different vessel. Consequently, the Ungshi police had been unable to obtain any incriminating evidence against him for a considerable duration. Wen Ning stroked his chin in contemplation, surmising that merely uncovering the contraband would likely have a negligible impact on Lu Jinlong. Given that he would not be caught red-handed, he could vehemently deny any involvement, and no one would be able to incriminate him. Therefore, it was imperative that Lu Jinlong and a consignment of goods be present at the wharf simultaneously and apprehended by the police in flagrante delicto. Wen Ning turned his gaze towards the spectral assembly and was immediately struck by an ingenious notion. The firmament was now utterly devoid of light. Nevertheless, the vessels traversing the river were incessant in their activity. A diminutive freighter was en route to the Ungshi dock, poised to arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Several kilometers astern of this freighter, a fishing vessel was also making its way towards the wharf. Ostensibly, the two ships were wholly unrelated, yet surreptitiously, they were both in the service of the same individual. The captain of the freighter was at the helm when his cellular phone emitted a ring. He disengaged one hand to answer the call. "Hello, Mr. Liu. We will be arriving in 10 minutes. Please await our arrival." Upon terminating the call, he nonchalantly tossed the phone onto the console. However, instead of landing on the console, the phone took an inexplicable detour and plummeted to the floor. The captain, deeply chagrined by the potential damage to his newly acquired, state-of-the-art smartphone, swiftly released the helm and bent down to retrieve it. In the very instant he relinquished his grip, the ship's wheel commenced a frenzied gyration. Onlookers in adjacent vessels beheld the cargo ship spinning wildly, prompting them to veer away in haste. The crew aboard the cargo ship, seized by terror, vociferously implored from the control room, "Captain, have you lost your senses? Cease this at once." However, the captain had already been rendered unconscious, having struck his head against the edge of the console while stooping to retrieve his mobile phone, just as the vessel began its abrupt rotation. Meanwhile, the fishing boat was hurtling towards the cargo ship with astonishing velocity. The fishermen were equally aghast, unable to fathom how their vessel had attained such breakneck speed. Several specters perched along the gunwales, clutching an acceleration talisman, doubled over with laughter as they observed the mortals' faces, now more pallid than their own. "The venerable celestial master is truly remarkable," one exclaimed. "This charm is exceptionally efficacious." Su Qian, ever the opportunist, chimed in, "We must diligently assist the celestial master. Perchance he possesses the means to secure us favorable reincarnations." Upon hearing this, the other spirit's eyes gleamed with fervent anticipation. Swiftly, the fishing boat overtook the cargo ship, whose crew had been thoroughly disoriented by the relentless spinning. As the two vessels converged, an uncanny stillness descended. The sailors, momentarily relieved, were on the verge of unraveling the mystery when a dense fog enveloped the river. What is transpiring? How has this fog materialized so suddenly? It is hardly the season for such a phenomenon. The crew members were perplexed, utterly bewildered by the impenetrable fog, which defied illumination even by mobile phone flashlights. The sudden onset of dense fog instilled a palpable fear, rendering the crew hesitant to set sail. In such thick mist, distinguishing direction became an arduous task, fraught with perilous potential for accidents. Their only recourse was to patiently await the dissipation of the fog before embarking. Unbeknownst to them, mere meters away, several specters were busily transferring goods from a fishing vessel to a cargo ship. Among the items being moved were Lu Jinlong's contraband, a substantial haul that included not only illicit substances but also firearms and ammunition. Su Qian, observing the scene, could not suppress her derisive laughter. Lu Jinlong truly exhibited audacity beyond measure. These items were sufficient to condemn him to perdition. It is worth noting that Lu Jinlong had indirectly caused her harm. His close ties with Wen Tiancheng had led to her misfortune, as the influential figure Wen had allied with was introduced through Lu. Thus, Su Qian harbored a desire for Lu Jinlong's downfall. Before long, the specters completed their task with efficiency. Satisfied, Su Qian tucked away the fog signaling talisman and signaled for the spirits to retreat. In no time, the fog began to lift, allowing the vessels on the river to resume their normal course. The crews of the cargo ship and fishing boat, unfamiliar with one another, remained blissfully unaware of any irregularities. Upon entering the control room, the crew of the cargo ship was startled to find the captain collapsed on the floor, and they hurriedly assisted him to his feet. Just as the captain's phone rang, it was Lu Jinlong inquiring, "What is the situation? Why haven't you arrived yet?" The captain, still dazed, replied, "Mr. Lu. A thick fog rolled in on the river, please hold on a moment, we shall be there shortly." A little over 10 minutes later, the cargo ship docked ahead of schedule. The captain hurriedly disembarked and apologized to Lu Jinlong, saying, "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize." A thick fog suddenly descended upon the river, causing all vessels to halt. "We dared not proceed recklessly, and I regret making you wait." Lu Jinlong had just confirmed that indeed a dense fog had enveloped the river, drastically reducing visibility. He chose not to pursue the matter further, but noticing the captain and his crew bore troubled expressions, he curiously inquired, "Why do you all appear so distressed?" The captain replied, "This evening has been peculiar. Prior to the fog's arrival, our vessel unexpectedly lost control and began to spin wildly on the river, refusing to cease. We were all quite disoriented and have yet to recover." Lu Jinlong furrowed his brow. A cargo ship losing control coupled with a sudden fog felt rather ominous. His nature was one of caution, and whenever he sensed something amiss, he would promptly withdraw. This occasion was no exception. He immediately declared, "Unload the cargo, I shall take my leave. Please contact me via phone should anything arise." However, just as he turned to depart, several police cars approached the dock. Indeed, something was amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jinlong pivoted to flee in the opposite direction. Yet, as he took his first step, he was abruptly tripped, and someone delivered a sharp kick to his backside. How dare someone assault him? Filled with indignation, he turned to confront his assailant, but found nothing behind him. Growing increasingly uneasy, he scrambled to his feet in an attempt to escape. But then, a police car abruptly blocked his path. As the car window descended, a radiant countenance emerged. "Lu Jinlong," she declared. "We are officers from the Municipal Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division. We suspect your consignment contains contraband and require your cooperation in our search." Zhang Tingting alighted from the vehicle, presenting a search warrant before Lu Jinlong's eyes. Just yesterday, she had received a transfer order from the municipal prison to the Criminal Investigation Division, an elevation that raised eyebrows. In merely a day, she had furnished the department with a significant lead, prompting her superiors to assign her as the team leader for the case. The thought of her life ascending to such heights so rapidly filled Zhang Tingting with the desire to embrace Wen Ning. Indeed, it was Wen Ning who had provided this crucial information. For the umpteenth time, Zhang Tingting regarded Wen Ning as her lucky star, her benefactor. Since their encounter, she had not only averted a life-threatening calamity but was also on the cusp of promotion and prosperity, as if she had unlocked a cheat code. However, at this moment, Zhang Tingting glared at Lu Jinlong with righteous indignation. Lu Jinlong, far from being an ordinary individual, quickly regained his composure, offering Zhang Tingting a seemingly harmless smile. "Officer," he began, "while I am uncertain as to the reason for your directive, I, Lu, have always adhered to the law and will naturally cooperate fully with the police in their investigation. My goods have just arrived at the dock and have not yet been unloaded. Please feel free to inspect them. However, I have other pressing matters to attend to. May I take my leave?" Chapter 77, resolute and upright Zhang Tingting, with the temerity of youth, maintained a stern expression. "No," she asserted. "You must remain here to assist with the investigation." In Angxi, Lu Jinlong was a person of considerable influence. The Angxi police had always treated him with deference over the years, and even when investigations led to him, few dared to confront him directly. However, this young policewoman dared to show him such little respect. Lu Jinlong, not known for his patience, immediately frowned and asked, "On what grounds are you detaining me?" You are welcome to inspect my goods, but you have no authority to prevent me from leaving. After all, I am not a suspect. And you have no right to restrict my personal freedom. In the past, when he adopted this demeanor, the officers in charge would yield and allow him to leave. However, Zhang Tingting was unyielding, standing her ground. I am not restricting your freedom, but you must remain here while we conduct our search. Otherwise, I will have reason to suspect you of fleeing to evade justice. Lu Jinlong narrowed his eyes and retorted, what if I insist on leaving today? Zhang Tingting promptly produced handcuffs. Then I will have no choice but to detain you forcibly. Lu Jinlong chuckled in anger, glancing at her badge number. Very well. You have guts. I will cooperate with you and stay, but after the search, you must compensate me for my losses. Furthermore, I will file a complaint against you with your superiors. Zhang Tingting smirked. That is your prerogative, but only if you have the opportunity. With that, Zhang Tingting gestured to her colleagues. Search the ship. A large contingent of police officers swarmed onto the cargo ship. The ship's captain and crew were startled and ran over to Lu Jinlong in a panic, asking, Mr. Lu, what is happening? Is there something wrong with your cargo? Do not jest with me, I possess a timid disposition and cannot endure fright, Lu Jinlong retorted, casting a disapproving glare. What nonsense are you spouting? I am an upright and legitimate businessman. You have returned goods to me on numerous occasions, surely you comprehend the situation. The captain, reflecting on past experiences of being searched, felt an inexplicable anxiety this time. A foreboding sense lingered in his mind, as if calamity were imminent. Lu Jinlong shared this disquietude, grappling with his own unease despite knowing the cargo was above reproach. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of his apprehension. Amused by his own trepidation, he sought a place to sit, crossing his legs in a posture of feigned nonchalance. Zhang Tingting glanced at him, to which he replied with a scoff, What? Am I not permitted to sit? Officer, I have been exceedingly cooperative, do not push your luck. Disinterested and engaging in a war of words, Zhang turned her attention to the situation aboard the vessel. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, there is something here. Lu Jinlong's countenance shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, exclaiming. What is it? You will not tarnish my reputation. Zhang Tingting firmly pressed him back down, assuring, Mr. Lu, rest assured, our enforcement actions are recorded in their entirety. Any concerns you have can be addressed through a review of the footage later. For now, please remain seated and assist us in our duties. Lu Jinlong endeavored to maintain his composure, confident in the integrity of his arrangements, yet his assurance was swiftly shattered. Several officers approached, carrying the contraband seized from the vessel. Upon recognizing the items, Lu Jinlong's countenance visibly altered. Zhang Tingting remarked with a sardonic smile, Mr. Lu, care to elucidate these? Despite the shift in his complexion, Lu Jinlong, a man seasoned by adversity, adeptly navigated the situation. He exclaimed with feigned indignation, This is a frame-up. These items are not mine. You shall not employ such clumsy tactics to incriminate me. Zhang Tingting retorted with a dismissive chuckle, whether it's a frame-up or not, the recording devices will reveal all. Lu Jinlong, your cargo contains a substantial quantity of contraband, please accompany us. A maelstrom of consternation brewed within Lu Jinlong's mind. He was baffled as to how the goods, which should have been on the fishing boat, had ended up on the cargo ship. Who was attempting to sabotage him? Should he discover their identity, he would flay them alive. However, outwardly, Lu Jinlong maintained an air of aggrieved innocence and extended his hands in compliance. In that case, let's proceed. Under normal circumstances, a suspect exhibiting such cooperation, particularly one of considerable status, would be afforded a modicum of deference, allowing them to board the vehicle unescorted. However, Zhang Tingting, an individual of unwavering resolve and integrity, promptly produced handcuffs and secured Lu Jinlong's wrists. His face darkened to an ashen hue. Who was this imbecile? Just wait until he was released, he would make this woman wish she had never been born. Following Lu Jinlong's apprehension, the crew of the cargo ship were also placed in restraints. Zhang Tingting instructed her subordinates to load the seized contraband into the police vehicles and declared, Let's move out. After the authorities departed, Wen Ning, supported by He Chao, managed to stand. He Chao's vehicle was parked in a secluded area of the dock. As Wen Ning settled into the car, Fu Xiuan's spirit materialized beside her. Upon their return to the hospital, Wen Ning received a call from Master Liang, Young Wen. Have you concluded your affairs? If so, please return promptly, as the Fu Sion's soul has once again absented itself. Wen Ning glanced at the spectral Fu Xiuan beside her and responded, Master Liang, there's no need for haste, Mr. Fu's soul is with me. A moment of silence ensued on the other end of the line. Wen Ning, seated in a wheelchair, returned to the VIP suite on the top floor. As the elevator doors parted, she found Master Liang and Fu Jinyan awaiting her. Upon observing the duo within the elevator, Master Liang chuckled, indeed, they are together. Fu Xian. What is the meaning of this? Have you grown weary of mortality and developed a penchant for spectral existence? Fu Xiuan remained silent. Fu Jinyan, unable to perceive the spirit, but reassured by Master Liang's words, felt his anxiety dissipate. Master Liang, let us return to the ward and restore him to his corporeal form. Master Liang seized Fu Xiuan's ethereal form and swiftly darted into the ward, displaying an agility unbecoming of his advanced age. With practiced expertise, Master Liang facilitated Fu Xiuan's return to his body, and in short order, Fu Xiuan's eyes fluttered open upon the hospital bed. His gaze immediately fell upon Wen Ning beside him, prompting him to avert his gaze. Wen Ning clicked her tongue in amusement, remarking inwardly on the unexpected shyness of the overbearing CEO. Seeing his son awake, Fu Jinyan promptly inquired, Xiuan, what transpired? How did your soul become dislodged from your body while you were resting comfortably in the ward? He even began to suspect whether someone had bribed the hospital staff to harm Fu Xiuan when they were not paying attention. Fu Xiuan shook his head. I have no idea. I just remember sleeping, and then it felt like some force was pulling me, and then, when his soul was pulled out of his body, he immediately grabbed the robe that was placed next to the bed. Otherwise, he would have had to streak through Unshi Wharf. Suddenly, he turned to look at Wen Ning. I think this matter must be related to Master Wen. Chapter 78, True Wealth, Collaboration Achieved suddenly called out. Wen Ning could not help but widen her eyes. Related to me? Fu Xiuan nodded, yes. Now that I think about it, the time my soul left my body was about the same time you left the hospital. And I was heading straight to the wharf uncontrollably, so please give me a reasonable explanation as to why this happened. Wen Ning was shocked. Are you suspecting that I did something to you? Fu Xiuan said calmly, that's not what I meant, but my situation this time must be related to you. Wen Ning was a little skeptical, so she decided to test it. She wheeled herself out. After she took the elevator downstairs, she looked back and saw that Fu Xiuan's soul was indeed following her. Wen Ning was a little numb. Good heavens, it really is related to her? Wen Ning gave Fu Xiuan an awkward smile. President Fu, shall we go back first? Fu Xiuan turned around and floated back without saying a word. Once again returning to his corporeal form, Fu Xiuan could not help but pinch the corner of his eye. Old Liang, have you ever encountered such a situation before? The reason he refrained from inquiring with Wen Ning was due to her limited experience, which rendered the question unnecessary. Old Liang had ventured into the world since his teenage years, and over 70 years, he had witnessed countless extraordinary tales. However, he shook his head. I have never seen such a thing. Under normal circumstances, once the soul returns to its rightful place, the soul and body unite. It is only upon experiencing another significant shock that a separation might occur again. Yet, you have encountered no such incident, and have separated in such a manner. Especially alongside young friend Wen, this is a situation I have neither witnessed nor heard of. Fu Jinyan's brows furrowed deeply, nearly pinching a fly. Master, do you possess any means to resolve this? Old Liang pursed his lips and shook his head. I, for the moment, have no solution. Young friend Wen, what about you? Wen Ning, shaken from her astonishment, also shook her head. I have no leads either. What shall we do? Such frequent separations, could they have repercussions? Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, Fu Jinyan might have wept, lamenting the misfortunes that plagued his son. Old Liang sighed, of course, there will be consequences. The more frequent the separations, or the longer they last, the more detrimental they are to the soul and body. Thus, we must prevent any further occurrences. He cast a glance at Wen Ning. Young friend Wen, I need to return and investigate whether there are any records of this matter concerning the Fu family's young man in ancient texts. Until I discover a solution, I kindly ask you to look after him. Wen Ning felt somewhat awkward. This may not be very convenient. Her agenda was quite full, encompassing the fulfillment of the spectral longings of the dockside phantoms by shepherding them into the afterlife. Moreover, her live-streaming endeavors had been on hiatus for several days, necessitating their prompt resumption. Furthermore, the matter of the Wen family loomed, requiring her attention and rectification. With such a demanding schedule, she found herself devoid of the temporal capacity to attend to the scion of the Fu family. Fu Jinyan hastened to Wen Ning's presence, imploringly stating, "Venerable Master Wen, I beseech you to render your assistance in this matter. I am cognizant of the inconvenience it poses, yet he is my only progeny. Naturally, your efforts shall not go uncompensated. I shall ensure a remuneration to your satisfaction." Wen Ning demurred, It is untenable for me to maintain a constant vigil within the confines of a hospital. As you are aware, I am also engaged in the pursuit of the life-altering incident, and I. Fu Jinyan interjected, "Fear not, let him accompany you. To have him in Wen Ning's company would be most advantageous, preempting any further astral disassociation of Fu Xiuan's essence and ensuring his safety under Wen Ning's aegis. Should the matter of the life exchange indeed implicate the second branch of the family, their thwarted attempts would likely precipitate further machinations against Fu Xiuan. Therefore, his proximity to Wen Ning constitutes the most prudent and secure course of action." Fu Jinyan produced his mobile device and expeditiously transferred a sum to Wen Ning via Alipay, amounting to 100 million yuan. Wen Ning, with palpable difficulty, swallowed audibly. "President Fu, you." Fu Jinyan, with manifest urgency, entreated, "Venerable Master Wen, I implore you to accede to my request. This sum merely represents a token of my esteem. Upon the resolution of this matter, further recompense shall be forthcoming." Wen Ning, clutching her chest, suppressed her unspoken sentiments. She had intended to convey that the magnitude of the offering induced a sense of trepidation. It has only been a matter of days, yet she has already become a multimillionaire. At this rate, her ambition will be eroded. But this damnably delightful taste of sudden wealth, it is simply too exquisite. She has no desire to decline it at all. Thus, Wen Ning turned her head, her eyes gleaming with fervor, and addressed Fu Xiuan, "Mr. Fu, in the days to come, I implore you to guide me. Furthermore, do not forget the remuneration you pledged at the pier." Fu Xiuan massaged the corner of his eye, and sighed, "Master Wen, I, too, have numerous affairs of state to attend to. Therefore, shall we first delineate a timetable, so that we may both accomplish our respective objectives? What are your thoughts?" For the sake of monetary gain, Wen Ning naturally had no objections. "I have no issue with that. How would Mr. Fu like to arrange it?" Fu Xiuan swiftly made the arrangements. "Each day, from 9 in the forenoon until 2 in the afternoon, you shall accompany me to the Fu Corporation. After 2, the time is yours to command." Wen Ning nodded agreeably, and extended her right hand. "No problem, may our collaboration be a felicitous one." Fu Xiuan glanced at her hand, and extended his right hand to clasp hers. "May we both learn from each other." The two formally became each other's attendants. As Wen Ning and Fu Xiuan needed to maintain a proximity of 50 meters, Fu Xiuan proposed that Wen Ning relocate to the Fu family mansion. Given that suspicion had already fallen upon the second branch, it would be prudent to observe them from close quarters. Under the same roof, they would be more likely to betray their true intentions. Wen Ning deemed this to be a sound notion. There had been no progress on the Wen family's side. Wen Tianqing was still bedridden in the hospital, and had been unable to establish contact with the person behind him. Thus, she believed she could commence her endeavors from the second branch of the Fu family. Consequently, Wen Ning, with only a modest amount of luggage, boarded Fu Xiuan's luxurious vehicle and made her way to the ancestral residence of the Fu family. Nestled on the verdant Qinglin mountain in the eastern part of Anxi, the Fu family's old estate boasts spectacular scenery and a serene environment. Several prominent families have established their residences in this area. Yet the positioning of the Fu family's estate is unparalleled. As the car ascended into the mountains, the picturesque landscape elicited endless admiration from Wen Ning, who marveled at the joys of the affluent, delights that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom. Despite the sparse population in the mountains, the road was a broad, smooth dual carriageway, flanked by lavishly cultivated ornamental trees that were of exquisite quality and meticulously maintained. After a journey exceeding 20 minutes, the vehicle finally came to a halt in front of a manor nestled halfway up the mountain. Upon alighting, Wen Ning was immediately captivated by the opulence before her. Through the intricately carved, hollowed grand gates lay a sprawling garden covering several acres, adorned with fountains, artificial hills, and a gentle stream meandering through its expanse. At the far end of the garden stood the main residence of the Fu family, a structure that could rival the grandeur of a castle, built against the mountainside. The faade of the main house was fully revealed from the entrance. Wen Ning exclaimed, "Your family is indeed wealthy." To which Fu Xiuan modestly replied, "It's not too bad." Wen Ning clicked her tongue, remarking, "However, the Fu family is in for some misfortune." Chapter 79, the overly imaginative steward. Wen Ning gazed at the main residence of the Fu family for quite some time. Noticing that the sky above was shrouded in dense gray mist, with several areas within the courtyard exhibiting similar phenomena, indicative of some arcane arrangement at play. The fortunes of the Fu family have been favorable for generations, and considering the circumstances surrounding Fu Xiuan, it is evident that he has caught the attention of someone. Wen Ning expressed her sympathy, saying, "What kind of people has your Fu family offended? It is unfortunate that your life was exchanged. But it is even more troubling that your entire family seems to be implicated. I wonder if this formation was set by an outsider or if it was orchestrated by someone within your own ranks. If it is the latter, then it becomes quite intriguing." Fu Xiuan's expression darkened, and the depths of his elongated eyes revealed a profound contemplation, the thoughts within remaining a mystery. The butler hurriedly approached, opening the car door with care. "Young master, how is your health? Why did you not stay in the hospital a few more days?" Fu Xiuan inquired, "How is grandfather?" Just days prior, when Fu Xiuan lay unconscious, the elder Fu had been on the brink of a stroke from worry, and he was currently recuperating at home. The butler's demeanor grew solemn. "The master is advanced in age, and your injury has greatly affected his health. Dr. Song has advised that he needs ample time to recover." Concern flickered in Fu Xiuan's eyes. "Let us go see grandfather. By the way, Uncle Song. This is Miss Wen Ning, could you please arrange a room for her?" "Yes, a room close to mine," he added. Upon hearing this, Uncle Song's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he turned to Wen Ning with a fervent gaze. "Hello, miss, I am the butler of the Fu family. You may call me Uncle Song. Come, I shall show you to your room." Wen Ning sensed something peculiar in Uncle Song's gaze, reminiscent of a wolf spotting its prey. She glanced at Fu Xiuan, silently questioning, "Is your butler always this enthusiastic?" Fu Xiuan's lips twitched slightly, but of course, that was not the case. Song Bo was typically composed and reserved, apart from any health issues concerning himself or the old master that might cause a change in Song Bo's demeanor. He usually maintained an unflappable appearance even in the face of adversity. The reason for his unusual enthusiasm today stemmed from the fact that he had never encountered a woman in a work-related context, let alone one he personally brought back and made such a request. Thus, Song Bo was led to misinterpret the situation. However, in the presence of Wen Ning, he found it inappropriate to clarify, so he politely suggested, "Miss Wen, please accompany Song Bo to select a room." Adhering to the principle of providing assistance in exchange for remuneration, Wen Ning thoughtfully inquired, "Are you all right on your own?" She was concerned that the old master's room might be too distant, considering the vastness of the Fu residence. Fu Xiuan assured her, "No problem, it's not far." Only then did Wen Ning respond, "Very well, if you feel unwell at any point, do not hesitate to call for me." Upon hearing this, Song Bo became even more exhilarated. Could it be that the young master had finally opened his heart? Oh my! The young master was reluctant to be too far from Miss Wen, while she was constantly mindful of his well-being. They were indeed a perfect match. "Miss Wen. This way please." Song Bo enthusiastically took over Wen Ning's suitcase and guided her towards the guest room. Along the way, he could hardly contain his curiosity and cautiously asked, "When did Miss Wen and the young master first meet?" Wen Ning casually replied, "About a week ago, I suppose." Song Bo was utterly astonished. He had always believed that the young master would never fall for any woman in his lifetime. Yet, unexpectedly, one day, the young master experienced the serendipity of love at first sight. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Suppressing his inner excitement, Song Bo remarked, "Miss Wen is very concerned about the young master's health." Wen Ning nodded solemnly, "Indeed, I hope he recovers well. After all, this is the key to wealth. The better his condition, the more the Fu family will provide. I sincerely wish that Fu Xiuan emerges from this ordeal smoothly and lives a long life." Unaware of the underlying circumstances, Song Bo, through his own imaginings, was moved to tears. "Oh, Miss Wen is so gentle. No wonder the young master has developed feelings. They truly are a match made in heaven." He felt compelled to quickly contemplate suitable venues for the wedding, so he could offer the young master some guidance. Additionally, he needed to thoroughly evaluate hospitals for the young lady's future prenatal checkups. With these thoughts in mind, Songbo straightened his chest. A competent steward must possess such foresight in service to ensure the master is satisfied and at ease. Little did Wen Ning know that within just a few short steps, Songbo had conjured such extravagant thoughts. She merely sensed that the Fu family's steward exhibited somewhat unstable emotions. Could a person with such fluctuating feelings truly be fit for the role of steward? She found it perplexing. Before long, they arrived at the guest room's door. Songbo inquired, "Miss Wen, how do you find this room?" It is conveniently located right across from the young master's room, allowing for easy meetings. Ms. Wen possesses modest predilections regarding her domicile and sartorial choices. Furthermore, the opulence of the Fu family ensures that even the guest chambers are appointed with a degree of luxury surpassing that of the master suites in ordinary affluent households. Excellent. This is quite to my liking. I shall take this room. Mr. Song perceived Ms. Wen as exceedingly affable and devoid of any pretension. Consequently, his countenance was adorned with an even more pronounced smile. Consider this your home, Ms. Wen. Should you find any aspect of the room unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall promptly dispatch someone to rectify it. Ms. Wen was somewhat disconcerted by his excessive enthusiasm and attentiveness. Mr. Song, I am not so fastidious. This is truly exceptional, and I am profoundly grateful for your arrangements. Even if she were to harbor any grievances, she would undoubtedly endeavor to surmount them. After all, the Fu family's generosity was so profuse that she felt disinclined to voice any dissent. Mr. Song's mind once again conjured an image. Ms. Wen is remarkably unpretentious, exceedingly courteous, and possesses a profound respect for others. The young master's discernment is truly commendable. With immense gratification, Mr. Song assisted Ms. Wen in conveying her luggage into the room before retreating to the threshold. Ms. Wen, should you require anything? Simply press the call button. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Ms. Wen politely responded, I am able to consume anything. Mr. Song replied with a smile, very well. I shall arrange for some fruits and beverages to be delivered to you shortly. Ms. Wen, please rest at your leisure. Following Mr. Song's departure, Ms. Wen ambled about the room, marveling at its expansive dimensions, spanning approximately 40 to 50 square meters, and featuring a sizable floor-to-ceiling window that led to a petite balcony. Beyond the balcony lies the grand garden of the Fu family, adorned with a charming little fountain, presenting a breathtaking view. Wen Ning cast a glance over the courtyard and immediately discerned that each room in the Fu residence is meticulously designed, offering a glimpse of the ever-changing beauty of the seasons from the windows. Such opulence is truly astonishing, and it is no wonder that the Fu family attracts attention. Chapter 80, The Fu family's fortune-seizing array. In the room of the elder Fu, the old gentleman gazed at Fu Xiuan, whose head was bandaged with sandpaper, filled with concern. Why didn't you stay in the hospital a bit longer? The doctor mentioned that your injuries are quite serious. Delegate the affairs of the group to others. If you are truly uneasy, let your father take charge for a while. Fu Xiuan, observing his grandfather's noticeably frail form, felt a pang of sorrow. Grandfather, I regret causing you worry. My external injuries are actually not severe. I am already feeling much better, and in a few days, the wounds will heal completely. But your health? The elder Fu waved his hand dismissively. I am fine, it is merely the toll of age that renders me less resilient. As long as I recover, that is sufficient. I heard that your father invited Master Liang and Master Yi to come by. What did they say? Fu Xiuan smiled gently at him. Masters Liang and Yi assured me that my life-threatening ordeal has passed, and there shall be no further accidents. Is that so? The elder Fu's excitement was palpable. Did the two masters truly say that? Upon receiving Fu Xiuan's affirmation, the old gentleman joyfully grasped his hand, saying, That is indeed wonderful news. Alas, you cannot fathom the disquietude that has plagued me since learning of your calamitous fate. My heart has been perpetually beset with trepidation, lest you should succumb. Fortunately, we have weathered the storm, and henceforth, tranquility shall prevail. Ever since adversity began to befall Fu Xiuan at the tender age of 10, the elder Mr. Fu's heart has been unable to find respite. Fu Xiuan is not only his most esteemed heir but also his most cherished grandson. In the past, even the slightest scrape or bruise would elicit a pang of secret heartache within him, let alone the misfortune of such an ill-fated destiny, which caused him constant anguish. Now, his grandson has triumphed over the threshold of life and death, and future accidents shall be averted. The elder Mr. Fu rejoiced, exclaiming his delight repeatedly. Fearing that his grandfather's emotions might surge excessively, Fu Xiuan hastily cautioned, "Grandfather, please take care of your health. The doctor has advised against extreme elation or sorrow." The elder Mr. Fu waved his hand dismissively, "There is no need for such caution, I am not fashioned from flour. Knowing that you are unharmed has already rejuvenated my constitution." He continued, "You have endured considerable turmoil these past few days. There is nothing further for you here. Hasten back to your chambers and rest." Unwilling to prolong the elder's rest, Fu Xiuan obediently withdrew. As soon as he departed, Uncle Song slipped into the elder's room, his countenance brimming with gossip. He approached the elder Mr. Fu and inquired, "Elder, are you aware of how the young master returned?" The elder Mr. Fu cheerfully responded, "Why? By car, of course. Did you imagine he might have walked?" The Fu family's transportation options extend beyond automobiles to include helicopters. However, as the helicopter was not deployed, Fu Xiuan could only have arrived by car. Song Bo chuckled and shook his head, "Indeed, I returned by car, but sir, you would never guess with whom the young master came back." Old Master Fu shot him a disapproving glance. "At your age, do you still find it amusing to be coy? How unbecoming." Song Bo was a longtime servant of the Fu family, having served through several generations. His father had grown up alongside Old Master Fu, establishing an extraordinary bond. Upon assuming his father's position, Song Bo earned the old gentleman's trust and was regarded almost like a son, treated with warmth and familiarity. Even when scolded by the elder, Song Bo maintained his cheerful demeanor. "The young master has returned with a young lady, and he personally instructed me to arrange for Miss Wen to have the room closest to him. Sir, it seems our household is preparing for a joyous occasion." Old Master Fu was taken aback, sitting upright in bed. "Is that true?" Song Bo nearly panicked. "Oh dear sir, you mustn't rise so abruptly, please lie down. First, tell me if you feel any discomfort." How foolish of him. Knowing full well that the elder could not handle surprises, he still chose to share such gossip. If anything were to happen to Old Master Fu, he would feel utterly remorseful. Yet, the old gentleman was too preoccupied to worry about that. Grasping Song Bo's hand as he inquired, "What did you just say? Sure Yuan brought home a young lady?" Song Bo nodded cautiously, "Yes. Miss Wen is currently in the guest room across from the young master's room." Unable to remain still, Old Master Fu urged, "Quickly, help me up. I must go see that girl." The venerable Mr. Fu was quite startled. "Master, you mustn't get out of bed. The doctor insisted you remain recumbent for a few more days. Besides, you are the elder, it's hardly proper for you to visit the younger generation. Don't fret. The young master will undoubtedly bring Miss Wen to see you in person." Mr. Fu pondered this and conceded the point, settling back into his bed. "Tell me in detail about this girl. What is her appearance, and what is her character?" Song extolled her virtues at once. "The young master's taste is impeccable. Miss Wen is exceptionally beautiful, her appearance rivaling that of the great stars on television. As for her character, I cannot fully discern it in such a short time. But I believe her to be a gentle, sensible, and generous young woman, particularly in her concern for the young master's health." Mr. Fu was overjoyed. Song's discernment and judgment were highly esteemed, and few of the younger generation earned his praise. If Song spoke highly of her, she must indeed be exceptional. The thought that his grandson had not only averted a great calamity but also brought back a prospective granddaughter-in-law greatly improved Mr. Fu's spirits. "Tell Xiuan to bring the girl to see me when he has a moment. I am unable to rise for the time being, and it would be impolite to keep the young lady waiting indefinitely." Song replied with delight, "Very well, I shall remind the young master." Mr. Fu reflected further. "See to it that the young mistress is well cared for, paying close attention to her comfort and sustenance. Ensure that the young lady does not suffer any hardship. Furthermore, retrieve the jewelry from my safe, I must select a presentable gift." Old Song promptly complied. While the master and servant were gleefully preparing the gift, Wen Ning, accompanied by Fu Xiuan, was strolling through the estate. "Master Wen, have you discerned any issues?" Their stroll was not aimless, they were investigating the estate's array. After surveying the area, Wen Ning stated, "This is a fortune-stealing array. It hasn't been established for long, merely 2 or 3 months at most. Has the Fu Corporation experienced any anomalies during this period? The initial impact of this array is subtle, gradually permeating and often going unnoticed." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiuan immediately recalled that several of Fu Corporation's subsidiary companies had successively lost several business deals recently. Losing deals is not unusual, but the frequency has increased lately. However, as these were subsidiary companies with diverse operations, Fu Xiuan had not paid much attention, simply instructing the responsible parties to follow up closely. Now, in retrospect, these events seem suspicious. Wen Ning chuckled softly, these few deals are insignificant to the Fu Corporation as a whole, not even appetizers. Fu Xiuan remained silent, acknowledging the truth. In recent years, the Fu Corporation had entered the ranks of the world's top 500 companies, with a wide range of businesses. So even if the recent loss of deals was somewhat frequent, it was not significant. It is precisely for this reason that these anomalies are easily overlooked. Wen Ning internally lamented the affluence of the Fu family, even the main residence of the Fu family had been ensorcelled. And it was likely that the headquarters of the Fu group had also been tampered with. After all, from where could that brick, which struck Fu Xiuan, have originated? The headquarters of the Fu group is not of such inferior construction. Fu Xiuan remarked, I would appreciate your assistance in unraveling this matter tomorrow, Master Wen. I shall ensure that the payment is transferred to your account. Wen Ning's heart raced several beats, there is no need for further compensation. Your father has already been generous enough. It was not that she was averse to financial gain. It was simply that the Fu family's casual sums of 50 million or even 100 million left her somewhat apprehensive. Yet, Fu Xiuan nonchalantly stated, my life is invaluable, and the future of the Fu group is even more so. The impoverished Wen Ning was momentarily speechless. Very well, you are wealthy and capricious. Since you are willing to pay, I suppose I have no qualms about accepting. As they conversed, the gates of the estate swung open, and a long Rolls-Royce glided in. It was the vehicle of the esteemed matriarch of the Fu family, Chu Yunmei. The car approached their vicinity and came to a halt. The driver alighted, opened the door, and extended his hand to assist Chu Yunmei as she exited. Xiuan, when did you return? Why did you not stay longer at the hospital? Chu Yunmei was adorned in opulent attire, from head to toe draped in the latest fashion from the renowned Xiong Nai Nai brand. The enormous diamond necklace around her neck sparkled brilliantly, while on her finger rested a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg. The entire ensemble was conservatively estimated to be worth over 10 million. Indeed affluent, yet exuding an air of nouveau riche gaze lingered momentarily upon its necklace. It was truly unexpected that the family's matriarch would present herself in such a manner. It is not to suggest that she ought not to adorn herself thus, but rather that lacked the refined aura of a venerable matriarch of a prominent family. Far from enhancing her inherent qualities, the jewels seemed to overwhelm her presence. In other words, matriarch was unable to carry the weight of the occasion. As scrutinized matriarch, she, too, was under observation. And who might this be? Stated courteously yet distantly. This is a friend of mine. Turning to, he added, this is my grandfather's second wife. Upon hearing this introduction, a glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Had the internal strife within the family escalated to such an extent? Even the pretense of civility seemed to have been abandoned. Was not merely the family's matriarch, but also his maternal aunt. Yet, in his introduction, extended not a modicum of deference. She was merely the second wife of his patriarch, undeserving even of the title of matriarch from his lips. Upon hearing his introduction, countenance darkened imperceptibly, yet she swiftly masked it, adopting an expression of benevolent affection as she reached out to grasp his hand. Is it? You are remarkably beautiful. You are the first young lady that has ever brought home. How old are you this year? Are you still attending school? What do your parents do? Demeanor was natural and affable, akin to one genuinely invested in the well-being of a younger generation. Yet, saw through his facade with discerning ease. She smiled faintly and said, thank you for your kind words, madam. I am 21 this year, have not attended school, and have just recently been released from prison. Chu Yunmei, accustomed to various situations, was momentarily taken aback by Wen Ning's revelation. Released from prison? This girl has been incarcerated? A flicker of delight crossed Chu Yunmei's eyes. She never expected Fu Xiuan to be interested in a woman with a criminal past. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Yet, she swiftly altered her expression, releasing Wen Ning's hand and adopting a grave demeanor as she addressed Fu Xiuan. Xiuan, we need to speak privately for a moment. Miss Wen, please feel free to explore on your own. Wen Ning nodded in compliance. Of course, please go ahead. Once Wen Ning had stepped away, Chu Yunmei assumed a serious tone. Xiuan, how could you bring such a girl back? What is your status, and what is hers? Do you comprehend the repercussions if this were to become public knowledge? Your romantic entanglements and potential marriage could directly influence the direction of the Fu group. With an expression of heartfelt concern, Chu Yunmei seemed genuinely invested in Fu Xiuan's future. In truth, she secretly hoped he would marry Wen Ning immediately. A woman of ill repute would severely tarnish Fu Xiuan's standing and reputation within the Fu group, possibly rendering him a laughingstock in the business world. However, she understood the necessity of concealing her true intentions, instead opting to display vigorous opposition. Fu Xiuan had always enjoyed defying her. The more she attempted to obstruct him, the more determined he became. She knew him well. Thus, her display of distress was merely a strategy to incite his rebellious spirit. Fu Xiuan discerned Chu Yunmei's intentions with crystalline clarity, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. The old crone was becoming increasingly ludicrous with age. Did she take him for a callow adolescent? It was true that he enjoyed opposing her, but that was because her previous notions were so utterly inane. That failure to counter them would have resulted in significant losses for the Fu Corporation. And there she was, perpetually considering herself his adversary, without even considering whether her limited intellect was up to the task. Observing his continued silence, Chu Yunmei, fearing he might not take the bait, pressed on. Xiuan, you are the heir personally groomed by your grandfather. Your future wife must be a scion of a family commensurate with your own. This Wen Ning, quite apart from her incarceration, is entirely unsuitable due to her family background. You must send her away immediately. The Fu family is not a menagerie for just any riffraff. As her tirade gained momentum, Fu Xiuan cast a glacial glance in her direction. Your Fu family? If my memory serves me correctly, you have no connection whatsoever with the Fu family. Years ago, the late patriarch of the Fu family had been coerced into marrying Chu Yunmei, but he had taken precautions, bequeathing all the assets under his name to the 2 children of his first wife. Consequently, the majority of the Fu family's wealth was controlled by Fu Jinyan and Fu Jinyu. Otherwise, Chu Yunmei and her son would not have schemed so meticulously to meddle in the Fu Corporation. They merely had to await the demise of the old patriarch before receiving a substantial inheritance. Fu Xiuan's words struck Chu Yunmei like a physical blow, shattering her facade of benevolence. You, Fu Xiuan. The Fu family may not be directly related to me, but I am your grandmother. Would I ever do you harm? I refuse to stand idly by while you are ruined by a woman with a criminal record. Fu Xiuan chuckled sardonically. My grandmother? You dare speak of her? Chapter 82 acknowledged. Boss, it must be said that Fu Xiuan possessed the remarkable ability to infuriate Chu Yunmei to the point of apoplexy. With just a few words, he had her on the verge of a blood vessel bursting. Fu Xiuan coldly observed her face reddening with rage before adding nonchalantly. If you have so much time on your hands, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own grandson. How has he been these past few days? Upon hearing this, Chu Yunmei's countenance darkened further. That wretched Fu Xiuan, how could he be so resilient? He had been on the brink of death. Yet he had somehow managed to pull through. And to add insult to injury, her grandson, Fu Shiming, had suffered as a result. Yesterday afternoon, Fu Shiming was celebrating Fu Xiuan's imminent demise at the club when he opened a bottle of champagne, causing the cork to dislodge and shatter the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Inexplicably, the chandelier plummeted directly onto Fu Shiming, striking him squarely. Fortunately, the chandelier was not too heavy, and Fu Shiming only sustained minor injuries. She had just returned from tending to Fu Shiming. The thought of her grandson narrowly escaping disfigurement while Fu Xiuan stood unscathed filled Chu Yunmei with murderous rage. Fu Xiuan keenly observed her changing expressions and became convinced that the life-exchanging ritual was inextricably linked to the second branch of the family. It seemed they had underestimated the ruthlessness of the second branch. They were willing to commit such heinous acts for the sake of personal gain. Upon noticing the unsettling gaze of Fu Xiuan, Chu Yunmei was jolted back to reality. With a stern expression, she declared, since you refuse to appreciate my sentiments, I shall refrain from further discourse. If you wish to be with that woman who has served time, so be it. With that, she turned on her heel and entered her vehicle, departing swiftly. Wen Ning approached and remarked, the demeanor of this Madame Fu does not bode well. Were it not for the affluence of your family, she would have caused considerable misfortune by now. Chu Yunmei's presence was indeed ominous, not in the sense of personal misfortune, but rather as a threat to those around her. Such individuals relentlessly drain the energy of others to elevate themselves. This was precisely the case with Chu Yunmei. Since marrying into the Fu family, she had achieved nothing of merit and instead generated significant trouble for them. Fortunately, the Fu family possessed deep-rooted wealth. And being favored by fate across generations, they managed to withstand her detrimental influence. Had it been another family, they would have been utterly ruined by her machinations. After hearing Wen Ning's words, Fu Xiuan could not help but exclaim, "My grandfather truly had foresight. Had he not, out of guilt for his late wife, transferred the family assets to my father and aunt, the Fu family might have long ceased to exist." Even so, Chu Yunmei had not been idle in her schemes over the years. Nonetheless, her opportunities to exploit the family would soon dwindle. Having survived his own trials, it was now his turn to seek retribution. She and her ineffectual descendants should brace themselves. Fu Xiuan turned to Wen Ning and asked, "Could you assist me with a favor?" Wen Ning raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What kind of favor?" Fu Xiuan smirked. "Ensure that Chu Yunmei experiences considerable unrest in the days ahead." Wen Ning, with an expression of incredulity, retorted, "What do you take me for? I do possess principles. You know. 100 million. Very well, boss. To what extent would you like this to proceed?" Fu Xiuan. Wen Ning fidgeted with her toes. A touch embarrassed, yet unwilling to forego the opportunity for financial gain. Moreover, causing some trouble for Chu Yunmei would not impinge upon her karmic merit. Chu Yunmei herself harbored issues. During their brief encounter, she discerned an intriguing object upon Chu Yunmei, a spirit. Chu Yunmei, presumably driven by an excessive desire for the Fu family's wealth, had resorted to nurturing a spirit, concealed within her diamond necklace. Such entities, if mishandled, could turn against their owner. Chu Yunmei's spirit, having been cultivated for years, had matured to the point of seeking independence, its sole recourse being the consumption of its master. Thus, Wen Ning needed merely to intervene subtly for Chu Yunmei to be tormented by her own spirit. Such actions would not compromise Wen Ning's merit, as Chu Yunmei had brought this upon herself. Observing Wen Ning's avaricious demeanor, Fu Xiuan suppressed a smile. The masters he had previously encountered were either aloof or ethereal. Wen Ning's down-to-earth nature was a novelty, quite amusing. As long as it does not compromise your merit, feel free to proceed as you see fit. Due to his physical condition, he possessed some knowledge of the customs within the mystical arts. Although Wen Ning was compensated for his services, he would not willingly allow Wen Ning to compromise his principles. Because of this statement, Wen Ning's affinity for Fu Xiuan increased considerably. Who could not admire a wealthy CEO who does not impose upon others? It is no wonder the Fu family is so prosperous, their magnanimity is evident. It is their just reward. Wen Ning, having received the funds, gleefully set a trap for Chu Yunmei. Consequently, Chu Yunmei alighted from the vehicle in a fit of pique. And as she prepared to enter, her left foot caught on her right, causing her to stumble forward. Ah! Chu Yunmei fell prostrate before the magnificent doors of the Fu residence. The driver and servants were startled and rushed to assist her. "Madam, are you all right? Madam, allow me to help you up." Chu Yunmei was nearly winded by the fall, especially the excruciating pain in her chest. As the servants attempted to lift her, Chu Yunmei shrieked in agony, "Ah, it hurts. Get away from me, do not touch me." The servants, frightened, hesitated to move. Chu Yunmei struggled for some time, unable to rise, and then angrily shouted, "Are you all lifeless? Help me up." The servants cautiously assisted her, but Chu Yunmei emitted another series of cries. After much effort, they managed to raise Chu Yunmei to her feet. "Madam, your chest." Chu Yunmei glanced down and was aghast at the sight before her. The diamond pendant on her necklace had pierced directly into the flesh of her chest. No wonder the pain was so intense. Chu Yunmei, her face paling with terror, screamed, "Quick, take me to the hospital." The elongated Rolls-Royce, which had just halted before the main entrance of the mansion, gracefully exited the gate of the Fu family estate. Fu Xiuan and Wen Ning had scarcely had a moment to change locations. Master Wen, with his profound mastery of the arts, inspired admiration. Wen Ning beamed at the balance displayed on his mobile device, unable to contain his delight. "You flatter me." The news of Chu Yunmei's fall at the gate, resulting in injury, swiftly reached the ears of the elder Mr. Fu. With a tone of impatience, he remarked, "She dresses so ostentatiously every day. Falling like that is no one's fault but her own." The elder had never held a favorable view of his remarried wife. By the time he realized he had been ensnared in a scheme, she was already his wife. He had contemplated divorce, yet with Chu Yunmei bearing a child, he found himself powerless, forced to accept his circumstances. Chapter 83, a change of title. Seeing the elder Mr. Fu's countenance marred by irritation, Songbo could not help but find amusement in the situation. Having been raised within the Fu household, he was well aware of how Chu Yunmei had entered the family. Nevertheless, he remained acutely aware of his own position. Despite believing that Chu Yunmei lacked the virtue befitting her status, he maintained the requisite respect. Elder. The madam has taken quite a fall. If the second young master learns of this, it may cause quite a stir. The elder snorted dismissively. Stir? She fell on her own, can she truly blame anyone else? Yet, despite his words, he instructed Songbo to personally visit the hospital to check on Chu Yunmei in his stead. Tasked with this duty, Songbo promptly set off. And as he passed through the estate's expansive garden, he spotted Fu Xiuan and Wen Ning strolling side by side amidst the blooms. Proceed with caution. Mr. Song instructed the chauffeur to decelerate, then captured a photograph of the ambling couple with his mobile device. He promptly disseminated it to Elder Master Fu, captioning it, Esteemed Elder. Behold. Do they not epitomize a harmonious pairing? Upon receipt of the image, a radiant smile adorned Elder Master Fu's countenance. Anxious for a clearer view, he summoned his spectacles and magnified Ms. Wen Ning's visage. With unbridled glee, he exclaimed, Indeed, she possesses an exquisite countenance, a veritable paragon of pulchritude. She and Shu Yuan are a match made in heaven. After meticulously scrutinizing the photograph multiple times, he assiduously preserved it. Elder Master Fu then embarked upon the delightful task of selecting a suitable inaugural gift for his future granddaughter-in-law. Meanwhile, oblivious to these developments, Ms. Wen Ning had deciphered the intricacies of the Fu family's aura deprivation array. This particular construct was exceptionally cunning, rendering conventional methods of nullification impotent. Even the esteemed elders Liang and Yi would likely find themselves stymied. Yet, fortuitously, Ms. Wen Ning possessed the requisite knowledge to dismantle it. Could this not be construed as a propitious alignment of fate? A frigid glint flickered in Ms. Wen Ning's eyes as she turned to Mr. Fu Shiyuan and declared, I am capable of dismantling this array, though the acquisition of certain implements shall be necessary. The Fu lineage was blessed with extraordinary fortune, consequently. This aura deprivation array was of uncommon complexity. A forceful dismantling could engender significant repercussions for the Fu family. Therefore, prior to its deconstruction, she must establish a defensive matrix to mitigate any adverse effects. Upon hearing her pronouncement, Mr. Fu Shiyuan responded with utmost solemnity, profound gratitude, Grandmaster Wen. Ms. Wen Ning demurred with a wave of her hand, such formality is unwarranted. Your munificence is considerable, I am merely fulfilling my obligations. Henceforth, dispense with the appellation of master. It feels rather awkward. Simply address me by my given name. With amenable grace, Fu Xiuan responded, Very well, Wen Ning. Reciprocally. I would prefer you to forego the formality of Mr. Fu. Wen Ning found herself momentarily at a loss for how to address him. To use his full name seemed somewhat disrespectful. Despite both being addressed by their given and family names, the cadence of a three-syllable name carried a different weight than that of a two-syllable name. Yet, to omit his surname felt equally inappropriate, given the nascent stage of their acquaintance. Perceiving her hesitation, Fu Xiuan offered, being of a slightly more advanced age, you may, if you deem it acceptable, refer to me as Brother Fu. Very well, Brother Fu, Wen Ning acquiesced. Fu Xiuan smiled, inquiring, What preparations do you require? Might I be of assistance in any way? Without reserve, Wen Ning retrieved paper and pen from her pocket, swiftly composing a list. Procure these items, if you would. Should any prove unattainable, I shall seek alternative solutions. Fu Xiuan cast a curious glance at her pocket, remarking, It appears remarkably streamlined, yet its capacity is quite impressive. Wen Ning returned the paper and pen to their place, patting her pocket in the process. Those of our profession often possess unique talents. But do not be beguiled into thinking you could learn it simply by observing. Fu Xiuan chuckled, a novel experience, indeed. My curiosity is piqued. Wen Ning tossed her somewhat elongated hair, retorting, Curiosity will avail you not, it is beyond your grasp. Fu Xiuan, not dwelling on the matter, then inquired, Did you not mention a forthcoming livestream? Will it transpire today? Wen Ning glanced at the time and noted that it was still early. She inquired, "Is it convenient for me to stream live from your home?" Fu Xiuan replied. "There is nothing inconvenient about it, feel free." Wen Ning, feeling at ease, remarked, "The scenery in this garden is quite lovely. Might it be possible to bring over a set of tables and chairs?" Fu Xiuan promptly took out his phone and made a call. Before long, several servants arrived, carrying 2 sets of tables and chairs along with umbrellas. Other attendants followed, bringing tea, snacks, and a selection of financial newspapers and magazines. In no time, the area was arranged, with the 2 sets of furniture placed in different spots. Fu Xiuan invited Wen Ning to choose a set, while he seated himself at the other, picking up a magazine to peruse. Given their circumstances, they could not be too distant from one another, yet fortunately, the separation was sufficient that Wen Ning would not disturb him. Having not streamed live for over 10 days, Wen Ning's inbox was filled with numerous private messages from fans expressing concern over her absence, alongside a few snide remarks questioning whether she had been apprehended by the police for fraudulent activities. Choosing to disregard those comments, she swiftly cleared them all. As she opened the live streaming room, Wen Ning settled comfortably in her chair, sipping a cup of floral tea, and taking a few bites of a flower-shaped pastry. The temperature was just right, and the scenery was exquisite. This lifestyle felt almost dreamlike. How wonderful it is to be wealthy. While waiting for her audience to arrive, she savored the luxurious afternoon tea, and the live stream was already welcoming a number of viewers. "Master Wen, it has been a while. Why have you not streamed for so long? Master Wen, I left you a message, why did you not reply? Have you not noticed how beautiful the backdrop of Master Wen's livestream is today? Master Wen, is this a real scene or a projection? It must be a projection. Such a splendid estate is not something an ordinary person could possess." Wen Ning did not respond to their inquiries but instead greeted the camera with a warm remark, "It has been a while. As per usual, feel free to pose any small questions you need help with, I will answer them upon seeing." Consequently, the comment section began to fill with numerous queries from viewers. Wen Ning randomly selected a few fortunate individuals to provide free answers. Addressing these minor questions also accrued him some merit, albeit in minimal amounts. Thus he endeavored to choose those with slightly more intriguing content. As he was responding, the screen suddenly displayed 111. Wen Ning chuckled, "All right. The time for free consultations has concluded. Viewer Mu-yi, you may now reward me and connect." No sooner had he spoken than a flurry of celebratory animations cascaded across the screen. Wen Ning sent a connection request, which was accepted almost instantly. As soon as the connection was established, a sound of sobbing reached his ears. "Master Wen, could you assist me in analyzing my facial features?" Mu-yi was a young man with a dark complexion, wearing a hard hat, and the background of his connection revealed a construction site. "Well, look at that. Even a construction worker has come to seek divination? Is it forbidden for construction workers to consult? Who established such a rule? Of course, divination can be performed. But Master Wen's services are not particularly affordable. A carnival costs 3,000 yuan, this young man must toil for half a month to afford it. Master Wen, do you not feel a pang of conscience for charging such exorbitant fees?" The words of this individual incited a chorus of jeers from onlookers eager for amusement. "Indeed. Master Wen, your charges are exorbitant. This young man earns his keep through hard labor, if you possess genuine goodwill, you ought to refund him." To those above, kindly silence your unwelcome tongues. Master Wen has previously stated that her engagements are substantial. The prior broadcasts have substantiated her claims. This young man's willingness to spend signifies that his desires are considerable. If you cannot appreciate it, you are welcome to leave and spare us your distasteful commentary. Wen Ning cast a glance at the defiant username, Koi Fish. She could not help but chuckle, turning her attention back to the young man in the small window. "Remove your helmet and shift to a brighter spot." The young man complied, relocating to a better lit area. After a brief observation, Wen Ning inquired, "What is it that you wish to ask?" The young man, eyes devoid of light, cradled his helmet and murmured, "I wish to know. Am I truly the biological child of my parents? If so, have I committed so many transgressions in my past life that I deserve this fate in this one?" While Master Wen is indeed remarkable, to ascertain biological parentage, should one not undergo a paternity test? Indeed, to determine one's parentage solely through physiognomy seems rather far-fetched. Does it not? Am I the only one curious about his predicament? He appears so pitiful. Wen Ning set down his teacup and leaned back in his chair, stating, "Indeed. You are not the biological offspring of your current parents." Tears welled up in Muyi's eyes, yet a sense of relief washed over him as he uttered, "I knew it. No wonder they have treated me this way all these years." Wen Ning inquired, "How did you come to suspect that you were not their biological child? After all, your adoptive parents are related to you by blood. If my calculations are correct, you share a resemblance with your adoptive mother." Muyi wiped away his tears and replied, "Actually, I've had my suspicions since childhood because they were truly overwhelmed by the memories of his upbringing." Muyi's nose twitched with emotion. He quickly tilted his head back, took several deep breaths to compose himself, and continued, "As far back as I can remember, I began learning to do household chores. At first, it was sweeping, then laundry, gathering pig feed, and as I grew older, I had to work in the fields during the busy season and take charge of the family's meals during the off-season. While it's true that rural children typically engage in these tasks, I knew of no other boy who did as much as I did. It's not that I believe I should receive preferential treatment for being a boy, but rather that our family dynamic was rather peculiar. I have an elder sister who was spared from all chores. I was even responsible for washing her undergarments. However, it was not a matter of favoring boys over girls in our household. On the contrary, they consistently expressed their disdain that my sister was not a boy. I have heard them berate my sister on numerous occasions for not being a male child. Thus, if they favor boys so much, why do they treat me in such a manner? If it were merely a matter of performing household chores, it would be one thing. However, their cruelty towards me is relentless." As he spoke, Muyi pulled up his pant leg and directed the phone's camera towards his thigh, indicating a scar. This scar was inflicted by a pair of red-hot tongs. On a frigid winter day, after I burned the food, my mother seized the tongs from the stove and thrust them towards me. The tongs, glowing red, seared through my trousers, leaving a gaping hole in my leg. I writhed in agony on the floor, but she, fearing the noise would attract attention, covered my mouth, forbidding me to cry out, and refused to take me to the hospital. Instead, she sought out home remedies to treat my injury. I was merely 7 years old then, and despite dragging a leg, I was compelled to cook for them. He then aimed the camera at his ankle, revealing a ring of uneven scars. These are from frostbite. Both of my legs bear them. Being from the north, one knows how bitterly cold the winters can be. My long underwear was too short, leaving my ankles exposed, resulting in frostbite that became severely infected. They, concerned about what others might say, forced me to wear long pants outdoors. By the following spring, the wounds had healed, only to succumb to frostbite again in winter. Eventually, a neighbor, noticing my limp, discovered the state of my legs and kindly offered me a pair of her child's worn-out cotton pants. For that act of kindness, I endured 3 days of beatings, as they believed I had brought shame upon them. Incidents of this nature are far from isolated. I have harbored suspicions since my youth, as their treatment of me was inconsistent with that of biological offspring. However, I continuously dismissed these doubts, attributing them to overthinking, given our familial resemblance. The impetus for my seeking assistance via this livestream stems from a recent phone call wherein they commanded that I donate a kidney to my cousin from my aunt's side. My cousin has been afflicted with health issues since childhood, and despite having achieved a degree of recovery, his subsequent neglect of his well-being led to the development of kidney disease, necessitating a transplant to save his life. My parents contacted me, instructing me to return home immediately for tissue typing, and if a match were found, to donate a kidney to my cousin. At this juncture, tears welled up in Muyi's eyes. I am perplexed as to why, even if I am not their biological child, I have addressed them as mom and dad for over 2 decades, attending to their needs throughout. I was compelled to leave home at the age of 15 to work, and all my earnings were remitted to them. The funds for building the house and purchasing the cars were accrued through my labor on construction sites. Even if they harbor no affection for me, surely I possess some value to them, so why would they so readily discard me? Muyi succumbed to uncontrollable sobbing, lamenting the mistreatment he has endured for over 2 decades and feeling aggrieved. The comments section was awash with expressions of sympathy and commiseration, as well as condemnation and denunciation of Muyi's adoptive parents. Venerable Master Wen, does retribution truly exist in this world? Can you devise a means for this young man's adoptive parents to suffer the consequences of their actions? Heavens, such indignation! A homicidal urge grips me. How can such malevolence exist under the heavens? Is legal recourse possible? I implore you, can the foster parents be apprehended through legal channels? A tempest raged within Wen Ning's soul. The parallels between Mu Yi's plight and her own were uncanny, each word resonating with the echoes of her own shadowed past. Such depraved souls as Mu Yi's foster parents deserved nothing short of perdition. Yet, she quelled her emotions. Addressing Mu Yi with a measured tone, do you comprehend the impetus behind their coercion to donate a kidney to your cousin? Mu Yi responded with a bewildered shake of his head, I am at a loss. In truth, the cousin in question is not intimately acquainted with our family. Our encounters have been fleeting over the years. I cannot fathom their insistence on this donation. Wen Ning bestowed upon him a compassionate smile. The truth, Mu Yi, is that your cousin is the progeny of their flesh. Chapter 85, Cuckoo Parents. What? His cousin is the biological son of his foster parents? The familial ties are intricate. Allow me a moment to unravel them. What is there to unravel? One celestial master has already intimated that he shares a bloodline with his foster parents and bears a resemblance to them. It is highly probable that his cousin's foster parents are, in reality, his biological parents. I venture to guess that this unfortunate soul was subjected to a sinister switch at birth. One celestial master, is the conjecture above accurate? When Ning cast a glance at the comment section, her gaze imbued with pity as she addressed Mu Yi, the netizens' deduction is not unfounded. Your aunt is, in fact, your biological mother. Your visage reveals that you were compelled to part from your biological parents at a tender age, albeit not too far. And that you maintained frequent contact during your childhood. If my calculations are correct, your aunt harbored quite an affection for you. However, when your aunt's family relocated from the hometown, you lost all means of seeing her again. Tears streamed down Mu Yi's cheeks once more, indeed. I vividly recall how my aunt treated me with such kindness in my youth. Noticing my frail and malnourished state, she often clandestinely provided me with food and urged my mother to treat me with greater care. She remarked that having a healthy child is a divine blessing that should be cherished. Yet, upon hearing these words, my mother became exceedingly enraged, and after my aunt departed, she punished me to the extent that I could not rise from my bed for 3 days. I have always been perplexed by her intense fury. It stemmed from her own anguish of having given birth to a sickly child, rendering my aunt's words particularly piercing. Subsequently, my cousin's illness escalated, prompting my aunt to take him to the metropolis for treatment, after which I never laid eyes on her again. Nevertheless, my aunt did send me clothing and books, all of which my mother discarded, asserting that I was unworthy of such garments. Throughout these years, although I have not seen my aunt, I have heard snippets of news regarding her family. Over the years, my aunt and uncle have worked tirelessly, taking on numerous part-time jobs to gather funds for my cousin's treatment. However, in their 40s, they appear to be a decade older than their actual age. In stark contrast, my parents languish comfortably at home, indulging in abundance. Despite residing in the countryside, they relinquished the family land over a decade ago. Once I began to earn money, they did nothing but call me each month, demanding financial support, claiming that since they raised me, I owed them. In order to provide them with sufficient funds, I toiled during the day at construction sites, and if I was not working overtime at night, I delivered food. Even so, they still criticized me for the meager contributions I made, berating me the following day for my lack of ambition. Why do they treat us this way? Why? Ah. I am so furious. I wish to take vengeance on my adopted parents. How cruel. They have stolen another's child, forcing others to pay for their child's medical expenses. And on top of that, they mistreat another's offspring. They are utterly inhumane. Worse than beasts. What distinguishes them from human traffickers? Isn't this akin to the cuckoo? They bear children yet neglect them, leaving them in the nests of other birds, demanding that those birds raise their young. And even going so far as to harm the offspring of others. Such behavior deserves the harshest of punishments. Do not weep, young man. Gather evidence and bring them to justice. Ensure they repay every debt owed to you. Indeed, tears will not resolve this issue. Now that you have uncovered the truth, rise up and seek retribution. Demand compensation for your losses and reclaim all that they purchased with your hard-earned money, the cars, the houses, all of it. Moreover, you must contact your biological mother immediately and arrange for a paternity test. Have her expel that usurper from your life. The comments from netizens brimmed with righteous indignation, eager to assist Mu Yi in reclaiming his justice. Mu Yi currently finds himself in a state of turmoil. although he has long harbored suspicions regarding his origins. The moment of unveiling the truth has left him at a loss for what to do next. He is filled with trepidation, fearing that his aunt and her family may struggle to accept this reality. After all, his aunt's family has treated his cousin with utmost kindness, to the extent of risking their own well-being. If he were to reveal that the child is not their biological offspring, how could they possibly come to terms with such a revelation? Moreover, he is even more apprehensive about the possibility that once the truth is disclosed, his aunt's family might refuse to accept him. He does not wish to disrupt their lives. If someone must bear the burden of this situation, let it be him. After all, he has endured countless hardships over the years. The online community is in a frenzy, urging him, "Young man, do not be foolish, blood is thicker than water." If your biological parents were to learn that you are their child, imagine their joy. Indeed, can you bear to watch them tirelessly nurture the children of those deceitful parents? Your cousin's illness is an insatiable abyss. If you do not intervene, your biological parents will forever be drained by that family. Muyi's mind is in disarray. Deep down, he longs to acknowledge his true kin, yet he feels paralyzed by fear. Thus, he turns to Wen Ning for guidance. "Master Wen, should I seek to reunite with my family? Will they accept me?" Wen Ning delicately lifts an exquisite teacup, cradling it in both hands, and slowly sips his floral tea. "Rather than posing this question to me, perhaps you should direct it to your biological mother." Muyi, with a pitiful shake of his head, replies, "I dare not." Over the years, the couple's oppression and maltreatment had eroded his self-assurance, making him hesitant to assert himself. Arguably, the most significant act of courage in his life was seeking a connection with Wen Ning to uncover the truth. Wen Ning, holding her cup, smiled and said, "There's no need for you to seek her out, I'll assist you." With that, Wen Ning gazed directly into the camera, as if peering through it at someone in particular. "Now that you've arrived and witnessed the entire process, wouldn't you like to make a statement?" "I'm referring to Mai's biological mother, Mrs. Wang." The online community was collectively stunned. Is this young man's biological mother also watching the live broadcast? "Mrs. Wang, are you present? Having witnessed the entire process, you should be aware of the truth. Please, make your presence known and acknowledge your biological son. Mrs. Wang, regain your senses and don't be misled. Your entire family is being manipulated. Ah, Mrs. Wang, please say something." Mai's anxiety was palpable, with perspiration beading on his forehead. His mind was in turmoil, filled with a cacophony of anticipation and trepidation. He attempted to address the camera, but despite opening his mouth, he couldn't utter a sound. However, as time elapsed, Mrs. Wang did not appear. The online community continued to call out to her. After a while, Wen Ning shook her head and said, "All right, everyone, let's remain composed. Mrs. Wang has departed." Mai's complexion turned ashen, and tears streamed down his gaunt, swarthy cheeks. Had he been abandoned? Although he harbored no extravagant expectations, his heart ached with the intensity of a blade's cut. The online community, equally distraught, flooded the comments section with a torrent of frantic messages. What? She's gone? Why would she leave? Does she not believe that Muyi is her own flesh and blood? How could she abandon him? How could she bear to desert her own child? Is she oblivious to the hardships Muyi has endured over the years? 555. Poor Muyi. My heart bleeds for him. If I were in Muyi's shoes, I'd be consumed by the urge to seek vengeance on society. Calm down, friend. Faced with such a revelation, it's understandable that an ordinary person would need time to process it. Let's allow Madame Wang some space to recuperate. No. She must acknowledge this kinship, and she must do so immediately. Madame Wang, your child awaits your return to bring him home. A nationwide search is underway to locate Madame Wang and compel her to acknowledge her son. These final two pronouncements were replicated and disseminated relentlessly throughout the comments section by the collective online voice. Muyi, observing the rapid cascade of comments, wiped away a tear and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you all," he said, "but please refrain from this. I don't wish to burden my aunt. She has already weathered so many trials and tribulations over the years. My intention in joining this livestream today was not to force a reunion, but simply to ascertain the truth of my relationship with my parents. Now that this matter has been resolved, my objective has been achieved. Venerable Master Wen, thank you. I have no further questions. Farewell." With these words, Mui concluded the connection, and the small window faded to black. The online denizens, seized by urgency, desperately implored Mui to return. Venerable Master Wen, could you please reconnect with Mui? I wish to implore him once more. Indeed, Venerable Wen, assist Mui. He is exceedingly pitiable. Wen Ning smiled, shaking his head. Even if I re-establish contact, he will not answer. Rather than persuading Mui, it is more prudent to devise a method to locate Madame Wang. After all, the initiative has never been in Mui's grasp. Precisely. Let us endeavor to persuade Madame Wang. How shall we persuade her? Does anyone here know Madame Wang's true identity? With the internet so ubiquitous, even if we are unacquainted, surely someone will recognize her. Let us disseminate this matter across various platforms, allowing it to proliferate, thereby increasing its visibility. Indeed. Let us proceed forthwith. Come, comrades. The next course of action rests with us. Thus, a cohort of zealous netizens surged toward various social media platforms. Wen Ning solemnly cautioned everyone, let your language be temperate. You must remember that in this matter, Madame Wang and her husband are also victims. Let us not subject them to secondary harm. She was concerned that some netizens, in their eagerness, might utter inappropriate remarks. Venerable Wen, rest assured, we shall exercise discretion. If we are to castigate anyone, it shall be the cuckoo couple. Precisely. Let us endeavor to unearth the identities of the cuckoo couple. They must not escape retribution. Regarding this matter, Wen Ning did not intercede. The wicked deserve punishment. Having committed such atrocities, what does it matter if they are subjected to countless condemnations? As for whether they will succumb to cyberbullying, never underestimate the psychological fortitude of the wicked, for they are fundamentally indifferent to the criticisms of others. After finishing her interaction with the viewers, Wen Ning concluded the live broadcast. As she stood up to stretch, she noticed Fu Xiuan approaching her. Apologetically, she remarked that the live session had taken a bit too long. Each of her broadcasts lasted nearly an hour, which, for someone like Fu Xiuan, who valued time as money, was akin to squandering resources. To her surprise, Fu Xiuan inquired, will Ms. Wang recognize Mui? Wen Ning was taken aback. The domineering CEO watched live streams? Did he not prefer to peruse financial news or stock updates in his spare time? Fu Xiuan chuckled softly. Even a CEO is human, with a need for relaxation and leisure. Earlier, while perusing a magazine, her intermittent voice had piqued his curiosity about her broadcasting style. Consequently, he first asked Jiang Yan on which platform Wen Ning was streaming, then promptly downloaded the app and registered to enter her live room. It was his inaugural experience with live streaming, and he found it refreshingly novel. He was even emotionally drawn in and couldn't help but wonder about Mui's fate. Wen Ning couldn't help but smile. Indeed, her understanding had been rather one-dimensional. She believed that Mui's situation would yield a favorable outcome. There were many things she preferred not to disclose. The industry had numerous restrictions, and discussing unactualized events was a delicate matter, best hinted at rather than elaborated upon. As the saying goes, heavenly secrets must not be revealed. However, regarding matters that had already transpired or were currently unfolding, there was no restriction on their discussion. Fu Xiuan, having gleaned the information he sought, smiled contentedly, satisfied with the outcome. The young man named Mui appeared to be quite promising. It would indeed be a pity if he were to spend his entire life laboring on construction sites. Wen Ning raised an eyebrow and remarked, is Brother Fu intending to recruit talent? Fu Xiuan responded, we can offer him an opportunity, but whether he can seize it depends on his abilities. He felt that the young man had faced considerable hardships and wished to extend a helping hand. However, it would merely be an opportunity, no more than that. Wen Ning nodded in agreement with his decision. There are countless unfortunate souls in this world, must one assist each and every one? Simply receiving an opportunity is already a stroke of good fortune compared to many others. Fu Xiuan did not dwell on this matter for long and said to Wen Ning, it is getting late, let us return. Dinner will soon be served. Wen Ning nodded and followed Fu Xiuan towards the main residence. Meanwhile, across the internet, various platforms were ablaze with trending topics. Searching for Ms. Wang nationwide. Ms. Wang, your child is waiting for you to take him home. And Mui and the Dujuan bird occupied the top 3 spots on the trending list, overshadowing several popular celebrities. Yet at this moment, the protagonist Mui had turned off his phone, lying alone in a modest construction shed, his gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling. He suddenly felt a pang of regret for having sought out Master Wen for a connection today. Had he not made that connection, he would have merely been troubled by the insatiable demands of that couple, devising ways to earn a little more money. Instead, he now found himself in this awkward predicament, burdened by the knowledge of his origins. He had never truly yearned to be acknowledged by his biological parents. Nor had it ever crossed his mind that they would be his most beloved aunt and uncle. In his childhood, he had often fantasized about the possibility of his aunt being his mother, so that he could be cherished and doted upon as his cousin was. And with his robust health, having rarely fallen ill since childhood, his aunt and uncle would not have to endure such hardship. Yet, when this notion became a reality, his aunt. Chapter 87, a family of ingrates thousands of miles away in Jing City, Wang Mingxiu, her face ashen, clutched her phone tightly and hurried towards the hospital. She had traversed this path to the hospital countless times, to the point where she could navigate it with her eyes closed. However, as she walked, she abruptly halted, then crouched down, burying her head in her arms, and wept uncontrollably. Why was fate mocking her so cruelly? What had she done in this life to deserve such torment? She couldn't reconcile the fact that the child she had raised for over 2 decades was not her own flesh and blood. In recent days, she had been consumed with worry over her son's illness, her hair having turned gray from the stress. In desperation, she had heard of a particularly gifted fortune teller online, capable of divining many things. She had hoped to consult the master to discover where she could find a cure for her son's ailment. However, upon entering the master's live broadcast, she saw a strikingly familiar face, tearfully recounting his experiences. She immediately recognized him as Yang Yi, her sister's child. The boy bore a resemblance to her, and she had always felt an inexplicable affinity towards him. This sense of affinity surpassed even that she felt for her own son, Qin Feiyang. She had always attributed it to the child's resemblance to her, his being her nephew, and his obedient and sensible nature, far surpassing her own son. She found it natural to favor him, even entertaining fleeting fantasies of him being her own child. However, these were merely whimsical notions from her youth, and she never imagined such a thought could materialize. If this were true, what had she been doing all these years? How could she and her sister have mistaken each other's children? How could such a thing have happened? Heavens, why play such a cruel jest on her? Overwhelmed, Wang Mingxiu beat her head with her hands in despair. Passers-by, witnessing her distress, gave her a wide berth. This was the road leading to the Beijing Municipal Hospital, where scenes of despairing patients or their families were a daily occurrence. No one would pause for such a sight, for their troubles were beyond anyone's help. After a period of weeping, Wang Mingxiu struggled to her feet. What use was crying? Tears would not solve anything, the inevitable had to be faced. Fortunately, her sister, Wang Mingyan, and her brother-in-law, Yang Yud, were at the hospital. She would speak to them about this matter and see if they had any knowledge of how the children could have been switched. Deep down, she hoped that the esteemed Master Wen was mistaken. After all, who could accept that the child they had raised with their life was not their own? Yet, a nagging worry persisted. What if the children had indeed been switched? Wang Mingxiu felt a wave of concern, yet her gaze soon regained its determination. Even if a mistake had indeed occurred, it mattered not. Feiyang, though not her biological child, was nonetheless her beloved nephew, sharing a bond of blood with her. She harbored no regrets for the financial and emotional investments she had made over the years. After all, she could not bear to witness her nephew's demise. Regardless of the truth that would eventually emerge, she would continue to care for him as she always had, treating him as the child she had nurtured with her own hands. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the mix-up concerning himself and Yang Yi. With this resolve, Wang Mingxiu felt a surge of strength and set off towards the hospital. Qin Feiyang's ward was located on the 12th floor. Upon reaching the door, just as she was about to push it open, she noticed it was ajar, and Feiyang's voice drifted out from within. "Mom, what should we do? The truth is out. The Qin family knows I am not their child, and they surely will not continue my treatment." His wife, Tang Lily, spoke urgently. "Yes, Dad, Mom, please think of something. Feiyang's condition cannot be delayed. If Yang Yi learns the truth, he will undoubtedly refuse to donate a kidney. He is Feiyang's last hope, we cannot let him slip away." Yang Yud's voice came through gritted teeth. "What options do I have at this moment? That little rascal even went for fortune-telling. How could that so-called fortune-teller predict this? And Wang Mingxiu, instead of hastily gathering funds for your treatment, is wasting time watching some livestream. How absurd. She claims to value you above her own life. Yet while you suffer, she has the audacity to play with her phone. The duplicity of that despicable individual is truly galling. Qin Fei said with considerable impatience, "Mother. Now is not the moment to quibble over such matters. We must promptly devise a strategy to gloss over this predicament. If the Qin family abandons us, what will become of my health? Do either of you possess the financial means to provide for my medical care?" S voice resonated with smug satisfaction as she retorted. "I fail to comprehend the cause of your apprehension. After serving as son for so many years, are you still unfamiliar with her disposition? She possesses a benevolence akin to that of a saintly figure. As long as we vehemently maintain our ignorance of the error concerning you and she will undoubtedly refrain from further investigation. Furthermore, if you feign vulnerability and profess unwavering loyalty, vowing to acknowledge her as your sole mother for eternity, she is guaranteed to offer you her very heart." S voice took on a more buoyant tone as she chimed in, "Mother, your assessment is unerring. My nominal mother-in-law is indeed as kind-hearted as a bodhisattva. Provided we adhere to your instructions, she will undoubtedly refrain from abandoning. However, to preempt the possibility of her harboring ulterior motives due to excessive gossip, it would be most prudent to induce her to liquidate the residence they currently occupy and transfer the proceeds to my account, ostensibly for medical expenses." Concurred. Stating, "S considerations are comprehensive, befitting my esteemed daughter-in-law. Very well, she is likely to arrive imminently. Let us first compose ourselves and feign ignorance. Should she refrain from broaching the subject, we shall maintain our pretense. However, should she broach the matter, we shall perform our roles with utmost conviction, ensuring that she voluntarily sells her house to save." Yang Yi declared, "As for that young scoundrel, I shall personally venture to Ungshi tomorrow. Regardless of the method, we must bring him to the hospital for tissue matching." Very well, it is settled. Within the chamber, the family of four had concluded their deliberations. Outside, Wang Mingyan was struck as if by lightning, her mind reeling. She stumbled towards the stairwell, collapsing onto the floor, her thoughts consumed by the overheard conversation. It became clear that they had been aware for quite some time, perhaps even from the very beginning. Wang Minghua, though exceedingly kind, was far from unintelligent. She swiftly connected previously inexplicable events. She had long been perplexed by her sister's treatment of the obedient and sensible Yang Yi, subjecting him to constant abuse, depriving him of sustenance and warmth, burdening him with arduous tasks, and even denying him the opportunity to attend a prestigious high school, forcing him to earn a living at the tender age of 15. Now, she understood. They had known from the outset that Yang Yi was not their biological offspring. A child swap. Chapter 88, to bring him home. Wang Mingyan and Yang Yi had exchanged her child. The realization sent tremors through Wang Mingxiu's entire being. It was a conspiracy against her family that had spanned over 2 decades. For more than 20 years, she and her husband, Qin Mingji, had toiled tirelessly to earn money, seeking medical treatment for Qin Feiyang across the land, and even purchasing a house and arranging a marriage for him. Had they not possessed a certain degree of capability, they would have surely succumbed long ago. Yet their own flesh and blood endured relentless torment at the hands of Wang Mingke and Yang Yid, nearly stunted in their growth. Just moments ago, she contemplated that even if the 2 children had indeed been swapped at birth, she would still continue to seek treatment for Qin Feiyang. Now, all she desires is to deliver several resounding slaps to her own face. How foolish she has been. Why, for so many years, did she never harbor any doubts? It was so evident that Yang Yi resembled her closely, and she shared a deeper bond with Yang Yi. How could her sister, a person so self-serving, display such kindness towards Qin Feiyang? Especially when she heard that Qin Feiyang's condition had worsened and her sister rushed from their hometown to care for him. The irony lies in the fact that she genuinely believed her sister was acting out of compassion to alleviate her burden. Furthermore, they had previously discussed the possibility of Yang Yi coming to provide a matching organ for Qin Feiyang, suggesting that if a match were found, Yang Yi would donate a kidney. They had consistently refused, as the Yang family had only one son. Yet, they had always felt immense gratitude towards the Yang family, almost wishing to kneel and express their thanks. In the end, all of this was merely a premeditated scheme concocted by that family to extract every ounce of value from her family of 3. Wang Mingxiu seethed with resentment. Yet her anger was directed more towards herself. Why had she chosen to evade the truth during the livestream? After Yang Yi had endured years of suffering. Finally learning the truth, she had chosen to flee, inflicting profound harm upon him. Heaven, what on earth was she doing? Consumed by both anger and regret, Wang Mingxiu raised her hand and struck herself twice. Following this, a new thought emerged: she must act swiftly to amend her mistake. Immediately calling Yang Yi to inform him that she would come to bring him home. Upon tremblingly grasping her phone, she suddenly realized that she did not possess Yang Yi's contact information. Years ago, in their quest to secure medical treatment for Qin Feiyong, the couple had left their hometown and had not returned since, nor had they seen Yang Yi again. She had once requested Yang Yi's contact details from Wang Mingyan. But each time, Wang Mingyan had found some excuse to decline. At that time, her thoughts had been consumed by Qin Feiyong's illness, and she had not paid much attention to the matter. In retrospect, it seemed evident that Wang Mingyan had been apprehensive about her potentially discovering something amiss through contact with Yang Yi, hence her deliberate evasions. What should she do? How could she possibly reach her child? Approaching Wang Mingyan for assistance would undoubtedly be futile, as they would be reluctant to provide any help. Fearing she might refuse to continue Qin Feiyong's treatment and cause further complications, she was all too familiar with her sister's nature. Therefore, it was imperative that she meet with Yang Yi before they could intervene. Wang Mingxiu, possessing a measure of resolve, quickly sought out Wen Ning's contact information and left a message, hoping Wen Ning could assist in reaching Yang Yi. However, she did not place all her hopes solely on Wen Ning. She recalled Yang Yi's earlier remark about visiting Yang Yi the following day. Yang Yi was in Engshi. She would head to Engshi immediately. With a newfound sense of purpose, Wang Mingxiu felt invigorated. To avoid encountering Wang Mingyan and Yang Yi in the elevator, she took the stairs instead. Once outside the hospital, she called Qin Mingji. Old Qin, please take immediate leave to the airport, bringing your ID. Do not inquire as to why, it cannot be explained over the phone. I will elaborate further upon your arrival at the airport. Following the termination of the call, Wang Mingxiu hailed a taxi and hastened homeward, gathering all the valuables within her abode, inclusive of the property deed. She had to safeguard against that ungrateful family discovering her flight and surreptitiously mortgaging the house to disreputable lending establishments. It must be acknowledged that Wang Mingxiu, now with a lucid mind, possessed a comprehensive understanding of her sister's character and the nature of the wolf cub she had personally raised. The more enlightened she became, the greater was her inclination to castigate herself. It was evident that Qin Feiyong had been inherently selfish and self-serving since childhood. His every action reminiscent of her sister and her spouse, and bearing a resemblance to Yang Yi, how could she have harbored no suspicion? However, this was not the juncture for remorse. Wang Mingxiu secured all her belongings and, with her identification documents in hand, proceeded directly to the airport. Upon their rendezvous at the airport, Qin Mingji inquired, Mingxiu, what has transpired? Why are we at the airport? Wang Mingxiu, who had been suppressing tears throughout the journey, suddenly burst into tears. Lao Qin, we are going to fetch our son home. By the time the aircraft touched down in Engshi, it was already late at night. Qin Mingji was in a state of utter bewilderment, completely disoriented. Throughout the journey, he had been endeavoring to assimilate this appalling truth, but to no avail. The son he had nurtured for over 2 decades was not his biological offspring. His own flesh and blood had been subjected to maltreatment since childhood. How could he possibly reconcile himself to this reality? Wang Mingxiu, her countenance etched with fatigue, queried, what course of action shall we pursue henceforth? Given the vastness of Engshi, how were they to locate Yang Yi? Qin Mingji endeavored to compose himself. It was undoubtedly impractical to search for Yang Yi in such a vast city as Engshi. With numerous construction sites scattered about, how long would it take to search each one individually? Moreover, the wretched Yang Yi was scheduled to arrive in Engshi the following day. It was imperative that they act before his arrival. Therefore, they needed to compel Yang Yi to seek them out instead. Wang Mingxiu found his reasoning sound. Yet the question remained, how could they locate him? They were strangers in this unfamiliar place, and even if they wished to inquire about someone, they would be at a loss. Qin Mingji cast a glance at his phone. You discovered the truth in the livestream, let us employ this method to find someone. He proposed. A livestream search for family. Wang Mingxiu immediately concurred, recognizing it as the swiftest course of action. The duo hastily activated their phones. only to be inundated with a barrage of voice messages and missed calls as soon as they powered on. All were from that ungrateful family. Their phones buzzed with notifications. And exchanging a glance filled with revulsion, they reluctantly opened the messages. The initial few were inquiries from Wang Mingxiu about her absence from the hospital. Qin Feiyang lamented his hunger and expressed a desire for her homemade dumplings, while Tang Lily yearned for pork rib soup. As they noted her silence in responding, the tone shifted as they questioned her lack of replies. Subsequently, Wang Mingyan and Yang Yid sent messages inquiring why no one was home. They wished to return to sleep but found themselves locked out. Throughout this exchange, the family feigned ignorance quite convincingly. A chill swept through the couple as they directly accessed the livestream platform. Upon entering, Wang Mingxiu noticed 2 unread messages in her inbox. Upon accessing the message, Wang Mingxiu exclaimed with fervor, "Master Wen has responded to me." Chapter 89, Kin Recognition. Wang Mingxiu's hands trembled with elation. "Old Qin. Master Wen says we should await at the airport, a vehicle will come to receive us." Qin Mingji inquired with a hint of surprise. "Did you inform Master Wen of our arrival in An City?" Wang Mingxiu, even more thrilled, responded, "I did not. Master Wen divined it herself. She even ascertained which flight we would be on. That Master Wen is exceedingly skilled, she undoubtedly knows Yang Yi's whereabouts." Qin Mingji was unaware of the online happenings but unconditionally trusted his wife's every word. Wang Mingxiu nodded excitedly. As the couple conversed, a white commercial vehicle halted nearby. And the driver approached them, inquiring, "Are you Madam Wang and Mr. Qin?" "Indeed, we are." Wang Mingxiu, both excited and nervous, asked, "Were you dispatched by Master Wen?" The driver nodded. "Yes, please enter the vehicle." Without hesitation, they boarded the car. Upon entering, Wang Mingxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Master Wen. You've come in person." Overwhelmed by Wen Ning's presence, she momentarily overlooked the remarkably handsome and refined Fu Xiuan beside her. Wen Ning greeted her with a smile, "Madam Wang. I am delighted to meet you today." Had Wang Mingxiu not arrived today, Yang Yi's fate would have been tragically sealed. In the afternoon, when Fu Xiuan inquired about Yang Yi's fate, she foresaw that today marked a pivotal moment in his life. However, this turning point held 2 potential outcomes. One favorable and the other dire. The favorable scenario involved Wang Mingxiu and his wife embarking on a long journey to reunite with their son, ultimately leading to a heartfelt reconciliation. Conversely, the grim possibility saw Yang Yi, disheartened and drowning his sorrows in alcohol, making a grave mistake at the construction site the following day, resulting in his untimely demise. Thus, the crux of Yang Yi's fate hinged upon the actions of Wang Mingxiu and his wife. Their arrival would undoubtedly yield a positive outcome. Wen Ning wagered on the innate goodness of human nature, and fortune smiled upon her. After more than an hour, the vehicle halted before a construction site. The group disembarked. And Wen Ning gestured toward the makeshift shelter ahead, declaring, "Yang Yi resides there." Wang Mingxiu and his wife hastened toward the shelter, yet upon reaching its entrance, they hesitated, overcome by a sense of trepidation. Guilt weighed heavily upon their hearts. Their biological child endured suffering and hardship right beneath their noses, and yet, all these years, they had remained oblivious. What if Yang Yi refused to acknowledge them? Inside the shelter, Yang Yi languidly leaned against his bed, pouring beer down his throat. Drinking hastily, he choked on the liquid, leading to a fit of coughing. As he coughed, tears streamed down his face. The salty tears mingled with the bitter taste of beer, creating an exceptionally poignant flavor. This was, in fact, his first encounter with alcohol. At the tender age of 15, he had been compelled to venture out into the world. Due to his youth, no legitimate factory would employ him. Unable to secure work, he had no place to rest. At times even sleeping in underpasses alongside vagrants and scavenging through refuse. Later, through a serendipitous encounter, he stumbled upon a wallet containing not only various identification documents but also over 10,000 yuan. This sum represented the largest amount of money he had ever encountered in his life. However, after a moment of hesitation and internal conflict, he resolved to wait for the rightful owner to return. That owner turned out to be his current foreman, which ultimately secured him a stable job. He began working as a laborer on the construction site, earning 200 yuan a day, with meals and accommodation provided. This employment endured for 7 years. And he held this position in high regard, approaching every task with utmost diligence. The foreman took care of him, initially assigning him relatively light duties, and as he matured, arranged for him to learn more skilled work. Presently, he earns over 10,000 yuan a month. Nonetheless, he can only allocate 300 yuan for personal expenses each month, sending the remainder home to support his parents. In addition to this, he discreetly saves money for himself, nurturing a dream of returning to school. Of the remaining 300 yuan, after accounting for unavoidable expenses such as ointments for injuries, he diligently saves every penny, refusing to squander even the slightest amount. His aim is to ensure that each cent is spent wisely. As a result, his fellow workers on the site seldom engage with him, and he is never invited to their social gatherings, knowing full well that attending would require him to part with his hard-earned money. Over time, the workers began to ignore him, even questioning his sanity. Especially today, when they discovered that Yang Yi had squandered 3,000 yuan to tip a fortune-telling streamer, only to return home with an excessive amount of beer, drinking, and weeping, they felt even more convinced of his madness. Consequently, everyone chose to distance themselves from him, fearing that he might erupt in violence if left alone in the same space. Yang Yi found himself in a chaotic yet desolate shelter, his heart heavy with sorrow. He lamented the cruelty of the world, questioning why it harbored such malice towards him. Having endured abuse since childhood, always deprived of warmth and sustenance, and later cast aside as a mere tool for profit, he had suffered countless indignities, leaving him without a confidant to share his grievances. His existence felt utterly wretched and unsuccessful. Was it that someone like him was unworthy of life? Otherwise, how could he endure such relentless suffering? The most painful aspect was his aunt's reaction. He had never harbored grand expectations, but the moment he realized he had been abandoned, he truly fell apart. Overwhelmed with distress, he released the can in his hand and curled up in the corner of the bed, weeping softly, allowing the beer to spill across the sheets. Wang Mingxiu, initially hesitant, could no longer contain herself upon hearing Yang Yi's cries. She rushed into the makeshift shelter without a second thought. Upon seeing Yang Yi huddled in the corner, weeping, her heart twisted with anguish. Little E, aunt. Mother has come to take you home. Yang Yi, consumed by sorrow, initially believed he had drunk too much, for how could he hear her voice? Yet, as he found himself enveloped in her gentle embrace, he could not help but hold his breath. Apparently, it wasn't inebriation that clouded his senses. He cautiously raised his head, only to find Wang Mingxiu gazing at him, her face awash with tears. Xiaoyi, my child, she uttered, her voice thick with emotion, I am so sorry. Your mother lost you for so many years. Forgive me, my child, for the hardships you have endured. Qin Mingji, his own eyes brimming with tears, stepped forward and enveloped the mother and son in a tender embrace. Heaven has been merciful, he declared, his voice choked with emotion, our family is finally reunited. It took Yang Yi several minutes to ascertain that he was not, in fact, lost in a reverie. His parents had truly come to bring him home. The realization washed over him, and he reciprocated the embrace of his biological parents. A symphony of tears, laden with a myriad of emotions, echoed from within the humble shelter. Chapter 90, A Man in Master Wen's Chambers. Hark, did not Celestial Master Wen grace us with her presence earlier today? Why does she commence another broadcast? Perchance, does the esteemed master find herself in pecuniary straits, thus necessitating such assiduous engagement? Within Wen Ning's digital sanctum, a cohort of devotees jested in the comments section. They had only just discovered that Wen Ning was once again broadcasting, and had hastened to partake in the spectacle. In these modern times, which digital broadcast commands the most ardent attention? Should Wen Ning demur and claim second place, none would dare contest her claim to preeminence. Since the epoch when the Haicheng Public Security Bureau disseminated 2 official pronouncements, coupled with the Haicheng Fire Department's video, which left viewers awestruck, Wen Ning's renown has remained unparalleled. Despite her subsequent absence from the digital stage, her devotees eagerly anticipate her return. Indeed, a trending phrase, has Celestial Master Wen broadcast today? Has emerged in the digital sphere. Numerous netizens, eager to witness Wen Ning's captivating charm, have even set up special notifications to ensure they are alerted the moment she commences her broadcast. Consequently, as soon as Wen Ning's livestream commenced, a deluge of viewers flooded in. However, upon entering, they were met with an empty room, resembling a hotel suite. Unseen by the camera, Wen Ning was gleefully devouring a bowl of river snail rice noodles. Who knew this pungent concoction could be so delectable? She mused. The tangy, spicy, and chewy texture is simply irresistible. Across from her, Fu Xiuan was massaging his temples in evident distress. As a domineering CEO, he simply could not fathom why anyone would willingly consume such a malodorous dish. The stench was almost unbearable. Wen Ning slurped down the last strand of noodles, followed by a generous gulp of broth, and thoughtfully advised, "Brother Fu, you could always retreat to the adjacent room." Their safe proximity was 50 meters. And as long as that boundary was not breached, Fu Xiuan would not be in danger of astral projection. Yet, he insisted on remaining in her presence, seemingly inviting torment. Fu Xiuan watched her imbibe another mouthful of the pungent broth and winced. "If you are peckish, I can have the hotel send up some late-night snacks. This establishment offers a rather palatable selection." Wen Ning waved her hand dismissively. "No need, I am sated. These river snail rice noodles are truly delightful, Brother Fu. You should be adventurous and give them a try." Fu Xiuan demurred. "I shall pass." The mere aroma was enough to make him nauseous. He simply could not muster the courage to ingest something so repugnant. Wen Ning sighed with regret, acknowledging that prejudice is indeed the greatest stumbling block in humanity's pursuit of truth. Fu Xiuan's lips twitched slightly. He found it exceedingly difficult to relate noodle soup to the concept of truth. Wen Ning finished the last sip of soup, contentedly burping, and rose to open the window for ventilation. She then approached her phone, glancing at the number of viewers in the live stream, which had already reached several tens of thousands. The comments section was ablaze with activity. "Incredible. Their essay man in Master Wen's room. This person's voice is truly melodious. Just from the sound, I can tell he is a handsome fellow. It's 2 in the morning, and I'm so curious about this mysterious man's identity. Secretary X. Quickly investigate this man's identity, I want the results in 10 minutes. Upon seeing Wen Ning appear on camera, some viewers excitedly began to comment, "Master Wen. Let that handsome guy show his face too." "Exactly, consider it a treat for your fans, so we can all feast our eyes." Wen Ning smiled and replied, "Everyone. Don't be mischievous, that is my She hesitated, unsure how to introduce Fu Xiuan. Referring to him as a friend felt inaccurate. Calling him a benefactor made her wary of misinterpretation. After pondering for a moment, she finally settled on an apt descriptor, "That is my wealth code." Wen Ning nodded with satisfaction. Each time she assisted Fu Xiuan with a matter, she received a substantial sum of money. Was that not a wealth code in itself? "Fu Xiuan, is it truly appropriate to describe me in such a manner before my very eyes?" Wen Ning, unperturbed by the tumult of emotions within, waved at the camera and declared, "Well, it seems we have quite a number of viewers now, so let us commence. The purpose of this live broadcast is to convey an important update regarding Mu Yi's situation, which has progressed." "What? Have they found Ms. Wang?" "Surely not so soon. It has only been a few hours. Do you think that is reasonable?" "While it may seem implausible for others, when it pertains to matters handled by Master Wen, it is entirely credible." Observing the fervent chatter among the netizens, Wen Ning smiled and remarked, "I had just indulged a bit too much in my meal and am not particularly inclined to speak. So I shall allow the Mu Yi family to explain directly to everyone." With that, Wen Ning initiated a connection. In but a second, the invitation was accepted. Mu Yi appeared on screen, his eyes swollen, flanked by his biological parents, whom he had only recognized less than an hour prior. "Greetings to all the netizens. I am Mu Yi, and this is my mother, the Ms. Wan whom you have all assisted in locating online. This is my father, Mr. Qin. Just an hour ago, they arrived by plane from the capital, and with Master Wen's assistance, our family has been successfully reunited." Master Wen indicated that everyone would be eager to hear the outcome. Hence this live broadcast, allowing me to share our joy. As Mu Yi continued, his voice trembled with emotion, "Thank you, Master Wen. And thank you to all the kind-hearted netizens. Without your support, I might not have had the courage to continue living." The despair of being forsaken by the world was truly agonizing. Having learned from Wen Ning the potential consequences of their delayed arrival, Wang Mingxiu was now filled with immense relief and lingering fear. The couple embraced Yang Yi tightly, reluctant to release him. Wang Mingxiu choked with emotion, "Hello, everyone online. I am the Wang woman you've been searching for. I apologize for my cowardice and avoidance earlier today, as I was momentarily unable to accept the sudden truth. I have been a derelict mother, losing my child for so many years. He was right before my eyes, yet I failed to recognize him. allowing him to suffer abuse and hardship. Overwhelmed by the tribulations Yang Yi had endured, Wang Mingxiu dissolved into tears. Yang Yi wiped away her tears. Mom. You have done no wrong to anyone, including me. You are not at fault, and I do not blame you or Dad. If blame is to be assigned, it falls upon the instigators of this entire ordeal. Their selfishness caused our separation, and all the suffering our family has endured is their doing. Therefore, I am resolved to employ legal means to seek justice for our family. In the hour since their reunion, they had also learned the truth from Wen Ning about why Yang Yi and Qin Feiyang were switched at birth. Back then, Wang Mingxiu, pregnant with her first child, and Wang Mingyan, pregnant with her second, were expecting almost simultaneously. Wang Mingyan had been quite wild in her youth, indulging in smoking and drinking. Habits she did not relinquish even during her pregnancy. Her eldest daughter was fortunate to be born without any complications, which made her even more dismissive of the importance of eugenics. During her second pregnancy, she indulged in smoking and drinking as before. However, fortune did not favor her this time, and the baby in her womb had a problematic heart development. Fearing that the Yang family would blame her, or even take the opportunity to divorce her, she set her sights on Wang Mingyan's pregnancy, who was expecting at the same time as her. Chapter 91, Maternal Instincts. Wang Mingxiu was kind-hearted by nature, and although she and Wang Mingyan were sisters, their personalities were vastly different. She never imagined that her own sister would scheme against her child for the sake of her marital stability. Due to her lack of vigilance towards her sister, Wang Mingyan was fully aware of everything about her pregnancy, even more so than herself. One of Wang Mingyan's friends was a nurse at the hospital, and she spent a sum of money to have the nurse do her a great favor. Her pregnancy was more than 10 days earlier than Wang Mingxiu's. On the day she gave birth, she deliberately asked Wang Mingxiu to accompany her to the hospital, saying it would allow her to learn some prepartum experiences. The unsuspecting Wang Mingxiu had a minor accident at the hospital that led to premature birth, and she even fainted due to postpartum hemorrhage. When she woke up, she was holding a thin, scrawny baby. When the doctor told her that the baby had some heart problems, Wang Mingxiu blamed herself immensely. She thought it was because of the premature birth that the baby's heart had not developed properly, and she almost suffered from postpartum depression as a result. Meanwhile, Wang Mingyan, holding a perfectly healthy and chubby baby, received unanimous praise from the Yang family and secured her position in the family from then on. As Wang Mingxiu was desperately seeking medical care for her child, Wang Mingyan repeatedly reveled in her misfortune, uttering hurtful remarks. She even attempted to poison Qin Mingji's perception of Wang Mingxiu, insinuating that she was neglecting her duties towards the Qin family's offspring, implying that her child's illness was a burden on the family. Her motives stemmed from envy. Wang Mingxiu, her own sister, had always outshone her in every aspect of life. From a young age, Wang Mingxiu was obedient, intelligent, and excelled academically, epitomizing the ideal child. In contrast, Wang Mingyan served as her foil, rebellious and precocious, with a dismal academic record, engaging in truancy, fights, and early romantic entanglements. While Wang Mingxiu gained admission to university, Wang Mingyan found herself pregnant by Yang Yud, leading to an early marriage and motherhood. Upon graduating from university, Wang Mingxiu became a teacher and acquired various professional certifications. Coupled with her financial acumen and investment, she enjoyed a comfortable economic status. Her marriage to Qin Mingji, a university classmate from a well-to-do family, further elevated her quality of life. Wang Mingyan's envy reached its zenith. Why, she wondered, could Wang Mingxiu lead such a glamorous life while she was stuck marrying a ne'er-do-well and struggling to make ends meet? Consumed by resentment, she desperately sought to outdo Wang Mingxiu, even contemplating seducing Qin Mingji. However, Qin Mingji, being a man of integrity and deeply devoted to Wang Mingxiu, remained oblivious to her intentions, merely perceiving his sister-in-law as somewhat peculiar and avoiding her whenever possible. This only intensified Wang Mingyan's envy. Upon discovering that Wang Mingxiu and she were both pregnant in succession, she even cursed Wang Mingxiu daily, wishing for her to suffer a miscarriage or to perish alongside her child during childbirth. Had it not been for the subsequent utility of Wang Mingxiu's child to her, she would have sought an opportune moment to orchestrate an accidental miscarriage for Wang Mingxiu. After successfully acquiring Wang Mingxiu's child, Wang Mingyan experienced a fleeting moment of joy. However, her happiness was short-lived. She initially believed that with such a child, the Qin family would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards Wang Mingxiu, even pressuring her into divorce. To her astonishment, The Qin family acted contrary to her expectations, fearing Wang Mingxiu might inadequately care for the child and overwhelmed by psychological burdens. They even hired a nanny for her. This remarkable occurrence, hiring a nanny for a daughter-in-law who bore a sickly child, became a legendary tale in their small county over 2 decades ago. Wang Mingyan was driven to madness with rage. Why should Wang Mingxiu be so fortunate? Unable to find a way to target Wang Mingxiu, she redirected her fury towards the innocent Yang Yi. Were it not for the Yang family's desperation for a son, Yang Yi would have scarcely survived. The mere thought of what Wen Ning had divulged incited within Wang Mingxiu an intense desire to confront Wang Mingyan. How could she be so malicious? Even if she harbored hatred towards her, why direct it at her child? Truth be told, Wang Mingxiu did not harbor such animosity for Wang Mingyan's act of switching her child, yet she could never forgive Wang Mingyan for so cruelly mistreating her own child. While she exerted every effort to heal Qin Feiyang, Wang Mingyan was relentlessly tormenting her child. Contemplating these matters, Wang Mingxiu clenched her fists in fury. She spoke into the camera with deliberate clarity, "I will surely seek justice for my child. Wang Mingyan, Yang Yid, Qin Feiyang, none of you shall escape." Once a person of such kindness, she now chose to abandon her benevolence and wield the sword against those who have harmed her child. The comments section was flooded with applause emojis. "Auntie, you are formidable. Such wicked individuals must not be spared. Ms. Wang, I am a lawyer, and if you require assistance, I am willing to represent you in this case pro bono. Aunt Wang, Uncle Qin, please ensure that family of vampires faces justice. Yang Yi, you must gather all evidence of the abuse you endured over the years, as well as records of their financial extortion from you, and organize them meticulously to reclaim every penny. And do not forget to recover every cent that Aunt Wang spent on Qin Feiyang. Those brutes must not be allowed to find solace. Here is a scoop. I am a neighbor of Aunt Wang, and that family of brutes called a locksmith to gain entry into her home tonight. I have just reported them for illegal entry. The police are already downstairs, and I will keep you updated with any news. Well done upstairs, you deserve a little red flower." Another neighbor chimed in, "Aunt Wang, if I recall correctly, the house you purchased for Qin Feiyang was under his name, right? You should consult a lawyer immediately to see if there is a way to reclaim that property. Based on my comprehension of Qin Feiyang, should he discover he is not the progeny of you and Uncle Qin, he would, without delay, liquidate the property and abscond. You must act expeditiously to thwart his intentions. That represents the culmination of your laborious endeavors." The commenter above speaks sagaciously. Is the aforementioned solicitor still present? Kindly enlighten us as to whether recourse exists to aid Auntie Wang in reclaiming her abode. Within the comments section, netizens were actively brainstorming solutions for the Wang Mingxiu family. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in the capital, Wang Mingyan and Yang Yid were being interrogated by the constabulary. Wang Mingyan vociferously exclaimed, "What unlawful intrusion! This is my sibling's residence. We have been residing here for a duration. We merely neglected to bring our key and thus solicited the assistance of a locksmith. Should you doubt my veracity, you may contact my sister." Chapter 92, an endorsement from Master Wen. The police's verification call promptly reached Wang Mingxiu's cellular device. Wang Mingxiu addressed the camera, stating, "Esteemed officer, I secured the premises meticulously upon my departure today. I have no elder sister. They are, in fact, unlawfully trespassing upon my domicile. I implore you to apprehend them forthwith, and I shall pursue legal recourse." The officer's device was set to speaker mode, enabling Wang Mingyan to clearly discern her pronouncements. "Wang Mingxiu, what absurdities are you uttering? What do you mean you have no elder sister? Clarify your statement. I journeyed from afar to tend to your ailing son, and this is how you reciprocate your own kin?" Wang Mingxiu, holding the speakerphone in one hand and clasping Yang Yi's hand with the other, responded icily, "My ailing son? Wang Mingyan, are you certain that is my son?" Wang Mingyan paused momentarily, her voice noticeably faltering. "What do you mean? Mingxiu, what nonsense are you speaking? Feiyang is not your son, could he possibly be mine? You must promptly clarify this with the police, do not create a scene at this late hour. Furthermore, where have you been? Feiyang and Lily have been waiting for your return." Wang Mingxiu no longer wished to engage in circular conversation. "Wang Mingyan, 23 years ago, you swapped my flesh and blood, leaving me with your child who suffers from severe heart disease. Over the years, I have devoted myself to nurturing him, treating his ailments, and providing for his future. Well, how have you treated my child? I have uncovered the entire truth. You and your ailing son should brace yourselves for the day I bring you to ruin in court. With that, Wang Mingxiu ended the call. The comments section erupted with a chorus of Aunt Wang is formidable. After hanging up, Wang Mingxiu's complexion visibly paled. It was evident that her recent words had taken an emotional toll on her. She lacked the energy to continue the live stream and addressed the camera. Dear kind-hearted netizens. Our family needs some time to process our emotions and devise a plan to seek justice for ourselves, so we shall not engage in further discussions at this moment. Should there be any developments, we will inform you through Yang Yi's account. We sincerely appreciate your concern and suggestions, and our family will remember them. With that, Yang Yi ended the connection. As Wen Ning graced the screen, a genial smile playing on his lips, he remarked, "All right everyone. I trust you've all had your fill of the evening's drama. Best to retire for the night. Prolonged wakefulness is a surefire path to hair loss and diminished beauty." A chorus of playful protests erupted from the netizens. "Who's the one broadcasting at this ungodly hour?" one exclaimed. Another lamented. "I was all set to drift off to sleep. But alas, I've been engrossed in this saga for the better part of an hour. And now I'm far too stimulated to even consider slumbering." A more pragmatic query arose. Am I the only one curious as to which brand of river snail rice noodles the esteemed Wen Celestial Master was indulging in earlier? A brand deemed delectable by the Master himself is undoubtedly worth exploring. This sentiment was echoed by another, who implored, "Indeed, I too seek enlightenment on this matter. Pray, grant us your recommendation, Master." Observing the throng of river snail rice noodle aficionados, Wen Ning was visibly delighted and enthusiastically embarked on his endorsement. "It's Hao Kuai Luo. Truly a culinary delight. I urge you all to sample it. Be sure to opt for the spiciest, most pungent variety. It's an utterly gratifying experience." With that, he concluded. "Well then, I bid you adieu as I retreat to the realm of slumber. Until our next broadcast, farewell." Wen Ning's departure was swift and decisive. Leaving behind a multitude of netizens, their minds buzzing from the evening's revelations, each devising strategies to procure the river snail rice noodles he had so ardently championed. However, the brand in question was a fledgling enterprise, its sales figures rather modest, rendering it somewhat elusive in the market. Some of the more ravenous netizens resorted to scouring the internet, discovering its presence on a certain e-commerce platform. Thus, in the dead of night, they passionately placed their orders. The following morning, upon commencing their workday, the customer service representatives of Hao Kuai Luo were greeted by the sight of tens of thousands of new orders in their system, leading them to question their sanity. Incredulously, they noted that the sum total of all orders placed in the preceding 6 months paled in comparison to the deluge received overnight. Further investigation revealed that these orders had been placed in the wee hours of the morning, around 3 a.m. This is simply bizarre. Which legitimate store conducts business in the dead of night? Moreover, their warehouse does not possess such an abundance of stock. The customer service promptly escalated the situation. And upon receiving the news, the beleaguered owner, troubled by sales figures, was initially incredulous. "Are you certain this isn't a case of mistakenly accessing someone else's online store?" The customer service representative decisively guided him to observe the computer screen. "Boss, look, this is our brand, Hao Kuai Luo, and that rather unappealing logo is one you designed yourself." Finally convinced that the customer service had not erred, the owner gazed in disbelief at the back-end orders and mused. Could it be that the god of wealth is simply exhausted from his night shift and has wandered through the wrong door? Customer service. Suddenly, the owner slapped his thigh and declared, "Regardless of whether it is indeed the god of wealth who has strayed, we must act swiftly. Notify the factory immediately to produce this batch of products at the fastest pace possible, ensuring utmost quality. This could be our turning point. We must execute it flawlessly. Such immense fortune has finally come my way, ha ha ha." Amidst his elation, the owner still wished to comprehend how this unexpected influx of orders had materialized. He was eager to discern the identity of the distinguished entity that had recognized his products and to explore the possibility of leveraging this momentum to promote his offerings. He harbored absolute confidence in his noodle dish, having meticulously crafted the flavor after considerable effort. He had compared it with all similar products available on the market and concluded that his creation was indeed the finest. The company faced a significant disadvantage due to its late entry into the market, which had already been thoroughly dominated by various established brands. Furthermore, its limited financial resources rendered it incapable of competing with these larger entities in terms of marketing. As a result, after 6 months of operation, the company found itself struggling to make headway, confined to meager sales through a few online platforms and small retail outlets. Just as it seemed the company might not survive much longer, he contemplated whether to sell the business to one of the major brands for a quick profit. Suddenly, an influx of orders transformed his outlook, instilling a renewed sense of hope and optimism. With idle time on his hands, the owner began to investigate the source of these unexpected orders. Unbeknownst to Wen Ning, a simple recommendation made the previous night had led to a surge in online purchases. At that moment, she squinted as she followed Fu Xiuan into the Fu Group building. "Good morning, President." Throughout the journey, Wen Ning lost count of how many times she had heard those words, enduring numerous curious glances. Typically, Fu Xiuan was accompanied only by his assistant, Qin, with even his secretary rarely trailing behind. Today, however, a new face had emerged, one that appeared rather disheveled, an appearance that was absolutely unacceptable within the Fu Group. Observing Wen Ning's seemingly dazed state, Fu Xiuan was perplexed. "We went to bed around the same time last night, and it's already 9 in the morning. You've had at least 5 hours of sleep, why do you look so exhausted?" Wen Ning stifled a yawn, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. "I don't understand either. Why is it that you can function on just 5 hours of sleep? Are you aware that humans are at risk of sudden death if they sleep less than 7 hours? Chapter 93, The Demise of the Wicked Weary to the Bone. Wen Ning, having cultivated a disciplined routine during her incarceration, found it exceedingly difficult to acclimate to nocturnal vigils. A mind deprived of adequate slumber struggles to maintain equanimity. Observing her countenance, which bore a resemblance to a specter consumed by resentment, Fu Xiuan, with commendable perspicacity, offered his private chamber for her repose. "Seek solace here and replenish your depleted energy," he proposed. Wen Ning was not one to be deterred by unfamiliar beds. Furthermore, the opulent comforts of the Fu Corporation's president's sanctuary were unparalleled. With a mere tug of the drapes, the chamber's luminescence was calibrated to the optimal level for promoting slumber. Wen Ning emitted a languid yawn before succumbing to the embrace of the bed, drawing the comforter over her head. Having been deprived of a sense of security throughout her formative years, Wen Ning habitually curled into a fetal position during her slumber, enveloping herself entirely within the confines of the bedding. After an extended absence from the corporate headquarters, Fu Xiuan was greeted by a deluge of accumulated documents, dutifully delivered by Special Assistant Qin and Secretary Zheng. Upon depositing the files, the two meticulously recounted the recent corporate affairs before departing in unison. As they exited the office, Secretary Zheng, with an air of intrigue, inquired, "Old Qin, did my eyes deceive me? Was the lady the president brought in the same one we encountered at the airport?" Special Assistant Qin affirmed with a nod, "Indeed, it is she." Secretary Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. "That woman possesses remarkable talent. She has managed to insinuate herself into the president's inner circle. However, I am even more taken aback that the president has allowed himself to be captivated by her." Special Assistant Qin cast a disdainful glance her way. "Your imagination runs wild. That woman is no ordinary individual. And her presence by the president's side is not driven by the motives you presume." In summary, during her time by President Fu's side, it was prudent to inform the executive office to be particularly attentive. He is one of the few who are privy to Fu Xiuan's personal affairs. Regarding Fu Xiuan's health, Fu Jinyan had strictly mandated that it must not be disclosed, hence his lips are sealed, and he would never divulge even a hint. Secretary Zheng, fully aware of the nuances, promptly retracted her inquisitive demeanor and stated earnestly, "Yes, I will convey this to the secretaries in the executive office." The secretaries there are also astute individuals. Upon receiving Secretary Zheng's instructions, they too curbed their curiosity. Consequently, when Wen Ning, after a restful slumber, accompanied Fu Xiuan to lunch, she noticed a distinct change in the way the employees of the Fu Corporation regarded her. In the morning, their gazes were alight with curiosity, but now, that gleam had been replaced by caution and respect. The atmosphere was akin to how employees view their esteemed boss. Wen Ning was somewhat perplexed as to how a mere nap could elevate her status to that of Fu Xiuan. Nevertheless, she refrained from probing into their attitudes, as it had no bearing on her. After lunch, Wen Ning returned to the office with Fu Xiuan. With no other commitments for the afternoon, she graciously allowed her time to be devoted to him. Feeling somewhat idle, Wen Ning took out her phone and began scrolling through Weibo. As soon as she opened the trending topics, she stumbled upon news regarding the Mui family, Mui reunion ungrateful family Ms. Wang the Great Injustice Qin Feiyang sent funeral flowers. Wen Ning glanced at the trending topics with amusement, unable to suppress a smile. It must be said that the power of netizens is truly formidable, akin to modern-day detectives. In a mere overnight, the intricate details of Qin Feiyang and Wang Mingyan's lives were laid bare for all to see. Qin Feiyang, it turned out, had perfectly inherited the selfishness of both Wang Mingyan and Yang Yud, further accentuated by Wang Mingxiu's meticulous care due to his delicate health. His self-centered nature was even more pronounced than Wang Mingyan's. Qin Feiyang had never truly appreciated the sacrifices of Wang Mingxiu and Qin Mingji, who had painstakingly cured his heart ailment, depleting nearly all their savings in the process. Before they could even recover, Qin Feiyang began a courtship with Tang Lily, vowing to give her a lavish wedding, complete with a fully paid house and car. Wang Mingxiu and Qin Mingji, having finally raised their son to adulthood, felt compelled to grant his every wish. They exhausted every avenue to raise the funds, even incurring debt to buy Qin Feiyang a house and car, successfully marrying Tang Lily. Subsequently, the couple toiled relentlessly to repay their debts. While they subsisted on meager rations, Qin Feiyang and his wife lived a life of extravagance, indulging in every possible pleasure, and unhesitatingly demanding money from Wang Mingxiu whenever they were short. Just as Wang Mingxiu had cleared their substantial debts, Qin Feiyang fell ill with a severe kidney ailment, necessitating a transplant. Concurrently, Wang Mingyan's past was thoroughly exposed, revealing a couple even more deserving of scorn. Over the years, they had exploited Yang Yi, erecting a small building in the village and acquiring a car for transportation, even purchasing a small apartment in the county for their daughter. Moreover, they had even received a sum of money from Qin Feiyang. A few years ago, after Qin Feiyang's heart condition was completely resolved, the couple considered the possibility of reclaiming him. They met with Qin Feiyang privately and successfully acknowledged their kinship. However, Qin Feiyang was reluctant to return to their side, as the Yang family, residing in the countryside, had no economic resources apart from the pitiful Yang Yi, who drained their finances. In contrast, the couple, Wang Mingxiu and her husband, possessed considerable financial acumen. Although their savings had been nearly depleted due to Qin Feiyang's medical expenses, the house they owned was worth nearly 10 million. Furthermore, during that time, Qin Feiyang was deeply infatuated with Tang Lily, whose family set forth high demands for marriage, conditions that the Yang family could not meet. Therefore, after a discussion among themselves, devoid of any human decency, they chose to maintain their current situation to ensure the best quality of life. Wang Mingyan and her husband continued to exploit Yang Yi, while Qin Feiyang remained with Wang Mingxiu and her husband, subjecting them to his demands. Qin Feiyang held a certain regard for his biological parents, so he sought an excuse to request a sum of money from Wang Mingxiu, which he intended to use to honor his true parents. This sum was essentially the down payment for a house that Wang Mingyan and her husband purchased for their eldest daughter. Had Qin Feiyang not driven himself to the brink of requiring a kidney transplant, perhaps their family's schemes would have continued unperturbed. Following the conclusion of the live stream where Wang Mingxiu and Yang Yi acknowledged their